and your fellow fans. And the guys just told me that Prize Picks matched their first deposit up to $100. Do the same for yourself when you visit prizepicks.com/primetime and use code primetime. That's primetime at prizepicks.com/primetime. Prize Picks, daily fantasy made easy. Must be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for restrictions and details.
This is a special alert for all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an overpriced auto warranty or no warranty coverage at all. Due to the increase of new and used car prices, repair costs, and the price of gas, people are keeping their cars longer than ever, which is why CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on covered auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can save thousands for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. You could save thousands on future auto repairs. Our specialists are standing by for all drivers to call for a free quick quote.
Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-898-6155. That's 800-898-6155. What do you have to lose? Call 800-898-6155. Again, 800-898-6155.
Are you paying too much for term life insurance? There is a tremendous price war in the term life industry. Rates have dropped dramatically in the past few years. For example, a man aged 45, non-smoker, can get $1 million of coverage for $75 per month, level rate for 10 years. Or a man aged 50, non-smoker, can obtain $500,000 of coverage for a monthly premium of $110, level rate for 20 years. That's right, guaranteed level rate for 20 years. If you're a smoker, we have great rates available for you as well. At Term Busters, we specialize in policies of $500,000 and above. If you're looking for new or replacement term life insurance, call today for a quote. 1-800-908-7636. You're probably paying more than you should. Call 1-800-908-7636. Remember, 1-800-908-7636. Sample rate quotes based on preferred non-smoker rate class. Exam required to qualify.
Fall grilling is in full swing, and the grilling experts at Omaha Steaks are putting even more sizzle into your September. Head over to omahasteaks.com and type garden in the search bar for 50% off all steaks. September is now Steak-tember with mouth-watering deals on all your favorite tender, juicy, extra-aged steaks. Plus, get 2 free 10-ounce bone-in New York strips with select packages like the Guaranteed Perfection Grill Pack, the perfect sampling of everything that makes Omaha Steaks unforgettable. Omaha Steaks offers endless possibilities, endless flavor and value on incredible entrees, scrumptious sides, decadent desserts, and more. And right now, during Steak-tember, all mouth-watering Omaha steaks are 50% off, and every bite 100% unconditionally guaranteed. Go to omahasteaks.com, type garden in the search bar for exclusive Steak-tember packages, and get those 2 free 10-ounce bone-in New York strips. Hurry, order today. This exclusive offer expires soon. Stay fired up for fall grilling with 50% off all steaks during the Steak-tember event. That's omahasteaks.com, keyword garden.
Omaha Steaks, America's original butcher.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
This story is called The Ugly Truth About Timeshare. If you think you've done your family a favor by buying a timeshare, you need my help. Hello, I'm Chuck McDowell, CEO and founder of Wesley Financial Group. 10 years ago, I started helping folks cancel their timeshare. And in the process, started what's now called the timeshare cancellation industry. Timeshare is the only thing that you can buy that you can't tell me how much it's going to cost or when it's going to end. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check to fill out any amount they want for annual maintenance and assessment fees. The crazy thing is, this never ends. Even when you die, your family's now going to be stuck with this burden. Stop the insanity today. Call my office now. If we take you as a client, I guarantee we'll cancel your timeshare or you'll pay nothing.
Call for your free information kit. 800-462-3333. That's 800-462-3333. 800-462-3333.
This is the flagship of Giants baseball. Double play! KNBR and KNBR-FM San Francisco, the sports leader.
The San Francisco 49ers select Nick Bosa. Defensive end, Ohio State.
We all knew Nick was going to get rewarded like he did.
Swing, line drive in the right center field, base hit into the gap. It's going to roll through and goes by Haniger, who tried to cut it off at the edge of the track. 2 runs in, and now around third, Swanson, and 3 runs are in. The red-hot Suzuki continues to destroy the Giants.
Here's a line drive base hit into right field. On an 0-2 pitch, coming around third hap. Bellinger digging for second. Haniger's throw again is late, and Cody Bellinger with a hustle double. Here's a drive to deep left center field from Amaya, and it is gone. And he drives this one to right field and deep. Haniger back. It is gone. Up over the basket into the bleachers. Cody Bellinger, the second Cubs home run of the game.
And the game is over. Final score, Cubs 8, Giants 2.
And that should do it.
Dave, that should do it for the end of our Giants highlights to start the show. Football is here, and so is Nick Bosa. What's up, everybody? Happy Thursday morning. It is Marcus the Waterboy Boucher taking you up to 6 a.m. to the start of the Murph and Mac Show, back with Overnight Dave. And this morning, Dave, we're celebrating not only the return of the National Football League, but Nick Bosa to the city of San Francisco, because last night the small bear landed. And it came after the breaking news that Nick Bosa would be making $34 million per year, $122.5 million guaranteed on a 5-year, $170 million contract extension. And I think everybody waking up this morning is in a pretty damn good mood on September the 7th, which, ironically, comes down on your calendar as 9/7 day. Nick Bosa technically signs on 9/6. Maybe he's a big fan of the numbers 6 and 9 also. But regardless how you want to look at it, Nick Bosa got the bag, and it sounds like he's going to be playing this week, Sunday, against the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Sorry for the scare.
Yeah, so there was Nick Bosa last night, touching ground. I'm not sure if he flew into SFO or down to San Jose Airport, got off the plane, said, "Hey, 49er fans, sorry for the scare, but I'm here. Let's go win some ball games." And that's pretty much how I think all 49er fans are feeling waking up this morning, knowing that Nick Bosa will be under contract for the next 5 years. And I say most 49er fans because yesterday I started to get a little bit of a weird feeling, if I'm being honest with you, because we are getting closer and closer to the real possibility of Nick Bosa not being on the field. And yesterday I saw some 49er fans start to turn against Nick Bosa. Now, obviously, we do that 1-hour show here on the leadoff spot, but I also run the board and am a third host on the Murph and Mac Show. And we had callers calling in saying that Nick Bosa is asking for too much money. There was one guy calling him a mama's boy, which was an absolutely ridiculous take. There were some people saying, oh, they need to trade him and get rid of him if he doesn't want to play here in San Francisco. And I remember just sitting there like, trade him for what? Trade him for who? I like to give people a friendly reminder as someone who has lived through this experience before with Khalil Mack with a team formerly known as the Oakland Raiders, and what happened after they traded him away to the Chicago Bears for 3 first-round draft picks. And then John Gruden was out there at the podium for the next 2-3 years saying, yeah, you know, it's hard to find a pass rusher. So that's not even a road that I even opened up in my mind. That's not a path I ever wanted to go down. And luckily, for the 49er fans that stayed faithful to Nick Bosa, to John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan, it seems like they were able to finally work out the deal yesterday. And now Nick Bosa is the highest paid defensive player of all time. He's the highest non-quarterback of all time.
Takes a little bit of time to learn how to rush the passer.
Yeah, thank you, Dave. I don't want to hear those drops ever again. But now we're wondering how much time is it going to take Nick Bosa to be ready for this weekend, and whether or not he's going to have the same ability to get after Kenny Pickett. Now, I'm one of those guys who have pointed out the fact that he's been training with his brother Joey Bosa down in Florida, and I think he's going to show up in phenomenal shape. I think we're all expecting that. And it was actually funny. Kyle Shanahan yesterday, when he spoke to the media, said the only way he's not going to play this Sunday is if he shows up with a beer belly, like smoking a pack of cigarettes out of shape. Like, could you imagine there's like a scenario where like it's a Like, who's the character from Dodgeball? The trainer, Ben Stiller, where he's like jacked up in shape. And then all of a sudden at the end, he basically turns into the fat bastard.
Looks like he's put on weight.
I don't think that's going to happen with Nick Bosa. I think he's going to show up in phenomenal shape, and I expect him to be out there on the field against Kenny Pickett, Najee Harris, and the Pittsburgh Steelers. The only question would be snap count, and that's a discussion we can get into. But again, we've seen it before with the team that they're playing this weekend, the Pittsburgh Steelers with T.J. Watt, and how he held out to damn near a day before the season started, and he was on the field for week 1. Now the 49ers are in the same scenario with Nick Bosa. And I think we could just put it plain and simple.
Sorry for the scare.
We all know that the 49ers are a better team with Nick Bosa on the field. We gave you the numbers yesterday about how since 2019 when Nick Bosa was drafted, when he's on the field playing, the 49ers have a record of 37-14. When he's not playing, they have a record of 5-10. And that's why I had absolutely no problem with Nick Bosa holding out and asking for the bag. That's why I told you guys last year when we were on air that the 49ers should have got ahead of it and paid Nick Bosa before he became first-team All-Pro, before he wins Defensive Player of the Year, before he leads the NFL with 18.5 sacks. And because they didn't pay him, now they had to pay the price. And we're all looking at that price tag of $34 million. And again, I know there are some 49er fans that say that's way too much money. I don't know why anybody would ask for that much money. Well, when the 49ers are charging me $70 to $80 for preseason parking and $20 for a beer, I have no problem with Nick Bosa asking for $34 million. Hell, I wouldn't be surprised if over the next year or two he brings in that revenue just selling number 97 jerseys. And I expect to see a lot of them on Sunday traveling out to Pittsburgh. We all know the 49er faithful travel. We'll see how much of the Bosa pack travels. And it's kind of like the funniest thing about this whole negotiation was the Bosa family kind of sitting down as mobsters at the table, saying that they weren't going to budge because they've gone through this process before with Joey Bosa. How about the two of them making, nearly $60 million? Joey got paid $27 million, I believe. Nick now $34 per year. I mean, man, oh man, my mom's probably sitting at home saying, yeah, what are you and your brother Michael doing this morning, Marcus? Oh, my God. Here you are on 50,000 watts. Having grown men call you the water boy. And here's the Bosa brothers making $60 million. So different paths for the Bouchers versus the Bosas. But this is going to go down as one of the best duos for a brother in NFL history. And we'll see how these two careers play out for both Joey Bosa and Nick Bosa. But again, I think most 49er fans are glad that he's playing in red and gold. And he's going to be suited up this Sunday against the Pittsburgh Steelers. So we can get into plenty of sound from Kyle Shanahan talking about how he found out about the news. It was kind of funny because I found out kind of the same way that Kyle Shanahan did. Because as soon as he got off the practice field, he walked over to the press room down at Levi Stadium and was informed by Corey Rush, the 49ers PR person, about 2-3 minutes before he spoke to the media that Nick Bosa was going to sign. And he basically had to change his whole entire press conference and how he was going to answer a bunch of questions. Now, for me, I was actually pulling up to Levi Stadium yesterday when the news was broke. I had to go down there and move some 49er radio gear, make sure that my guys Tim Ryan and Greg Popper are taken care of for the game on Sunday out in Pittsburgh. And so I'm pulling into the parking lot, and I get the breaking news. And immediately I go on Nick Bosa search. I start walking around the stadium. I go out to the practice field. I watch a couple periods. But Nick Bosa was not out there. As you heard in the audio, he just landed on a plane last night. But the 49ers expect him to be on the practice field today. And all signs are pointing to him playing this Sunday. Fantastic news for Nick Bosa. Fantastic news for the 49ers. And I think it's just fantastic news for everybody that listens to this show or Sports Talk Radio that we can finally move on with the NFL season and start talking about these actual matchups. Talk about things outside of Nick Bosa and Trey Lance. Give you a couple injury updates on guys like George Kittle and Talanoa Hufanga, who were back on the practice field yesterday in limited fashion. But there are still other storylines with this 49ers team going into the season. Whether it's the offensive line and trying to replace Mike McGlinchey. You're going to get an up-close and personal view of T.J. Watt this weekend going one-on-one with not only Trent Williams, but also Colton McKivitz on the other side. A matchup that I'm not really looking forward to too much, but hey, we'll see what Colton McKivitz got. We're also going to see this defensive backfield tested against George Pickens, against Deontay Johnson, against a Kenny Pickett, who a lot of people are talking about a promising signs of production and kind of improving as a quarterback over the offseason. So we'll see how good the Pittsburgh Steelers are this weekend. We'll have a full breakdown for you tomorrow, I should say. And we'll also get into our Bobby Boucher's best bets, looking at all the games from week 1 of the NFL season and whether or not you should be throwing down some shekels or not. And I got to say, to start week 1 of the NFL season with your Thursday night matchup between the Detroit Lions and the Kansas City Chiefs, it's a game that has some interesting wrinkles to it. Not only the defending Super Bowl champions and Patrick Mahomes being out on the field, taking on the North Bay's own Jared Goff, taking on the guy that likes to bite off people's kneecaps, Dan Campbell. And it's a Detroit Lions team that I think a lot of people have high hopes for this year in the NFC after nearly making the playoffs last year. Now, that's also a big reason why a lot of people are taking the Detroit Lions in the point spread. A point spread that has gone from 6.5 to 5.5 down to 4.5 this morning. And a big reason why that point spread has been shrinking down is because of this injury to Travis Kelce. Also can probably factor in the fact that Chris Jones, their star defensive lineman, still hasn't signed with the Chiefs. But the Travis Kelce injury is interesting on multiple levels because we know he hyperextended his knee just a couple days ago, Tuesday morning. And now they're talking about running him through pregame routines to see if he's able to go tonight. And as much as it's a great story for the Detroit Lions to be taking on the defending Super Bowl champions in week 1, as I said, I feel like a lot of people are taking the Lions plus the points. It's hard for me to bet against Patrick Mahomes. As a guy that's seen Patrick Mahomes light the world on fire the last 4 or 5 years now, I mean, I don't know if this guy's ever lost a week 1 matchup in his life. And I just don't see him losing to Jared Goff and the Detroit Lions. So I would not be surprised if the Kansas City Chiefs do go out and cover that spread tonight, win by a touchdown. That's probably the bet I'm looking at. And without Chris Jones, I'll probably be looking towards the over as well. So we can hop into the Thursday Night Football, get you your first Bobby Boucher best bet of the year before we start breaking down this weekend slate. But before we get into this weekend slate, we got to give those updates for you on Nick Bosa from Kyle Shanahan. Check in with a couple other guys in the locker room. I saw Trent Williams spoke. Fred Warner was celebrating. I think all these guys are celebrating. We saw Fred Warner in the 3rd preseason game get a sack, show off the money sign, and then do the shrug. Well, there's no more shrugs. The questions have been answered. We found out Nick Bosa's contract, 5-year extension, $170 million, $122.5 million guaranteed, $34 million per year. Nick Bosa gets the bag, and now we'll see if he goes for the sack record for the 49ers. I know he was close last year. We'll see how much improved he is this year, especially playing next to Javon Hargrave. I'm looking forward to seeing that lineup on the field this Sunday. But you know what I'm actually not looking forward to this Sunday? Sunday Night Baseball between the Giants and the Rockies, which is one of the weirdest matchups. I don't get why it's on Sunday Night Baseball. I don't know why anybody would want to watch these two teams on a national TV scale.
Does it really matter?
And I probably shouldn't be talking this way about a San Francisco Giants team that we broadcast all their games right here on 50,000 watts on KNBR, but you guys are all watching the same games as me, right? It's like I was joking with the show open. Dave snuck in some Giants highlights. I don't know how many more show opens I want with Giants highlights because it seems like game after game after game, they continue to lose. And I got to give a shout out to the legendary Greg Papa, who had a great riff, not only with us on the face-off yesterday with Murph and Mac, but he also did it with Tolbert and Copes. And he asked the question, what's going to happen first? Will Nick Bosa get signed or will the Giants win a game? Well, we found out that answer.
Sucks to lose.
Nick Bosa got signed yesterday. The Giants have still not won a game in the month of September. 6 games in a row now. It's hard to play baseball in October when you don't win any games in September. And now you're 2.5 games back in the wild card race. You're back to that 500 record. The gravitational pull is back for the San Francisco Giants. But hey, at least we got Kyle Harrison tomorrow night. At least we actually know who's pitching for the Giants and who will be on the bump. I'll be out there for Kyle Harrison and yes, Dave, for that drone show that also got canceled a couple months ago. We'll see how that plays out with the pigeons and the seagulls after the games. It'll probably end up like the rest of the Giants season, a disaster. But as I said, if we're going to talk Giants moving forward, maybe we'll start talking New York Giants. I know they got a matchup. What is it, Sunday night or Monday night against the Dallas Cowboys? We'll take a look around the entire NFL schedule and get you ready for the 49ers Week 1 matchup against the Pittsburgh Steelers. Football is back. Bosa is back. And the leadoff spot is back on the other side. It's Marcus Boucher on a Thursday morning where we're drinking at noon and we're not stopping all night until Thursday Night Football on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Because it's Thursday and it's past noon. Thursday is one of my days off. My off days, I start drinking at noon. You don't get to interrupt that.
Now they go into a pistol. Hurts a yard deep in the end zone. Going to move Miles Sanders to his right. Rides the mesh point, and he pulls it. Bosa's got him in the end zone, but he's able to come out of there to avoid the safety. Bosa, the end man there, took the quarterback, who should have probably given the ball to Miles Sanders. He pulled it, and Bosa was right there and almost came up with a game-changing safety.
Sorry for the scare. Hey, it's Gabe Kapler, and you're listening to the Leadoff Spot on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Here comes Bosa. Here comes Bosa. Here comes Bosa. It's the only thing that was going through my mind yesterday as I was pulling up to Levi Stadium, and I get the breaking news. And immediately, whether it was Adam Schefter or Ian Rappaport, the first voice that came to my head was Greg Papa saying, here comes Bosa, and he's coming back to San Francisco after signing a record deal. 5-year contract extension, $170 million, including $122.5 million guaranteed. That's $34 million per year, making him the highest paid non-quarterback in NFL history.
It's been a hell of a ride.
Eclipsing the deals of an Aaron Donald at $31.7 million, eclipsing Tyreek Hill at $30 million, and also eclipsing a guy you're going to see this weekend, TJ Watt, who makes around $28 million per year. And to me, if you're asking the water boy on a Thursday morning, Nick Bosa is worth every damn penny of that contract. Really, if you want to look over the last 3-4 years that he's been in the NFL, you can make the argument that the 49ers have been actually benefiting off his rookie contract value, and now he's getting paid for some of his past production. But now it's all going to be about his future production. So as great as it is that he won Defensive Player of the Year last year, led the NFL with 18.5 sacks, was really the most dominant force in the NFL, arguably, people are going to have even higher expectations for Nick Bosa now with this $34 million per year contract. But I also think Nick Bosa is a guy that's going to live up to those expectations. And I said this earlier when the move was made in free agency. With the addition of Javon Hargrave, we might be looking at a better Nick Bosa. You line up those two studs on the same side of the line, how are you going to block them both? How are you going to double team them both? I don't think you can. And that's why I don't think most teams are going to have much success stopping the two of them. Then if the rest of your defensive line pans out with your Eric Armsteads, who knows what's going to happen with Javon Kinlaw? What's going to happen with Cleve Farrell on the outside and Drake Jackson, your bookends? If they're going to take advantage of the one-on-one opportunities? Regardless, I still think you're going to get double-digit sacks from Nick Bosa. I know last year he got 18.5. I wouldn't be surprised if he's creeping up in that 20 range this year with the addition of Javon Hargrave, and it all starts this weekend against the Pittsburgh Steelers, and maybe a couple sacks against Kenny Pickett. But a lot has changed over the last 24 hours because, as I said earlier, yesterday morning, there was a lot of concern. There was a lot of speculation on whether or not Nick Bosa would sign the contract or if we were looking at an actual holdout situation where he could miss week 1, hell, maybe week 2 and week 3. Well, now we know all of those kind of conspiracies and thoughts can be thrown out the window. And we heard Nick Bosa on the rejoin apologize for the scare that he gave 49er fans. But I do think we got to recognize what John Lynch, what Parag, the entire 49ers front office, and Kyle Shanahan were able to do. They went out and they got the deal done. It might have taken longer than everybody expected, but at the end of the day, he got here before the season starts, and he's going to be in your lineup week 1. So let's go straight into the breaking news report. Here's what I heard yesterday as I was pulling into Levi Stadium.
Adam Schefter.
It was Adam Schefter who found his way into the inner circle of a Nick Bosa, even though the Bosa Brigade held their cards pretty close to their chest and didn't leak too much information about these negotiations. Here was Adam Schefter talking about the back and forth, what was going on yesterday morning before the contract, and what this contract means for Nick Bosa and the rest of the league.
The San Francisco 49ers and Nick Bosa reached agreement on a 5-year, $170 million deal that includes $122.5 million guaranteed. It makes Bosa the highest paid defensive player in NFL history. And the two sides get the deal done in time for Bosa to report and play Sunday in Pittsburgh against the Steelers. Now, here's the inside scoop behind the deal behind the deal. As of this morning, I was told there was quote-unquote huge gaps between the two sides. But clearly the 49ers had an offer on the table that was so great, that was so lucrative, that I'm going to guess here that Nick Bosa wanted to come in and get this deal done and wanted to play.
Yeah, I'd want to come in for $34 million also. But it is interesting to hear Adam Schefter, with his sources, talk about the quote-unquote
air quotes
big gap that was between the contracts of what Nick Bosa ultimately got,
Adam Schefter,
and maybe what the 49ers were holding out themselves for. Because there was a lot of discussion back and forth on whether or not he would get the TJ Watt-style contract of $28 million per year, or if he would get the Aaron Donald $31 million per year. Well, he got more than both of them. He got $34 million per year. And that's why I said it. In my opinion, I felt like Nick Bosa had most of the leverage in the negotiation power. Because as we explained to you with the CBA rules, with a guy coming off his rookie contract, if he's holding out, these teams are able to just kind of wipe away these fines with no real punishment for the guy that's holding out on these rookie contracts. Now, it's different than what Chris Jones is going through right now with the Kansas City Chiefs. He's 30 years old. He's already got one contract. He's looking for that second big deal. And so those fines are going to pile up, and he's going to have to pay them. The 49ers came out yesterday and said, yeah, we're waiving all those fines. No big deal. So Bosa's not going to be losing any of that money. And I think that's I'm not going to say that's what it came down to, whether it was the nickels and dimes, the back and forth, if the California tax had to come into play in any of it. But the bottom line is Nick Bosa was looking to reset the market, not just for himself, but for other guys around the league. We heard Michael Parsons check in yesterday, how excited he was. I know Brian Burns is looking for a contract right now. Myles Garrett, Max Crosby eventually. These are all guys that are going to benefit because of Nick Bosa. And we see it every single year at the quarterback position. One guy gets paid, lifts up the market for everybody else. It happened with Jimmy Garoppolo. It happened with Derek Carr. We've seen it with Deshaun Watson, Lamar Jackson, Patrick Mahomes. Justin Herbert just got paid out. Guess what? Joe Burrow's probably going to get a new contract in the next week or so. And it's going to be gigantic. Bigger than Nick Bosa. But again, there's not going to be another player outside of the quarterback position that's getting paid more money than Nick Bosa. And if you watch 49er games, you know how big of an impact he does have on these games. Again, since 2019 when he was drafted, when number 97 is on the field, the 49ers are 37-14. When he's not, they're 5-10. We saw what happened last year in that Falcons game. And that's why, to be honest with you, I was a little skeptical about this matchup against the Steelers this weekend if Nick Bosa was not on the field. But luckily for everybody who likes the 49ers, it sounds like Nick Bosa will be playing, and it sounds like there won't be too much of a snap restriction. Before we get into the actual snap count, here was Kyle Shanahan yesterday going back and forth with our own Matt Mayoko about when he found out about this news and if it was an actual possibility that Nick would not be playing this Sunday.
You literally just learned, or did you get the indication that things are getting closer and closer and it could pop at any second?
No, literally just learned. Yeah.
What was the first thing you thought of when you heard that news?
Since it was right before I came in here, it was, Corey, why are you wasting my time with these questions? Because they're not going to ask me these questions anymore. So that was it. And now I'm really excited to go out there and have some other thoughts, start talking to the coaches and things like that. But once this weekend ended, we kind of had to stop thinking that way. I mean, if you start half in, half out when you don't know, I mean, that can mess up a lot of the plans and things like that, get people in the wrong position. So we've kind of been just one track, just hoping it would work out, but ready for it not to. And the fact it did, obviously everyone knows how pumped we are.
And listen, you have to be prepared for all scenarios.
Obviously everyone knows how pumped we are.
That's why Kyle, that's why Steve Wilkes, that's why this 49ers defense was preparing to play without Nick Bosa. But vice versa, that's why Mike Tomlin and the Pittsburgh Steelers were preparing to face off against Nick Bosa. We played the sound for you yesterday from Mike Tomlin. We are preparing for Nick Bosa. Well, careful what you ask for, because now number 97 is going to be showing up in the building. That's no longer called Heinz Field. something after like a bank or a credit union or some BS like that, whatever you want to call it. Maybe Nick Bosa will hit them up for that $34 million per year at that new bank or that credit union. Here was Kyle Shanahan talking about how they all knew Nick Bosa was going to get the bag. They just had to be patient and wait for that contract to be signed.
I mean, yeah, I always want to get it done, and that's how we feel too. But I didn't get involved in this one at all. I try not to at all. We kind of had an idea it was going to be like this. I thought it would come to fruition sometime last week, and it didn't, which made me nervous, made me kind of move on with it just because I thought I had to. But, I mean, we all knew Nick was going to get rewarded like he did. I don't know the exact details of it, but I knew it would be like that eventually. Our organization did, and I think Nick did, and I'm just glad we got it worked out on everyone's side because we love Nick. I think he loves being here, and he's definitely earned this, and he's going to earn it going forward too.
Yeah, he's going to earn that contract, and honestly, he has earned it already. And that's why there really was no question of what he was going to get paid, in my opinion. We were all looking at that Aaron Donald contract. And hey, if you're the 49ers, you've got to try to plant your feet in the ground. You're going to try to get the best deal possible. I know there was people out there saying, why doesn't Nick Bosa take a hometown contract, a homegrown contract? I'll remind you, this is his first contract. This is his first opportunity to get the bag. And the NFL, yeah, you know, the league that stands for not for long, you got to take advantage of those opportunities. And now Nick Bosa's got generational money, just like his big brother, Joey Bosa. The Bosa brothers are set up for life, doing a little bit better than the Boucher brothers, as I mentioned earlier this morning. But I'm happy for Nick, and I think most people are. Now we just want to see him on the field. Now we just want to see him get sacks and lead what should be one of the best defenses in the entire NFL. Here was Kyle Shanahan going back and forth with Mike Silver yesterday about the snap count for Nick Bosa and how much he will be playing this weekend.
A realistic amount of snaps for Sunday.
How many snaps are in the game? I'm just joking. We got to see when he gets here. I know Nick will come in shape. I know he'll be good. It'd be great if he could get into something today. I don't know when he's going to get here or where he's flying from. But I mean, we'll be smart with it, and that'll be based off of these next 2.5 practices.
I love Kyle kind of working some jokes in there, like he's a comedian. How many snaps are we going to play? Ha, ha, ha. Just kidding. Kind of that deadpan humor from Kyle Shanahan yesterday.
How many snaps are in the game?
I like it.
Snaps are in the game.
I mean, this is the same guy that told us, I don't even know who's going to be alive on Sunday. Hell, I don't know how many snaps are going to be played on Sunday. But I do expect number 97 to be in there on pass rushing downs.
I can't guarantee that anybody in the world will be alive Sunday, so I can't guarantee who will be on our roster on Sunday. So that goes for all of us.
And that goes for Nick Bosa. But now we can guarantee that at least he'll be on the roster because he got paid. Now, he also was asked if there was any scenario where Nick Bosa does not play this Sunday and whether and how out of shape Bosa would have to be for that to happen. Here was Kyle with some more jokes yesterday at his press conference. Everybody's in a good mood. Nicky Bosa got paid. Here was Kyle Shanahan talking about the shape he expects Nick Bosa to show up in.
I mean, there is question because we haven't seen him, but I think you guys know how I'm talking. Like, you have to have a beer belly and be out of shape or something. That's not in Bosa's DNA.
No, I don't think that's in his DNA. Hell, we had him on for an interview one time. We offered him like Bob's Donuts. He was like, nah, I'm not into that. I'll just walk straight past the box, won't even look at it. It's not in his DNA at all. Again, I don't think he's going to turn into Ben Steeler from Dodgeball. Or shout out to someone on the Golden State Lumbers and Building Materials text line. I lost your text, but he's like, yeah, Marcus is basically saying that Bosa's going to show up looking like Fat Thor. For all my people in the Marvel universe out there. No, I don't think so. I think he's going to be showing up like a Jack Thor, and I think he's going to be dropping the hammer this weekend on Kenny Pickett and the Pittsburgh Steelers. And it's a guy that's going to be getting sacked for the next 5 years. That's something that's fantastic to think about. Being able to show up at Levi's and have a superstar, number 97, lining up each and every day. A reason for fans to show up. A reason for fans to pay $70 to $80 for parking and $20 for beer. It's for that Nick Bosa contract.
King Giants.
And that's why, again, I've got no problem with each and every dollar and penny that the 49ers spent and each and every penny and dollar that Nick Bosa is getting. Enjoy all $34 million of it. Your $122.5 million guaranteed. $170 overall, which I know is a lot of money. And it's led to questions about what's going to happen with the future of this 49ers roster. But I'll remind you again.
Only God knows.
It's a roster that, only God knows. Only Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch know. but it's a roster that they put together based around Brock Purdy, originally based around Trey Lance, two guys that are on rookie quarterback deals. Because you look around at the rest of the 49ers roster, Nick Bosa now the highest paid defensive end in the league. Christian McCaffrey is the highest paid running back in the league. Kyle Juszczyk is the highest paid fullback in the league. George Kittle, third highest paid tight end. Trent Williams, third highest paid left tackle. Fred Warner, third highest paid linebacker. Even Javon Hargrave, sixth highest paid defensive tackle, making $21 million per year. And then you throw in Deebo Samuel's contract, he's the seventh highest paid wide receiver in the NFL. And we also got to start thinking about Brandon Ayuk potentially getting paid next year. But all those numbers are available and possible for this 49ers cap space because Brock Purdy is making $934,000 this year. That's it. Mr. Irrelevant is making less than $1 million. Making less than Deion Sanders' kid at Colorado right now with his NIL deals. Making less than Arch Manning sitting as a backup at Texas. He's making like $30 million. Can you imagine how much money Caleb Williams is making right now at USC? And here's Brock Purdy, a guy that led the 49ers to the NFC Championship game last year, and he's making $934,000. But again, that's the strategy in the NFL. We've seen multiple teams do that. Build an all-star roster and then get a young quarterback to win with, and that's why you can go out and afford to pay guys like Nick Bosa. And again, credit to the 49ers front office and John Lynch. They were actually able to work out a few deals yesterday and clear $23 million in cap space by restructuring the contracts of George Kittle and Trent Williams. So, of course, that's going to be huge, not only for getting Nick Bosa in the building, but as I just mentioned, maybe paying Brandon Ayuk next year. But then again, there's going to be contract discussions to talk about once Brock Purdy is going to get paid in 2-3 years also. But those are things that we can think about in 2-3 years, and Nick Bosa will still be on the team. I kind of wanted to wrap up with Kyle Shanahan talking about how Nick Bosa is kind of the building block for this 49ers franchise and how he's going to be a part of this, the future of this team for the next 5 seasons.
I think it's huge. I feel like that's what we've been trying to do since we've gone here. And we've had some free agents that we've gone and paid for. I know we did Hargrave this year, and you go back to Mooney a couple of years ago. But for the most part, we got Trent in a trade who ended up getting that after being here a year. But that's the goal of how you want to do it. You want your players to see that. You hope you get the guys who play the right way and at a certain level, and you can reward them. And I think it started with, I want to go back to Fred and Deebo and Kittle and all those guys, and Nick was either the year after them, right? I think the year after, so I like to have one each year.
Yeah, and I'll take it each and every year, whether it's a trade for a Christian McCaffrey, a trade for a Trent Williams, or taking care of your homegrown superstars, giving out contracts to Fred Warner, Deebo Samuel, and now Nick Bosa is on that list, a guy that's going to be locked up for the next 5 years. We can stop talking about trade rumors. We can stop talking about his contract situation. Now we're going to be talking about results and talking about production for a team that a lot of people have Super Bowl expectations for. I remember when we spoke to Fred Warner a couple weeks ago down at Levi Stadium. He told the Murph and Mac show, it's Super Bowl or bust. And when I'm looking at that NFC conference, outside of teams like the Eagles, maybe throw the Seahawks in there, maybe consider the Dallas Cowboys a threat. 2 teams that the 49ers beat in the playoffs last year, and obviously one they lost against in the NFC Championship game. The conference is wide open. And so now is the window for the 49ers to make that push, to maybe make it back to Las Vegas this year for the Super Bowl. The season started in Las Vegas for their first preseason game of the year. Maybe it will end in Las Vegas. But how about on the other side, we talk about some of those Las Vegas odds and give you my picks for each division and who I think will be playing in those NFC and AFC championship games. Hell, who knows? Maybe we'll even throw out a Super Bowl prediction for you. Maybe sprinkle in a few MVP, Defensive Player of the Year props. We hit on Nick Bosa last year as our Defensive Player of the Year. I've got a few more bets lined up for you on the other side. And we'll get you ready for the start of the NFL season tonight, Thursday Night Football, before Week 1 on Sunday. It's September 7th, and number 97 is in the building. On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader. Yes. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Call up the Water Boy for Bobby Boucher's Best Bets, a reoccurring segment that will return tomorrow morning, getting you ready for week 1 of the NFL season. But I thought, since we have a few minutes this morning and we just spent about 45 minutes of the show talking about Nick Bosa's return to the 49ers, why not just give a general NFL breakdown before week 1 of the NFL season officially starts tonight? Thursday Night Football, the Kansas City Chiefs, your defending Super Bowl champions, will be hosting Jared Goff and the Detroit Lions. That game starts tonight at 5:20, and it's actually on NBC, Dave. It's not one of these Amazon Prime games, so I won't have to be yelling at my TV or trying to flip back and forth. But for all you San Francisco Giants fans, you're lucky. They're not playing tonight, so you can enjoy some Thursday Night Football. And as we mentioned earlier, Kyle Harrison is throwing on Friday, and the Giants will be on Sunday Night Baseball, but the New York Football Giants will be on Sunday Night Football. So let's get into some football talk, and I'll just give you real quick my division winners before we get to the Murph and Max show. And of course, we're going to start off with the NFC West. And surprise, surprise, I'm picking the San Francisco 49ers. Sorry for the scare. Yeah, this shouldn't be a scare to anybody. This is a team that dominated their division last year, beat the Seattle Seahawks 3 times, twice during the regular season, and 1 time for good measure in the postseason as well. And so I know the Seattle Seahawks, with Geno Smith being the comeback player of the year, with DK Metcalf, Tyler Lockett, drafting Jackson Smith and Jigba in the first round, with Kenny Walker, have a lot of talent on offense, and have quietly gotten better on defense, especially with the return of Bobby Wagner, who left the LA Rams. I still think the 49ers are a step above the Seahawks, and until they can prove to me that they can stop the 49ers run game, I don't have them as that big of a threat. So I've got the 49ers winning the NFC West, but I wouldn't be surprised if the Seattle Seahawks are one of the wild card teams. Now, I would be surprised if one of those wild card teams are the LA Rams or the Arizona Cardinals. The latest news with the Rams is that Cooper Kupp is not going to play this weekend. Still has that hamstring injury, I believe it is, lingering from last season. And Sean McVay said there's a real chance that he could end up on the IR and miss the first 4 games of the year. So their season is sailing in the wrong direction. And now they might find themselves in a Caleb Williams sweepstakes with the Arizona Cardinals, who are going to be the worst team in the NFL. And shout out to Caleb Williams' dad, who just in an interview who said, yeah, if we don't like the situation, maybe we'll just have Caleb stay in school for another year. We just got done talking about how he's making more money this year through his NIL deals than Brock Purdy's going to make quarterback in the San Francisco 49ers. But again, the Arizona Cardinals are a dumpster fire. Seems like the Rams are heading in that direction. And that's pretty much your quick summary of the NFC West. Now let's take a look at the NFC East, where, of course, you had the one team that edged out the San Francisco 49ers and the only team that actually has higher odds to win the conference than the 49ers, and that's the Philadelphia Eagles. They're plus 300 to win the NFC. Now, the 49ers are plus 400, and I think we all know how talented of a roster the Philadelphia Eagles are, and that's why I have them winning the NFC East. No shocks there, no surprises. Dallas Cowboys with Dak Prescott, moving on from Ezekiel Elliott. Michael Parsons trying to get that Nick Bosa contract, of course, are going to compete for a wild card spot. And since the NFC is not as stacked as the AFC, I do think that they have a chance to get in as a wild card contender. So maybe the 49ers will be squaring off against the Cowboys for the 3rd straight years in the playoffs. I'm not a huge believer in Danny Dimes, even though he got paid $40 million. I'm actually a bigger fan of the Nick Bosa contract than I am of the Danny Jones contract. And I don't think the Giants are going to have the same success they had last year. Maybe they'll flirt with the wild card position, but right now I have them out, and I'm not even going to mention the Washington Commanders because who really cares about the Commanders? Now moving on to the NFC North, a division that's pretty much wide open after Aaron Rodgers left and went to the New York Jets. A lot of people are getting hyped on Justin Fields and the Chicago Bears. DJ Moore coming over from the Carolina Panthers, giving him a number 1 wide receiver. And there's still a lot of love for Kirk Cousins after the quarterback special came out on Netflix. Him talking about, you like that? You like that? No, I've never really liked Kirk Cousins too much, and that's why I'm picking the Detroit Lions to win the NFC North. I like what Dan Campbell is doing with that squad. I like the draft picks they made with Jamar Gibbs. I thought Aiden Hutchinson was really good last year on that defensive line. You'll get a chance to see the Detroit Lions tonight trying to cover that 4.5-point spread against the Kansas City Chiefs. And then to go down to the NFC South to wrap it up real quick, you know where I'm going. I'm going down to New Orleans. I'm going with Derek Carr and the New Orleans Saints. This is an NFC South division that might be even more wide open than the NFC North. Because you look at the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, who won the division last year with an 8-9 record. An 8-9 record. And that was with Tom Brady. Tom Brady's gone. It's Baker Mayfield now. And now Mike Evans is trying to get out of town. Now Chris Godwin sounds like he doesn't want to play there. I'm not picking the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. I'm not taking the Carolina Panthers. And I'm not taking the Atlanta Falcons. So that means I'm taking Derek Carr and the New Orleans Saints. I think they win their division and get into the playoffs. It's the best defense that Derek Carr's ever played with in his life. And hell, he's got a lot of former Raiders surrounding him down in New Orleans as well. I think Derek Carr has a really good year. And those are my picks for the NFC. Dave, I know we only got a few minutes real quick, so I'll just kind of rifle through these AFC predictions. Of course, in the AFC West, everybody's looking at the Kansas City Chiefs. You're defending Super Bowl champions. I think really the LA Chargers can maybe push them for supreme kind of leadership in that conference. I'm still not sold on Russell Wilson and the Broncos, even though I do think they will be better this season than they were last year with Nathaniel Hackett bringing in Sean Payton. Maybe they'll get a bounty system going and the Broncos will actually win some games. Hell, and then I don't even want to talk about the Raiders, Dave. We can do a whole 5-10 minutes on the Raiders. I think they're going to be stuck in that like 6 to 8 win range, which means they'll be bad enough to miss the playoffs, but not bad enough to get Caleb Williams with the number 1 overall pick. So it'll be a lost season for the Raiders. And then just moving through real quick, the AFC South, it's the Jacksonville Jaguars. It's Trevor Lawrence. It's the team that came back down 27-0 against the Chargers last year in the playoffs. No real competition there between the Titans, Colts, and Texans. But the AFC North and the AFC East, man, boy, oh boy, are these loaded conferences. Whether it's the Cincinnati Bengals and Joe Burrow being ready to play this weekend, whether it's the Baltimore Ravens and Lamar Jackson getting a new offense coordinator, bringing in Odell Beckham Jr., I think quietly Lamar Jackson could be in the MVP conversation this year if he improves those passing numbers. I like the Ravens to maybe push the Bengals for that spot in the AFC North. I think both of them are getting into the playoffs, one as a winner, one as a wild card team. And then, hell, you can even make the argument that the Steelers and the Cleveland Browns, with all the talent they have, could be pushing for a wild card spot also, but it's going to be tough in that division or just in that conference in general. Look at the AFC East with the Bills, the Dolphins, and the Jets. All 3 teams that could make the playoffs. I got to ride with the Buffalo Bills because nobody circles the wagons like the Buffalo Bills. I'm a big Josh Allen fan. I do think that the younger Cook brother, James Cook, is going to have a breakout season this year for the Bills. We all know what's going on in New York with Aaron Rodgers and the Jets. They've got a great defense. They've got great weapons. Had the offensive rookie of the year, the defensive rookie of the year last year. They could get into the playoffs as a wild card team, maybe push the Bills to win that conference. And then, of course, you got Mike McDaniels and the Dolphins. I think their season relies on the health of a Tua Tagovailoa. And then I know Bill Belichick's out there with the Patriots, but I'm not a Mac Jones believer, so blank the Patriots, Dave. I see you saying it behind the glass. I agree, but those are my division winners, my picks. I threw in a Lamar Jackson MVP prediction. How about our guy Max Crosby winning Defensive Player of the Year this year? It's a hot take. I'm throwing it out there. But as I mentioned, we did hit on Nick Bosa winning Defensive Player of the Year last year. And I got a strong feeling we're going to be talking about Nick Bosa a lot over the next 4 hours with Murph and Max. So we'll make the connection on the other side and get you ready for the morning show. It's the Waterboy Marcus Boucher on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Jackpot, baby!
Catch KNBR at your crib on your Amazon Echo smart speaker. Now back to the leadoff spot on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
Oh, right at the buzzer. The leadoff spot ends right before the Murph and Mac show.
What do you give me for you and Bosa?
Nick Bosa and the contract coming in the final minutes. Nick Bosa has got paid. The eagle, or should I say the small bear, has landed.
Did you see the Raj Mathai pictures on Facebook?
Well, I saw the video that the 49ers posted, and there's some audio of Nick Bosa saying, sorry for the scare.
Okay, that was it.
Let's
That's
go
what Dave
win
was
some
playing,
games.
huh?
Yeah, that's the sound that we played from Bosa this morning.
That was great sound. I was wondering what was wrong.
Sorry for the scare.
Sorry for the scare,
That was
boys.
last night,
That
huh?
was last night. Bosa landed.
He took a private jet.
Oh, of course.
Or as the kids call it, a PJ.
A PJ.
Yeah,
Well, you know what? He can afford it. He can afford the private
I think
jet.
that's
I don't
on
think he's
Jed's
ever.
dime.
Yeah, I don't think he's ever flying commercial again, Paulie.
There he is right
Why
there,
would he?
yeah.
There's our guy.
Yeah, there he is.
Nick Bosa.
By the way, looking tan and happy.
Here
Might be
comes Bosa.
Yeah.
Maybe the greatest advantage of being in that like upper echelon tax bracket is no more commercial flights.
No.
Chop, where's my pilot? Get him out here.
Never again.
Keep your shoes on and keep your belt on.
That's what it's all about. There's no, totally right. There's no
Yeah, no
screening. There's no
security
nothing.
checks,
Yeah,
nothing. No
all aboard.
pat-downs.
All aboard.
The inhumanity. Well, yeah, and
Well, we
that's
beat the drums yesterday. We beat
did.
those damn drums.
I think it was the phone calls. I think it was Tim from Manteca.
I think it was the phone call.
Tim from Manteca saying he couldn't sleep.
You think
Murphy-
Nick Bosa's like they're sleepless fans
Are
out
you-
in San Francisco?
I think it was Mitch from New Jersey. He turned the tide.
I thought it was Scarecrow.
It was Scarecrow.
Yeah, it could've been
Scarecrow. This is the price you got to pay. This is the admission. And John's like, I want a ticket to the Super Bowl.
How great would that be?
I want to pay this guy.
Nick Bosa goes to the podium. I want to thank Scarecrow.
Sorry for the scare.
Motivating
Scarecrow.
me.
I want Tim from Manteca to get a good night's sleep. Yeah. Well, listen. Could you see Shanahan just like glowing?
Oh,
up there?
dude, he floated across the room.
He was riffing at the press conference yesterday, talking about Bosa showing up with a beer belly and whether or not he was going to play a full snap count. Everybody's in a good mood. Bosa's back.
You just look at the video. Like I posted a little video on the Twitter, and you don't even need to listen to his audio. His body language.
That's all you need.
Is totally different.
That's all you need.
That
Just the
sparkle
body.
in his eye. Yeah.
Now I think they beat the Steelers on
Now
Sunday.
let's go
Here
play
we
some
go.
football.
Here
Yeah.
we go. Week 1 right around the corner, and it starts tonight, boys.
It does.
Sorry for the scare.
Football is
Nicky.
back in our life.
All is forgiven,
The
Nicky.
Sunday scaries are gone.
Come on back.
And on the Thursday forecast in my pool, I took the Lions in 6.5.
Look at Murph. That
Yeah,
boy.
yeah.
Little Marin County
Well, it opened
pride.
at 6.5, and now I think it's down to 4.5.
Down to 4.5.
So in the pool I'm in, you get the opening line. And the opening line was 6.5. So that means the money poured in on the Lions.
And it's moved a lot since the Travis Kelce news, but now they're saying Kelsey's going to be out there for pregame warmups, is going to try to give it a go tonight.
I'm a little worried now that the money poured in on the Lions, because when that happens, that means the Chiefs cover.
Yeah, you got to zig when everybody's zagging. It's hard to get a bet against Patrick Mahomes. And tonight he takes on Jared Goff, the guy out of Marin County, North Bay. We'll see how the North Bay kid does today, and we'll see how the new Bay Area kid, Nick Bosa, plays under that new $34 million contract. We'll talk all about it all morning long with a great guest list. And it starts in just a few minutes, so I should tell you that you are listening to KNBR AM and FM in San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus Media station, and the Murph and Mac Show on Nick Bosa Day starts right now.
Good morning, and welcome to the KNBR Morning Show with Brian Murphy and Paul McCaffrey on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
We love to play the what do you give me for game, the lookalikes or the similar situations.
It's a fun game.
What do you give me for the energy surrounding what do you give me for the energy surrounding Nick Bosa and the Niners? And the energy surrounding Gabe Kapler and the Giants. -10? Can there be a -10?
There's no numerical measurement for that. There really isn't.
I mean, we got one team soaring with the private jets and all this, and you got the other guys.
Coach is smiling, yeah.
Getting their asses kicked all over Chicago. Coming home 70-70. So let's turn this ship towards Santa Clara, everybody, and focus on them 49ers. Paulie, where were you when you got the news?
I was actually watching the Giant game. I was in the middle of watching that ass kicking you just referenced. And then I was sitting on my couch, and the text just started coming.
From Greg Silver?
I got in fact, I think that was the first time I had heard it was Greg. Yeah,
he was trying to overcome.
Actually, yeah, because then I went online and it hadn't been posted yet when Greg sent that text.
Well, Schefter had. Well, you're not on Schefter's Twitter.
No, but he sent the Schefter tweet. Then I went to ESPN. It wasn't up on ESPN yet, but then within a few minutes, it was everywhere.
For me, that was my nap time.
Oh, were you asleep?
Frequently, anytime
you were
news
better
breaks
off.
between, well, no, but I woke up at 12:43.
What was the score at
I was
that point?
stirring, and then all of a sudden Greg texted at 12:44. I was wondering if like the heavens woke me up. They're like,
maybe.
Wake up. Murphy, like I'm doing the Bosa. Baker, wake up. They kind of nudged me. So the first thing I did was grab my phone, and there was the text.
We call them Bosa's Angels. Yeah. Bosa's
Seriously.
Angels came and visited Murph.
Bosa's Angels.
Well, I was sitting there just like in a almost like a trance, just getting to watching another day and another giant ass kicking. So that text came at a really good time. It kind of changed the whole energy of the state that I was in. Just watching the Giants just get bludgeoned.
Yeah, and then immediately saw Kyle take the podium, and just you don't see Kyle smile much.
Not like that. No,
He was
man.
grinning.
He couldn't contain his joy.
Live look at a guy who just became a way better coach. You know what I mean? And all of a sudden his coaching credentials just went through the roof there. So, Paulie, I'm almost thinking every segment today. Every segment. Because they tell us the audience changes every 15 minutes. People in and out of their cars, in and out of their kitchens, in and out of their whatevers. So, yeah, man, why don't you bring out the
You want me
cakes?
to get the acoustic out? Yeah.
Well, John Lynch loves it.
John Lynch loves it, and we love it, too. Way to go, Nikki. Welcome back.
Baker, you good?
We got him in the draft round 1, you know. Then we drank champagne, and we toast our guy, Nicky Bosa.
You good?
B-O-S-A Bosa.
I do have my birthday.
I walked up to him, and I threw him a glance. I asked him his name, and in the 3-point stance, he said, a Bosa.
You good?
A B-O-S-A Bosa. A Bosa.
Baker, you good? Time to get back to work. Thank you.
Are you ready for every segment? Ready?
Yeah, sure, man. As much as you need.
Always enjoy the image of you asking him his name in the 3-point stance.
Yeah,
He
threw him a
answers.
glance, yeah.
Well, they feel great. So a couple things to know. Okay,
Yeah.
5 years, $170 million. It's hilarious.
Well, I'll
by the
take
way,
care of
right?
it. That'll do it. Yeah.
$34 million average annual value is, of course, the highest for a defensive player, actually for a non-quarterback ever. You know what's interesting? I read that in terms of quarterbacks, it places him between the 14th and the 15th guy, just behind Jared Goff. You believe that Jared Goff makes more dough than Nick Bosa? It's like, I mean, listen, we all love Jerry Goff and the crew, but
Mamas raise your sons to be QBs.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying?
I was going to say here. Oh yeah, he's between Cousins and Goff.
Yeah.
I guess he's right behind Cousins, and he's actually just ahead of Goff.
Yeah.
Goff's at 33.5, Cousins at 35. Yeah, Cousins and Goff are like, man, we're in Bosa's company. Damn, we did something right. Okay, so there's number one, $34 million. Ready for this? $122.5 million guaranteed. That's what it's all about, the guaranteed money. And ready for this, Paulie?
Go ahead.
According to Eric Branch of the Chronicle, a $50 million signing bonus.
Yes, sir.
So the dude that landed last night and said, sorry for the scare, just got $50 million direct deposited.
Well, you know what? He's earned that bank, man. I mean, this is the thing. This is the NFL now, and you got to get your maximum value when you can, however you can. And I'm glad he did. He deserves to get paid.
Yeah, he does, for sure. I read once some athlete, who was it? It was like a tennis player or a golfer, who actually spoke about the moment of checking their balance online.
Oh, it must be overwhelming because your life is,
when it hit. Like when the gummy hits, like when the account hits.
Seeing a lot of zeros in there, man.
Hey, quick digression.
Yeah, what do you need?
Jimmy Buffett. I meant to tell you this over the weekend. In McCartney's thing.
Yes.
Dude, McCartney said that he and Buffett had just recorded a song that's going to be released. Actually, it's supposed to be released tomorrow.
Yeah.
Called My Gummy Just Kicked In.
I got to tell you the truth.
McCartney and Buffett.
I feel like I should get a writing credit on that one. I mean,
is that about you at Sound Summit Saturday?
It could be, yes.
So anyway, yeah, he gets that. He gets, listen to some of these stats too, Paulie. 18 and a half sacks, 48 quarterbacks hits, the most in the NFL since 2015. Okay, he's one of only 10 players in league history to win the Rookie of the Year and Defensive Player of the Year awards, and also one of 3 players since 1982 when sacks became an official statistics to have at least 15 sacks in consecutive seasons before turning 26.
Oh, he's the real deal, man. I mean, you're not going to see a pass rusher like him. I don't know that we ever have seen a pass rusher like him. We've seen some great ones, and we've seen some great ones even recently. Like, I mean, Alden Smith comes to mind his rookie year. He was just a phenomenal presence out there. Helped a lot by Justin Smith, obviously, getting double teams and all that. But Nicky Bosa is so unique. The speed and the strength that he brings and his commitment, like he is just a ferocious presence, and he's something that every opposing coach has to really contend with. So this is a great day if you're a Niner fan.
Yeah, and he didn't, apparently by the video of him getting off the plane and the pictures, did not have the beer belly.
No,
that
I'm
Kyle
not surprised.
Shanahan feared.
No, I'm not surprised.
Feared it,
I didn't expect he would.
And I got to say this. Listen, Jed York, for a long time, was a target, and
you said yesterday he was starting to rise again.
He was, and they stepped up. They stepped up.
And when you say starting to rise, you know what I kept picturing? Like, you know, in Apocalypse Now, when Martin Sheen comes out of the water at the end, he's got all that paint on. You see the eyes. Let me see if I can do it with the screen.
Paint.
I'm going to try a little performance art piece right now. There's the camera, Murph. It'll be like this.
Okay, here it is right now. Hang on. Here.
That kind of vibe. You know what I mean? That's how I felt like Jed trying to rise. How did it go on the screen? I don't know what it looked like.
Very good.
Okay,
dude.
good.
Very
Yeah.
good.
Because when Martin Sheen comes up, bro, you get this like, damn. Well, we're in Nam now.
Right. So he stepped up. Parag. John Lynch got it done. We'll have Lynch tomorrow. He'll be happy. And now the Niners are back to being Super Bowl contenders.
Let's go, Niners. We got a ball game on Sunday.
We'll talk about it all morning long, obviously, and start talking 49ers Steelers. It was great to get going with Bill Hillgrove yesterday with the Steelers.
Billy Hargrove?
No, don't do that. Don't get
No.
that in my head. All right, guys. And happy we're never talking about the Giants ever again day, by the way.
It's Liberation
You have
Day.
a card? Like, congratulations. You're never talking about the Giants again.
Marcus was saying he don't want
Hallmark card you can get with the envelope and stuff.
On that note, I heard Marcus had forbidden any, from this day forward, any Giant highlights in the show up. He's like, I don't want them anymore.
I saw John Shea called it the Paul of Gloom tour.
No, it ain't pretty, bro.
So, anyway, congrats to the Giants for never being in our lives ever again. By the way, I got a great tweet from a guy, Richard, on my Twitter account. He
Shout
said,
out, Richard.
Farhan would not have signed Bosa. He would have let him go and instead signed a guy from the Canadian Football League with a history of injuries. I was like, you know what? That's where we're at.
Yeah,
That's where we're at. All right, we'll get the guest list on the other side. Say good morning to Marcus, who has banned Giants highlights from his opens. And look who's back tossing a baseball in the rectangle up there. Tripoli. Tripoli is back. Tripoli doesn't stand for the Giants fielding yesterday, by the way. Yeah, they're kicking it around. They're doing everything they can, too. So welcome back, Tripoli. He's tossing a baseball that he got in Chicago at an Airbnb he rented right outside the left field wall at
I
Wrigley
saw that.
Field.
Pretty gangster.
So batting practice balls were flying past his stoop. And where he was maybe rolling one and drinking one.
I would expect so.
Yeah. Which is what you do, I guess, when you're young. All right, we'll be right back on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Sorry for the scare.
San Jose, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Jose's sports leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Here comes Bosa. Nick Bosa set a contract record for the highest paid non-quarterback in NFL history. So to read all about the new contract details for number 97, check out that story and more trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Do you want to pay less taxes this year? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT.
Okay, buddy. All right.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
The San Francisco 49ers and Nick Bosa reached agreement on a 5-year, $170 million deal that includes $122.5 million guaranteed. It makes Bosa the highest paid defensive player in NFL history. And the two sides get the deal done in time for Bosa to report and play Sunday in Pittsburgh against the Steelers. Now, here's the inside scoop behind the deal behind the deal. As of this morning, I was told there was, quote-unquote, huge gaps between the two sides. But clearly the 49ers had an offer on the table that was so great, that was so lucrative, that I'm going to guess here that Nick Bosa wanted to come in and get this deal done and wanted to play.
Sorry for the scare. Let's go win some games.
Oh, man. Great stuff from Marcus the Wata Boy Boucher with the Pro WCW walkout music, is that right?
So this right here is the son of Vince McMahon, Shane McMahon, a.k.a. Money McMahon, and this is his walkout song, Here Comes the Money.
Is the son of Vince McMahon welcomed in the pro wrestling community?
Oh, yeah. He's a huge part of it. Dude, he'll get out there for, like, Hell in a Cage match and, like, jump off the top. Like,
Sure.
Shane McMahon is in it.
He's not like Smales' grandson or whatever, just like everybody just hates him. He's picking his nose, eating boogers and all that. And no.
Well, he's a great
What's that
heel
kid's name?
in the wrestling community.
What was
You
it?
want people who are hated.
Thank you. Spalding.
Yeah,
Spalding.
I would have thought. Well, that's great. And by the way, how about Schefter saying there were huge gaps?
Yeah, that's what we've been hearing.
Does that mean that, again, it was the Murph and Max show of a Wednesday that Lynch listened to? He goes, we got to do this.
Well, you know what's so funny, too?
Manteca's not sleeping. I got to do this.
And
thing.
how funny is it, too, that yesterday we're talking to Tim Ryan, we're talking to all these different guys, everybody's like, he could sign any moment. The guy could be on a plane right now. Like, that was always the possibility, and
Tim
it turns
Ryan
out.
told us he checked his phone. He kept checking his phone every minute.
Yeah.
And it turns out it was Greg Silver who checked his phone who told us. Is that how you found out the Greg Silver text?
Actually, I saw the Schefter tweet right before Greg Silver sent it over to me.
There you go.
So I scooped Greg Silver.
Okay, yeah. You didn't send it on to the group, though.
I did not know because
How dare you.
I was trying to get into Levi's Stadium when I found out the news. I was trying to break
enough.
in to go see Nick Bosa myself.
You had one security guard who was fired. Another one was in Mexico.
Oh, dude. It was a mess yesterday at Levi's Stadium. I know they had bigger concerns, a.k.a. Nick Bosa getting into the building than the water boy trying to get in.
And here in that intro, I asked just in a philosophical way, what is money anyway? What is it? Is that I'm kidding. How great is it to have $50 million in your bank account?
I
right?
wouldn't know.
Oh, my God.
I'm not sure.
And it's all about the private jet. And it was kind of hard to hear that little. I would recommend everybody go to the 49ers Twitter page. I just retweeted it on my page. It really, truly is some of the vintage Bosa yet again. Like everything he does is vintage Bosa.
Sorry for the scare.
Sorry for the scare.
What a great line, right?
Yeah,
What a great line.
yeah.
He comes
And
on-
it was a scare. It really was a true formidable scare.
His entire message lasts about 8 seconds.
Hey,
He's
man.
standing outside the private jet. It's late at night.
Yeah.
I don't know when they posted that thing. Is there a timestamp
You
on
could
it?
barely hear him over the jet engines.
By the way, he's dressed very simply, black T-shirt.
Yeah, way to go, Nick. You're
And
looking
he's
good.
just-
Looking good.
He looks tan and
Well,
happy.
it's shooting up at him, too, so he looks huge.
And he raises his arms out. He goes, I'm back, baby. And then he says, sorry for the scare.
Yeah.
And then he says, let's go win some games. And then he gets in the limo, gets in the Range Rover and drives off.
And also, you never forget. I don't know that I've ever seen a killer athlete where his personality is so at the other end of the space. He's like a little pussycat when he's off the field. Hey man, how's it going? Oh, sorry man. And you see him on the field.
Mike Tyson, maybe with that soft.
Nicky's even more chill though.
That soft voice of his. But yeah, there's something about this. Let's be honest, it's a stoner vibe, right?
Well, I was going to say he might have had a credit on that new Jimmy Buffett song too about the gummy kicking in. Yeah,
McCartney, Buffett, and Bosa.
Yeah, not a bad team.
My gummy just kicked
not a bad
in.
Team.
Yeah. All right. Well, it's everybody's happy. Everybody's giddy.
Yeah,
and
they should be.
And the assumption is, this speaks to this guy's character, that the assumption is he's going to step right in and play at a high level.
Going to go right back at you, Murphy. You were throwing this at me yesterday. You said, Paulie Mack, can the Niners win without Nick Bosa in Pittsburgh? I said, yeah, maybe they could. But I'm going to throw it back at you now with Nick Bosa. Murph, will the Niners perform on Sunday?
Now, are you giving a preview of the Friday football forecast?
I'm beating those drums, man. I'm beating those drums.
Well, here's my simple answer. I'm in that pool. I'm trying to win money every week. And if Bosa didn't play, I was going to take the Steelers in the points.
Wow.
I really was.
Wow.
And with Bosa play, it's that much of a difference.
And what are the points right now?
Well, it's got down to 2.5.
Okay.
Is it going to go back up to 3 now?
I would assume
Probably.
so. I wouldn't be surprised if it goes to 3 and a hook, Murphy.
Yeah, maybe,
it's all the way up to 3.5.
Because there's Niner fans. Because really what they're doing is they're trying to make the most money off of fans, right?
Correct.
And so Niner fans are probably going to be giddily betting on the Niners. So that I would bet it'll bump up. Let's see if Action Network has anything. I mean, that's the way those boys work, right? They just they rig the system to make themselves money. I was a young man, Paulie, once when I was with an older pal. He was a few years older than me. We were in Vegas.
All right.
And I got beat again, and he said. He put his arm around me. He goes, Murph, the house always wins. He said, that's why it's always open.
Now, Murph, don't get mad, but I got to do
Never
this.
Forgot those words.
You can't open that door. Did you just say when you were a younger man?
Yes.
Okay, so I got to sing the song then. When Murph wore a younger man's clothes.
Yeah, I'll take it.
I had to do it.
I'll take it.
Yeah.
He's still going at Madison Square Garden. Wait a minute. According to Action Network, it's down to 2. I'm on the Action. Okay.
So
are you kidding me? I'll take the Niners and lay 2.
Yeah,
win by a field goal and
Happily.
clear by a point.
So I hope it doesn't come down to a field goal.
By Jake Moody field goal.
I know. Oh, jeez.
So anyway, that was awesome. And the stats are fantastic. All those stats about him. And by the way, the interesting thing on that stat about the 15 sacks or more before the age of 26. This is according to the Chronicle here. Let me open up my newspaper here. It's he's the first one of 3 players since 1982 when sacks became official to have at least 15 sacks in consecutive seasons before turning 26. The other players to do that, you ready?
Go.
Richard Dent doesn't get nearly enough love, by the way.
Hall of Famer, yeah.
By the way, forever 49er.
Good call.
He signed for the Niners in 94, got hurt immediately and never played. He did hurt. He was in the Kansas City game. He hurt Kenny Norton's leg.
Great call,
and
man.
Then, dude, you ready for this one, Brad? This one's from me and Paulie. Andre Tippett. Do you remember him?
Black belt in karate. I do remember.
And the deal
he
was
on the 85
Howard Cosell was like, it's not Tippett, it's Tippett. And he played for the New England Patriots. And it kind of an overlooked.
He was kind of the AFC Lawrence Taylor for a couple of years. Yeah.
Andre Tippett.
Yeah, he was a monster.
Dude,
he wore 56.
When's the last time anybody? I think Tippett. That might be the first time we've ever mentioned him on the show.
Although I think they got a poster of him up in Santarpio's, right next to Mike Eruzione. Yeah,
maybe back when the Pats were nothing.
Yeah,
but we got Tippett. Yeah.
Trivia question, real quick for bonus points. You remember the quarterback of the Pats at Super Bowl scare?
It was Tony Eason.
Yes, dude. Nice.
Jeez, I got one.
Well, they got smoked too. The Bears just took a leak all over him.
I remember watching that in my dorm room. So
46-10, something like that.
Dent, Tippett, Bosa. That's pretty good.
Yeah.
So, anyway, Waterboy, and as you said, very on point this morning. This is what the Raiders did not do with Khalil Mack.
No.
Look at you guys.
Well, dude, yesterday when we took a few callers.
Thanks, John Gruden.
And I get it. You get different opinions. And when we open up the mics, people are going to come in with their hot takes. But there was a lot of people talking about, trade Nick Bosa. Get your first-round picks that you gave up for Trey Lance.
No, thank you.
And I was like, I've been down this path before. I've seen a generational pass rusher. I've seen a defensive player of the year. And Khalil Mack was a defensive end and an outside linebacker.
Not giving up Nick Bosa.
The Raiders
That's
got
silliness.
3 first-round draft picks. 2 of them aren't even in the league anymore.
Yeah.
It all sounds good in theories, but you have Nick Bosa.
Nick Bosa's
drafted him. You know what he is. You know how big of a leader he is in that locker room.
He's a generational
Pay the man
talent.
and let him play. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
you don't give up on players like that.
No.
I said every segment. Do you want to do that? Do you want to?
Absolutely not.
No, I said every segment. Do you want to do?
Oh, back to the jukebox. Yeah, sure.
By the way, as you cue it up, I love 623 saying the sound of Murph opening up that newspaper is so old school gangster.
Hey, man, it makes two of us.
Listen to that, buddy.
Yeah.
Listen to that.
I try to do that away from the mic because it's so loud. I know, it's crazy. But while you open your paper, let's go back to the box. Yeah, celebrate them, embrace them.
Baker, you good?
We got him in the draft round 1-0, you know. Then we drank champagne and we toast our guy Nicky Bosa.
You good?
B-O-S-A Bosa.
I do love my birthday.
I walked up to him and I threw him a glance. I asked him his name and in the 3-point stance he said a Bosa.
You good?
A B-O-S-A Bosa. A Bosa.
Baker, you good? Time to get back to work.
Thank you.
He says, I do love my birthday. Wait, we had him on as player of the week one day and it was his birthday. That's where that all comes from. We're like, hey, man, it's your birthday. He goes, yeah. And we said, what goes on? He goes, well, my mom called. I think that's the root of that guy saying he's a mama's boy. Because he was on his day. He goes, well, my mom called and yeah, she used to make me cakes. It was great. And then we said, well, it's great. He goes, yeah, I do love my birthday. Well, here's another stat for you. I thought this one would catch your eye.
Okay.
Most postseason sacks in 49er history.
That's incredible.
8.
That's incredible.
That's postseason. I thought that would get you.
You got other names on that list? Just out of curiosity. Wow, that's really. I mean,
look that up. But he has the most postseason sacks.
Got to get this guy back to a Super Bowl. Then we got to put a ring on his hand.
Yeah,
Nick Bosa. Really, for real.
That happened. All right. Speaking of which, John Bosa, the man who probably orchestrated the whole deal, joins Papa and Len later today at 12:10.
All right.
Tune in for that interview on The Sports Leader. By the way, as Waterboy points out, John Bosa, the top 2 paid players defensively in the NFL, Nick 1, Joey 2.
Nice.
$34 million, $27 million.
The Bosa dynasty,
Waterboy
man.
had a line. He goes, he's got a brother, Michael. He said this morning, his mom's waking up, said, Marcus, what are you and Michael doing?
Yeah, boys. The Bosa brothers are doing a little bit better than the Boucher brothers.
It starts with the B-O. B-O, and then it changes from there.
And then
Boucher.
and then it changes and then it ends there. It ends there. If it doesn't change there, it ends there.
925 says, how can he be a leader if he was not voted a captain? Well, he wasn't on the team when they voted for the captains. There was a chance he was going to hold out. How do you vote for a guy captain when he's going to be in Miami?
Yeah, in Absentia. Yeah.
All right, get the guest list going on what is it?
Today's a Thursday.
Oh, yeah, that's why we're in a good mood.
NFL football premiere night.
Thursday, 9/7/23.
How's the artwork on the guest list today?
Say bye-bye to the Giants, by the way. Say bye-bye. So as I said on Twitter yesterday, I think the Giants are trying to tell us something.
You're telling me to play Bosa every segment. I'm going to continue to tell Marcus I'm going to need at least one wake me up when September ends until the Giants win a ball game. Because, this is getting crazy now. What is it, the 7th?
And by the way, just look at their body language. Is that a team that I said...
Oh, dude, no, they look fatigued.
Well, I said most teams are supposed to want to run through a wall for their leaders, for their manager, their GM. I said these guys would rather take the stairs. You know what I mean? They're running through no walls here.
I mean...
I don't have to tell you. They ain't buying what Gabe's selling. Whatever Gabe's selling, they ain't buying. Because they're dead men walking.
What's
They're dead men walking.
Don't even get me going. I know.
Farhan wouldn't say, but he wouldn't sign Bosa. He'd sign the guy from the CFL with the injury.
I found some other guy no one's heard of. Yeah,
exactly. So anyway, what do we got?
All right. Well, we'll try to avoid talking about the San Francisco Giants because it is September 7th, which is also 9/7 on your calendar. So we'll be talking a lot about number 97. That's Nick Bosa this morning with Greg Cosell making his return to the Murphy Mac Show this morning.
Welcome back, Greg.
We had him on at the draft, and we did tell him about your gigs with the Freestone Peaches, right?
Yeah, he was down with that too. He's an old school rocker.
Yeah, we'll check in with one of our favorites, Greg Cosell. 6:50 this morning to hear that chuckle. Then we will talk some Giants baseball, or maybe we can get Sean Estes' opinion on Nick Bosa at 7:35 to kick off your power hour today on a Thursday.
Estes, remind me to ask him, because I always forget by the time we get to the things in my brain. What is it like when they hear the phrase, quote unquote, he lost the team? You hear that phrase in sports?
Yeah, that's a bad, you don't want to hear that phrase.
Has Gabe lost the team? Has Gabe lost the team? Looks that way. And I'm wondering what are the telltale signs of a team that has stop trying.
Really? Is that what you imagined?
Seriously, buddy. I mean, honestly, I wonder about their job security, but I think Greg Johnson is just such a he's not a bold dude. He's not going to go out there. He doesn't want to make bold moves like this. I understand if his argument was, listen, dude, stability. We need stability. We need to keep running this like the Steelers and Tomlin.
Yeah,
you know?
but Murph, when something's not working, I don't know that stability
they would say we're in the hunt. That's what they would say. We're in the hunt.
Yeah.
And that the young kids are coming up.
Yeah.
Joey Bart made good contact yesterday on a sack fly.
He did. I saw it.
Casey Schmidt's up to 207, guys.
Casey Schmidt is the bright spot.
207.
Casey Schmidt. And he also had a really incredible throw from third base, like in the 7th or the 8th. He went across the diamond against his body. Nice play.
We'll talk about some of the kids and Kyle Harrison pitching tomorrow night, Friday night against the Colorado Rockies. We'll talk about that with Sean Estes today, 7:35. Do our big hit talking about Nick Bosa, of course. Check in with a little bit of the cooler of content after that to wrap up your power hour. Then at 9:15, it's Maddie Mayoko stopping by to talk Nick Bosa and 49er football. And then we'll cap off the show 9:35. A man that can talk about all things sports and even battle bots if you want to get into it. It's Chris Rose at 9:35.
A listener says, Paulie, and how quickly can Creative Tony says 925 says you guys should add "Sorry for the Scare" to the mix.
Possibly.
Yeah, to the mix-up, the mashup, I should say. That's all coming up. Greg Cosell at 650 on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Sorry for the scare.
All right, everybody, good morning once again. Paulie Mack saying thanks so much for listening to Murph and Mack today. I want to bring in my good buddy Steve Moskowitz, not only a friend of the show and a friend of mine, but he's also a tax attorney right here in San Francisco. Been at work for over 30 years, helping out all kinds of people, and he joins us to dispense some free advice to our listeners, which is very generous. So, Steve, I say good morning to you on a Thursday. The 49ers are having a great day, and hopefully our listeners are going to have a great day after you break down today's topic. You want to talk a little ERC today, Steve?
Absolutely, Paulie. And that's exactly what I want, is your listeners to have a great day. And I'm still just so struck by that case we talked about a couple of days ago where a CPA told his client, you're entitled to one of the 4 ERC periods. And the client got the money for that one period. And then he heard you and he said, he called me. He said, Steve, I keep hearing you on the radio. And I just had to talk to you about maybe I'm entitled to more.
Nice.
And the CPA missed one of the factors in the math test, the simple test, and then missed the other 2 factors. And the client would have been leaving almost $750,000 on the table. And this so strikes me that I want to talk about it in more detail today on our podcast together.
Oh, that's awesome, Steve. Okay, well, we'll definitely do that. So in the meantime, if Steve just triggered something in your head, you should have the further conversation by calling him at 1-888-TAX-DEAL. Find out what your ERC possibilities are. And visit Steve online at MoskowitzLLP.com.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
I mean, yeah, I always want to get it done, and that's how we feel too. But I didn't get involved in this one at all. I try not to at all. We kind of had an idea it was going to be like this. I thought it would come to fruition sometime last week, and it didn't, which made me nervous, made me kind of move on with it just because I thought I had to. But, I mean, we all knew Nick was going to get rewarded like he did. I don't know the exact details of it, but I knew it would be like that eventually. Our organization did, and I think Nick did, and I'm just glad we got it worked out on everyone's side because we love Nick. I think he loves being here, and he's definitely earned this, and he's going to earn it going forward too.
That's a happy Kyle Shanahan and Niner fans everywhere. Giddy going into Pittsburgh now for week 1. The team is whole. The Super Bowl dreams are alive. And the Niners stepped up and paid him big time. I do wonder, 2 things that I wonder about. One, like how big was the gap and who really moved which way to get it done? And then 2, what effect this has on the 2024 roster? Because obviously there will be somebody's getting squeezed out. Whether it's Debo or Kittle or something like that. I mean, you got to think about that. One of those guys.
Yeah, but that could reveal itself during the season. Like if somebody gets hurt, you know what I mean? Like that could actually take shape as the season goes. Like who might not be part of the future plans. But I feel what you're saying. It's something to consider.
Yeah, just money-wise, they're going to have to make some moves or massage the cap. So Greg Cosell is going to join us in about 10 minutes. But we got to give you guys the sounds of yesterday. The sounds of giddiness, which was not from Wrigley Field, where the Giants continued their winless September. And they're off today, thank God, so you can watch some football without having to worry about the Giants laying an egg. But it was Kyle Shanahan, and what's interesting is that he was going to do his media with Bosa not signed. The way it worked out, like his time to meet the media was like 12:45 or something.
Yeah.
And, I'm sure Parag and John and Brian Hampton, who I've never met, actually. Got to meet Brian Hampton. Hey, Brian, let's hang out in the suite one day.
Brian to Brian.
Yeah, let's go.
It's
and
a
he
Brian
can call
thing.
me Brian.
Yeah. You can call me Al.
Yeah. When's the last time you called me Brian?
I don't think I ever have. I really don't. I don't think I have. Maybe not even once.
Creative Tony will do it frequently to.
Well, he does that to me too. Yeah, he's a jokester. Yeah.
Marcus, have you ever called me Brian?
Just when I'm trying to needle you a little bit.
Oh, really? Okay.
Like, hey, you, Brian Murphy.
Well, we used to have the greatest cut of all time back in the Pecan days when he would play the cut that goes, I hear you, Brian, and you're right.
Yeah, that
he used to play that. That was a good Pecan sound.
It was from a Tom Shane thing.
I hear you, Brian.
I need
There's
to find
so much sincerity.
I
hear you, Brian.
Anyway, so what happened was they got it done just, I think, coincidentally, right before Kyle took the stage.
Yeah.
So it was like, it went from being, it would have been Salty Kyle. And Salty Kyle's a thing, by the way. It's a thing. Like, can you imagine, like, being, he's your dad and he's kind of pissed at you? It'd be a tough dinner, wouldn't it? A little quiet with the forks hitting the porcelain and all that, Or maybe it would sound like our house last night when we told the kids yet again that they were not cleaning their room.
What do you mean?
Let me tell you what is it about a kid that doesn't want to clean a room?
Oh, it's just part of the DNA. That's just the way it goes.
What is it? Don't they have some sort of innate human instinct for cleanliness?
They think the wet towels go right on the floor.
Oh, dude.
Yeah, right.
That was last
well, I'm done with my shower, so I'll throw the towel on the floor.
Towel caused a little situation.
Of course it does. You ever hear a mold? You ever hear, dude? It's the stinky.
What do you want? Bugs coming out from under the towel?
Bro, what do you want? Funk? What do you want? A mutant funk that's wet and sweaty? No, but these kids, they get out of the shower, and they're like, well, I'm done, so I'll throw my towel right here on the floor.
Exactly.
And I'll leave it there for weeks.
Yes.
Yeah, unless the old man comes in and starts kicking up a fuss.
This is true.
Yeah, no.
Polly, were you in our home last night?
No, but I will tell you this. I don't know, like, the layout of your house. Our house is probably a little bit different, but there's 2 bedrooms in this upstairs we have.
Yeah.
And I've gotten to the point where the kids I don't even go up there. Like when they're over.
Well, because there's towels up there.
I don't even want to know what's going on.
Know.
You know what, you guys just
You're
clean
like, your
this.
funk is your funk.
Clean this up.
Yeah.
That's about what they're going to hear. Yeah. How'd you guys do at the end? Did you get it resolved?
Well, I think not without some salty Kyle.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? There was some salty Kyle last night. So we should start wearing Shanna hats and growing out stubble and like walking around all salty. But he was happy, Kyle. And here's the first one. It was asked, is there any chance Bosa won't, this is Mayoko asked him, is there any chance he won't play Sunday?
Okay.
There is question because we haven't seen him, but I think you guys know how I'm talking. Like, you have to have a beer belly and be out of shape or something. That's not in Bosa's DNA.
It's not. In fact, he arrived on the private jet last night. The Niners tweeted out his arrival. he was not sporting a beer belly.
Not at all.
Breaking hilarious.
No, he looks great. Yes.
Next, Mike Silver. Mikey, our buddy, he checked in, and he said, "What do you have a snap count idea here?"
A realistic amount of snaps for Sunday.
How many snaps are in the game? I'm just joking. We got to see when he gets here. I know Nick will come in shape. I know he'll be good. It'd be great if he could get into something today. I don't know when he's going to get here or where he's flying from. But I mean, we'll be smart with it, and that'll be based over these next 2.5 practices.
Kyle went for the good line. That's a good one, by the way, to break out sometimes when things are really bad. You can drop the how much time you got on the summer. Somebody's like, hey, how's it going? How's your marriage going?
How much time you got?
How much time you got? Yeah, exactly. You know what I mean?
I'm just joking.
Yeah. Joking Kyle.
Yeah.
Look at that. Two head coaches walk into a bar, right? Anyway, here he was. He said earlier in the press conference, though, he was, like all of us, prepped for a no Bosa Sunday.
Okay.
You try not to think about it much because it's not really in my control, and you just got to let the process play itself out. Once it kind of went through the weekend, I just kind of got in my mind that we weren't playing with them. Because if I would have gone back and forth, that would have been miserable. So I just decided we weren't. I think our team was ready to not, and that was our mindset this way. And it was a hell of a bonus to just get told that coming in here. So we're obviously real excited about it.
Man, oh man. And, of course, this is all made possible by the fact that Brock Purdy's on a rookie contract.
Right.
You know what I mean? This
Right.
is their whole deal. That's why they wanted Trey Lance to be. Instead, it was Brock Purdy.
Have you seen footage, by the way, yet of Trey working out with the Cowboys? I saw some clips.
Yeah.
Have you seen him?
How's the star looking?
It looks weird. He's got a headband with the star on it and everything. Yeah, he's running drills. Did you see the footage, Marcus, of him? Yeah.
I always wonder, and I've brought this up on the air before, I always wonder about the families. They go all in. Like, I'm sure the mom and dad's home is decorated in Reiner gear and posters of Trey, and then just the solemn taking down of all those posters.
Well, they're probably using the Niner gear, like on the countertops as they're like cleaning fish and stuff. You know what I
Maybe
mean?
they're using like wet towels they drop on the floor. Yeah.
Shout out to the kids.
Here's Trent Williams. Now, here's a guy, he got a 6-year, $138 million deal, so he's not too far behind, but he is behind, and he's happy to hear. Did you read, the beat writer said that frequently after games, Bosa pulls up a chair to Trent's locker, and they sit for a long time talking about the game.
Love that. No, I did not know that, but I love it.
Ball players used to.
Yeah.
Before they got on their phones and texted their agents.
It's like Musburger said to us, let's have a Budweiser and talk ball.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know that we had Musburger on.
It's in the system.
It was back when he was doing the national championship game. We got
a couple of Budweisers and talk ball. Yeah. There's just a way he says
Somehow,
Budweiser.
some way we were talking about
That clip is so convincing. Like Budweiser sales skyrocketed when he played it in the Bay Area.
He said, how did we get on that?
A couple of Budweisers. Yeah.
We were talking about like his hotel room or something and how he was near his production.
You talk about a guy from another era, dude.
Yeah.
Musburger.
Dude, he was doing Raider football like last year.
Oh, he'll still do it.
Jackpot, baby.
Yeah.
He goes, yeah, fellas, we'll come into my room and have a couple of Budweisers and talk ball.
Talk ball. Yeah.
Anyway, Trent Williams and Bosa. Here he is, Trent Williams.
You miss getting to rep against him a little bit in training camp. I know you guys like to pick each other's brain a little bit.
Yeah, I miss that part of it. I don't miss blocking him not one bit. So I do miss the being able to pick each other's brain and just having him here, be it him being in my corner, me being in his corner. Definitely miss him. He's as laid back and as monotone as he seems. He's a big part of this locker room, and a lot of people really follow him. And we learn a lot from him as far as like how you treat your body, as far as like the dedication to eating right, sleeping right. So he's one of those guys that you really need in the locker room.
Yeah, it's a great bite from Trent.
Eating right, sleeping right,
and he
buddy.
says laid back and monotone as he seems, he's a big part of this locker room.
Oh, yeah.
So last two, Fred Warner, the excitable Fred Warner.
Freddie loves,
Apparently he was running down the hallways here. Fred Warner.
Just really happy. Ecstatic, actually. You should have seen me screaming earlier. Yeah.
There it is. And then one last one is Hargrave. Tripoli says he got some Hargrave right after Warner here. Yeah.
What was the reaction when you all found out about that?
Well, I just heard screaming. I didn't know what they were screaming about running down the hall. But it's definitely a great feeling. I think everybody's excited to have him back.
Who'd you see running down the hall?
Fred. I assumed that's what he was yelling about, but he be yelling about being happy for practice too. So I ain't know, but everybody seemed very excited.
Oh, man, the whole family's back together. Hargrave and Bosa starring in Pittsburgh on Sunday. All right, Greg Cosell next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Sorry for the scare.
from the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Time for a Gridiron Geek Out with the scientist of NFL films, Greg Cosell, with Murph and Mac on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
Marcus Boucher, our ace board guy and voice you hear on the show, has made every rejoin themed about money.
He's killing it. Doing a great job with your themes, man.
There's a reason why. Nick Bosa has a lot of money now, and he's a 49er. And this one is tailored specifically for Greg Cosell.
Indeed.
Who we start our weekly hits with today. Woo-hoo! And he gets Leonard Skinner.
As he prefers.
Money Man? Is that what it's called?
Money Man.
Hey, Greg. Good morning.
Hey, Greg.
Guys, what's happening? We can talk music or football today. I've been to a few concerts.
Well, let's start right there then, Greg. Who have you seen? Let's get into it.
Well, this summer I saw Bryan Adams, who's one of my absolute favorites.
That's Paulie's
You know
guy.
what? Let me tell you what, Greg. I go way back with Bryan. Ready for this trivia? I saw Bryan Adams when I was a teenager in high school at the Capitol Theater in Passaic. Remember the old Capitol Theater?
Sure.
I saw him there, so I go way back, and he was great, I bet, live.
He was great, and Joan Jett opened for him.
Oh, man.
She's the queen.
Did you know she's a big baseball fan? Did you see her in the Baltimore Orioles broadcast like about 2 weeks ago showing how to throw a screwball?
Yeah, she loves.
I did not.
Yeah, Joan Jett. I thought, Greg, I thought I was having like an acid trip. It was Joan Jett in the Orioles broadcast booth talking about how to throw a screwball.
True story.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, maybe she does know that. Now I'm seeing actually next weekend. Fortunately, it's a Saturday, so it's the only day I could go. I'm seeing next Saturday Steely Dan and the Eagles.
Oh, well, there you go.
And the Eagles. And the Eagles at double. Where's that
Is
show?
that at Wells
It's
Fargo?
actually going to be in Newark, the Prudential Center.
Oh, man.
Newark.
Enjoy, Greg. That's awesome,
That's
man.
a monster double dip.
Yeah.
Either
And
one
the
can
Eagles
headline.
are saying, of course, it's their last tour, so we'll see how that goes.
There's a lot of that going
and
on.
I'm seeing them.
Yeah. Well, good for you.
Have you ever seen the Dan before, Steely Dan?
I've seen the Dan before, and I saw the Eagles. I've seen the Eagles a number of times. I saw them on their Hell Freezes Over tour when they got back together in 1984.
I remember
Hey, you know,
that.
it's funny.
Man.
We were going
Yeah.
over the Jimmy Buffett obituary, and we could ask you about that too. But interesting. Timothy B. Schmidt of the Eagles wound up playing in the Coral Reefer
How
band
about
with Jimmy
that?
Buffett. How
Yeah,
about
when
that?
he left the Eagles, yeah.
And I think he was in Poco, right?
I believe
think
you're
right.
correct.
I think
You're
you're
correct.
right.
Greg's all over it.
I think you're right. Where were you with Buffett? Were you a Buffett guy?
I mean, I didn't. He doesn't have the kind of music that if it comes on the radio, you go, "Oh my God, I got to turn that off," But I wasn't. I didn't. I'm not familiar with his songs other than his major stuff.
Greg, are what you saying is you're not a parrot head?
I don't
What you're
think
saying,
so.
You know?
No, I'm not a parrot.
You never
would be
did
correct
fins
about
to the
that.
left, fins to the right.
I don't even know what
All
that
right.
is. Yeah, it's
Yeah,
okay. Don't
no,
worry,
no,
Greg.
no.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we'll say changes in latitudes, changes in
Now that
attitudes.
song I know, of course. That's that's one of the big ones.
Well, changes in attitudes is my transition because the man, Greg, the 49ers world changed yesterday when Nick Bosa signed his deal. And wow, he landed last night on his private jet. He told 49ers fans on a little Twitter video, sorry for the scare.
And it was a scare. Yeah.
And I guess where we pick it up. Yeah, go.
I just don't have a private jet of my own. I'm trying to figure that out.
Well, if you did, you could go see Steely Dan and the Eagles wherever you wanted. You know?
That's true. That's true.
Oh.
But somehow that doesn't quite fit into my investment portfolio. It's not a
gotcha.
problem for Mr. Bosa.
You know what, Greg? Actually, I wanted to transition to the Niners, but I have to circle back one last one. Your following in our audience is so big that when we announced you were coming on the show a half hour ago, a guy texted and said, tell Cosell Spyro Gyra plays Napa this Friday.
Damn.
I've seen Spyro Gyra in concert.
That's hardcore, man. That's some
I've seen them.
That's the effect you have on our listeners. This guy remembers that from you telling us
Spyro
that
Gyra,
like a year or
that's-
two
Wow.
ago. Yes.
Wow. And I remember in college I saw Chick Corea. And,
wow.
What was the name of his band again? Because Stanley Clark was the guitarist.
Is that the Weather Report?
No, that was I think Jacob Pastorius, if I'm not
Jocko,
mistaken.
yeah, Jocko.
Jocko, yeah.
Or the other kind of fusion-y band like that, I remember, like Spyro Gyra was called, oh, God, what the heck was the name? Was it the Dixie Dregs?
Yeah.
With,
Well, there was Pat Metheny was big at that time,
Yeah.
too.
Man, don't
Greg,
sleep
you're
on
the man,
Anyway,
dude. Yeah.
anyway, getting back to what people probably would like to hear.
Yeah, we should talk Bosa, yeah.
In the last week, I watched every third down defensive play of the 49ers from last year.
Wow.
And I know they have a new coordinator. I imagine that it won't be dramatically different. I'm sure Steve will put in some tweaks that he likes, but I can't imagine, dramatically it will be different. But the point I wanted to make was in the off season, I get to rewatch things in a different way than I do during the season. So sometimes I come away with a different feeling. Sometimes I'll watch something and go, wow, that team or that guy, he wasn't really as good as I thought after I watch, 250 or 300 plays. And then other times I watch something, and this happened with Joe Burrow, for instance, I came away going, wow, he's even better than I thought, and I thought he was really good. With the Niners defense, I came away going, wow, they're really better than I even thought, and they're really good.
And how much of a role did Nick Bosa play in
Oh, well, yeah, obviously he's a great. The thing is they have great players. Really, great players at the first level, Bosa, at the second level, Warner, who, by the way, when you watch 300 plays in a row of Fred Warner, when you watch their defense, he is so good, it's ridiculous. I don't think there's a linebacker that really comes close to him in the league in terms of what he's asked to do, how he does it.
Yeah.
He's a meaningful part of their third down pass rush, because they line up in what we call those loaded fronts, where they have three defensive linemen to one side of the offensive center, and Warner's kind of the wild card. He kind of lines up opposite that loaded front, and he can pass rush. They're a big stunting team. All kinds of multiple stunt concepts with their third down pressures. Sometimes Warner drops out in coverage. He's phenomenal in zone coverage underneath, not just because he's a great athlete with a lot of length, but he is so savvy and aware of route concepts. And I'm sure you guys remember in the playoff game the way he could run down the seam with C.D. Lamb. He is so good. I was almost, I've been doing this a long time, and I'll be the first to admit sometimes I'm jaded. I'm not one of those guys that just gushes over players. Like, you'd never hear me say he's generational. I don't talk like that, because I've seen a lot of football. But Warner is so good.
It's so great to hear that Warner shows up like that on film. He really is. He's a good dude to talk to. By the way, I have to tell you, the text line exploded from area codes all over Northern California saying, the band that Greg's talking about is Return to Forever.
Return to Forever. Chick Corea and Return to Forever.
There it is. There it is. But I got to tell you, Greg, this the geographical span of these texts.
You touched the nerve.
You've affected a large region of the United States. All right.
I saw them in college. I went through a stage, and I still love the music. I just don't listen to it anymore the way I used to. But I went through a stage where I loved that kind of new jazz. Yeah. Although I loved old jazz too. Like, I used to listen a lot to Thelonious Monk. That stuff's phenomenal.
Yeah, man.
It is.
Greg getting his bebop
I love
on.
it,
So
man.
anyway, back to the Niners. So Bosa and what he brings, and So him on that.
Bosa is phenomenal. There was a really good article in Sports Illustrated in their football preview issue, and I forget who wrote the article, but he went to Von Miller's pass rush camp. I guess he does this camp every year, and different guys, go. And he talked about everything starts with pass rush on the edge with what they call speed to power. And Bosa is an absolute master at that. And what that really is, it means that you initiate contact with the offensive tackle. Because in the NFL, unlike sometimes in college, you don't just run around guys. We're in the NFL, so you don't just run around guys. Like, every team has a pretty good set of tackles. Obviously, some better than others, but these guys are in the NFL. So you have to be able to play off contact and win. And Bosa is an absolute master at that. He initiates contact. He's got so much power in his core and his lower body that he can just move. You see offensive tackles who weigh more than he does, probably by 30, 40 pounds, maybe 50 pounds sometimes, and he just jars them. Their initial move is backwards, and then he is able to play off contact with both lateral quickness and hand usage. He's really fun to watch.
And so I guess sort of transitioning towards Sunday's game, where does T.J. Watt fit in that category? I mean, they're the two reigning back-to-back defensive players of the year. Heck, Watt was the guy who threatened the sack record at 22.5 in 2021. So is he basically the same as Bosa?
No. Watt weighs less. He's not quite as powerful. That doesn't mean he can't do speed to power. You have to have that in your arsenal to be a great pass rusher in this league, and Watt falls into that category. But he's not as naturally powerful as Bosa. Watt's more of a true bender. Bosa's not stiff. It's not as if he can't bend, but he certainly can. But Watt is a little more of a bender. His body's built differently. My guess is they're probably similar height, but Watt weighs less less, and therefore he has a little bit of a longer-looking body just in the way his frame is shaped. And so he's a little more of a flexible bender than Bosa, but he's not as strong as Bosa.
It's fair to say the way the Steelers deploy him, he is always over right tackle. Is that fair to say?
I would say 90, again, I don't have a chart in front of me, but that is very fair to say. I would bet that's over 95% of the time. Yeah. And by the way, Alonzo Highsmith on the other side, now again, he's going to be going against Trent Williams, but Alonzo Highsmith is had a really good year last year. I watched a lot of his tape. He has a great inside spin move that I guarantee Trent Williams has been studying and will be well aware of.
Yeah.
Right. So I guess leading to this, you would maybe identify one of the critical, if not the critical matchup of the game, young Colton McKivitz, unproven, versus T.J. Watt. Yeah,
that's a critical element of the game, because especially when you get to third down. If you talk to coaches around the league, so many will tell you that third down is the down. And when you talk about offensive linemen and their ability to pass protect, you want to be able to send all 5 receivers out into routes. So that means you do not want your back or your tight end to have to be part of your protection. And that means your right tackle has to block the guy, the pass rusher. So we'll see how they do that. But yes, McKivitz, starting at right tackle, he's going to have to block one-on-one on occasion versus T.J. Watt.
That is going to be a huge part of this game. Talking to Greg Cosell, senior producer of NFL Films, and our great, great friend, whether it's from Chick Corea to Allman Brothers to Skinner to
He's
the
got
Eagles
it covered.
to Steely Dan to T.J. Watt to Nick Bosa to Fred Warner.
As long as after the game Sunday, we don't have to go down to the whipping post,
No, we want to avoid that,
hopefully
man.
Colton McKivitz won't be on that.
Right.
Hey, I got a question about Javon Hargrave, and it's sort of a negative. I'll phrase it in a negative way to be controversial.
Okay.
Oh, boy.
Did the Eagles let him go because his best days are behind him? I mean,
No.
What are the Niners getting?
They're getting a guy who had a great, great year last year. Now, you talk about a powerful guy on the inside who can push offensive guards and offensive centers back. You're getting into the money situation. You can only pay so many guys. Mm-hmm. And Hargrave is an older player, and I'm sure they made a decision that they didn't want to give him. I don't know what the numbers are with the 49ers. I don't follow the numbers as much as some. Right. So I don't know the length of the deal, but Hargrave is probably 30, if not older. And my guess is that they just, they didn't want to commit to that. But no, he had a really, really good great tape. I mean, I watched every Eagles game. He had great tape last year.
So you like that? You think he is 30 years old? You are correct. So that he adds a lot to that interior line then for the night. Him and Armstead.
Oh yeah, he's a really, really strong player. And one thing the Niners are great at, I mentioned all the stunts. They're really good. When they line up in that loaded front, they'll bring Bosa, as a looper behind both defensive tackles, and that causes a lot of problems for defenses. But Hargrave, no, he's. Like I said, his tape was really good last year.
The interesting move will be the other defensive end, who could be either Drake Jackson or Cleve Ferrell, as they're saying his name. And Ferrell's a guy who was the washout with the Raiders, right? But what do you see?
Oh, he actually had a good year last year. See, he's one of those guys. The last 2 years, they've had guys like that. 2 years ago was Arden Key. Last year was Omenahu. Guys who can play inside and outside. And Ferrell is that guy. He did that with the Raiders a year ago. He actually had a good year last year. Obviously he never lived up to the billing of being the 4th pick in the draft. Hey, that's the way it goes. But most people didn't think he was that guy anyway. They thought he'd be like just a solid kind of pro, which he's kind of morphed into. So it was not a bad signing given the fact that Omenahu is gone. And like I said, that kind of player has been a meaningful part of that defensive front the last 2 years with Key and Omenahu.
Talking to Greg Cosell, we love it. Niners at Steelers. This Steelers offense, are they bringing, Kenny Pickett, young kid just growing up, Deontay Johnson, George Pickens, some people think they're on the rise. Our kid Najee Harris from the Bay Area, we all like that kid, but I don't know, he didn't have a huge yards per carry last year. They're not traditionally seen as a big offensive team, are they? Are they going to?
Well, I think they're going to be better. Pickett. I loved Pickett coming out of Pittsburgh. He was my number 1 quarterback in that draft, and I think he's going to have a really good season. They've got a lot of weapons, including a good tight end in Pat Freiermuth. And, it'll be interesting what they do in the backfield because Najee Harris, he's kind of a big grinder. And they have another back named Jalen Warren who's got way more juice than Najee Harris does. So I think you're going to see a little bit more of a division of labor, backfield by committee, than we saw the last couple of years. I wouldn't expect Harris to be the foundation of what they do. I think I'm not suggesting he'll get 5 carries, but I don't think the offense is going to run through Najee Harris. I think they'll morph a little bit more. And again, week 1, you never know, guys. There's always 2 or 3 games that are weird week 1.
Always.
And you go, gee, how did that happen?
I know.
And then things sort of, recalibrate as the season progresses.
100%.
But I would expect them to throw the ball a little bit more. Pickett's really good, really smart, very aware. I think that his arm strength, I watched a little in the preseason. I think his arm strength is a little better than it was the year prior and in college. I think he's going to be a really good player. Whether that happens week 1 against a really good defense, no one can answer that till we play, but I think he's going to be a really good player.
Nobody talks about the Niners safeties. This is not a really sexy position on the team.
And you know what? They should. Gibson had a really good season last year, really good season. And Hufanga is, when I watched Hufanga at USC, I did not think he was the kind of player that could play post safety, the single high safety position. And they used him there a lot when they played man-to-man coverage because Gibson was the primary man-to-man coverage defender on the tight end. And so therefore Hufanga was the post safety. And he didn't really get burned. I mean, he played it well. But I love the way he plays downhill when he's closer to the line of scrimmage. I mean, he's just, they've got a lot of guys on defense that are attitude guys, that are swagger guys, and Hufang is one of them.
Yeah, for sure. All right, we didn't even ask about Brock Purdy. We can't let you go.
Who's he? Who does he play for?
He's our guy now. Yeah.
Oh, my God. This guy.
QB1.
I mean, my gosh.
What a story. Incredible.
And yet, and also there's just this serene, like the building feels like they are so comfortable with this guy's QB1. Listen, they traded away Trey Lance. I mean, my God, they sent him out of the building. So your film review over the summer, everything you saw, I mean, is he basically Kyle's dream guy because he does everything Kyle wants?
Yeah, I mean, again, if you really want to talk football, and and this offseason I talked to a ton of coaches. I mean, and probably more than I ever have. And it's the perfect marriage of quarterback and staff and scheme. Purdy is not, you wouldn't put Purdy in the level of the high level quarterbacks when it comes to his traits. He's not that guy. Although I think one trait that he does have, and I know they have tests for all this now, and I'm not familiar with all these tests. I think they have something called a Q2, whatever it's called. There's all these tests now.
Yeah.
And Purdy just has a calmness to him, and which you obviously want to have for a quarterback. He's a very, very calm player. And he's not a big-armed kid. He's a good athlete, not a great athlete, but a good athlete, so he can make plays outside of structure. Not a big arm. A lot of his deeper balls tend to lose energy on the back end, but he's rhythmic, and this offense demands that. And there's a lot of tough throws in this offense between the numbers, and you've got to be willing to make those throws. I never thought Jimmy Garoppolo got enough credit for those throws.
Yeah, that's interesting. We'll see how he does down in Vegas. And listen, Paulie and I love Jimmy. We like Jimmy. We're the only ones. Hey, and then, you know what? Steve Young comes on our show on the afternoon show every Wednesday.
Yeah,
with
I know
Tolbert.
Steve. Yeah, very well.
Yeah, he's great. Obviously, we love Steve. He said yesterday, by the way, while he was coaching his daughter's flag football game, he did the show, is that he said Christian McCaffrey could win NFL MVP this year. I mean, this is a guy who's still young. In this offense, it does feel like
he's explosive.
I mean, he only played half a season.
Right.
And now he's got a whole season to digest the offseason to digest the playbook.
Yeah.
Yeah, McCaffrey is. I mean, I watched a ton of his stuff too. He's obviously a great back, but he's a great receiver as well. I talked to one coach who's in the division, defensive coach, who says the Niners are so tough to play against because he said that Kyle always starts with personnel, and he wants to see how you match up to personnel because not every team will match up to the fullback with their base defense, because they still throw the ball out of that, and they play with Juszczyk probably 40-45% of the snaps. So they play what we call 21 personnel, meaning 2 backs. So Kyle always wants to find out how you match up to different personnel groupings. And then in the run game, they do so much cool stuff. They take basic concepts and they run them differently with different blocking schemes. In fact, I'm doing a piece this week for the matchup show, my matchup show, on this game, 49ers and Steelers, on a McCaffrey run last year, in which they ran what we call a gap scheme run, where there's usually a pulling guard, but they used Juszczyk in that role, and it was, it's just beautiful the way their running game works. It's really kind of fun to watch.
All right. Well, it's great to have you back, and it's great to know that the show will be focusing. And so, listen, Niners, Steelers, two good-looking helmets,
This
right?
would be a good one.
Do you ever fall?
Hey, that's two old-time teams, that's kind of great. That's back in the day, John Brody and Terry Bradshaw.
I love that.
Wait, think about it this way. Between the two of them, how many, what are we talking, 10 Super Bowls? I mean, I think
there's a lot of Super Bowls there.
5 and 5?
Yeah, 5 and 5, man.
Yeah,
you can even go back to Frankie Albert.
Oh, well, who the Steelers have then, though? I don't even know who the Steelers had
The
when they
Steelers were not good in the 60s at all, because when Chuck Noll came, I think in either 68 or 69 maybe 68, if memory serves me correctly, they were a bad football team in the 60s.
I mean, they were irrelevant for, what was their first year?
72 maybe is when they took
I mean, like
existence?
as a franchise.
Oh, I'm not sure. In the 60s, right, Greg?
I'm not, no.
They were
go back to
before
the
that,
30s.
because there was a time
they?
when they were mixed with the Eagles and were at one point called the Steagles.
Get out of here.
That goes back a long way.
Wow. Yeah, they go back to, let's see here.
I'm sure somebody listening will have more information than I do just offhand. But
1933.
Wow.
Yeah, I was going to say I was going to say the 30s.
Yeah, they've done, and they did nothing from 33 to 72. You know, I mean, they were just there.
Until Chuck Noll came and they drafted Joe Green, maybe 69 or 70? They drafted him, and it started to turn things around.
You know who my guy was Mel Blunt.
Oh, come on,
Mel Blunt.
47. Yeah.
So,
I saw him in the airport a few years ago.
Yeah.
He was wearing a cowboy hat, and he looked like he could still play corner.
He was a badass.
You know who we had on yesterday was Bill Hillgrove. Do you know him, the long-time Steelers voice?
I do not know him.
Oh, yeah. But he was talking about the history, and he was talking about how Joe Green, somebody wanted Joe Green to be the coach, and instead they went with Tomlin, and he thinks Tomlin's going to go to the Pro Football Hall of Fame.
Well, Tomlin's not had a losing season.
He's impressive.
Yeah, so that's what we should expect is from this Tomlin coach team, is that it's going to be
always disciplined.
No, and he's an impressive guy too. So he's he's done a great job there. And the thing is that they don't just change coaches like people change underwear, so to speak. Right. And they let guys coach and work through it. And I remember when Cowher had 2 back-to-back losing seasons, and a lot of people were calling for his firing, and they kept him, and it worked. I mean, that they don't just get rid of people.
The Pittsburgh Steelers. I love it. All right, Greg, it's great talking to you.
It is, man. Welcome back.
What say we do it again next week? And, man, I'm looking forward to your Steely Dan Eagles review.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, well, that'll be after next week, because the concert is a week from Saturday.
No problem.
Okay.
We'll be here.
All right.
Yeah.
All right.
Thank you, Greg.
Be good,
All right,
Greg.
guys. Talk to you next week.
There
Thanks.
he is.
Hey, correction, by the way. The listeners have helped us along here. The Steelers have 6. So that means 11 Super Bowls between the two. And
How did we miss that, by the way?
When are the Niners going to get their 6th, Murph? I've been waiting around for number 6 for a long
Paulie,
time.
are you on a quest for 6? Paulie doesn't live in the world of hashtags. Hashtag quest for 6 has been this. I'm like, you know what? Why don't we just not
you know
hashtag?
What?
Just
you
go
know
win
something?
the freaking thing. You know
Why don't we just
I
go play?
I don't need the freaking hashtag. Just win it.
That's additional pressure we're not looking for.
And most of the kids who are hashtagging Quest for 6 don't even know who Bill Ring is.
Well, that's a problem.
So,
that's a big problem.
So, yeah. So anyway, the Rooneys, by the way, they made the playoffs in 1947, and then that was their only playoff game until the 1970 merge. So they were like the Lions or the Browns. I mean, they were terrible, and then Chuck Noll changed it all.
Yep. Hall of Famers all over the place in the 70s.
All right, fun stuff. Hey, got to go beat them. 49ers got to go beat the Steelers.
Right there.
All right.
Yep.
That was fun. Sean Estes on what happens when a team is lost.
Wake me up when September ends.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Gilroy, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Gilroy's sports leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
Ooh, thanks, Marcus. Okay, Paulie Mac saying good morning, and thanks for listening to Murph and Mac today. I want to talk to you about chronic pain. A lot of us have to contend with that, whether it's in your knees or joints all over your body, shoulders, elbows, neck, back. We can go all day, right? We get the idea. So listen, there are new regenerative treatments available now from QC Kinetics that no longer require you to have multiple doctor visits. They no longer ask you to take pharmaceutical prescription drugs that could wind up doing damage in the long run. QC Kinetics is regenerative medicine, which uses highly concentrated healing agents found in your own body. And again, these powerful treatments can restore and repair damaged tissue in your aching joints. Just ask Emmett Smith. He's a customer. QC Kinetics currently with over 100 clinics nationwide, currently in San Jose and Pleasanton. And again, the big picture here is if you have pain and you're dealing with it on a daily basis in any part of your body, knees, shoulders, hip, back, etc., you need to check out these new treatments. They can actually help your body restore and then repair itself. So schedule a free consultation with the local medical professionals at QC Kinetics. Again, Pleasanton and San Jose. Call 877-70-REGEN, 877-70-REGEN, 877-70-REGEN.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
The San Francisco 49ers and Nick Bosa reached agreement on a 5-year, $170 million deal that includes $122.5 million guaranteed. It makes Bosa the highest paid defensive player in NFL history. And the two sides get the deal done in time for Bosa to report and play Sunday in Pittsburgh against the Steelers.
Adam Schefter sounds as excited as us. My God, that's a high-level Schefter. Nick Bosa is signed, and everybody's celebrating. Everybody's celebrating, including Marcus Boucher, a.k.a. El Chico de Agua, whose every rejoin this show has been themed in money.
Well, he's been killing it. He was doing that yesterday, too.
This is
Kendrick. Yeah.
He said K. Murph.
Kendrick Lamar. For people who want to Spotify.
This right here is money trees.
Money trees.
And that's
All
just
right.
how I feel, Murph.
Well, listen, guys, what do we got? Let's go over some of the particulars here. 5 years, 170. So that's a $34 million, what they call AAV, Pauly, annual average value. Here's a couple other stats on this. 122, you just heard that, 122.5 million guaranteed. That's the number that matters, because in the NFL, they can tear it up at any time and kick your butt out of the building. So you got to get your guaranteed money up front, 122.5. And just for signing that name, Nicholas Bosa, a $50 million signing bonus.
Well, there it is right there.
Hit his bank account.
Yeah. That'll change your attitude a little bit.
Well, his attitude was, if you missed it, he flew a private jet, or as the kids call it, a PJ, out from Florida. He landed down in the Santa Clara, San Jose area last night in the dark. Walked off looking great. A black T-shirt, tan, and had just a classic 9-second hit for Niners social media in which he said, "Hey, faithful, I'm back, baby." And then he paused and said,
Sorry for the scare. Let's go win some games.
I mean,
all's
and
forgiven,
then got
Nick.
in the Range
This is
Rover,
all
got in
good.
the Escalade, and
All
drove
good.
away. Sorry for the scare. One of the great Bosa drops.
Sorry for the scare. How many times are you going to see
Sorry
that
for
on
the
T-shirts?
scare.
Yeah. Sorry, bumper stickers. Sorry for the scare.
Hey,
Niners.
Baker Mayfield, sorry for the scare.
Yeah.
Sorry for the scare.
I honestly could not have scripted if they were like, "Hey,
Hashtag.
you have to write Bosa's plane exit."
You couldn't
tarmac."
have predicted that.
Just that, the simplicity and the chill.
Well, and again, like
Sorry for the
like Jimmy
scare.
Buffett and Paul McCartney were saying, it almost sounds like his gummy kicked in too. He's all
that's-
chill.
Sorry for the scare.
He couldn't
But
be
what
more
we're not
relaxed.
sorry for is that other than the segments in which we have guests, I am demanding.
I can't be our Murph.
Your boy Brian is demanding here that I want to hear this every segment.
Your wish is my command, buddy.
Celebrate.
You got it.
Baker, you good?
We got him in the draft round 1-0, you know. Then we drank champagne and we toast our guy Nicky Bosa.
You good?
B-O-S-A Bosa.
I do have my birthday.
I walked up to him and I threw him a glance. I asked him his name and in the 3-point stance he said a Bosa.
You good?
A B-O-S-A Bosa. A Bosa. Bosa. Bosa.
Baker, you good? Time to get back to work.
Thank you for the scare. Perfectly done, Polly Mac. It sounds so good.
It does.
It
Sounds
matches
better
everybody's
today.
giddy moods, man.
Yeah.
And really, it's almost like the signing was at a perfect time. Because like
It was a
everything
crisis point. No, we were getting to a
everything was
crisis
heading
point.
Down,
And each show was,
and boom, yeah.
It was. I felt it yesterday when we were talking. I felt it from the listeners on the phone and the text that that concern, the intensity of the concern was really starting to ramp up.
Dude, we had a guy, Tim from Manteca, said he couldn't sleep.
Yeah, tossing and turning, thinking Nicky at night.
And then we had Scarecrow made Instagram by saying the price of admission to the Super Bowl is Nick Bosa. Pay the price.
Made sense to me.
And whether or not, who knows? We still haven't gotten the details about how far apart they were and who caved and all that. But Kyle Shanahan told the story that John Lynch, Parag Marathe, and VP of Football Ops Brian Hampton went down to his office and they walked in with those grins.
Kyle kind of floated across the floor. Like, I don't even know if his feet were on the ground.
And so, that it comes right before the season opener, gives an extra juice to the team. Like, there's an adrenaline ride. They're going to, fly to Pittsburgh on adrenaline alone. So, it's funny. One of the reports from Eric Branson, the Chronicle, said that on Monday, the players were given the whole next man up stuff, next man up before he signed.
Yeah.
And Javon Hargrave gave a great quote. He said, yeah, man, everyone was saying, just fake it. We can't tell y'all everything. They were like, damn, we better put on a message. We got to fake this one for the reporters because they were freaking out too.
Yeah.
So it's incredible all around, and the energy change is real. He's 25 years old, Nick Bosa.
That's crazy.
He's 25 years old.
Got a lot of football in front of him.
He has the most postseason sacks of any player in 49er history.
And if you didn't say this, and you might have already, sorry, but if you didn't, it's a 5-year deal, right?
Yeah, 5-year, 170.
Yeah.
And right now, the top two defensive players paid in the NFL are, number one, Nick Bosa, number two, Joey Bosa.
Right. That's a dynasty. The Bosas have taken over.
And so John Bosa will join Papa and Lund and explain how to raise rich kids, It starts with hard work.
Did they leave their wet towels on the floor, the Bosa brothers?
Probably not.
Like the Murphy and McCaffrey kids
Probably
do?
not.
No.
I bet they don't.
Well, at this point, too, even if they do, they can have somebody come along and just pick it up and hang it for them on the payroll. Yeah.
The Curb Your Enthusiasm crowd out there. Delicious. Yo, delicious. Crazy Eyes Killer episode?
Uh-huh.
Larry befriends a rapper named Crazy Eyes
I remember.
Killer.
Yeah. That's JB Smoove, right?
And he forces a house tour on Larry after Larry had rejected Susie's house tour. He's like, he had to take the house tour against his will. And then Larry had a piece of gum and he had the rapper and Crazy Eyes goes, throw that ass on the floor. Throw that ass on the floor. He goes, no, I'm looking for a waistband. He goes, no, throw that ass on the floor. He goes, Delicious will pick it up.
Nice.
And so he throws it on the floor and Crazy Eyes yells, yo, Delicious, come pick this ass up. So that's what Nick Bosa
Bosa's going to live that reality now, yeah. I don't know if his helper will be named Delicious, although maybe. Yeah.
That's why Curb is the greatest show of all time.
Yo, Delicious.
Come pick this ass up. 18.5 sacks last year, 48 quarterback hits, most in the NFL.
But a guy wrecks games, man. He wrecks. He's a game wrecker.
Okay, from that high to the low of your dead men walking. The San Francisco Giants.
Yeah.
By the way, how did ESPN... Which ESPN programmer said, I need Giants-Rockies on Sunday Night Baseball? Ooh. And they just made this change 2 weeks ago. The Giants have ESPN has announced they're going Giants-Rockies Sunday. Is that just because they're just surrendering? They're just surrendering to the NFL?
Well,
they're like, let's go with the lowest production value possible.
ESPN say,
the low-def cameras.
Give me one of those really intriguing bullpen matchups. We can show the country on Sunday.
All right. Sean Estes, Real Talk next on The Sports Leader.
Sorry for the scare.
Amici's East Coast Pizza. Well, listen, we've been talking about football all week with the pizza. You get Amici's and then you watch football. Well, now you get to watch Nick Bosa and eat Amici's, the best thin crust pizzas in town. And the salads, a little crunch on the side. That's always good. Or if you want to go big, get the pastas. I recommend the penne, the lasagna. Some would say the minestrone. And the flame roasted chicken wings, too. The flame roasted chicken wings are so good. And that's all making for a football weekend. So, you can pick up an order from any of Amici's 12 locations, including Oakland and San Jose, or take advantage of Amici's 100% no-contact delivery service with your food delivered directly from their kitchens to your location, fully sealed in insulated bags, sanitized between each delivery. Of course, you can always drop in to your nearest Amici's, catch the game on their big screen TVs in their beautiful, well-ventilated indoor or outdoor dining areas. So whether you prefer to order for delivery or pick up at Amici's.com or meet up with family and friends at an Amici's to share your favorite pizza and watch some football. 2 words, baby. Amici's delivers.
Be caller number 10 to 415-896-KNBR for a chance to win a pair of tickets to see your San Francisco Giants take on the San Diego Padres on Monday, September 25th. First pitch, 6:45. Presented by Toyota, the MVP of MPG. With class-leading MPG and more hybrids than any other brand, Toyota, let's go places.
Good morning, Bay Area.
Good morning. Good morning.
Brace yourselves for KNBR's Power Surge. The sports leader welcomes you to Murph and Max Power Hour. On the mound, he broke hitters down.
And this one secures the shutout for Sean Estes.
And now on the mic, he breaks down the Giants. It's former All-Star lefty Sean Estes with Murph and Mac.
Sponsored by River Islands. Come home to River Islands in Lathrop and discover the San Joaquin River lifestyle with its lakes, parks, and schools. Start your tour today at riverislands.com. And by Dolan Law Firm, the best lawyers we hope you never need. DolanLawFirm.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Well, the good news is Kyle Shanahan joins Tolbert and Copes later today at 3:30. That's the good news. The bad news is the San Francisco Giants exist in our lives. That's the bad news.
Yeah.
My God, it
was
does
tough.
not get more lifeless, depressing, or just, I don't know, lifeless and
I
depressing.
think that covers it. No, that's accurate.
it.
Yeah.
So,
you got
Sean, we put it on a tee for you to have a great conversation with us, buddy. How you doing, man?
I figured you guys would be coming in hot this morning.
Well, how can we not,
my
man?
God.
It's tough.
Well, it was only a week ago we talked. I just had won 4 out of 5, and we're in third place in the wild card, playing some pretty good baseball. And then nothing has happened since then. Oh my gosh, 6 straight. It's been a rough go, guys.
It
I don't
is.
know how else to put it. They're in trouble.
Really in trouble. And I'm going to come in with a really hard-hitting one right out of the gate. And it's something I would say to Gabe or Farn if they were on the line, but we don't have them. And that is, it looks like they're not. There's that phrase, the guy lost the team. Oof. And I'm not asking you to say whether he lost the team, but I'm asking you, can that happen in baseball? Can a manager lose a team? And B, what are the telltale signs of that?
Well, absolutely, a manager can lose a team. I'm not sure that's the case here, but I think what happens is that you start to have some. It's a pretty tight group as far as just the players themselves, as far as them getting along and having a good time with one another in the clubhouse and really believing in each other. But sometimes, there's times in the season when things aren't going well and you're starting to question and second guess your manager and the decisions that he's making, and maybe even to the point where you feel like it's preventing you guys from winning games. I don't see him doing much different than he has all season long. I mean, a couple questionable pitching decisions that he's made, over the last week.
Yeah.
That kind of make you raise an eyebrow. But, we also don't know what's going on internally with guys' health, with how they're feeling physically, mentally, what's going on off the field. So I definitely want to preface it by saying that what we see on the surface isn't always what's going on behind the scenes. But, when you start losing games and you're not winning them the way you had been all year long, albeit the opener or just kind of more the unconventional way of managing, then you start to question a little bit. And then internally, you're sitting down you're having a beer with your buddy or two or three at post game, or you're back at the hotel bar or whatever. And then you start to talk about it. And sometimes it's not a positive conversation. And so, I think ultimately though, in that aside, even if that's what's going on, which I don't know, is a unit, you have to be better than that in spite of that, right? You have to be like, okay, this is our season and we're the ones that have to go out and play this game. And if we're not, we're the ones who are going to be held accountable for not doing this. Right. And so, I can't say that any of that is attributed to the fact that they just don't hit anymore. Right. I mean, I don't know. I mean, this is it's a fully healthy team with minus Conforto right now. And, this is what the fans and everybody and the organization's been looking forward to, is having a group of guys that were healthy at the same time, going out there and then putting together a run. And now they're pretty much all healthy, and they're playing some of the worst baseball of the year. Offensively, defensively, they look sloppy. They're not pitching as well as they had. It's just really, it's the perfect storm as far as, in a negative way of everything going wrong at the wrong time.
Yeah.
And I think that's the hard part, is that, you don't have to, we can dig into the numbers and prove how bad they've been offensively. But if you're watching the games, you just look at the scores. That'll tell you right there. They're not scoring runs. They didn't get a guy to second base the other night. That's just not winning baseball. And they're finding, there's not a lot of luck going their way right now. But I think in a way you kind of create your own luck, right? By creating opportunities and putting pressure on the opposition, and that's just not happening either. So here's how I look at it, guys. I mean, if there is a silver lining here, it's the next 10 games are going to make or break the season, because this is finally a point in the schedule where they're like, okay, we can win some games. We're the better team in these matchups, with Rockies for 7 and the Guardians for 3. And if you don't make up some ground here, and I'm saying make up some ground being like, you got to go 8-2 minimum over these next 10 games, or you're cooked, period. So this is the time where they got to figure out what they're really made of and how bad they really want this, because there's no help coming, right? It's this group. I mean, obviously Conforto could help a little bit, and if he gets back, in the next week or so, he could help a little bit. But one guy isn't going to turn this thing around by himself. But they got to do it, and it's got to start tomorrow night.
Great call, Sean. Sean Estes, our guest on the UMA guest line. Sean, I've heard this from a couple of different voices where people look at this team at this point and say, these guys are fatigued. They just look worn out. I mean, do you get that impression that there's also an element of fatigue that's set in with this club?
I don't. I mean, because, everybody's going through fatigue. I mean, this is this time of year. I mean, I would say yes if this group had been on the field all year as a whole, right? I mean, maybe the bullpen's a little fatigued. I would say that's kind of right now. I would say that you could point to that. I mean, they have thrown the most innings out of any bullpen in the major league.
Yeah.
So maybe there's a little bit of fatigue there, but to a man on the roster, there's been guys that have been on the IL, off and on all year long. And in IL is the time, yes, you're injured, but you're not on your feet, right? So you are getting rest physically. So I I don't see that as being an issue because every team's going through it right now.
Mm-hmm.
And if there's ever a time to really, where fatigue is, it's there. But September baseball and a chance to make a playoff, if that's not the adrenaline you need,
right.
And then you're in trouble.
Yeah.
I mean, because that's what's going on with all these teams. I mean, the Phillies, the Cubs. I mean, yes, they're not the youngest group, but either are the Phillies. I mean, it's just you could go up and down the list of teams that are in it right now, and they're all going through the same thing. Period. And now it's a matter of, do you have the will and determination to go out there and grind through the month of September for a chance to play in the playoffs? And those are the teams that that we end up watching in October.
It's really just been brutal. John Shea in the Chronicle called it the Pall of Gloom Tour. Oof. They have not won in September. They're 0-6.
Yeah.
Here's some of the stats. Outscored 40-14 during this skid. ERA of 6.94. So nothing's going right. Defensively.
Defensively, too. I think that goes hand in hand with the pitching.
I don't know why listen, all due respect to Jock Peterson, the hitter, he should not bring a glove to the yard. No. I don't know what's he doing out there. I mean, I don't know. Gabe shouldn't be playing him out there. And that's not Jock would probably say the same darn thing. He'd be like, I'm here to hit. I'm a DH,
Well, the thing I look at is, okay, obviously, if you look at the numbers offensively for Jock, he has been swinging it better over the last few weeks. I mean, the numbers are good offensively, but that's why he's a DH, and that's what he's there to do, is DH, right?
Yeah.
And if the mantra is we want to put people in positions to succeed, right? So that's you're not doing that. You're not doing Jock a favor by putting him in left field. And like you said, he'd be the first to tell you that. Yeah. So not only are you not putting him in a position to succeed out there, you're hurting the team in the process.
Yeah.
So it makes him look bad, and he's trying his heart out there. It's not like he's not trying.
I know.
He's just not. He doesn't move as well as he used to. He's not getting the balls he should get to, and it looks bad. And it's just it just compounds things when you see plays not being made.
I don't want to make it all about I mean, I don't want to.
It's not, and it really is all. It isn't really all about.
No, but that is just one example of like things that are happening that are gone right. Hey, I mean, again, I'm going to put you in a tough spot, but you said there are a couple pitching decisions that made you raise your eyebrows. Was it about pitching Cobb on regular rest after 131, or were you thinking about something else?
Oh, there's a few things. Yeah, I mean, obviously hindsight's always 20/20, and. After the fact, you're like, probably shouldn't have done that. But, I mean, Kyle Harrison shouldn't have faced Garrett Cooper in San Diego.
Were you thinking that in real time when you were like, it's time to go get him?
Absolutely. Yeah. We were in the studio talking about it. It's like, you might. This is one batter too long before the fact. Maybe even Bogarts. I mean, he faced Bogarts before Cooper, and Bogarts had some really good at-bats, took him deep, had a single off of him.
Yeah.
And, he had coming off that really emotional game in his home debut, and threw 90-something pitches, most he'd thrown all year. I feel like that you got to read that a little bit better.
Yeah.
That was all, and just maybe went two batters too long. I'm not even saying Cooper, like for sure Cooper.
Yeah.
But probably Bogarts.
Who had already taken him deep, yeah.
Who had already taken him deep, and then you're allowing him to hit, face a guy that's got a lot of power and a kid that, you could tell that he was starting to fatigue a little bit. He was missing the strike zone and got behind on Cooper and, was saying, I don't want to walk this guy and I'm going to challenge him with my best fastball. But at that point, his fastball wasn't that good anymore.
Right.
And Cooper turned it around for a 3-run home run. Now, I don't know if they win that game, even if it's, with the score the way it was a 3-run. It might have been 3-0 at that point. I can't remember. But, 6-0, you're done. You're cooked the way you're not scoring runs. So, I thought that was a little bit, and I'm never going to complain about a manager allowing a pitcher to go deep into games or having the confidence that he can get that last guy out. But, that's just a tough spot for Kyle Harrison to be in. And I don't know if they lose the game because of it, but they definitely couldn't win that game after the fact. So that, and then I just didn't see the reasoning. All things pointed against pitching Alex Cobb on Sunday.
Yeah.
So. And I think, obviously Alex Cobb's not going to go into the manager's office and be like, you know what, I just, he probably did the opposite. He probably said, my side session went well. I feel like I've rebounded. I'm ready to go. I want to take the ball. But, I think I think if you're just thinking common sense wise, the guy just threw 130 something pitches, the most he's thrown, I think in his career. He's 35 years old, and he hasn't pitched well all year, or he hasn't pitched as well all year on 4 days rest. So what a perfect opportunity to give him that extra day, go with your opener on that Sunday, and then, he hits the ground running in Chicago in game 1. He sets the tone in that series, and he's pitching on 5 days. And, yes, that. And then also I just didn't understand the whole pitching Tristan Beck after, his rough outing in San Diego, and then, he threw a bunch of pitches in that game, and then he comes back on 2 days and comes out of the pen against the Cubs.
Yeah.
It's just, just some questionable decisions. So, that's why being a manager is tough. You have to make those decisions, and that's another thing. I don't know what's going on behind the scenes. I don't know who's available. I don't know what's going on. But I was even talking to Alex Pavlovich, because he did some pre and post with us, and he's around the team, and he's just like, something's weird going on. I don't know what's this is before Cobb pitched on Sunday. He's like, Keaton wins up, and they haven't been using some of their high leverage relievers lately, and just something seems a little odd. So I don't know what they're going to do tomorrow. I was thinking, well, maybe what they would do on Cobb's day is they would just say he's pitching, and then they'd come in that day. They'd done it before because he's been sick in the past and he just didn't pitch. Where they could come in and do that, and maybe that was a little gamesmanship. But no, he went out there and and like I said, the way the offense has been going, the game was over after 3 innings, and he didn't look good. So. Yeah, that I think those are the questions that internally as a group you're kind of like, what's going on here?
Yeah, it's all great stuff with Sean Estes too. And then you got to dial back to the trade deadline. And when they didn't make a move, I had multiple reactions. One was like, dude, you're killing me. You're doing nothing. You need something to juice this team down the stretch.
I felt that way too.
But then the other part of me,
guys, what are you talking about? They went out and got AJ Pollock.
Well, dude, I mean,
come on.
Yeah, we got a game and a half out of him.
You
I
can
think
use him in your immaculate grid,
well, that's true. That's true. That's a plus.
Dodger, Diamondback,
he's
Giant.
He's a .06 on that immaculate grid.
But that was a big deal to me too, Murph.
But two ways to look at it. Was the one was like, bro, you're killing me. But the other one, that I was like, well, that tells me they're playing for 2024. Like he said, we didn't want to trade these prospects. We didn't want to trade these prospects. And I said, okay, well then fine, because that means you're not doing anything this year. I said, I remember saying on the show afterwards, Sean, like, are you trying to win the World Series? If the answer is yes, then you completely biff the trade deadline. If the answer is no, you're playing for 2024 and 2025, and you want Harrison and Matos and Schmidt and Bailey
and Luciano, everybody.
Then, okay. So, but I think to me that's what they were doing. Is they're punting to spring 2024.
Even if that's the case, I mean, maybe next year we're saying that was a good move, right?
That's what I'm saying.
I know.
Maybe.
I know
I hope so.
You'd like to live in the present,
yeah,
and be like, well, this was a team that had a shot.
Yeah, exactly.
Absolutely had a shot to make the playoffs.
Yeah.
And there's no guarantees every year that you're going to be in a position to make a playoff run.
Right.
And they put themselves in a good position prior to the trade deadline to do that.
Totally.
And they needed a piece or two to. I would say definitely a starting pitcher and potentially another bat. Obviously, I don't know if one bat is going to make that big of a difference unless you go out and you get a
Well, Candelario with the Cubs is doing pretty well.
No, you're right, but he's a sum of the parts. I mean, they're hitting him down in the order, but you're right. He's a great offensive addition. You're right. That would have been a nice guy to have, but
and wouldn't have cost you that much either.
And they got the middle of the lineup over there in Chicago. I mean, they're banging right now.
Yeah.
They're scoring more runs than anybody. And Candelario is obviously a big part of that. But he's not a middle of the order guy.
No.
That's what I'm saying. That's what it was going to take to really, I feel like, make a difference offensively. And that guy just wasn't out there for him. So yeah, you could piece it together with a couple bats, but I think that was probably a priority, and it just didn't get done. And Farhan was going to have to sacrifice maybe too much to do that. In his eyes, maybe not in our eyes, but in his eyes. But you need another starting pitcher. I thought that was paramount to them making a playoff run.
Yeah.
And and it come back to haunt them because they had to use so many openers, and I think that's why you're seeing a fatigued pen right now.
Totally agree, and it felt both good and bad to harumph my teenage son who was like, "It's working." I was like, "It's this 162," and now I'm telling him like. Son, it brings me no joy to tell you this, but it didn't work.
Lessons are tough in life. Yeah, you got to learn the hard way.
I got a question for you guys.
Yes.
Let me give you a question for you guys. In hindsight, what starter, now that you've seen what you've seen, and guys that were traded, what starter would have made a difference?
Well, I'll tell you a guy who was not, and this, people would have laughed you out of the room at the time, But it wouldn't have cost you much as Lance Lynn. And that's the kind of guy Brian Sabian would go get and know that this guy, like a little change of scenery, this guy's a 2-time All-Star, World Series champ. And I know, again, he wasn't putting up numbers there, but he's the kind of guy who could eat innings for you. And I know his last couple outings haven't been as good, but he's won 3 for him. And so, anyway, that's the kind of guy you could go get.
Well, they picked him up, and then the team went, they went 24-4 in the month of August.
Yeah,
so there
no.
you go.
And he's, I guess I'm looking at his last 2 outings were not good, but he's the kind of guy, though, you wouldn't hate giving him the ball down the stretch at all,
No, no, you're right.
And it wouldn't have cost you anything. I'm talking about these prospects,
That would have been a total Sabian move right there.
Yeah,
Sabian.
Like when he got Brad Penny. Remember Brad Penny?
Brad Penny. How about the Danny Darwin?
Danny Darwin.
Yeah, Brad Penny.
Peavy. Peavy at the time was sort of considered washed up.
Peavy actually really,
You're right.
Wasn't Peavy?
That's a good call.
Wasn't he? I mean, Peavy's numbers were terrible.
But he came back to life in San Francisco.
No, his numbers in Boston that year were not good.
No.
But
anyway,
right.
I mean, listen, and also, by the way, Sean, my other answer to you is that's Farhan's job is to go find those guys, but he didn't. So listen, like I said, maybe if you but they don't, Larry Baer does not want to ever tell people not to come to the park. So he's not going to say the R word. He's not going to say rebuild. They're never going to say rebuild. But by doing nothing at the trade deadline, that's what I interpret it as. Like, we're waiting for 24. And, Sean, if we're doing the show next February in spring in Scottsdale, you, me, and Paulie hanging out, it'll be optimistic, right?
I would say so.
Absolutely. I mean, and I say this, hesitantly, but I think that he'll do something this winter. I do. There was really, I'm obviously Conforto and Haniger this year, but I think he'll go do something this winter but ultimately I think you're right, 24, 25.
Yeah.
They really like these young guys, and they're going to build something around them. And hopefully, I'm hopefully thinking in 2 years we're saying, wow, what a group of young talent that's controllable for the next, in that point, probably 4 years, and they can make a run to the playoffs every year, because of it.
Let me ask. Let me ask you the ultimate question of like this young group we're talking about. Is Joey Bart a part of that? Because here he is.
Great question.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if it was you guys or if it was Papa and Lund the other day to ask me if Joey Bart, will you see him in a Giant uniform again? And I was saying as long as Patrick Bailey's healthy, no way. As long as someone doesn't get hurt, I just didn't see it happening. But it's good to see him back. I think Joey Bart's a big leaguer. I do. I just don't know where that's going to be. What is he going to be? I mean, I just don't know. Is he a backup? I mean, I guess that's the question you ask, right? I mean, do you go Bailey Bart next year? I mean, you could. Cheap, right? You know what you got in your number one guy. But is Joey Bart a backup? So, I mean, I don't see why not. I'm sure he'd like to start. And I think that he could be a big league starter one day with somebody. He's a perfect change of scenery candidate. But, I think that I think it would be fun to watch him in a Giant uniform, right? I mean, he was a top draft pick. I mean, everybody was waiting for Joey Bart, and it just hadn't got it done in a Giant uniform. So I don't see him being a starter with the Giants after what I saw from Patrick Bailey this year. But maybe he becomes a Giant backup.
It's just wild to see him up here right now, isn't it? I mean, you're like, wow, there he is. He's the Trey Lance. He is the Trey Lance.
AAA.
He's the Trey Lance of the Niners, of the Giants.
Yeah.
I mean, Paulie has a bit about, do you remember the old show, Bosom Buddies? We have a show, we have a running joke on
like I created a sitcom for these guys called Jimmy and Joey by the Bay.
Jimmy Garoppolo and Joey Bart, about two guys who aren't loved. Paulie said, when we were talking about how Jimmy was getting kicked out of the Niners and Joey, we created a sitcom. Paulie said it's like two misfits living in San Francisco.
And
with no
one's
place
highly
to go.
regarded, yeah.
And then when Jimmy got traded, Paulie did a new bit updating it called Trey and Joey by the Bay.
Trey by the Bay, season 2.
Trey's gone.
Season 2. Now I need a new roommate. I know. Now Joey needs a new guy.
Joey is that guy. I mean, eventually, I'd say the likelihood is he gets moved this offseason,
like Sean
right?
was saying, yeah.
Yeah, I would see that. Yeah, and there's all kinds of thought that goes into the moves that they make, and maybe it's another opportunity for them to showcase Joey here in September. Like he's going to get the majority of the starts till Bailey comes off concussion IL, and what if he goes out there and torches it for the next week, and it's more of a here's what our guy can do at the big league level now. He's turned it around, and then he becomes more valuable, this offseason as far as a trade piece. So like there's all kinds of stuff, right, that you can kind of either read between the lines or dig a little bit deeper and find out, why they make the moves that they make. But Joey was starting to swing the bat really well in AAA, starting to hit for some power and strike out a little bit less. And so, maybe he figured something out with his swing. Maybe there was an adjustment he made that will allow him to be a big leaguer, one day.
Well, there's like a scenario where next year, or even that you're going around the horn, you're going Webb and Harrison at the top of your rotation, Bailey behind the plate. You're going Schmidt at third, Luciano at short, Estrada at second. Your outfield has Matos, maybe Ramos. Your Carson Wisenhunt maybe is in the rotation. I mean, there is a scenario where that's a really good nucleus,
Yeah, and then this Mason Black kid, too, who's had a really solid year.
Black, yeah.
Yeah, you're right. But now you're talking all rookies. I think, I think it's now they're not going to be rookies anymore, but like, that's like, I think that's hitting it out of the park. If you got all those guys, in a couple years, playing, that's a really young, inexperienced team. That's asking a lot. I think you still need to surround, some of those guys with some experience. And then maybe you keep a Lamont Wade at first. You have a platoon situation there. One of your corner outfielders. I think there's that. I think you had a big bat, in the corner outfield. So yeah, I do. I mean, obviously that sounds pretty sexy, right? Those are all homegrown guys that could be playing, for the Giants one day, but that's a lot to ask for. I don't think many teams can really go out there and brag about that, having that many homegrown guys. I mean, you talked about every position on the field, I think, except for first base. That's pretty cool, right?
Yeah, I know. But that's the dream, right?
That's the dream. But I think the more the dream is to put it together like the Braves have, where they do have a lot of homegrown talent. They got to get Riley at third, Albies at second. Obviously Harris in the outfield, Acuna in the outfield. But they went out and got Olsen. They've got kind of some solid role players in Arcia at short, Arnaud behind the dish. So they've kind of done it the way that I feel like the team's kind of like the blueprint, right? Where you have, 4 or 5 really solid guys coming up for your organization, pitching and the defense side, offense side of things. And then you put some really good, solid players around them, via trade or free agency.
I fear, and I know we've gone long, Sean, but my fear is that, and we are listening, by the way, to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, Cumulus Media Station, is that Farhan's smart and Greg Johnson likes money. Those two things are true. Is that he knows that all he has to be is the 6th best team in the National League to make it.
But I'd say, wouldn't Greg Johnson make more money if the attendance was higher, too, if the team was better? There'd be more people paying to see the club.
What I'm saying is, like, what we're talking about in this quote-unquote playoff race is being the 6th best team in the National League.
No, you're right. Yeah, thank goodness for that rule change, right?
I mean, yes and no. Yes and no.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. I don't know if that's necessarily the mentality. I mean,
right.
Obviously the mentality is to get into the playoffs, but really the mentality is to sell tickets. I mean, as far as money goes, right? So if you want to pack the house every night, not only do you have to put a product on the field that's watchable, but you also have to make deep runs into the playoffs. You can't just barely get to the playoffs and be one and done, right?
Right.
I think the fans are smart enough about that, and typically those teams that do that, they're not teams that they don't have the players that are drawing you to the ballpark, right? So, when they won the World Series, they were selling games out. They were selling out prior to the next season starting. They were selling season tickets. Right. I mean, that's when you put the run together, how many sellouts they had. Well, that was because they were winning World Series, not because they were getting the playoffs. So, I think ultimately that's the goal. I mean, because then you're the 6th best team, and then the fans are like, well, okay, that's great, but it keeps us in it all year. But you're still not selling out stadiums, and you're still not making a run deep into the playoffs. I mean, the goal is to win a World Series. You have the financial flexibility to do that. You're not a small market team, right? You don't have to catch lightning in a bottle to do it. You have the resources to go out and put together a really good team, and you have really smart people, and you have a deep pocketbook, as far as an organization, and you got a smart GM, you shouldn't be the 6th best team. You should be one of the top 3 teams. So that's another way of looking at it too.
And I know we're long, but attendance, Giants 17th in the league.
That's what I'm saying.
And look at, who's third in all of baseball? San Diego.
Well, they packed that yard, yeah.
Well, you know why? Because they have superstars.
Right, exactly.
People want to come watch.
Yeah.
As bad as they've been this year, they're still putting butts in the seats.
Yeah.
That's it.
And I think that's what everybody kind of felt. That's why Aaron Judge would have been a needle mover as far as the attendance goes, because people would come to see Aaron Judge play every day, and the team didn't have to be great. They could be the team they are now, but they're going to probably get another $10,000 a game just to come watch Aaron Judge. But, and then you put Aaron Judge, and then, you add some other guys that people want to come watch. That's what San Diego has, Soto, Machado, and Tatis. Exciting team. There's a lot of buzz in San Diego coming off a playoff win last year. And, and that's where, that's where it can all go wrong too, right? That's the negative of spending a lot of money. But it went wrong as far as a team. But like you said, they're third in attendance. So the owners are still like, hey, well, we didn't make playoffs, but we're still counting money.
Man, I think we started to solve the problems just today. By the way, a listener reminds me that it was Jesse Rogers of ESPN who haunted us, and this is kind of a big one to bring up late. We should probably carry this into next week. But Jesse Rogers from ESPN is a good baseball writer in Chicago. He said everything about the Giants feels patchwork. He said their rotation feels patchwork, their lineups feel patchwork, and I was like, damn. Guys bringing truth from the outside. So
well, that's exactly what it looks like from the outside, because you don't run the same lineup out there, you don't run the same rotation out there, right? You piece it together. It's really what it comes down to, and it absolutely does look patchwork, and it feels patchwork. I mean, watching the team every day, it feels patchwork. Like you're just kind of, obviously you play matchups, you platoon advantages, you're going openers, bulk guys. I mean, it's just it's a way to win games when it's going well, and it was going well for a while, and now it's not. So it when it's not going well, it really feels like it's patchwork.
Well, like you said, the Rockies 7 times in 10 games could be their chance to get back in it, but either way.
That's it, guys. That's our silver lining to finish the segment right there.
Okay. That's it, guys.
Hey, when do we see you again on TV?
Yeah.
I'm back for San Diego, LA, and so hopefully, which is at the last they played.
It's starting
LA,
the 21st.
San Diego, LA, yeah.
So,
and then
2 weeks
hopefully,
from today.
And then right, and then at that point, hopefully we're still talking about a chance for them to get in. Yeah. But that's gonna come right on the heels of these next 10.
I think we're gonna be talking about your
and
fantasy.
Yeah.
My fantasy.
I was going to
be talking about your fantasy football team.
There might be a transition there, yeah.
Unless they're 3-0 by then we'll talk about them. But yeah, no. At least you guys get to talk about Joey Bart.
Well, that's what we're going to do right now. That's what we're going to do next. We're going to do it next.
Yeah, you get that's another silver lining.
Nicky Bosa is our guy. All right, it's always great, Sean. Love the rap.
Nicky Bosa.
Yeah.
You're good, Sean. All good, baby. I know what you meant.
Joey's about $7 million per year less than Nick.
Yeah,
that's it.
Nicky's right.
He's buying dinners, is what he's doing.
Oh, man.
He's taking. Yep.
Yeah,
Nick's got the dinner tab.
All right, buddy. Well, it's great. Always great. We love the Thursdays. We'll do it next week.
Thank you, Sean.
Okay, guys. Sounds good. Have a good week.
See you, man.
We covered a lot of ground there. A lot of ground.
He's always great, man.
Now, back to the big hit. Nick Bosa and the Joy next on the Sports Leader.
You're listening to Murph and Max Power Hour. Now on 104.5 FM and 680. This is KNBR, the sports leader. Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
The Hall of Famer Steve Young is back for his weekly hits with Tolbert and Copes, and yesterday he stopped by the afternoon show to talk about Nick Bosa's new contract and to break down the 49ers Week 1 matchup against the Pittsburgh Steelers. To hear that podcast and more, check out What's Trending Now on the all-new KNBR app.
Now, this is Murph and Max. Big hit.
I'll take a hit.
Hit me.
hit me. A hit is a hit, you pathetic schlepper.
Fly ball into left field. Base hit.
Sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned, authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
The holdout for Nick Bosa, the reigning Defensive Player of the Year, one of the best players in football, regardless of position, is over. He gets a big, fat new deal and becomes the highest paid defensive player in football. Listen to this. He gets 5 years, $170 million.
Out of the shotgun, and he gets hit again and sacked again. And you know by who? Bosa!
That's a sackaroonie, baby.
Play action by Heineke. Here comes Bosa! Got him around the edge and rocked him he never saw.
I just want to sack the quarterback, dude.
Here comes Bosa! Here comes Bosa!
Sorry for the scare.
There it is, man. And as you know, other than that long little digression there with Sean Estes, we've been talking Bosa all morning long. The joy. It's funny because probably if anybody's with us at 6 a.m., the first hour and a half of the show
it was joyous. It was a celebration.
And then we had Sean on, our regular hit, and we had to go down the dark road.
We had to hit the horns like, wah,
the pall of gloom.
Sorry for the scare.
Yeah, sorry for the scare on that segment there. But it was actually somewhat therapeutic to talk about the Giants that way.
Sean's great, dude. I really liked Sean Estes.
But it's back to the story at hand, and that is the big hit, and that is the joy, and the joy evident from Kyle Shanahan's face on down. I mean, so many different things to offer about this. First of all, congrats to Nick Bosa for getting that contract. He got the richest non-quarterback contract in the history of the NFL. 5 years, $170 million, $34 million average annual value. Here's a little example of what it's like to be a quarterback, Paulie. This would rank him 15th among quarterbacks between Kirk Cousins and Jared Goff.
You hear that, all you Pop Warner moms and dads out there? You know what position you got to get your kid lined up in is QB. But for me, Murph, for my money and my vantage point, I think he's well worth it. I think he's worth every penny. Somebody else would have done this for him if the Niners didn't do it for him. So he's a guy that he wrecks games single-handedly. You went through the numbers earlier today. They're pretty damn stunning. In fact, Murph dropped a stat on me. I know we got a lot of sound, but last thing, Murph dropped a stat on me. I'd never heard this. Incredible. Nick Bosa, all-time 49er postseason sack leader.
Yeah. 8.
I would not. I mean, God bless. I just wouldn't have guessed that.
There's so many different things. There's things we don't know about it. Like how big was the chasm and who caved the most? Like,
well, Schefter said there was a big gap. He said there was a big gap there.
The one negative is I don't know how this affects the cap going forward in 2024. Nobody's really done those numbers yet.
Seize the day, though. You know what I mean? It's time. It's about today.
Yeah, but the good news is yesterday they not only re-signed Nick Bosa, but they also saved $23 million in cap space by restructuring George Kittle and Trent Williams deals.
This is what I mean. The restructuring fairies.
We talk about massaging.
There's massaging
that's
too.
Fake salary cap.
1,000-finger massage, Marcus.
He's 25 years old. If anybody missed it, he landed last night in the San Jose, Santa Clara area on a private jet.
Looking dope.
Walked off, looking healthy,
all
tan,
in black, like Johnny Cash.
The sound was a little muddled where he comes off and says, "Hey, faithful, I'm back, baby." But this is the money one.
No, it's awesome.
Sorry for the scare.
He said, "Sorry for the scare." It is a little mellow, like dare I say, cute Bosa way. Like it's almost like endearing. You know what I mean?
You may dare, and I would say best
Sorry
case
for the scare. Yeah.
Dude, you got to look back to yesterday's show and the vibe in this room. There was a lot of concern in this room, and it was really starting to ramp up to the point where it would have been really intense today and tomorrow had they not signed Nicky. But you're right. Now we open the mics. It's like there's joy in the room.
Yeah, incredible joy everywhere. And the energy change in the building. Kyle smiling, not salty Kyle, where he's kind of like doing those run-on sentences and swallowing in the middle of the sentences and saying "and stuff" and all that stuff.
I like his "and stuff."
Instead, it was relaxed Kyle with like a big smile on his face. They said Fred Warner was running down the hallway screaming. Trent Williams said he's going to love having his Yoda sessions with Bosa where they sit at each other's lockers and just break down the game. Javon Hargrave said, we couldn't tell you guys the real deal, that they were freaking out. We had to fake it, but now everybody's happy. And I tell you, the energy going into Pittsburgh now is pretty amazing. So it started with Kyle Shanahan admitting that he was prepared that Bosa might not play. Going back to Wednesday's show when Tim from Manteca couldn't get any sleep, he was prepared for him not to play.
Okay.
You try not to think about it much because it's not really in my control, and you just got to let the process play itself out. Once it kind of went through the weekend, I just kind of got in my mind that we weren't playing with them. Because if I would have gone back and forth, that would have been miserable. So I just decided we weren't. I think our team was ready to not, and that was our mindset this way. And it was a hell of bonus to just get told that coming in here. So we're obviously real excited about it.
Yeah, it's really funny. It worked out that it was right before Kyle's media hit. He was going to do his media hit at 12:45. Schefter broke the tweet at 12:43. So, they didn't do it because of that, but it certainly changed the tone. To the point where when Mike Silver, our buddy Mikey, what's up, Michael? He asked Kyle, have you already thought about snap counts?
A realistic amount of snaps for Sunday.
How many snaps are in the game? I'm just joking. We got to see when he gets here. I know Nick will come in shape. I know he'll be good. It'd be great if he could get in something today. I don't know when he's going to get here or where he's flying from. But we'll be smart with it, and that'll be based over these next 2.5 practices.
Yeah, I like when Kyle's riffing. He's so loose, he's riffing. I'm kidding, of course. He's dropping a joke in there.
Well, that's that line. I've used that line a lot when the old how much time you got? When people are like, hey, how are things going in your marriage? You're like, how much time you got? You know what I mean?
I'm just joking.
Hey, how are things going? How are things going with your new program director? Hey, how much time you got?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I'm just joking.
And then Matt Mayoko said, is there any world where you don't play him on Sunday?
Oh, come on.
There is question because we haven't seen him, but I think you guys know how I'm talking. Like, you have to have a beer belly and be out of shape or something. That's not in Bosa's DNA.
By the way,
multiple riffs.
Shout out the old school phrase beer belly. You
Well,
just
that's
don't hear
frowned
that
upon
much.
now. In 2023, that's frowned upon. Murph and I have talked about the glorious era where men, primarily men, would take off their shirts in the bleachers at Candlestick. Consequences be damned. It wasn't about being in shape. It wasn't about... There was no such thing as six-pack abs back in those days. Yeah. So guys would just take their shirts off. Why? Because they were hot. And that was to help you cool down. And I'm talking blubber hanging over the belt line and without a second thought.
Proud.
Those were great days.
My dad used to walk around shirtless in the house all the time, and let's be honest.
That's why I love your dad.
He was not going flat belly.
You told me one time your old man would answer it like your boys would come over. He'd open the door.
Two buddies. One buddy told that story this past weekend. He would just open the door.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Yeah. And my buddy Robbie would come, and my dad would call him Robert. He answered the door and goes, Robert, come on in. And Robbie was like trying not to howl because
no, it's the best.
Mr. Murphy was just letting it fly.
No, and to your dad's credit, like if a guy can't take his shirt off in his own home,
well,
where can you take it off?
My dear departed buddy Harmsy, who we just think about all the time, used to always say, I need to be shirtless in my home. This is my castle.
Right.
He said, I almost want to make a point of going shirtless in the home. He goes, I need to establish domain.
That's what I was saying. Right.
Yeah.
If you can't do that there. Marcus, you ever go shirtless in your pad just to do it? Just to say, this is where I live.
You do. All the time.
Okay,
and I do it in honor of Ken Boucher, who I grew up my entire life 24/7. Never had a shirt on.
No.
But the thing about Ken Boucher is he's like in better shape than I am,
that's
boys.
the thing is, your dad was the beginning of the transition to he's that much younger than my dad where he then began working out.
Yeah.
Whereas for Bob McCaffrey and Bob Murphy.
Nah. Those guys, my dad didn't go to the gym.
Have a beer and take the shirt off.
Yeah, my dad was going to go to work, come home, relax, and maybe take the shirt off. Yeah.
You have to have a beer belly and be out of shape.
Yeah,
So anyway.
But good call on beer belly.
Steve Young came on with Tolbert and Copes while coaching his daughter's flag football game, and he talked about Nick Bosa.
Nice.
It's times two.
Yeah.
Because there's handling Nick Bosa, and then all of the effort and mind and from Wednesday on, everyone's talking about what are we going to do? How are we going to handle it? And so everybody's focused on it, and it just distracts, kind of laser attention, and so your team is distracted, and now you got to block them. Like there's two parts of it: distraction and blocking them. And so those are the great players. Reggie White was that way.
Yep.
All week long. Okay, what are we going to do? Right? Harris, we're going to slide that way, and Reggie, and then you have to block them. Then you actually have to play against them. And so I think there's two times the distraction that he brings that I think helps the team. And then obviously then the offense gets the ball back a lot more, right? Then the quarterback can take more chances. Kyle can say, look, I'm with Nick on the field, I can be more aggressive. So it helps the other side of the ball as well.
That's because Nick says, I just want to sack the quarterback, man.
This is Saccarini.
Yeah. So he's like, then he gets you the ball back faster. So everything about this thing is just so fantastic. It just made Javon Hargrave better. It made Eric Armstead better. It changed our view. By the way, the spread, which had opened at 3, Niners -3, and then went to -2.5. I'm on actionnetwork.com.
What are you seeing? Yeah,
it's -2. I got to think by Sunday it might go back up.
You would think so. I mean,
I would think money would start pouring in for the Niners with Bosa Bears.
Maybe by the end of the day.
Here's Trent Williams. He got his own deal, Trent Williams, 6 years, $138. They can sit down and can compare deals. Nicky's like, I got 5'170. What'd
Well,
you
you
get? He
said
goes, I
after
got
the
6'138.
games. Yeah, you said after the games they'll pull a chair up with each other and talk about the game.
Yeah,
Now they
it's
can
a true
talk
story.
about their
Well,
balances.
A good soundbite from Trent Williams about what Nick Bosa brings on and off the field.
You miss getting to rep against him a little bit in training camp? I know you guys like to pick each other's brain a little bit.
Yeah, I miss that part of it. I don't miss blocking him not one bit. So I do miss the being able to pick each other's brain and just having him here, be it him being in my corner, me being in his corner. Definitely miss him. He's as laid back and as monotone as he seems. He's a big part of this locker room, and a lot of people really follow him. And, we learn a lot from him as far as like how you treat your body, as far as like the dedication to eating right, sleeping right. So he's one of those guys that you really need in the locker room.
So good. By the way, the eating right and sleeping right, like you, if you're around Nick Bosa, so we brought in Bob's this week, right?
But we had a celebration.
Well, there it was, and we had Bosa on the air a year or two ago, and we had Bob's in that day.
Yeah,
and we said, hey Nick, we have the best donuts in the city.
Well, that's
right
why
here.
he's got that waistline.
And he said, he said, isn't it hard to walk past? He goes, no, you just walk past.
You just keep going, man.
So
See, that's not what I do.
It's like if he worked with us and he was like, don't eat the Bob's, guys.
Well, that's why
he wouldn't even say it.
No.
He just wouldn't.
He wouldn't
eat
even
it.
acknowledge
and you
it.
would be intimidated by him. Like, I guess I shouldn't eat the Bob's because he's not eating.
And
it.
then you got old Paulie Mack who walks out there, and I see that pink box. The first thing I do is flip that lid open and see where am I going.
Exactly.
Which one?
Then you start like hovering over it too.
Am I going chocolate or maybe I want crumb? I'm not sure.
Exactly.
Yeah, maybe I'll do both.
But that Trent is like for real. He's like his influence on us: eating right, sleeping right.
No,
Nick's
there's probably no finer tuned machine. In terms of like his.
What he says at the end of that tarmac thing last night. Let's go win some games.
Love that.
You win games by walking past the donut box and getting your sleep and all the things that Nick Bosa does.
All kidding aside, a guy like Nick Bosa eating one of those Bob's donuts would probably set his whole day off kilter. Do
you remember
that would probably really mess him up?
Who was the great? He was a really fun dude, but he was a terrible 49er because he was hurt the whole time. The Chief. Who jumped off sides?
D Ford.
D Ford.
Oh, D Ford. Yeah.
Because remember when we had him on and we said we said we just had Nick on and he said he won't eat the donut. He goes, well, remember he goes, I like a donut on a Friday.
Well, see now, but he ain't around anymore. See, to your point.
Remember, he also gave us the detailed description of his morning movement too. Remember
I enjoyed D Ford. He was a great guest on the air.
Piano and all that.
Great jazz player, really cool dude.
Just couldn't get him on the floor.
No.
I couldn't get him on the ground. Oh my goodness! Now talk about closure. It was 24 hours ago. This show was in panic. We were like, the energy's bad. They're going to go to Pittsburgh without him.
It was,
Super Bowl windows
bad. It was getting bad.
Out. They might trade him. Hey, Waterboy, how's our Reddit guy looking?
Dude.
Reddit guy, Josh Rosen
shout out
on
to
Reddit.
Josh Rosen. Great report. I'm glad we dove into that.
And we went into it.
Yeah,
we
did.
used it as content.
We had to.
Remember, I told you guys when we did, I said, I'm about to do something that I would never have done, but this is 2023.
I was shocked that you did that, actually. I couldn't believe that.
I'm caving.
Then Mark is over here going, no, you got to.
And Waterboy said at one point, he goes, don't forget that Reddit guy's handle is Josh
Yeah, but see,
Rosen.
when you've lost Murph, though, you've lost the plot.
But that guy said he had it on good authority that it was going down. They were going to trade him to an AFC team that was going to pay him.
Yeah, but because I got it on good authority that you're full of ass.
Yeah, the same guy that broke the Christian McCaffrey trade, quote unquote. Air quotes.
There are people out there that are just full of S.
Tons of them. There's a surplus of people full of ass.
Yeah. Anyway, 24 hours ago, the energy was bad. We were panicking. The callers were coming in. People started taking shots at Bosa.
People flipping out. Yeah.
Waterboy, you pointed out this morning on the leadoff spot, we had a guy call him a mama's boy.
This guy was like, Nick Bosa's a mama's boy. He's asking for too much money. I'm like, what the hell are you talking about?
They started to turn on him. Yeah.
And then we had one guy who said he couldn't sleep. We're like,
He's
really? He
a
goes, no,
mama's
I can't. He goes, I keep waking up and checking my phone.
That guy was awesome.
And that man is on the line right now.
Nice.
Tim
Okay.
and Manteca. We're closing the circle here. Tim, how are you, Tim?
Welcome back, Tim.
Hey, I finally got some sleep, man. I slept like a baby last night.
Good man. Good
Hey,
man.
I told you guys, I DM'd some Dick Bosa.
Yep.
And it ended up working out. He's with us for 5 years. That's freaking awesome. Like, how exciting. We're going to the Super Bowl now.
I just got a split. I just got an image of you. You know that where the head is on the pillow with a little smile at the corner at the legs.
Snoring.
Yeah. Yep. And now that I'm on the air with you guys, I just want to say, hey, Nick, if you're listening, anytime you want to sleep with my wife, it's okay.
Oh.
The door's open.
Damn, well, that's true dedication. Okay.
Okay, now let me ask you something, Tim. Now, is that something that you would say on a regular Friday or Saturday night to just anybody? Is that the kind of thing you have going on? Or is this special for
Because
Nick?
if so, leave your number. No, we're kidding, bro. Yeah.
Just Nick Bosa.
Just Nick.
Nick Bosa.
Okay,
Yep.
the door's open.
Only Nick, yeah.
Tim and Manteca, let them know. And thank you.
That's a true
for
Niner
making
fan
the,
right there.
Thank you for making the offer.
Guy's offering up the wife just to
Faithful.
keep Nikki happy. I love it. Thank
You
you,
want to
Tim.
talk about faithful?
No.
All right, guys, take care.
You two stay in
Tim,
touch,
there it
man.
is.
I want more from that guy.
was
Where if a
incredible.
lot of couples say that, they go like, well, I'll give you the hall pass for like this one guy, or they say you can have the hall pass for this one girl. I don't know. A lot of marriages are, they say there's always going to be like the one exception. I guess we found Tim's.
I don't even know if we can follow that. Like, it's like that might be the mic drop on the big hit.
Hey,
right
Nick,
there.
if you're listening, my wife's available.
Bryce Harper says he drives in every morning and listens to WIP, and he hit
Yeah.
that home run for Chuck from Mount Airy.
That's great.
Remember that?
Yeah.
So Nick was like, I was driving in. I heard Tim from Manteca offer his wife.
Send me the measurements, man. No, I'm kidding. I'm sure Nick's
Nick
fine.
Nick is the kind of guy who'd be like, no, man, I want you guys to be happy. I want you guys to have your own
You
thing.
guys should concentrate on yourselves.
But thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, though. That's nice of you. Wow. I don't know what we can say and add to that other than the energy has changed dramatically.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm feeling pretty good about the Niners going into Sunday. And I would have told you that I'm in that pool where I try to win money every week. I would have taken the Steelers and the points if Nick Bosa didn't sign.
Well,
But
speaking-
now that he signed, I'll take the Niners and lay the points.
So you're talking points and pools and bets and picks, et cetera, which reminds me to remind y'all in the listening audience, tomorrow is the triumphant return of the fabulous, fearless, fantastic Friday football forecast.
By the way,
Murph and I are going to get into it deep.
On your computer, when you look at on your phone, when you look at your stocks, there's a green or a red. When you looked at the forecast app, it was green. It was green.
Yep. Damn right there was. We had a good year last year.
Some serious
collectively.
some serious pressure on us now to do that. Do we want to go through the rest of that after that? You want to jump down? What's the
It's
best
hard
one down
after
here?
the guy gives up his wife.
Yeah, Fred
Yeah.
Warner.
Okay.
He's the enthusiastic guy, number 54.
I love Freddie.
Yippee! And just your initial thoughts on Nick getting the contract.
Just really happy. Ecstatic, actually. You should have seen me screaming earlier. Yeah.
Yeah, we heard you were the screamer.
Yeah. Yeah, you can say that. Yeah.
How'd you find out?
I was getting my lunch, and Coach Wilkes walking down the hall. He grabs me. He's like, Bosa's here. And I was like, wow. I couldn't believe it, but hey, he's here.
There it is, man. Warner's boy. If you missed Greg Cosell this morning, you should listen to him talk about Fred Warner.
He did.
He said it's not even close. The things that he does, the variety of skill sets that he has.
Well, the speed,
He keeps talking about chasing CeeDee Lamb down the field last year in the playoffs.
Yippee!
That's pretty good, actually. I like that. Might want to add that to the Niner win montage.
Yippee!
Or Sorry for the Scare. People have asked if Sorry for the Scare should enter your song, which, by the way, we got to end the big hit with that.
Sure.
Okay, why don't we do that? Why don't we, in fact, just to get going here, because we got Matt Mayoko and Chris Rose in the 9 o'clock hour. We got the cooler of content coming up.
Let's try it on the fly, Marcus. See if you can tack it on at the very end as we're fading out.
Or the Sorry for the Scare, yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah,
not the
you
yippee.
can tack that on.
Okay.
We'll do it live. We'll try it for the first time without a net.
Baker, you good?
We got him in the draft round 1-0, Then we drank champagne and we toast our guy Nicky Bosa.
You good?
B-O-S-A Bosa.
I do have my birthday.
I walked up to him and I threw him a glance. I asked him his name and in the 3-point stance he said a Bosa.
You good?
A B-O-S-A Bosa. A Bosa. Bosa.
Baker, you good? Time to get back to work.
Thank you. Sorry for the scare.
There it
Dude,
is.
very
Hey,
nice.
DJ Marcus.
Marcus to take care of anything you ask. His kid's got it all going.
I just want to shout out 7.
He's a 5-tool guy.
Like Fred Warner.
Yeah,
I want to shout
totally.
out,
He's the Fred Warner at KNBR.
707's text that says, shout out to Tim from Manteca's indecent proposal.
You know what?
That's pretty good.
Great reference. That's on Showtime right now, by the way. I saw a couple minutes the other day.
That's incredible.
Yeah, shout out
All right,
Robert
well,
Redford.
there's your big hit. Everybody's happy. What a
yeah.
difference a day makes,
Good man.
right? All right. We go from Tim from Manteca not sleeping to offering his wife to sleep with Nick Bosa. That's what a difference makes. Cooler content next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Nick, if you're listening, anytime you want to sleep with my wife, it's okay.
Oh.
The door's open.
You're listening to Murph and Max Power Hour. Now on 104.5 FM and 680. This is KNBR, the sports leader. Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Nick Bosa is back. That's right. Here comes Bosa on his way back to San Francisco after signing a record-breaking deal yesterday that made him the highest non-paid quarterback in the entire NFL. So to read all the contract details on Nick Bosa's new contract, check out that story and more trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
Here comes Bosa!
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Do you want to pay less taxes this year? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT. Crank up Murph and Max Power Hour.
All right, everyone, chill.
This is the cooler.
You're not sending me to the cooler
of content.
Murph and Max Cooler of Content is sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Sleep better, live better. Visit sleepworld.com. And by Marin Health. Marin Health Medical Center and Marin Health Medical Network world-class care. Closer than you think.
On KNBR, the sports leader.
All right, Cooler of Content, COC style. So there is a 49er blogger out there named Steph Sanchez.
Yeah.
She's pretty funny. She does a killer Nick Bosa impression.
Oh, nice.
And we've played her before. And we thought, well, hey, since Nick Bosa is signed, why not give Steph Sanchez some more shine on her Nick Bosa impression?
Is she like Nick Bosa fan A number one kind of thing?
She's a Niner content creator.
Okay.
Here it is.
This better be good, Brian. Wait, really? Let's go. I knew they would cave because, there's no way they were going to win that game on Sunday without me. Oh, hey, John. Didn't know this was a three-way call. Thanks, Brian. Well, I gotta go. I gotta make some phone calls. Hey, Joey. Guess what? Brian, I'm looking at the numbers you sent me, but they're not matching up with the numbers you gave me earlier. Taxes? Are you sure? It's a lot. Hey, faithful. I'm back, baby. What else do you want me to say? Sorry for the scare. Let's go win some games.
All right. Very good. Very good. I think everybody's got a Bosa now, right? With their low-key, low-energy sort of, hey.
It's actually not that hard of an impression to do.
Yeah, just for the scare.
Yeah.
That's
Just
so
kind of
good.
chill yourself out, man.
Sorry for the scare is one of the great lines, by the way, in Niner history.
I'm telling you, bumper stickers getting printed up right now with the Niner logo
What are some of the
on
other
it.
great lines by Niners? Well, Dion, this is my house. It's always been my house. That's pretty good. Any other one-liners? Did Kaepernick say anything? Harbaugh? Well, who's got it better than us?
Did Harbaugh say
But that's
anything?
I want winners, Singletary.
I mean,
But I'm talking about legendary lines. Say I want winners goes down in the wrong road, right?
well, you don't remember what nobody's got it better than us?
Better than us.
Maybe that bring it back for you.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
That's pretty good, man. Nick, hey, Rich Sherman checked in.
Good. I want to hear from Rich.
And he was on his podcast, the Richard Sherman
Good,
podcast.
good.
This is just straight Bosa love here, I think.
Good.
Nobody deserves it more he's getting quarterback money. Well, old quarterback money, but quarterback money. I mean, he's one of the best players in the National Football League. I would guess he'd be top 3 right now, period, regardless of position. And he's earned the money. And I'm sure everybody in San Francisco, in the building, outside the building, on the street corner, is excited that he's going to be playing this Sunday. You know who's not excited? The Pittsburgh Steelers offensive line. They said they were preparing for him. Mike Tomlin said all the right things, but I guarantee you they would have preferred Nicholas John Bosa not be present for this game, even if he's spot duty, because he's definitely going to be on a pitch count. But either way, I'm sure they're ecstatic to have him in the building.
That's pretty. I like the Nicholas John Bosa. The one guy they didn't want to see, Nicholas John Bosa. Very good. All right, Steve Young on Tolbert and Copes. Steve Young on Tolbert and Coates. He was coached. So this story was in the Mercury News. He's now, because ESPN, he's not there anymore.
I hate that too, because Steve was great on ESPN, man. Yeah. He was a big part of that to me.
It comes down to, I think, the price range.
Yeah.
Although, did you guys see Mina Kimes? He's got a $1.7 million per year.
Listen.
Mina Kimes.
Yeah.
Go get it.
Yeah, why not?
Go get it, girl.
Why not?
Anyway, Steve Young is now, with his spare time, coaching his daughter.
That's because Steve is the man.
Summer Young.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, nice, Steve.
And they...
she's a QB, I'm assuming?
I don't know. That's a good question.
I'm just assuming she's under center?
So in the middle of talking to Tolbert and Copes, I guess he's got the game going on, and she gets... I don't know, she comes up with a thigh injury or something. Take a listen here. Yeah.
I love that you've learned so much about... hold on, little aside. Hold on.
Yep.
Okay, you'll recover. It'll be great. We'll take care of it. That's part of it's part of the game, honey.
Somebody get dinged up.
It's part of the game. It's part of the game.
You'll recover. Yeah.
He'll recover. That's awesome.
It's going to be great.
That's awesome.
I lost my finger.
My daughter.
Your daughter?
My daughter's playing
nice.
number 8. She's like, hey, I think I really bruised my leg. I'm like, it's going to be good. We're good.
This will be good. It's a good bruise. Yeah. We're going to be okay. It's going to harden. You'll be tough.
Oh, my goodness. So that is awesome. You'll recover. How many days, you got to tell your kids that sometimes, right?
Well, Steve was about as fearless as it got in the NFL. I mean, this guy would take on literally anybody on the field, so he's not going to be fazed by a bruised leg. I mean, Steve Young would challenge linebackers.
Oh, and I know you guys grew up in the days of just rub some dirt in it. Can you still tell a Little League kid that?
Great question.
Rub some dirt in it.
Baseballism sells that shirt.
Nice.
Rub some dirt. And the kids wear
but then you could tell the kid to rub some dirt in it, but then here come the parents.
We raise them tough, though, on my teams. We're like, you're good. You're better than you think. Let me tell you this about Little League coaching. The direct proportion to injury severity to embarrassing play that just happened is 1-to-1. Meaning a kid just fell down chasing a pop-up. Oh, he's hurt.
Shout out Jock Peterson.
A kid fell down running from second to third. He's hurt.
Yeah.
All right. And then once you realize, we have the embarrassment factor. Okay. Now,
shout out Jock Peterson once again.
Once we say, no, it's okay, we'll move on to the next play, then they dry the tears and they're all good.
Yeah.
So,
I hate to be the center of attention on a bad play. Yeah.
You'll recover.
Yeah, man.
You'll recover.
You got that young family toughness in you. That'll be all right.
Rub some dirt on it.
Yeah. How old is Summer Young? Do you have any idea?
I think she just started high school. I think she's like the same age as Declan. I think.
That's great.
So he's a sophomore.
Steve Young is probably like a super dad. Actually,
I always keep track of old dads. You know that.
Yeah. We should talk to Wink sometime. My buddy in L.A., he's got a couple little girls. He's an old man, too.
Every time we meet an older parent, we high-five.
Well, high-five Winks when you see him.
Yes.
Question real quick, just to tie it all together. When Steve Young is hanging out at home and they're getting dinner ready and Summer's coming home with her homework, is Steve Young walking around the house shirtless?
I hope so.
Me too.
Yeah.
Me too.
I hope so.
Okay.
Steve got the ultimate. Steve had a dad bod when he was playing. You know
Break
what I mean?
that down. What do you mean?
Like, Steve was never ripped. He was never Kaepernick, He was never ripped. He was never Brady with the avocado and all that stuff.
All right, okay.
He had a dad bod. He did.
He won a ring. I know
It was
that.
like a fit guy, but not super overly fit,
How would you describe Joe Montana's
dad bod.
physique? And he's got 4 of them.
Skinny
Christ's
dad bod,
sakes.
for sure. All right, man. Well, there you go.
All right,
There's
man.
your cooler of content. There's your Nick Bosa big hit. There's
That
your
was fun.
Sean Estes,
Good.
Paul of Gloom tour. And then Matt Mayoko, 9:15, talking Niners. Man, the energy change is unbelievable.
Sorry for the scare.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Yippee! Redwood City. Shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Redwood City's sports leader.
All right, we love talking about the North Bay for its world-class beauty. In fact, Paulie and I will be up at the Mountain Theater on Saturday, enjoying the world-class beauty and world-class music for Sound Summit. But let's talk about the world-class secret we call Marin Health. It's not just the closest medical care, but the best. Yeah, with a cardiology team that delivers treatment twice as fast as the national average, a world-class maternity care center with doctors and midwives available 24/7, an accomplished orthopedic team to get you back on the trail, and a partnership with UCSF that expands our world-class capabilities. It's all right here to get you closer to being at your best. Marin Health, world-class care, closer than you think.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
You know, it's a life-changing moment for him, and he's definitely deserving of it. He's put in so much work throughout the years, and so happy for our team, happy for him. I'm sure everybody's, all Niner fans are happy.
Everybody's happy, and Waterboy's doing money rejoins.
Money.
Waterboy, you want to help Brody out here?
Who we got here, Mark? This is
here?
all about the Benjamins, baby.
Maybe one of the original, iconic. Have you gone as simple as the OJ's money?
I've actually got it queued up, so stand by, Murph.
That's a good one, too. That'll still work.
You did Floyd?
He did that yesterday.
I did that yesterday.
You did
while
money
we were
yesterday.
waiting for the contract.
And then Mike Silver gave you love. He goes, hey, good track when he came in, rather.
Yeah. By the way, Kyle Shanahan joins Tolbert and Copes later today.
I wonder if he'll still be floating across the room when he talks to Tolbert and Copes.
Silver used the phrase is lightness of being. He said
unbearable lightness of being.
There was a movie that everybody talked about, nobody saw.
I never saw it. Right, I remember the name, though, yeah.
Yeah, because it had such a fancy name.
Highfalutin.
Yeah, highfalutin here. So, hey, this is one of those segments where we try to get back on the clock. So, Paulie, why don't we go to either Jerry Garcia or Dave Grohl?
Oh, good. Okay. Yeah, let's do Grohl's out on the road. Let's give him some love.
If someone sent in a text to you. Oh.
By the way, speaking of Grohl, social media will bring you these little nuggets. And I don't know, somehow, somewhere. A lot of listeners friend me, so I don't know who they are sometimes. And on Facebook, a guy said, hey, look who I ran into checking out of my ritzy Napa boutique hotel. And it was Grohl.
Nice.
He goes, I told him I was a big fan. He was very friendly.
That's
asked
what they
where
say.
I'm from.
Yeah.
I told him San Francisco. He started talking to me about old San Francisco venues he played coming up.
Nice.
And they mentioned one I'd never heard of.
The I-Beam? You know the
I know
I-Beam.
the I-Beam. It was like the Cabin or something like that. Or
Catalyst?
No. It was one I'd never heard of. But anyway, the point is, he said, and from that point
Rickshaw
on.
Stop?
No. It was all. He goes all.
I'm thinking
morning,
of the really underground.
He goes all morning long. Grohl would introduce me to people walking by as his tour manager who booked him at the Cabin or something like that. So
Nice. That's pretty cool.
Grohl's a wacky guy.
Yeah, Grohl's a good guy. But I've heard that from a lot of people. If you should bump into him, he's got like all the time in the world for his fans, which is nice to hear.
He's also got all the time in the world for a fresh pot.
Yeah, now you're talking, Murph. Let's serve it up today, man.
Fresh pie!
Who else needs one? Murph, you need one? Let me get you one from Mike Kruko.
You got to have good coffee.
He does. And I don't know, Bobby Cannavale.
I got my coffee.
And one more for the road. I know you like your Vic.
I'm making coffee. You want coffee?
I was in play in Encinitas big
I forgot
time.
to ask. Go ahead.
I was in play big time. I'm going to say Eric. Shout out the mysterious EB.
I'm
I told
making
you about
coffee.
him.
You
He's
want
my
coffee?
incredibly sound, by miles, the smartest guy in our group. He's retired at 54. He's
That's
retired.
impressive, yeah.
And he has properties in Hawaii and Tahoe. And he's just like, chill. And he's like, you guys want coffee?
He's like the Nick Bosa of your friends.
I'm making coffee. You want coffee?
Yeah. And then you got this one, too.
Maybe one more coffee?
By the way, so we go to the text line. Jennifer. What's up, Jennifer?
Hey, Jennifer.
She says, if Joe and Steve have dad bods, they are raising the dad bod bar way up because I've seen some dad bods that'll hurt your eyes.
No, she ain't kidding. No, see, she knows.
Was he? Oh, the venue was called The Farm. The guy said he saw the same thing. The Farm is at Potrero and Army.
I don't know it, but that's way cool, man.
Okay.
Shout out to the DNA Lounge. Shout out to all the clubs in the city that are no longer standing, because the I-Beam, a lot of great bands went through the I-Beam on Haight Street, and I'm sure Grohl did. They definitely did, yeah.
209 says, instead of your slogan, Giants Baseball Fun, can we get Giants Baseball in the Waltz Horsehead screen?
Okay, let's try it out. We'll try this one live on the air just for your head. Giants Baseball. That seems to be the situation at this juncture. They're winless in September. Marcus and I have this ongoing thing, and I'm still waiting to hear it today. You got to mix one in for me. Wake me up when September ends. So far, Giants are 0
we
for
need
September.
money. We need the fun money ones these days.
Yeah, now see what a
And
point
that's
to give
too
them the
depressing.
point.
Even people got upset during our Estes conversation, which was so candid.
Well, we're trying to talk Giant Ball. I mean, we're the flagship.
Yeah, you can't.
No.
Dead men walking.
I'm not going into that.
I wonder about how many of these guys are willing to run through. I mean, Triple E was in their clubhouse in Chicago. He said they're very relaxed. They all get along. It's not like there's dissension.
Maybe a little too
I
blank
think
to
just a
relax.
lack of urgency and a lack of, talent, too. Hey, 408 says, everyone loves this Bosa contract except for Brandon Ayuk. He was going to get Debo money. Now you say goodbye to Ayuk. Well,
But you were talking about that earlier.
408, I'm
casualties.
with you. There will be casualties. But right now,
Brandon Ayuk,
I could get hit by a truck crossing the street. Can I just enjoy Sunday against the Steelers?
That's what I'm saying, too. It's all so precious. Let's just enjoy the game.
And try to win a Super Bowl. And if they don't, then we can start crying and bitching.
I can't guarantee that anybody in the world will be alive Sunday, so I can't guarantee who will be on our roster on Sunday. So that goes for all of us.
702 says, that guy from Manteca, that's what he told his wife. Don't worry, you'll recover. Oh, I see.
Nick, if you're listening, anytime you want to sleep with my wife, it's okay.
Oh.
The door's open.
We're not expecting that one.
All time.
It's okay. He says he got my blessing.
I love the Polymac. Oh!
No, because it shocked me. I wasn't expecting
306 checking in from Canada. Is this Jackie? Says, if you guys are talking about tough love, nothing is better than the COC of the grandma with the grandson and the missed free throws.
Oh, yeah. You
remember that?
I do.
Can you find that one on a short leash?
Kid's grandmother was heckling him from the seats because he wouldn't sink his free throws.
40, multiple people have said, if you're looking for iconic lines in Niner history, sorry for the scare, they say it's going to have to beat, hey, H, check it out, John Candy.
Yeah, that's Joe Montana at his best.
Other people are nominating Steve Young, saying, take the monkey off my back.
That's a good one.
Take the monkey off my back. 503 nominates Jim Tomsula's opening speech where he shouts out Jan from accounting.
Wait, who is that, Murph?
Well, we're talking about great lines in Niner history because I said sorry for the scare is like one of the great lines in Niner history.
Go ahead.
Somebody said, well, Tom Sula when he shouted out Jan from accounting.
Why not seize the opportunity?
Today's Tom Sula, he gets high on you. When the space he invades, he gets by on you.
That's for your head, Murph.
And speaking of, so Steve Young told his daughter, hey, you'll recover, which is part of the parenting from the old generation.
Apparently, it's frowned upon for you to heckle the little kids now. So you can't tell a child, you suck, and boo them.
But my mom, your grandson.
Baby, you missed your free throws. Them the rules. I didn't make them.
No.
Incredible.
Apparently, it's frowned upon.
Truncated that. There's
That's
a part
the
in the
comedy
middle where
right
she
there.
talks about the
Frowned upon.
And multiple people have said, hey, Murph, the Giants are winless since you went to San Diego. You're the
they're
cooler.
blaming Murph now. I know.
And quite frankly, yeah, I'll wear it.
They lashed out at you last week. Do you remember that they were taking shots at Murph just for leaving the city? It was like, well, this is Murph's fault.
Well, here's the thing, boys. We know misery loves company, but I don't know who to blame as the cooler. Is it Murph showing up in San Diego or Triple E showing up in Chicago?
Either one. Either way.
Both showed up and nobody got any wins.
That laugh track wasn't helping.
No,
for sure. By the way, somebody else wrote in. I lost the area code on this one. They said, hey, if you ever call Rob Manfred again, he's going to have to say new phone, who dis? It's been so long. It's a great text. So there you guys go.
Okay.
And then somebody else wrote in and said, hey, the Giants hired an A's guy in Farhan, so no wonder he's recreating the A's. So
You have like an A's. Yeah, well.
there it is, man. And then 707, this is the positive one we're going to end it with.
Go ahead.
He says, I haven't had a radio in my work van for a couple of weeks. I'm finally getting back on with you guys, and I have to admit it, I missed you guys.
I missed you too, man.
There it is.
Welcome back.
707. There you
Yeah.
go. All right. Hey, we're building up to Matt Mayoko at 9:15 and talking 49ers Steelers next on the Sports Leader.
It's okay.
Oh.
The door's open.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
All right. Provident Credit Union is here to save you money and make you money. Yep, it's a limited time offer from Provident Credit Union you do not want to miss. We are introducing the Pick a Term certificate from Provident. It's all about investing on your own terms with the flexibility to choose your own investment period. So, with the Pick a Term certificate, you call the shots. You can select a 3, 6, 9, or 12-month term share certificate and enjoy an impressive annual percentage yield of 4.5%, one of the most competitive rates on the market right now. Whether you're saving up for a short-term goal or aiming for a long-term investment, this certificate offers you the financial freedom you need to take control of your savings. But remember, this incredible offer will not last forever, so do not wait. Grow your savings today. That raise effective September 1st, 2023. Minimum balance requirement of $10,000. Early withdrawal penalty may apply. Federally insured by the NCUA. Visit providencecu.org for terms and conditions.
KNBR heads, fill your feed by following the sports leader on Facebook. This is KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
The San Francisco 49ers and Nick Bosa reached agreement on a 5-year, $170 million deal that includes $122.5 million guaranteed. It makes Bosa the highest paid defensive player in NFL history. And the two sides get the deal done in time for Bosa to report and play Sunday in Pittsburgh against the Steelers.
Hey, I don't know who's more excited, Nick Bosa or Adam Schefter, right?
Guys, I got Schefter screaming at me on that rejoin.
He's very excited. By the way, we kept saying Chris Jones of Kansas City has to sign. Chris Jones of Kansas City has to sign. No, he doesn't. And by the way, the Chiefs kick off in 8 hours.
Yeah.
He ain't signed. He
ain't going to be out there tonight, man.
No, that's why I took the Lions in 6.5.
I like that.
Line's moved down to 5 now.
Let's go, Jared Goff. Little Marin County pride for you, Murph. Jared Goff under center.
There's a lot of stories on the Lions out there, just kind of bopping around the blogosphere about everything. Like, it's legit. Like, it is.
No, they were
like
definitely.
They have a very good defense, and they have a very,
And I think now they believe a little bit. I think they actually believe that they can do something this year based on the way they finished off last year.
They drafted that kid Hutchinson out of Michigan, and he can play. And they got other pass rushers, too. And, listen, Kelsey's questionable for tonight. I mean,
I'd be shocked. I'd be surprised if Kelsey's playing tonight.
Might not. I mean, Kelsey's one of those guys, you know what I mean?
Yeah, but why risk your whole, if he's got a bad knee, I wouldn't risk it on week one.
It's called the NFL, buddy. Yeah. They go out there and do their things. Hey, you are listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. It's called Toradol, right? It's called Painkillers, and it's a savage league, man. Savage
Toradol?
league.
Never heard of that.
Oh, yeah.
No.
That is the painkiller that has changed the world. It's like it masks everything.
Murph, a follow-up question on Toradols. You got any? Kidding. Relax.
Everybody,
just relax.
We'll move on from that one. All right, guys. Hey, yes, it is a Nick Bosa Thursday, and it's incredible how everything changed. How everybody feels like, there was that, and there was undeniable. It's funny. John Shea called the Giants road trip the Pall of Gloom. The Pall of Gloom
I'd
tour.
say that was accurate.
And that's the Niners. My jock blog last week was about how everything felt bad. How they didn't have Bosa signed. How they had to trade Trey Lance to the Cowboys. How Jake Moody was creating zero faith, right?
Yep.
And I was like, they got to get to a game because this is getting depressing. And now
everything's changed. Yeah, just with that one signing, boom, all the weight's been lifted.
808 KNBR is the phone number if you guys want to call in our last open segment. We have Mayoko and Chris Rose. I mean, is there any chance that anybody's like I said, the only negative on this whole thing is what effect it would have on the 2024 Niners and the salary cap. But at this point in time, really,
no, let's ride.
I don't want to say who cares, but kind of who cares.
No, at a certain point, and it's funny, we talked to Sean Estes about this. It's almost like a philosophical thing, like a mentality or a mindset where you had the Giants in a great position at the trade deadline when the Farhan chose to do nothing, literally nothing. And now you have the same kind of situation with the Niners, like where they have everybody in place. Let's seize this, man. Let's take this on right now, right here. I think that is the goal. These guys, they've said it. Like, they've already talked about Super Bowl being the goal this year. So you don't worry about 2024 this season. You got to just go take it right now.
I did want to bring this up with you that if you stick around the internet long enough, you start reading, and I don't know, Waterboy, if you've seen some of this stuff. There's some people saying the Niners could be due for a step back.
In the 23 season.
Have you read that? I've read that.
No.
I have.
Who's writing that?
So first of all, Mike Sando did Mike Sando, our buddy from The Athletic, who does the quarterback tiers.
I like Sando.
He did one of those anonymous.
We had Sando. When you were out, we had Sando.
Oh, did you?
We talked tiers, yeah.
Did he talk about he just published just to this morning his anonymous poll on the teams. He polled 6 executives from each team, and they ranked every team from the NFC and the AFC.
Not to be confused with Holler's big poll. That's a different poll.
Well, I think that's actually, Triple E's afraid of.
I know, we got closed door ass going on over here now. Jeez Louise.
They're coming after
getting
him.
tense.
I know.
You
But
know,
anyway.
kind of fun over here.
One of the guys in the Niners finished second in the poll.
Yes.
Eagles first, Niners second.
Yeah.
But one of the guys said, one of the executives had the Niners fourth, and he said the Lions will be better than the Niners.
Slow
this
your
year.
roll, homie. That's what I would say to that guy. And was that written by the same guy who said that they were going to trade Nick Bosa? Like, the Lions are going to be good. They're not going to be better than the San Francisco 49ers.
Well, every year,
pump it back. Thank you, DC.
Every year, the playoff field changes by half.
Yeah, I
right?
expect that they could be like competing for a playoff position, but I don't see them like winning more games than the Niners this year. The Lions.
Saying it could. I'm just telling you what's out there.
That's what they're saying. That's all right.
What's out there.
That's all right. Let 'em
Do
talk.
either of you feel that?
No.
They're primed for
not at all.
Not at all.
You take a look
No,
around at the
zero part of
entire
it.
conference. Really, we've been talking about it all
they're in a good-
preseason long.
agreed.
It's them and the
Yes.
Eagles. Yeah, you could throw in the Seahawks and the Cowboys,
But
but
what about the knowledge that there's always going to be a team that surprises you?
that's
Always.
great.
Yeah,
They can
and
be a
there will be.
surprise.
You're right. That's
and
not-
they'll be surprised to see number 97 line up against them in the postseason.
Yeah, I got a surprise
Yeah,
for you.
here's a surprise. Uh-huh.
He's on the
Check out
edge.
this
You'll see him
magic trick,
coming.
Paulie
You won't
Mack.
even see him coming. Yeah.
Did you guys read the big Purdy story by Eric Branson in the Chronicle and just about how this guy, they keeps talking about this, the word, it's like, what's his greatest skill set? And honestly, the answer is poise.
Yes.
That's his honest, I mean, like that, it's like, is it his foot speed? No. Is it his arm strength? No. Is it, his ability to shed tacklers? No. It's his poise. It's that he's just the number one quality he brings, and this is what the NFL has turned into with such savage pass rushers and such speedy edge rushers. You got to be calm.
Back to Larry David for 5 seconds here when he was writing up that Seinfeld episode where somehow Kramer became the chaperone for Miss Rhode Island at the Miss America pageant. And they were like practicing the walk and the answers and all that stuff. But Kramer reinforced time and time again, poise.
Yeah.
It's just as important as the other qualities. It's poise. He was yelling and screaming about poise. So you're right. Poise counts.
The irony being that he had no poise when he was yelling about poise.
Hold on 1 second. Let's go to the videotape. Bravo to you for the speed, bro. Very well done.
Mm-hmm.
Told you. I just tried to reinforce that.
Very good. By the way, 858 says Matt freaking Mayoko predicted a step back. So we'll have to ask him
Matt
that.
Mayoko's out here talking about Darnold that being the best arm ever, taking steps back.
Now, is the whole step back narrative just because of potential Brock Purdy sophomore slump?
I just think most people feel like
they're
here's
due.
one
Like
of my-
what?
here's one of the things one of the problems: depth. They do not have depth, and any injuries are going to be a problem. So they're not deep on the O-line. They're not deep on defense. So that's an issue. They lost a couple D-line guys, some figures. Safeties, I mean, is Gibson going to play as well as he did last year? I mean, he had a great year last year. Can he do it again? The corner situation, they sign Isaiah Oliver, and all of a sudden he's not the guy to play nickelback. McKivitz at right tackle.
I'm sorry,
against
I don't
TJ
see it.
Watt.
I don't see them regressing. I just don't see that. Not this group. They've been through too much.
At their highest level, they're fantastic. I mean, when Brock Purdy's hitting Christian McCaffrey on a swing pass, that's like, it doesn't get any better than that, right? But let's see, they finished, let's see, last year's record was, do you guys remember last year's
I
record?
actually don't. Help me out.
I don't either. Hang on, 2022. Duh. Here we go. I got to get this thing going. Were they 12-5? Is that what they were? That
sounds right.
I got it for you right here, Paul. Yeah.
That's right. 13-4. 13-4.
They went 13-4 last year.
Yeah, it's because Brock Purdy never lost a game once he got in.
God, 13-4, and they started 3-4. They won 10 in a row.
Yeah, they
finish
had
the
a
season?
rough, and that's what they're
Because
trying
Brock
to avoid.
never lost.
Yeah, they're looking to get around that bad, shaky start that they've had for under a couple of Shanahan seasons. It'd be nice to start off on and get Nick Bosa locked up.
I've read a lot of those quotes saying that their emphasis now is to start fast.
That's why with the focus they have and with the experience they have, and then frankly the talent they have on both sides of the ball, excuse me, I just don't see a step back. I don't see it.
That's the ideal.
Yeah.
And I would say, this Pittsburgh Steelers team they're playing, nice team, and respect.
But again, you never count out a Mike Tomlin team. You just don't.
They scored 308 points last year. The Niners scored 450. Okay? I mean, that's what we're talking about.
They're going to have a tough time against the Niner defense. All the teams are.
I know. You got Warner and Greenlaw. Oren Burks at linebacker, although I was going to ask Tim Ryan or Greg Cosell. I forgot to. I mean, how often do the Niners play that third linebacker? Not often. I mean, they're always in the nickel situation, aren't they? They're always going to have that third DB on the field. So it's funny. Or I'd have to say, of all the 49ers going into this year, the one that I am least connected to is Oren Burks. I am not boned up on my Burks. Are you?
Not necessarily.
I couldn't tell you what number he wears.
Yeah.
Could you?
Not really, but he'll reveal himself in time, hopefully.
First Oren in Niner history?
Yeah.
O-R-E-N, Oren
Yeah, I think
Burks?
he has got to be the first, yes.
He's taking over for Aziz Al-Shire, who's gone. I mean, I'm going to miss Jimmy Ward.
Yeah,
You know?
for sure.
You're going to miss, a couple guys. McGlinchey. The whipping boy.
You know who I always liked too coming in as a sub was DJ Jones, man. He had a nice push in the middle. Great guest on the program too when we talked to him, but he was underrated. DJ Jones. He would come in and kind of wreak some havoc out there.
But
he
Paul
was.
and Mac, I think you can also make the argument that they upgraded on the interior line by bringing in Javon Hargrave.
Hargrave's a great addition. And don't forget, Kerry Hyder's always good coming out for a few snaps, too.
And that's something we saw last year in the NFC Championship game. Now, obviously, the Brock Purdy injury was the storyline, but the Eagles were able to run on that 49ers defensive line. But now adding Hargrave to that D-line, I think they have greatly improved this
Good point you just made. They did run on the Niner D-line. That's a good call.
One of those anonymous execs said the Seahawks would win the West over the Niners.
Well,
you guys
you've
know,
got the fear. You've got the phobia.
No, I'm the only one who truly is understanding what the Seahawks are bringing to the table.
Full red alert when it comes to the Seahawks.
I don't get it. We saw him
you drafted Kenny Walker in the fantasy.
Yeah, they have good players, but I also saw them be unable to stop the 49ers run game last year 3 times when they faced off against them.
That game,
they saw all 3 49er quarterbacks and lost to all of them.
That playoff game, as much as I wanted to poo-poo Pete Carroll after that game, I have to, there was a time in that game I wasn't that psyched.
Your antenna went up, yeah. Well, no, a lot of us weren't at halftime. None of us were psyched.
I mean, but they won the game, and I was like, I don't want to give Pete Carroll any credit, so I was like, really, you were scaring us at halftime. I remember coming in the next day going, oh, you scared us at halftime. Take a walk, chump. You lost. But inside, I was like, damn, they scared us at halftime.
No, seriously. No, I think a lot of people are uncomfortable.
Now I can't be told.
Yeah.
And listen, my hope on there is that Geno regresses. Like, Geno, unless Geno's that dude.
That's the thing.
Unless Geno's that guy.
Yeah, we'll see.
Dude, Waterboy got 2 Seahawks on his fantasy team. JSN, Jackson.
Look at his confidence. Look how confident he looks over there.
I'm scared of that guy, too.
Yeah, they're good players, Murph.
Yeah.
But again, I think the
great young defense.
Yeah, but the main weakness of that defense is their inability to stop the run game, and I don't think they really addressed that this offseason.
I don't know, man.
They should have been drafting defensive linemen instead of Jackson Smith and Jigba.
When did the Niners first see Seattle this year? I don't have the schedule.
It's sandwiched in between the Philadelphia games.
So it's later.
Okay. Seattle, Philly, Seattle.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
A nice Seattle sandwich.
Yeah, that's a tough stretch.
Who do they have to open the season? Are they playing the Rams, I think? Are they playing the Rams? By the way, we haven't even mentioned the Rams.
Why would we?
The dismissal of
There's
the Rams
no reason
has
to mention
been so
the Rams.
complete and
I can't believe they got that SoFi Stadium built for that team.
Yeah, the Rams are the Seahawks are 5.5-point favorites over the Rams.
You don't need to worry about the Rams.
And it's a Rams team that's not going to be without Cooper Kupp this weekend. He might go on the IR.
That's why I had that big debate with my kid about drafting him. He was like, what kind of league are you in? He went in the first round in our league. I said, we're a league that reads the injury report. He's already out week 1.
I'm waiting for the day Marcus comes in telling stories about his kid dropping wet towels on the floor.
The wet towels were a problem.
A little bit.
The wet towels are
you'll see.
And don't think little homie wasn't a part of that problem.
Oh, the little homie's probably leading the charge. I'll show you where to put him right here.
Little homie has yet to learn that the wet towel needs to go up on the rack.
They don't know. They're oblivious to everything. Everything.
And what is that?
I don't know.
Did they get it from us?
Where's my phone? I'll drop my towel here.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Anyway.
No, that's definitely not getting it from me. My old man wasn't playing that.
Are you fastidious?
Well, yes, because my old man wasn't having that. My old man wasn't having wet towels on the floor. He just wasn't. I'd be out there mowing the lawn for an extra hour.
Man, once again, the spread's down to 2. The Niners, I got to tell you, so what does Vegas know that we don't? Is it going to be a 2-point game? I don't know. I'm feeling good, though.
I am, too. Feeling real good.
Bosa changed the energy, and everybody's good. In fact, they have no significant injury concerns going into this game. George Kittle was kind of the main guy, but he practiced yesterday, right?
Yeah, good.
So there it goes. All right. In fact, all these answers can be brought to us by Matt Mayoko. Is it true he predicted a step back?
Did he? Okay, we'll talk to him about it.
Well, a step back from 13-4 is 12-5, and I'll take 12-5.
Murph, the only
if that's a step back, then I'll take that.
The only step back I want to hear about is Bobby Weir's step back.
So 1, 2, 3, take a step back. 1.
That's it. That's the only one.
You mean Bobby Weir, who's in the news today for rescuing the abandoned sailboat at Stinson Beach?
Oh, hell yeah.
True,
So
I saw pictures. He's digging boats out,
Red
bro.
Bear, who you will
I'll
see.
dig it out, y'all.
You will see Red Bear on Saturday.
Me and Red Bear. I can't wait.
And he said, so a sailboat came aground at Stinson. The tide brought this guy in.
I got it, y'all.
And apparently, dude, ready for this? Here's how fancy Stinson is. They started getting upset. They said it's an eyesore. It's an eyesore. So then people started they're getting upset at the sailboat being wrecked on the shore. So Bobby Weir went out yesterday. It's on this Instagram account and helped dig it out.
Give me a shovel,
He said
y'all.
that he felt sympathy for the hard-charging captain who had been done wrong by the ocean's fate.
By the way, shout out Bobby Weir's track, Lost Sailor, all about being out at sea. He knows the deal.
And he was out there in the clam diggers.
Damn right he was.
Yeah.
I'll help you dig it out, y'all.
That's a true story.
Yeah.
It's a true story.
He's out here saving people.
A listener sent that to us on the 510.
God bless Bobby. What a
text line.
treasure. What a
Matt
treasure.
Mayoko. Are the Niners going to take a step back? Next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Sorry for the scare.
Saratoga. Shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Saratoga's sports leader.
Here's what's trending now. On KNBR.com.
The Hall of Famer Steve Young is back for his weekly hits with Tolbert and Copes, and yesterday he stopped by the afternoon show to talk about Nick Bosa's new contract and to break down the 49ers Week 1 matchup against the Pittsburgh Steelers. To hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT. We now return with Murph, Mac, and Mayoko. NBC Sports Bay Area 49ers insider Mac Mayoko.
Sponsored by Golden State. Since 1954, when you succeed, they succeed. Visit them today at goldenstatelumber.com.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Well, I mean, there it is. I mean, we've been talking money all morning long because Nick Bosa got a lot of it. According to one report, a $50 million signing bonus. $122 million guaranteed, and this is, of course, probably the OJs.
Oh, yeah, I remember this track when they used it in New Jack City.
Yeah,
this was like the theme song, yeah.
All righty. Matt Mayoko.
Let's go.
I think it was Mayoko who asked the question that prompted the beer belly answer. Matt Mayoko, NBC Sports Bay Area. Good morning, Matty. How are you?
Good morning. I'm doing well. And yes, unfortunately for me, Kyle was looking right at me when he said beer belly.
No. You're a fit man, Matty. Come on.
I think he looked at me and said, "Well, as long as he doesn't look like you."
No. Matty's a fit guy.
Sunday's game.
No, there are beer bellies out there, and you're not one of them.
Well, I've been. I think were you the one? No, you. I'm not going to pin this on you, but someone once referred to me as the skinny fat guy.
Ooh, that's the worst.
Matty, I've done a lot. I've said a lot of objectionable things about you, but that's not one of them.
No.
As I was just saying to my good friend Heath Schuler.
You know what, though,
All
Matty?
buddy?
I can speak to that phenomenon because I have been the skinny fat guy before. It's the worst because you have a skinny frame and then all of a sudden you got this big gut. It's like the worst look in history. So you can't have it both ways. I've been there. I feel you.
I'm inspired to change that look, though. Now that Nick Bosa, now that I'm going to be seeing Nick Bosa, 5 days a week, I'm inspired.
We were saying that his "sorry for the scare" line that hit 49er Twitter last night enters the lore. It goes up there with we've gotten nominees from listeners. Feels great, baby. Hey H, check it out, John Candy. Same old Rams. Like these are like iconic lines.
Who's got it better than us?
Yeah, but that was like I'll disqualify that one because that's like a repeated one. I'm talking about a one-off, just a one-off. I'm being very anal about this, but anyway,
we got a criteria.
Right? Sorry for the scare. Pretty good line. I think somebody wrote that for him, Matty.
You know what? He is Nick is very sneaky funny and very sneaky witty. He has the monotone thing going on. But if you, some guys you talk to and there's good energy and then you go back and listen to the tape and it's like, oh my God, he didn't say anything usable. Nick Bosa is the exact opposite. Like Nick, you could talk to Nick and, the delivery isn't necessarily, made for radio or TV, but there's a lot of substance to what he says. And he, like I said, he's sneaky funny, and so something like that. No, I think he writes his own material.
Nice.
Sorry for the scare. It's a great line. And so, Matty, I don't know. Other than the giddiness, I guess we'll start with that before we get negative. Like energy change, right? Tell us. Like, was it? It was weird, right? It was weird before that, right?
Yeah, I mean, the last time I saw Kyle Shanahan, I kind of annoyed him, and we had a little back and forth, and it was all in good, good natured. So the last time we saw Kyle Shanahan, he wasn't in particularly a great mood, and from the moment those double doors swung open and he approached the lectern, he had a smile on his face.
Nice.
And I think people who have been around Kyle know that in the off season, he's kind of, he's good to be around. He's fun. He's, has a lot of great qualities. And then once the season starts, the backside kind of slams shut a little bit, and he gets, he's a little bit more on edge. So to see him, what would it be, 4 days before the season opener, a game that even with Nick Bosa, I mean, it's going to be a difficult game on Sunday going to Pittsburgh. You got the early start and all that stuff. So this is probably a very stressful week for him, but to see him, unshaven, but with a smile on his face. I mean, as I understand it, just literally minutes before he walked up there, it was, I believe, John Lynch and Prague Marate and Brian Hampton walk into his office with good news. And so, the mood it immediately switched to, happiness. I don't know if giddiness is quite the right word, but, Javon Hargrave did not know Nick Bosa had signed until he heard Fred Warner in the hallway whooping it up.
Nice.
And Hargrave didn't even know, he hadn't checked his phone or whatever, but he figured, okay, if Fred's acting that way, it's not because he's excited to go out to practice in an hour. It's because Nick Bosa will soon be joining the team. So I think everybody, you did definitely sense a completely different vibe, starting with Shanahan and then spilling over to the locker room yesterday.
Yeah, and it just feels like that energy is going to translate Sunday to Pittsburgh. I don't know, it just feels that way, right? Hey, question now on I know nobody's really gotten into the X's and O's of the contract, but I don't know, maybe you have, I don't know, but the initial reports of 5 years, 170, 122 guaranteed, 50 mil signing bonus, 34 million AAV. What's your reaction to that? What does that tell you? Are you guessing that the Niners caved huge, or that there was a compromise? Like, what's your read?
Yeah, no, I think there's a compromise. I think there always is. Yeah, I think the 49ers are principled enough in that they realize that every contract they do, it sets a precedence. And so what the 49ers have never tried to do is just cave in to the point where down the road it's going to hurt them. For instance, if Nick Bosa and his side said, let's just say they started at $34 million, that was their initial counter proposal, which I don't think it was. I'm sure it was higher than that, but let's just say it was. And they were like, oh, we're not showing up until you meet our demand. Then that word gets out. And a year from now, Brandon Ayuk will be saying, or at least his agent would be saying, he's not showing up until you meet this number. You did it for Nick Bosa, and so we're going to play hardball as well. So I do think that there was give and take, but ultimately that number is higher than I thought it would be. I didn't think that they would go above 32 average per year. 31.7 is what Aaron Donald got, and I didn't know that they would go above that, but certainly the Bosa camp, led by agent Brian Arold at CAA, drove a hard bargain, and it paid off for them. And so, there's nothing about this process that Nick Bosa or his side can look back on and say, well, we misplayed our hand. No, they got what they wanted, and ultimately the 49ers got what they wanted. I mean, they've been sending these signals for 2 years that, both John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan, as long as we're here, Nick Bosa will be here. So, there was never any thought about trading him. There was never any thought about other than let's get this done. And from Prague Marate's standpoint, it was let's get it done. It's going to be painful, but let's make it as least painful as possible. And so I think that's where the 49ers are. And, there will be decisions that they have to make down the road. But you know what? Those decisions, they're down the road. And what's important is what's at the end of the road this week, which is a big game, week 1 in Pittsburgh.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, I was going to ask about 2024 and all that, and I don't even know how relevant it is or how much you guys even know.
Yeah, I mean, I would say this, that, now every guy who's a big money guy, little bit more pressure on them to play up to the contract. And that's everybody. That's, and we all know who the big money guys are. They're the names at the tip of our tongue when we talk about, all the superstars on this team. but it does put a little bit of pressure on these guys where, if there's an opening where there's a lot of salary cap space to be created by moving one of these guys, if it's put up or shut up. It's, these guys have to play well, and if their on-field production doesn't match up to what their future paychecks say, then, the 49ers will be forced into a situation where, they have some difficult decisions to make. And, it's been every year they've given a big, big money contract to one of their own. And so it sets a really good example in the locker room. I guess the offset of that would be obviously DeForest Buckner, but every year, it's been, it was Eric Armstead one year. He had already reached free agency, but the extensions were guys like Kittle, Warner, Deebo Samuel, now Nick Bosa. And just to look ahead, next year it could very well be Brandon Ayuk. The year after that, it could very well be Brock Purdy. So, they have to kind of figure out how they want to do this, but those decisions don't have to be made today. Circumstances, in a lot of ways, will dictate where they go with this roster beyond the season.
Yeah, good stuff, Matty. Hey, we can't, obviously Bosa, money, but the Steelers.
They're good. No, I think they're good.
Well, it's all about, to me, like TJ Watt versus Colton McKivitz, huh? That's
yeah. On that side of the ball, definitely. Yeah. I was just kind of looking ahead to the matchups, and that is probably number one, Colton McKivitz. Talk about just jumping out of the season and finding out what you got.
Yeah, right.
He had the benefit of going up against Max Crosby a little bit in their head-to-head practices. He did not have the benefit of working against Nick Bosa at all this training camp, which he could have benefited from. But here we are, week one. Doesn't get any more difficult than, it really doesn't, I don't think. Maybe there's another one that I'm not thinking of, but think about it. Week one, TJ Watt on the road. It's that stadium's going to be crazy. You've been there, right, Murph?
Yeah.
With the terrible towels.
Well, actually, I went to Three Rivers, Matty, not the new one.
Not Heinz Field.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. I'd say it probably would have been a little bit more difficult at Three Rivers just because of the turf, in the ability for guys to go flying off the edge on a faster surface. But it is no easy chore. And I remember the last time I was there, last time the 49ers were there, was Jim Tom Sula's second game. And, that game was over in the first 3 minutes of the game. It got, and it's one of those early starts, right? It's a 10 a.m. start.
Yeah.
And it's one of those games where, I remember the last time, if you overslept or decided to have, one more, crack one more egg into your omelet and you missed the first few minutes of the game, well, you were already looking for a bailout or other Sunday plans. So, the Steelers are really fired up about their team, and not just the defense with TJ Watt, but on the other side too. They got some kind of sneaky, I don't even know if they're sneaky, but they got some playmakers on that offense. And big things are expected from Kenny Pickett. Remember, he was the number one quarterback selected in last year's draft. We all know who the last quarterback selected was. And so there's, everybody's talking about Kenny Pickett and the improvements he's made. He did not have a great rookie season, but he finished strong. And I think they have some guys, whether it's the running game, kind of a two-pronged running attack, and the passing game with three good wide receivers and a really good tight end. The Steelers are going to pose a very big challenge to the 49ers, and they will need, the 49ers will, they need Nick Bosa to be Nick Bosa on Sunday.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then, Matty, I imagine you'll learn a lot more today, and then we'll have John Lynch tomorrow. We'll learn more from that. But George Kittle, as far as his chance to play, because, my God, Brock Purdy loved him.
He did.
Brock Purdy used him more than anybody.
Yeah, no, I think everybody's on pace to play. I think Kittle returned to practice yesterday in limited form. They're not going to – I've seen him on the side running, cutting. So I think he's on pace to play. I think they're going to have everybody, including the kicker, Jake Moody. Good. So now that you start laughing, and that that's another welcome to the NFL moment. Talking about Colton McKivitz starting off with T.J. Watt. I don't know. There's a more difficult place to kick than Pittsburgh. Now, maybe it's a little bit of an advantage that it's not later in the season, but that surface gets worn out with. I think they have Friday high school football games there. Pitt plays there against Cincinnati the day before, and so it's natural grass. It'll be chopped up. It's right there on the confluence of the three rivers, and so there's a lot for Jake Moody to be concerned about, and a lot of stuff for him to navigate, including the quad. But it seems like he's coming along pretty well this week, and he's on pace to kick.
Oh, man, can you imagine if it comes down to a Jake Moody kick?
Let's hope it doesn't. Yeah.
Oh, man. Well, listen, it's so exciting, and it's like, the fact that it just wouldn't have been as fun without Bosa.
No question.
What I mean?
No, now it feels complete.
It's more fun, and we get to see Hargrave with Bosa, and we can see Brock Purdy. I mean, God, talk about a guy just... Probably the most underreported story all camp was that Brock Purdy's back.
Isn't
from
that
this
ironic?
Injury, right?
I know, it's so ironic.
Tommy John used to take you out for a year and a half.
And there was concern initially, but Maddie, if you go back many months, people didn't know if he'd be ready.
It's only been 7 months in a week, right?
Yep.
I mean, it was, everybody knew that if Brock Purdy was healthy, he was the starting quarterback, but nobody knew until the day the team reported of how, the progress that Brock Purdy made. I mean, the fact that he was fully cleared and, they managed him a little bit. But I remember that very first practice, he was cleared on, I believe it was the Tuesday the team reported. They practiced on Wednesday. They said, he's getting that first day off. So you're immediately thinking, okay, well, he's cleared, but what does that mean exactly? And then the next day, I remember baseline, like back-to-back throws, he's ripping it 45 yards down the field and thinking, oh, okay, he is back. And, there was never any question at that point that Brock Purdy is the guy. And now, here he is. He's everything happened so quickly last season. It's like, oh, Jimmy's injured. Oh, Brock Purdy's in the game. There's a great scene, I guess it's NFL Films, of Johnny Holland, the 49ers linebackers coach, is talking to one of the linebackers. I forget who it is. And then you hear over the loudspeaker, the PA system at Levi Stadium, now in the game, Brock Purdy, and Johnny Holland's head shoots up, and he looks around and he goes, Brock's in the game, and that's how quickly it happened. Wow. And then it's like Thursday night. It's the Buccaneers game. It's Thursday night football. And nobody had any time to breathe. And I would say that it was probably the best case scenario for Brock Purdy. You don't overthink it. You just get in there. You play football. You don't have much time to just overanalyze. And now he's had a lot of time, and he's known he is the starter. He's known this since February, late January when the season ended. So how's he going to respond to that? We know what he's like as a short reliever coming in at a moment's notice, but now he's the guy, and he's a team captain, which speaks volumes. So this will be great. I mean, I can't think of a better week one matchup than this. When you look at the dichotomy of the two quarterbacks, when you look at Nick Bosa, when you look at all the elements that this game has to offer.
Maddie, I'll just tell you this. I took my buddies and I take Dream Ship every year. We did Pittsburgh in 2017 or 18, and the place we found, great dive bar town, and I'm just going to throw you Gooskies up on Polish Hill.
Great name.
Gooskies on Polish Hill.
See Gooskies.
And an unbelievable jukebox. And I think they sell pierogies there, too.
Ooh.
Just a great dude, old school dive bar. Go to Gooskies on Polish Hill.
I'm going to Gooskies.
And yes, you will go.
Yes.
And by the way, I think my memory is they allow smoking in there. So get ready.
Oh boy. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
I will say this, and I think you can back me up on this, Murph. When people ask me favorite NFL cities, Pittsburgh is on the short list. It's a beautiful city. If you take the incline up to Mount Washington and see the rivers, I love it. It's so underrated. it should be on everybody's list.
Well, there's a front page of the Chronicle yesterday. Was a whole story about them being the example to how to get out of a doom loop.
Yeah, they're like the template now, the example.
Because they got out of the Rust Belt boom, and now they're like a great city to live in. Yeah. So, Gooskies, a little punk rock vibe there, Paulie.
Good.
A little punk rock vibe. But talk about a local spot. Plus, it's on a place called Polish Hill.
Yeah,
so what
that
do you
can't
need?
hurt. Yeah.
Anyway, can't wait to hear your stories, and can't wait to read your reports and watch you on the TV, Maddie.
Have a good trip, Maddie.
Thanks for the hit, buddy.
All right, well, you can see me tonight after the Thursday night game. Jennifer Lee Chan and I will be in studio with Feldy, and so
we'll do it then.
Post-game show after Lions and Chiefs.
That's it.
Awesome, man.
We'll see you tonight.
Okay, sounds great,
Hide
guys.
the beer
Thanks so
belly.
much.
All right, hide it.
Hide it.
All right.
I'll be talking in a.
Just
in
wear a
false
coat.
shadow
Have
with
Sarah
my
pick out
stomach tucked
something.
in.
Have Sarah pick out something that hides it. All right, good.
Okay,
All right.
good plan.
There
See
he
you,
is.
brother.
Matt Mayoko. Chris Rose to finish the show next on the Sports Leader.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, Waterboy. So all day, money rejoins to honor Nick Bosa's big money contract, and you finish with?
This right here is Kyle Shanahan's favorite rapper, Lil Wayne of Millie Boys.
Look at you. Very good, Triple E. Triple E Marcus.
Listen to him. Just a positive message for the kids, isn't it? Yes. I love it. All right. Chris Rose is our buddy, of course. NFL Network, his podcast, The Chris Rose Rotation, BattleBots, you name it. But it's NFL season, Chris. It's Niners, Steelers. It's your Browns. Welcome back to Murph and Mac. How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing great, guys. How are you?
Well,
we're good.
You can imagine if we're
We're
Niner fans, and we went from a very down state to a very levitated state. So that's where we are.
Yeah. No, well, it was close. I was like, man, let's go. I mean, I can't have the Steelers beating the Niners week 1. Browns fan, that's no good.
No,
right? I mean, just in time, I'm sure that he's going to be ready to go week 6 when the Niners are in Cleveland, and so we're going to get a healthy dose of that. Don't miss the Steelers game, for goodness sake.
Right. Well, you guys have your hands full with the Bengals.
Indeed. Yeah.
Absolutely. I mean, listen, those are Steelers and Browns have home games against 2 of the Super Bowl favorites. It's It's not easy, but let's get it going, man. I love this time of year.
Me
These
too.
are my 2 busiest months, but I can't get enough of it.
I know, right?
I love it.
How about Kansas City not signing Chris Jones? I mean, the Niners did the job. They got Bosa in. I mean,
got our guy.
at a pretty
Yeah.
penny, but they got him in. Chiefs now, Kelsey questionable and Chris Jones not playing.
Yeah. You know, it's such a rarity to have a stud, a total stud at a premium position not there for you. I mean, he is I think you could even make the argument that obviously Mahomes is number one there. But you could make the argument that Chris Jones is right there with Travis Kelce in terms of importance to this team. There's no question about it. When you get pass rush from the interior, a guy that can move all up and down the line, he had 15.5 sacks last year. 15.5, and he moves all around the place. He's a beast, dude. I'm shocked that they haven't gotten it done.
Yeah.
You know?
Mm-hmm.
Especially after watching the Niners get it done with Bosa.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. That one never felt. I think the Chris Jones one has felt different the entire ride, and I'm not sure why, other than just saying that I had a different feeling about it. Like, I was confident that Bosa was going to get it done. You know, what was it, last year, 2 years ago when T.J. Watt got his extension, he got one done like the Wednesday before the season started. Remember he was there, but he was kind of not doing drills and not participating. So he was there kind of mentally, but not exactly the whole time. So I don't know. This one felt different, but you guys are ready to roll. We'll see how much he plays on Sunday. That'll be interesting.
Yeah, I think he'll play a lot. I really do.
I think so too.
Yeah.
I think so too. I think they'll just be like, hey, see that guy with the ball? Go tackle him.
You know the guy was in insane shape. I don't know if you saw his video. He took a private jet in, and the Niners put out that he said, sorry for the scare.
Very Bosa. Yeah, very Nick.
Yeah, very Bosa.
The dry wit of a Nick Bosa. All right, let's go around the league, man. Let's go around the league. So, Super Bowl repeat is hard. Hasn't been done in 20 years. And there's so many threats in the AFC. I mean, I'd say the bet would be that the Chiefs don't repeat, right? Based on those factors, the competition in the AFC and how hard it is.
Right. I mean, you can bet on two things. One is that they won't repeat, and two is that the AFC Championship game will be played in that city. Because that seems to be what we're headed for every year. It's so funny because I'm sure you guys are in fantasy leagues just like me, right?
Mm-hmm.
We always have ours the Tuesday before season kicks. And all of a sudden, it's like round 10. And I said, has anybody except Kelsey been drafted on their offense?
Right.
Mahomes. I'm talking about guys you can throw to.
Yeah, it's a good point.
We're all like, no.
Right.
I was like, and then we're not going to bet against Patrick Mahomes because he's Patrick Mahomes. But how does this happen?
Yeah.
There isn't one guy in that receiving core where you're like, gotta have him, have to have him.
Good call.
And
yeah,
by the end of tonight, we'll all be shocked if Mahomes doesn't throw for 300 yards somehow and has multiple touchdowns. And I mean, yeah, I think the Lions could definitely win there. It's all lined up for them, particularly now with no Jones and probably no Kelsey, although it's possible. But at the end of the day, I don't bet against that wizard. He is a freak, dude.
Yeah. A wizard. Yeah, he really is.
He is. And by the way, we talked about the story that hasn't really been discussed, and that is no Tom Brady for the first time this century.
Yeah.
He's been in the NFL every year since 2000. And no Tommy.
New era. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think that's okay. I mean, I love the younger quarterback stories. I think the Mahomes one is a continuing to evolve story. I remember asking the question, not last year, but the beginning of the year, so the beginning of the 21 season. We were, shooting it with a bunch of producers and buddies of mine in NFL Network. I said, how soon before Mahomes enters the discussion?
Yep.
Of the quarterback.
Yep.
Like, how many more years do we need to see? Yeah. So we're now 2 years past that, where he's added another Super Bowl and another AFC Championship game appearance and another MVP and all sorts of stuff. So that story is there. Obviously, the Aaron Rodgers one is fascinating. I'm not as into it as others, but maybe I will be at some point soon.
Well, I think, Chris, it's funny. Just jump in here. Like, I think the reason why we haven't asked you about Rodgers is ESPN has done an incredible job of just
well, they're force feeding us.
They've destroyed any desire for me, any curiosity for me about Rodgers.
It's like at the dinner table. I'm like, no, I've already had seconds. No, now you're going to have more. Here's more Aaron Rodgers.
So I'm like at the point I don't even want to talk about him anymore.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
It's a shame in one part because he is such a talent. Like, we all watch him throw the ball on Sundays, and you're like, we all fall in love. Like, every throw that he makes is automatically slowed down in our vision by NFL films. And we're like, my God, that pass is so pretty. You know, like, we're all enamored with that side of it. But it's a few reasons. One, it's Rodgers, and he's been in the limelight forever, mostly for good, some for not so good. The way it ended in Green Bay, it just feels like all he wants to do is deliver a big FU to that team and that franchise. He's become like a totally different public persona to a degree, right? Like, did you all watch Hard Knocks? Or
Oh, yeah.
I stopped after 2 episodes.
We've seen enough, but we get the idea. No, he's Mr. Friendly now. He's jovial.
Right.
He loves everybody. Right.
Like, I want that. I want, like, the old Aaron back, where there's a little caustic personality, biting.
There's
like
grudges. Yeah.
like I want that part of the story written back in. You know, can we get the table read going again with those dudes? So yeah, I mean, but it kind of back to my original point of the quarterbacks. You know, we've got all 3 first-rounders going. We've got Jordan Love going. I will be fascinated with that late matchup between the Packers and Bears because we've got 2 historic franchises that are kind of waiting for these quarterbacks whom they both traded up to get to deliver. So I think that's really interesting. I can't wait, man.
Can't wait for sure. Hey, how do you feel about the Seahawks? I'm fearful of them. I thought they were way better than I thought they'd be last year. They're young. They had a really good draft. They're still buying what Pete Carroll's selling. I mean, my only hope is that Geno has some sort of regression, but maybe he's that dude. I don't know. He cooled off a little bit as the season went on, but their defense is young, aggressive. Pete loves his DBs. I don't like it. I don't like it at all.
I don't like it, yeah.
Yeah, no, and you have every reason, and Niners fans have every reason to be fearful of them. That's a really good team. They've had a couple of great drafts in a row. Like, the 2022 draft was phenomenal, and so we'll see what this one brings. They've got skilled position players all over the place. They've fortified those lines. Their secondary feels studly. Carroll, you said it. You know, sometimes that act can wear a little thin. It hasn't. Now, here's the advantage for you guys. You have 4 bye weeks this year against the Cardinals and the Rams.
I know.
So that's very nice on your schedule. Good scheduling by the athletic director.
Jeez,
really well done.
It's our directional state games, right?
Right. And then, you know, you got the 2 against Seattle. Now, you do have to play the AFC North. And I personally, I'm not saying this because I'm a Cleveland fan, I do think it's the toughest division in football. So you got to get through that. That'll be interesting. But once again, like, if I haven't made my pick. I usually do it about 10 minutes before kickoff of Thursday Night Football.
Yeah.
I'm sure all your listeners are waiting, refreshing their Twitter feed or X feed to figure out what I'm picking. But the Niners, I'm going to strongly consider them. I just believe in their organization. Yeah. I love their head coach. They are my favorite. I've told you this. They are my favorite team to watch play, and that includes my Browns because they make me too emotional. The Niners are my favorite team to watch just because I love watching them play football.
Hey, give us a word on your Browns real quick, too. What can we expect from your Browns?
A lot of talent, and I will give the Haslam a ton of credit. They have restructured so many players' contracts, and what that means is they are paying a lot of cash right now, which not every ownership group will do. Like, they will pay players cash right now in order to kick the can down the road, and they have done that. So there is a ton of talent on both sides of the football. They have totally remade that defensive front next to Myles Garrett. He finally has a running partner in Zadarius Smith that he can count on. It's Deshaun Watson. And if we're strictly going to talk about the football side of this, he has got to be way closer to the player that he was in 2020 as opposed to the 6 games in 2022. I know a lot of people are counting him out because they looked at that and they said, oh, well, this is what he is now. I don't think that's entirely fair. And having called their preseason package on TV, I can tell you that they're very excited about the type of offense they're going to run for him this year.
Man, that's just one of a million intriguing stories. We didn't even talk about the Raiders and Jimmy G.
Oh, my
And
God.
all that going on, too. And Chandler Jones, the craziness going on there, too.
God. Yeah, that was tough.
You got guys like Justin Herbert just hanging out down there waiting
Crazy,
to do their
I
thing.
know.
So, I mean, it's just so great. It's that time of year, Chris. We
I
love
know.
it. Can't wait. And we love just chewing the fat,
Always
man.
good
So
having you on,
Good luck
Chris.
against the mighty Bengals. Only a 2-point spread. It's interesting.
Yeah, no, it's going to be. More importantly, I play my 17-year-old son in week 1 of fantasy, and he has not stopped talking.
Oh.
He has just not. I'm like, dude, enough.
That's all they do.
Enough.
That's all they do.
They can talk.
So win one for the old man.
Yeah.
Win one for the MTV generation, all right?
Yeah. All right, guys. Yeah, I'm going to go back and watch my Buggles video now.
Yeah.
Right.
Perfect. All right, guys. Thanks. It's always a pleasure.
Take
Be
care,
good,
Chris.
Chris. See you, man.
Yeah. And don't sleep on that Buggles video, by
I
the
like
way.
where your head's at, though. Let's go win this one for Martha Stewart. No,
Yeah.
what was her name?
For the
Martha Quinn.
astronaut
Martha
with the
Quinn.
flag, dude.
Yeah, my bad. Martha Quinn. Yeah.
Paulie, it was Sting who sang, I want my MTV.
Actually,
There
you
it
could
is,
probably
buddy.
work that into the money theme, too, because there's a lot of money stuff in there.
By the way, Sting, who Stuart Copeland said the first time he saw him, he said, number 1, he had an amp. He said, number 2, he was playing bass and singing vocals. Number 3, there seemed to be an unseen celestial golden light
It's all
bathing
true.
this god on stage.
No, it's true. He's just
dude.
waiting to be.
He's like, who is this guy?
Yeah.
We got to have this guy.
Yeah, well, he's had good instincts.
Dude,
Yeah.
the celestial golden light bathing him.
Yeah.
By the way, we are proudly sponsored by Marin Health with top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay. Marin Health puts you closer to your best health, world-class care, closer than you think. Nobody has ever said that a golden celestial light
Not
has
yet.
bathed
There's still time,
me.
though. There's still time.
And oh, by the way, John Bosa joining Papa and Lund later today.
Awesome.
At 12:10, how to raise 2 rich sons. John Bosa, the story coming your way. All right, we'll face off with Papa and Lund and hand it over Thursday night style. Bosa's here on KNBR 104.5 and 680 the Sports Leader. Yippee!
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. KNBR heads. Our digital team is dropping daily dimes on TikTok until it gets banned. At the sports leader, we are KNBR.
Okay. The money rejoins were very, very, very solid. Congrats, Waterboy. What'd you leave on the chopping room table there? What that you didn't get in?
Oh, so today we did not go Pink Floyd money. We played that yesterday.
You did it yesterday.
We went through a bunch of them yesterday, but I think we did not repeat. We had 10 or 12 new rejoins all about money, and we're wrapping it up right here with a little ODB.
ODB.
I wanted to say real quick to you,
dirty Bosa.
Now, Murph has skills on the mic. We've heard his 1%er rap, but I'm saying if you ever get back on the mic, I want to rename Murph Old Dirty Murph.
Okay.
ODM.
Okay, that
Old
works.
Dirty Murph.
That works, man. All right, guys. Here we go down to the scene of the crime down there. The scene of the Bosa.
Yeah.
Papa and Lun live from Santa Clara. Were you guys on the tarmac with
when Bosa landed?
Yeah.
Sorry
I got
for
the tracker. What time did he land? He pulled into the building this morning at 6 a.m.
Nice.
So he is here.
Is the beer belly
Back
in
to
sight?
business.
Does he have the beer
My
belly?
beer belly?
No.
John's
you're
beer
good.
belly? No, Nick's got so how many million did he get per ab?
So
50 million signing bonus.
8-pack.
Well, I'm just looking at that. Can you imagine getting a check for 50?
We were talking about that, Greg. We were saying
dollars.
It was either a golfer or a tennis player who recently, in the last few months, talked about watching their account change when it hit. They had their phone up and they were like their Wells Fargo app, and then they just looked at their app. And
What's
they're
the
like,
biggest signing
there it is.
bonus of all time?
Well, is that it?
That's got to be up there.
Probably Justin Herbert.
Or what were those Saudi Arabian soccer
How about,
players?
Lamar
Jackson.
Yeah, those guys like
Lamar?
73 million.
73?
Ooh,
Good call, Johnny.
what did Cristiano Ronaldo get to Saudi Arabia?
Yeah, no
200 mil or something
Is
like
that
that.
what it was?
Yeah.
Remember Ricky Henderson got a $3 million signing bonus? He had it framed and put right above his pool table. The
Before he
actual
cashed it.
check. He never cashed the check.
Well, I mean, that's
Classic Ricky.
That's Ricky. I tell you what,
And
that's
that's the
hilarious.
year he broke Brock's record for the
Yeah.
stolen base title, and he wanted the A's to buy him a Testarossa. If you just would have cashed the check immediately, the interest, you could have bought your Testarossa.
Oh, my God.
Classic Ricky.
At some point, I take that check down and I go cash it. You know what I mean? That's what
I walk on my hands and knees to the bank to
See what I'm saying,
deposit it
Greg?
ASAP. How much of
Totally.
that is interest?
Me and you, brother.
I mean, but 50, imagine getting a $50 million check.
Well, that takes care of it.
The Fargo looks good.
Yeah.
Now, are you guys wheels up tomorrow, Greg, or what? Saturday?
Yeah, we're leaving. I'll do the first 3 hours here tomorrow of the show. Now we're going. It's a long trip to Western PA, so we're going tomorrow.
Good man.
Awesome.
We'll be cranking Styx and Renegade.
Hey, do it up, man. Greg, have a great call in Pittsburgh, too.
Yeah,
man.
that's the Steelers song. That was
Wait,
cranking on
Styx and Renegade? What
Yes.
is that?
All right.
Is that their
You'll be
tune?
hearing that a lot. Yeah, between the third and the fourth quarter, the Steelers play that.
I used to play that on the bone all the time.
We're
Renegade,
so
yeah.
at practice today, you may hear it.
What
so
an
we'll be
odd choice.
Yeah,
but hey,
it is.
Yeah.
there it is. All right, guys, take
Rock
it
and
away.
roll, boys.
Check,
Cheers.
All right, man.
check the beer belly and check the signing bonus. When it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service. Your trusted oil change, tune-up, and brake experts. You are listening to KBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus Media Station.
Nick, if you're listening, anytime you want to sleep with my wife, it's okay.
Oh!
The door's open.
Yippee! Sorry for the scare.
That's the end of the game.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Prepare yourself.
prepare yourselves
I love it when you call me Big Pop.
for Greg Papa
Sleeping Boy is Superman. San Francisco.
and John Lund.
It's 10 o'clock. Let's hit it.
This is Papa and Lund
That's right. We're getting it going.
on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
Dante Pettis singled up left on third down. Fields back. Bosa will get him. Bosa will pick up his first full sack of the year. May have gotten one earlier, Tim, going right around the left tackle, Braxton Jones, to get in there and make the sack.
Well, he really went right through him. Can't agree more.
There's a sack by Nick Bosa. Many of you fell down, but Nick Bosa did not, right in the middle to pick up the sack. And that'll give him 8 on the year. He came in tied with Micah Parsons of the Cowboys for the league lead. And Nick Bosa goes right through the middle of their front there to get Stafford.
Just want to sack the quarterback, dude.
Second down 9. Plowback looks right, and he pumps to throw, and now he goes down. Who got him there? Bosa! 18 and a half for Nick.
That's a sackaroonie, baby.
You gone to John or Brog or anybody to just kind of get an idea where things are with Bosa?
No, definitely not.
Stressful at all for you?
No, not at all. I don't know because I don't know if Bosa's ever done a training camp, and he's done pretty good.
The San Francisco 49ers and Nick Bosa reached agreement on a 5-year, $170 million deal that includes $122.5 million guaranteed. It makes Bosa the highest paid defensive player in NFL history.
Sorry for the scare. Let's go win some games.
A realistic amount of snaps for Sunday.
How many snaps are in the game? I'm just joking. We got to see when he gets here. I know Nick will come in shape. I know he'll be good.
And with that, sorry to scare you. Who's coming?
Here comes Bosa!
He is back. I was on the tarback last night. It said, sorry to scare you. That was from last night. Mike Silver. Heard a question of how many snaps. That's what we've moved our thoughts to. I got an educated guess to it. We'll do it 10:30 with Mike Silver. Our first football hours. We're live at Levi's Stadium. Tim Ryan, bro, is going to join us at 11 o'clock, 11 to noon. So there is no need to go anywhere else. We got the voice of the 49ers. We got the analyst for the 49ers. We got Mike Silver coming up at 10:30. We will analyze.
We got
this
John Bosa,
backwards.
the patriarch.
Yeah, absolutely.
He'll know how many snaps his son can play.
So we'll get into all of that. No need to talk about the Giants. They continue to slide downhill. So we have altered our focus. Not that we haven't had it
They're
already.
70 and 70. How did that happen?
Anyway, we do have the cameras up, so YouTube and Twitch, and you can see Tim Ryan's glorious hair when he gets here as well. But the number one story is, as you said, here comes Bosa, and what a difference a day makes.
So we left yesterday, and we had a short show, 10:20. And I came here right away. I wanted to get a front row seat right next to Cam Minman and Jennifer Lee Chan. When Kyle came into the room at 12:40, because yesterday is the start of the season. It's installation day, and just when we're settling down, and Kyle's always fashionably late. JLC, moves over to Cam and shows the phone, and there's the alert. They have signed Nick Bosa. It was like, 12:43 or something, and Kyle came in a little bit after that. He came into the auditorium here for the Q&A, skipping. He was like, you ever see him go into a Q&A with Kawakami and Eric Branch's Magical Mystery Tour? And he was like grinning, and it was all about Bosa. And then after that was done, practice was at 1:48. I went in the open locker room, and just, from the August has been hard here. The month of Augustus has been red hot. It's just been a lot of tension. You can't win the Super Bowl in August. But the vibe was, you better win the Super Bowl. And the whole Trey Ma, what happened with Trey Lance, and then the Knicks situation, and then Jake Moody's injury, and it just was piling on. Trey is in a better place now, hopefully for him. You got Nick settled. Jake's fine. I think he'll kick in this game. But then just the tension, you can just feel it. The guys were just giddy. Debo's popping around. Trent Williams has a big smile. Brock smiled for like 30 seconds, then locked back into his Bible and his playbook. Fred Warner was giddy. I mean, they were all happy. So, and then honestly, just going out to practice. And I felt that way Bosa's rookie year. I kept telling you about the Wednesday practice before the Tampa game, his rookie year, when you finally saw that front four with Nick on one side, D Ford on the other, and the two Oregon tall furs in the middle, Eric Armstead and DeForest Buckner. You just thought, wow, this football team is loaded on the D line. And that's where the gold rush came. And I never saw a line like that up close. And they dominated all the way to an 8-0 start. You know, D got hurt and they kind of dissipated a little bit later. John, it's just the energy. It's a different practice when it's installation day. You're going to Pittsburgh to deal with Blitzburg and TJ Watt and all those guys they got there. Cam Hayward, one of the most underrated. I mean, he's their Javon Hargrave. They were teammates, you know, for years in Pittsburgh. But in any event, the Bosa, you know, the energy that he's here, and he checked in this morning at 6 a.m. So he's here. He's going to practice today and tomorrow. We may have a press conference come up during our show. If there is one, we'll take you live. But just then watching them practice, and it's maybe the only day or only time of the year where they're this fresh, because once they start hitting the Steelers and getting hit back, you know, they're not going to be like this. But to watch them and break the huddle offensively, and even, you know, now that we're into, you know, scout team, the first 4 snaps of 11 on 11 are ones versus ones. So you see, you know, Charvarius Ward go out there and get Brandon Ayuk, and, you know, the matchups are there. But just, my God, McCaffrey is just flying around the field. Brandon Ayuk is just whipping off routes. Debo's being Debo. Kittle's back, looks great. Ray McLeod's fielding punts. It just, I had the same feeling I had it going into the installation day of Bosa's rookie year, where this defense is just going to dominate. But you see it on both sides of the ball. So the energy, and T-Rock will come into the 11 and break. He's there for every practice. But I don't know. I mean, that was just, they were flying. They were flying emotionally, spiritually. The coaching staff, they needed Nick to come in. He came in a nick of time. I mean, right away at 12:40, whatever it was, Kyle's going to talk to the media, practice at 1:48. He missed yesterday, no big deal. He takes Wednesdays off. Trent Williams didn't practice yesterday, but now he's checked in at 6 a.m. You know, he'll meet with Wilkes and Kasarik and unleash it all. So I don't know. I know everybody thinks the Steelers are unbeatable. I'm listening to Louis Riddick pick, you know, Pittsburgh and everything. I don't know if it changed now that Bosa's here.
So yeah, I could see that.
And he's a Raider. Yeah. Anyway, they're good. Pittsburgh is good. They were a near playoff team last year. They had a great preseason. But, man, just I don't care what the elements there are going to Acrisure and all that, and it's going to be hostile. This football team is loaded, and they just were flying around yesterday. My thoughts were kind of like when we saw this team 2019 in the home opener. Jimmy hit Dante Pettis with 75 seconds to go in the game to win. 49ers turned the ball over 5 times in that game. I mean, if something like that happens, then, but otherwise, Pittsburgh is going to have to really be on point to beat this football team because they got their guy back. August is behind them, and it's go time. And yesterday, John, they were on fire.
Yeah. One thing before we get into all these things, because what we tend to do, and because everything was quiet, and I'm certainly guilty of this, is we all thought to ourselves the worst. And, you know, this front office deserves a ton of credit because I don't know if a front office has done what they've done, but at the time when these contracts were signed, Garoppolo, Juszczyk, Trent Williams, Fred Warner, George Kittle, now Nick Bosa, record contracts at the position, add in the money that they gave to Debo. I mean, they get deals done. And we should have known that, you know, last second was last second, and really yesterday was last second. I mean, yesterday or today, and today's 9-7. It would have been better if it was 9-7 on 9-7, but we'll take 9-7 on 9-6.
Oh, wow. Well, it's the first day of practice.
Yeah.
I didn't even think about
it's
that.
It's 9-7 on 9-7.
Let's go.
So this front office deserves a ton of credit because at some point the credit card bill will be due. And we know because next offseason is going to be Ayuk, and the offseason after that it's going to be Purdy, and there's going to be somebody. But that's the price of the talent that they've accrued on this team, either through drafting or whatever. And I know people want to give them garbage over Trey Lance, and I get it, but they've accrued so much talent in so many different ways. And the true mark of a great team is you draft, develop, and re-sign. And that's what they do. And so they did it.
And restructure.
Right.
They restructured some contracts yesterday, and they'll find a way to restructure in the offseason to give Ayuk.
Right, absolutely.
He's got so many great players here. I hear what you're saying.
The bill is going to become due. I get that, but it's not today. and to get in Nick Bosa, and we'll get into how many snaps he could potentially play and all those kind of things. But first things first, he signed the deal. They did it. He gets 34, which is the highest non-quarterback. Tops Aaron Donald. He gets the most money. He gets the most guaranteed money, 102 or 121 reported over his brother's 102. I mean, he gets the highest signing bonus, which, by the way, that's probably what held it up, the $50 million, which there's only 3 guys that have had higher numbers, and they're all quarterbacks: Lamar Jackson, Dak.
You're talking signing bonus.
Yeah, and Matthew Stafford. That's it. Russell Wilson got $50 million. The highest to that point was T.J. Watt at $36.5 million. So, I mean, he got a screaming deal, but he's worth every penny of it. He's 25, and he's the depoy.
This whole thing flipped when he arrived. I mean, in 2019, Jimmy injury in Kansas City was, it blew up that year, but it allowed you to move up to number 2 overall in the draft.
Jimmy.
Thanks, Steve Keim and Cliff Kingsbury for taking Kyler Murray. Could you imagine the fortunes would change if Nick was in the NFC West? Quinnen went 3 and Cleveland Ferrell went 4 to the Raiders. But, I mean, it all changed the moment he arrived here. Defensive Rookie of the Year. We were talking about him being Defensive Player of the Year. That year, you go 8-0 all the way to the Super Bowl. He gets hurt his second year, season derailed, and then come back and go to the championship game. So now they just got to get over the top. So yesterday was a special day. I mean, Kyle, I thought he was going to go up and give a bro hug to Mike Silver. It was weird.
Well, it's just like you said, it changes the vibe. It changes everything. It changes the defense. I mean,
it relieves the tension.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's why, as you just pointed out, I mean, Fred Warner was giddy. How much easier does he make his job? 1,000 times.
How about the corners?
Right. That's what I was going to say.
Demo Lenore, George Pickens.
If I'm a corner on this team, the minute he comes in, I'm giving him the biggest hug I've ever given him because your job just changed in a good way.
Yeah.
I mean, that's it. Just like you said, the quarterback is different, but on this team, I think he's the second most important player on the team, and he changes everything defensively.
Who's more important, the quarterback?
That's it, to me. I mean, I know Trent's very important, don't get me wrong, but given that, look, I just don't trust the depth on this team yet. I'll see with Ferrell and Drake Jackson and other guys that could potentially do it. And you pointed this out the other day, and it's a great point. Maybe it's more of an interior rush, but now 3 of those 4 positions on the defensive line are sick.
How much does that D-line make between Nick, the grave digger, Javon Hargrave, and Eric Armstead? What are you paying those 3 guys?
I'll go out on a limb, not much of a limb, and say those 3 guys, that's probably the most expensive defensive line in the league, isn't it?
Just the 3 guys alone?
Just between Armstead, Hargrave, and
yeah, we should go to a 3-4 then.
I mean, that's just crazy. Anyway, it's a good day. 9-7 and 9-7 on the practice
Very
field.
Nice.
So
I hadn't thought about that.
We'll continue that one, and we'll get into potentially how many snaps. Silver did ask the question. Mike Silver's going to join us at 10:30, and don't go anywhere. It's our first edition of the Football Hour with Tim Ryan for 2023. We're always down here at Levi's Stadium every Thursday. You don't want to miss it. And again, text line is wide open. Thoughts, questions, comments. We'll look at the best ones. And then on YouTube and Twitch as well, you can actually see the show live. You can see Papa and I, and you'll see Tim Ryan, T-Rock, when he arrives as well at 11 o'clock. All that coming up on Nick Bosa's signing day, only here on the Sports Leader.
What's trending now?
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Bosa is back. Nick Bosa signs with the 49ers, the highest paid defensive player in NFL history. That story and more turning right now on the all-new KNBR app.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. We are your proud home of 49ers football. KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
You miss getting to rep against him a little bit in training camp? I know you guys like to pick each other's brain a little bit.
Yeah, I miss that part of it. I don't miss blocking them not one bit. So I do miss the being able to pick each other's brain and just having them here, him being in my corner, me being in his corner.
Of course, is Trent Williams. He was happy. Fred Warner was happy. All the guys were giddy. Nick Bosa is going to be on the practice field today. Now the question was, and Mike Silver, who's going to join us at 10:30 from the Chronicle, covering the NFL for a long time, how many snaps can Nick Bosa play? I think they're going to determine that. Of course, he's going to be in shape, but how many can Nick Bosa play? And you mentioned this early, and so this was the one that I looked up. Was it his injury back in 2019 when Nick was a rookie? He had an ankle injury, and he did that on August 7th. Didn't do the rest of training camp. The game was September 8th in Tampa, and he played 55% of the snaps in that game. He played 35 of the snaps. Last year, the 49ers averaged 67 snaps defensively, and Nick played in 75% of the snaps. For his career, other than 2020 when he missed that season, Nick has played in about three-quarters of the snaps for the 49ers. What's amazing was, by the way, in looking up the snaps last year, 1,063 defensive snaps last year, Gibson played in 97% of the snaps. Warner played in 97%, and Hufanga in 96% of the snaps. So those three guys play a ton of the snaps, but obviously they rotate Nick. So he played about 75%. So if Nick could play, 67 snaps, play like 60% of the snaps, which is about 40, I think that would be pretty good.
Well, I actually talked to Chris Kasarik right when they were coming on the field, and everybody's happy that Nick Bosa signed, but, your boy's here. And I asked him the very question, how much can he go? And he goes, he's Nick Bosa. So that's what they're going to determine today. And he got in the building this morning at 6 a.m. So, he had to go through a physical and all that. He landed late last night. So, I mean, they're just gauging where he's at conditioning-wise. No one expects him, like Kyle said, to have a beer gut. He's in incredible shape. When his dad joins us at 12:30, we'll know a little bit more. And Tim Ryan will know. I think that's what they're figuring out right now. But there's other factors. The weather in Pittsburgh. It may rain for the game on Sunday. That was
it'll be humid. I know that. Having lived back there, it
may actually rain.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
So
it can get sticky
there's a 50% chance of rain, and then Acrisure Stadium, the former Heinz Field. We know they have a college game at 3:30 Pittsburgh time on Saturday. Cincinnati's playing at Pitt on that field. Tabor Pepper told me yesterday, the day before, that there's a high school game.
They do that all the time.
On Friday night.
Mm-hmm. That's why it gets so
This is
chewed
not
up.
a field turf.
Yeah, that's why it gets so chewed up.
The other factor is going to be, you're going to have a high school game on Friday night, a college game on Saturday afternoon, and then play the Steelers and 49ers, and then it may rain. So what's the condition of the field going to be? I mean, a big reason what happened last year on opening day at Soldier Field is the rain, and it slows down the pass rush. So there's a lot of factors here. Nick's conditioning and where he's going to be at situationally, and then what's the condition of the field. You don't want him, that field in New York at MetLife screwed up his second year in the NFL, the pandemic year of 20. You don't want that again. So you've got to make sure that he's healthy and be able to play. What's the condition of the field? Are they going to tarp the field after the high school game? When's the rain coming? But there's a lot of factors coming into play here. But I think what they have to determine, and T-Rock will probably know when Tim joins us for the football hour, the first one of the year at 11 o'clock, is, is he in the base? Does he have enough in him right now? And I think I keep saying 19 is not applicable because he was coming back off a soft tissue injury, and they had to manage that. He does not have any injury as far as we know. He's good to go. He's just got to get his body reacclimated to being, playing football. And there's a difference there. He may get winded quicker and come back later. He may, play more later in the game in the fourth quarter, especially if it's tight. But I think the first thing, you definitely want him in the nickel package. You want him coming in on, second and medium to long, third and medium to long. When they're going to go, 11 personnel, you think they're going to throw the ball. Then you want Nick in the game. Do you also want him in the base? I mean, do you just leave Cleveland Ferrell and Drake Jackson as your base ends and then sub Nick in when they go, what is it, turbo? I call it the gold rush. Casera calls it turbo. When they, it's the pass rushing group. So is he going to be confined to just that package on second and third downs, maybe to start the game? He wouldn't be in the base. So right away, say the 49ers win the toss, they defer, Jake Moody kicks off, hits one in the Ohio River to open the game, John, right through the uprights. And then, who comes out? First thing I'm looking at is 97 there for 1st and 10. If he's there for 1st and 10, he's ready to roll. He's going to be in your base, because certainly if you have a choice between he's a great run player, I'm not saying that, but you want Nick Bosa in your nickel, and you want him to be in that turbo gold rush, pass rush package. So it's a lot of factors. Let's see how he gets through practice today, how winded he is. And, that group, they come out early, and, they do the GTFO. They get the F off, and those guys get a lather going. And Nick's the leader of it all. Obviously, they all got great get off. And Javon Hargraves is sneaky good for such a bowling ball that guy is. Different body. But anyway, where's he at cardio-wise? Where's he at tomorrow? May do a little something Saturday at the walkthrough to get him up. But he's, we'll ask his dad exactly what he's been doing. Maybe Nick will have a press conference today, but the schedule is pretty tight. So if they do it, maybe it'll be later in the day, but I'm not sure. But anyway, all those facts. So I think it's hard to go by he's going to play X percentage. Let's see how the game goes. If you fall behind and they're running the ball more, if you're playing with the lead and they're passing more, he may play more. And then I think the big thing is we got to confirm this. Are they having a high school game on Friday?
I know that for a fact.
They
do that all the time. Yeah, they do that all the time. That's what I mean.
3 games in 3 days on a natural grass field, and it may rain Sunday?
So you assume that the field's going to be in better condition early, and then it freezes late, and it's really nasty. But the thing is, like you said, if there's rain, and I've seen that there, if there's rain for a Friday, they can tarp it all they want. It's going to be a mess, and then by Sunday it's going to be a mess. And that's why the kicking is such a problem, because not only do you get the winds right off the river because you're right there, but then you have a chewed up field. And imagine playing in that thing later in the year. Kickers just hate kicking there. So look, Jake Moody's going to have an issue right out of the gate. And I'm not saying it's because he's a rookie. It's just because it's a tough place to kick.
Chris Boswell made I was talking to Matthew Wright, who was a Steeler last year at length. He said that he thinks it's overrated. He said they're all tough in the AFC North and, the open end. And he said Boswell made a 59-yarder last year at Acrisure. There was a long time where nobody made 50 and beyond in the history of that stadium. I got to look that up if that was in Pittsburgh, but that guy's good. He's got a whippy leg. He made a 59-yarder there.
All right, let's talk to Mike Silver about it. He was there when Kyle came out, was all giddy right after Nick Bosa signed his contract. All the questions you need to know. What took so long? At least he's here. How much could he play? All those things, plus everything else around the 49ers. Mike Silver is going to join us weekly, and he's going to join us next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Time now for the Toyota Fan Zone. Grab the keys. Let's go to a Giants game.
Be caller number 10 to 415-896-KNBR for a chance to win a pair of tickets to see your San Francisco Giants take on the San Diego Padres on Monday, September 25th. First pitch, 6:45. Presented by Toyota, the MVP of MPG. With class-leading MPG and more hybrids than any other brand, Toyota, let's go places.
Faithful, there's a party happening on our podcast page. Hear every interview from every show on demand at knbr.com/podcast. Now on with the show on the sports leader.
A realistic amount of snaps for Sunday.
How many snaps are in the game? I'm just joking. We got to see when he gets here. I know Nick will come in shape. I know he'll be good. It'd be great if he could get in something today. I don't know when he's going to get here or where he's flying from, but I mean, we'll be smart with it, and that'll be based over these next 2.5 practices.
Mike Silver, the question there. Kyle Shanahan with the answer. We should know more today as well, but how much can Nick play? That is the second question to the contract. He gets it done yesterday. Steelers and 49ers were live at Levi's Stadium for our first Tim Ryan football hour, which is in about 28 minutes, but it's cool because we're going to have Mike Silver all year long, every single week, and he joins us on the Uma Guest Line. What's happening? How are you?
Great. How are you guys?
Yeah, we're good, man. So
Kyle was giddy yesterday, wasn't he? Have you ever seen... He was almost skipping coming into the auditorium.
Yeah.
I mean, to deal with Kawakami and you and Eric Branch, I mean, that's normally like going to the dentist. Have you ever seen Kyle in a non-one-on-one setting, with a group of reporters as giddy as he was yesterday?
Yeah, I haven't been around as many as some, but yeah, he was. I think he was strikingly giddy, and that tells you that though he may have a lot of power in this organization and, assert himself at times, this was a situation where he was kind of like, hey, will you guys get this, blank thing done so I can coach the guy, and was kind of relying on the powers that be to do that. So he clearly was frustrated in the days leading up to yesterday. I think yesterday was about the last possible moment they could have gotten it done without it starting to look like managerial misconduct, and away we go.
So before we get into how much he can play, just the contract itself, I mean, that's pretty much what we thought, right? I mean, if he was holding out, it was going to be for big money, and he pretty much blew everything else out of the water.
Yeah, and I don't understand why fans care other than the cap, which they don't understand, and they also freak out about unduly. But otherwise, he got a lot of money. I mean, he was the reigning defensive player of the year in his prime and had leverage and reset the market. So that's what I would expect to happen. There may have been some fights over structure, which is a typical thing with people negotiating with the 49ers. I would have been happy to dig into the reasons if he had missed the game or come in any later than yesterday. But I feel like if you're a 49er fan, don't worry your pretty little head. Just worry about how it goes. And if you're ever going to pay anybody at the top of the market, that would be the guy.
All right, so he's here now. He landed last night. He checked in at the facility at 6 a.m. He'll go out and practice in a little bit, and again tomorrow, and then fly to Pittsburgh, have a walkthrough Saturday. And you asked Kyle the question, just how many snaps, can he play? He is Nick Bosa. T.J. Watt did this, a couple of years ago when he won the Defensive Player of the Year. It was a hold in. But he wasn't, working out with his team and doing all the drills and all that. And he went out and, had 3 sacks against Buffalo right away and played a lot of the snaps. So, and we have weather, I think, maybe coming to Western PA on Sunday. They got a high school game Friday night, a college game Saturday, and then the 49ers and Steelers Sunday. The field could be chewed up there. But you asked the question, Kyle kind of gave you a joking answer, how many snaps? He's not going to play 100%, but what should we expect? How many snaps for 97 on Sunday?
I think there's one school of thought where you say, just put him in on pass rushing situations and, ease him in because it makes sense. Because even if he's in great shape, there's shape and football shape. And I know T.J. Watt did play the 69 snaps, ended up missing a game early in the season, I think, but nothing major. But he did play those 69 snaps, but he was a hold in. He was doing individual drills, which was my understanding. Bosa, obviously, he can work out on his own, but he hasn't been around. So one school of thought is, look, it's a muscle pull, soft tissue thing waiting to happen, and it's just one game, and don't get stupid. But it is Nick Bosa. He's going to probably want to play a lot. It's probably going to be a tight, tough game. There's probably going to be a massive difference between when he's on the field and when he's not, even on non-passing downs. And, I think there's going to be a temptation to play him a ton. So I would suspect that if he's in the condition they think he's in, we'll see him a lot. If that happens and he ends up with a quad or a calf or a hamstring injury and misses a few games, then you're going to have people understandably saying, I wish they hadn't played him as much. And you're also going to have a ton of people saying, Nick Bosa's selfish for not agreeing to a deal until now, and now look what he did to his team. And, I would answer that was part of his leverage, too. The 49ers knew they were playing with fire. So, look, it's their team. They can manage it accordingly. I know they want to win. I know they don't want to start flat for a third year in a row. I love when they go on these inspired second half of the season runs and go to the brink of, winning the conference, and it's really cool storytelling. But I think they would prefer the 2019 model where you get out of the gate fast and you're good all season.
Mike Silver's doing this. I agree with you. And, I don't know if this is an apt comparison because on average, Nick Bosa plays in his career, other than 2020, I heard he plays about 75% of the snaps. You just mentioned 2019. He missed a month. The last month of training camp, he missed. So he went out August 7th. He came back, played in the opener against Tampa on September 8th, and he played in that game 38 of 69 snaps, or 55%. And in that game, he had a great game. He had a sack. He had 3 TFLs in those snaps. I don't know if that is an apt comparison, and every game is different. And I don't know if there's going to be weather or rain, which they're talking about now. So then I think that would lessen his snaps. But I'm kind of looking at that Tampa game going, if he could play in, 55% of the snaps coming off that, I think that'd be pretty good.
Well, they had D Ford in that game, though.
That's a good call.
Healthy D Ford. And, I just, again, I'm not sure what we're going to see from Drake Jackson and Cleve Farrell and the guys behind him. They obviously invested a lot in Hargrave. He'll be inside. You've got Armstead, who's a very versatile guy. But if they don't feel like they can get a pass rush going, and I know Steve Wilks will blitz more, presumably, than his 2 predecessors, so that could be a way to do it. But, we'll see how it goes. The Steelers are very much like the 49ers in that they're going to pride themselves on their physicality. They are going to run, even if it's not working early. They're going to keep running and keep testing. And so to me, that's another issue. Nick Bosa, when he's in the swing of things, is so good against the run, so good at setting the edge. Drake Jackson's a guy who has bulked up, and we keep hearing that he's going to be a new guy. He's stronger, but on paper wouldn't be, your classic edge run stopper. Cleve Farrell has had solid stretches, but not made a lot of spectacular plays. And the 49ers have those great guys behind them in Warner and Greenlaw. You're going to see more risks, I think, from Steve Wilks, which could lead to more big plays. So, how the game evolves may be another part of it. If the 49ers get out early and get up on them and they can run and set up play action and everything's rolling, they may not feel like they need to tempt it too much.
So after Kyle came skipping giddily into the auditorium to tell the world that, yes, we just signed Nick Bosa minutes ago, There was an open locker room, and I saw you in there as well. And the guys, to me, the tension has been lifted from what was a very tense month of August. And, it started with Trey Lance, and you were ahead of everybody. I remember going out and getting a beer with you at the Hyatt, and you told me what you were going to write, and I didn't say it was wrong, but you went out early about Trey Lance, not so much against Sam Darnold, but Brandon Allen. And then you had the Jake Moody drama, pick 99 at kicker, and then the Bosa 44-day holdout. Now that we're all past that, where is this football team at, mentally, spiritually, physically? They're getting healthy, but the month of August, it was pretty tense around here.
Yeah, and I don't think you love going into such an important season with that vibe. By the way, it's not over. There's one remaining thing, and that's the Jake Moody thing. So, Kyle and I may differ on this a little bit. Kyle has said a couple of times, like, the fact that he's so good in practice but has struggled in the games gives me confidence, and I know he's going to be good. And I'm thinking, I don't know if that gives me a lot of confidence. We'll see. I mean, it's cool that he's great in practice, but that's a weird disparity at a position where it's so mental. So, look, I'm not someone who focuses heavily on kickers typically. The reason that I am so on this is that you're in win now mode, obviously. You have a guy you got rid of who I think by all measures internally, the powers that be thought Robbie Gould's a pain in the butt. He said some things to them before that are kind of combative. He's had contract stare downs, and he makes a lot to save money without him. But you overdrafted a guy, and that's not because of Moody. I think any kicker drafted in the third round is overdrafted. You overdrafted a guy to solve the problem, and then he looked shaky in 2 games. He was hurt in the third, and you're going to Pittsburgh, which is like a notorious place for kickers. And, these games are super important if you're in an all-in season. So you got rid of a guy who in his career is 68 for 68 in the postseason. So say what you will.
Field goals and extra points, yeah.
Yeah, 68 chances to screw up a kick in the postseason, the highest pressure. It has never happened. And you now are rolling with a guy who is adjusting and has never done it. And so I do think it's fair to have a little stress there. And if some of these games come down to kicks and it's not happening, it can go off the rails fast.
Although, as you well know, the last time the 49ers won a Super Bowl in '94, they had a rookie kicker from De La Salle, from Cal, your guy, who was taken actually clearly in the third round, not a compensatory. 85 overall. And Jake was 99. He went 15 of 20 that year and 60 of 62 on extra points. They were shorter. It's okay.
Well, I could have been the kicker that year, though. Doug ended up having a great career. Doug's a great kicker.
Birkenstocks. You would have made the kicks with Birkenstocks.
That was my quote. That was Harris Barton to me. I loved it. Doug did not love it, and I know Doug well. So the next year, they lost 2 of their first 6 games as defending champs. Both of those games came down to missed Brian kicks that could have won them the game or tied it. I think the Birkenstock quote was Harris Barton saying, you have 100 guys banging into each other for 3 hours, and then a guy who wears Birkenstocks walks out on the field to decide it, and they cut him. That was a third-round pick. They cut him 6 games into his second year. He went on to have a really good career. So it can happen fast. And look, we already have a karmic model for what happens when Robbie Gould feels wronged. He was the longtime kicker of the Bears. They got rid of him abruptly. He felt wronged. He came to San Francisco the second season after that. He went to Soldier Field. He kicked a game-winning field goal on the final play for a 15-13 win. He had all 15
led by
points.
Jimmy Garoppolo.
Right, his first start, 5 for 5, and then he flexed at the bench. I mean, tell me how many times a kicker has flexed at an opposing team's bench justifiably. And then the next year, he was in a suite right by the goalpost watching the game where the double doink happened in the playoffs, which also cost the Bears a playoff victory. So we've seen karmically what can happen when Robbie Gould is wrong. I don't know, man. Don't play with fire. Well, obviously, I'm joking about all that stuff, but, let's see what happens. I'm hoping for the 49ers' sake that Jake Moody is healthy and super cool.
I'm with you, man. Mike Silver is joining us as he will every week. Pop and Lund here on these Sports Leaders. We're live at Levi's Stadium, as we will be every Thursday. Tim Ryan will join us at the top of the hour. So we won't talk to you until next week. So just in general, how you feeling about the 49ers? There is a certain, I don't know if I would call it tension, but certainly urgency to win a Super Bowl. They just signed Nick to the big deal. They're kicking the can down the road with Trent Williams and George Kittle. It's going to the credit card bill is going to become due at some point. So just how you feeling about the team going into the season and their chances to win the Super Bowl?
Okay, well, we're all going to die at some point, so let's get that out of the way. I said on Twitter, I've been hearing the doom and gloom about the 49ers having to pay the piper cap-wise since the Deion signing. Future Colorado head coach Deion Sanders was signed in 1994, and they loaded up. And it is a long conversation, but I'm just telling you, man, teams can manipulate the cap. It goes up. And, yes, they may have to make some tough decisions and cut some salaries and find some younger guys. But let's just take the cap out of it for a second. They got a lot of players who are either peaking or descending on paper. They've played a lot. They're older. They're high paid, and they have a quarterback on a rookie deal. So this is not a mystery. Their window to win with this group is right now, maybe next year too. They are in the moment. They are getting after it. They've been close. They think they have a guy in Brock Purdy. And then they just did something which is a no-brainer, which is you pay market value for your best guy who is young at your second most important position. So I just don't think fans should be freaking out about like, oh, my God, we might have to make some tough decisions later. Like, yeah, they will. Like everybody does. And by the way, if you win, it's fine. Like the Rams, do you think the Rams are sitting there, the powers that be, Sean McVay and Les Snead and Kevin Demoff, or do you think like when they walk into the facility, their eyes are filled with tears, or are their eyes blinded by that Lombardi that's in the lobby that they just got? So if you don't win a Lombardi, yeah, it sucks. You have to make some tough decisions later, and maybe you'll say it wasn't worth it. But if you're a fan, don't you want a team that's getting after it? And I don't see a weakness now that Bosa's back, with the possible exception of kicker, and let's see how that goes.
Are you coming to Pittsburgh? What time are you coming through the Fort Pitt Tunnel?
Great question. I've not been to Pittsburgh in so long. I used to go constantly when I was at Sports Illustrated and Yahoo, and not so much in the last decade or so. So I should be there late afternoon, early evening, and the
Saturday. You're talking Saturday?
Yes, Saturday. But the Cal Auburn game is at 10:30 Eastern kickoff. So
with Dave Fleming on the call.
That's right.
I may not be getting a ton of sleep if that game is worthy of my staying awake that late, because we have a relatively early start on Sunday. So I'll either be, as usual,
sleep when you're dead, Silver. Come on.
Yeah,
I never heard you whine like that.
You might have to pay the
text me when you
later.
get through the Fort Pitt Tunnel.
You're gonna be tired later if you do that now. You're gonna be so tired. I know.
I'll worry about the salary cap and my demise later.
Sleep when you're dead, baby.
Exactly.
Right on.
Exactly.
Hey, thanks, man. We're looking forward to talking to you each week. We appreciate it.
Yeah, right on. It should be fun. I'll see you in Pittsburgh, Greg.
All right, man.
Oh, there you go. By the way, if he hasn't been in over a decade, which, by the way, that's where my son was born. My son was born in Pittsburgh. And then we left.
Was he conceived in Pittsburgh?
No. Yeah, he was. We left like 3 months
later.
He's
a Pitt baby?
Yeah. I was working for ESPN, and they were really happy after he was born. I'm leaving now.
So is George a pirate, a Steeler, a Penguin?
He doesn't
anything?
Like any of them. He doesn't remember. We left. We were out of there. Left early. But in the last 10 years, it's definitely changed. If you haven't been there in a while, it's cool. The downtown area is cool. They've revived a lot of stuff. It is cool. If people are going to the game, you'll enjoy it. There's
to Oliver Plaza.
It's a good time.
There. What's that old hotel downtown?
Oh, yeah. What is that called?
That is a classic.
Yeah. They're not quite Philly fans there. They're a little bit warmer than that, but they're not.
They're Steeler fans.
Call them nice.
Steelers.
Yes, the Steelers. The
They're
Steelers.
hardcore.
Yeah.
I got a feeling Pittsburgh's going. Could be a Super Bowl preview. Are they that good?
I don't.
Are they that good?
I got a couple of numbers that I want to throw past you and Tim Ryan, because it'll shape kind of how I think they use Nick Bosa, because they're a lot like the Niners. They want to run. They want to run it. And they got a second-year quarterback. They're not going to just throw it 50 times. So
they may take the gloves off this guy and let him throw
a little
it.
bit. But,
Kenny, 2 gloves.
But,
He's slinging it.
Mike Tomlin is 3 yards in a cloud of
Najee,
dust.
Jalen Warren.
Yeah, they're gonna try to run it. So we'll get into that. Tim Ryan's going to join us in 10 minutes. Get on the camera. We're live on YouTube and Twitch as well, so you can see Tim Ryan and his beautiful hair coming up at the top of the hour, and we'll get all into it. Our first football hour of the year in 10 minutes. Pop and Lund on the Sports Center.
Papa and Lund present
Bosa leading the charge is just rolling people.
Tim Ryan's Bull Rush.
Non-stop motor. There's that spin kick. Bull rushing.
Now the 49ers color commentator joins the voice of the red and gold, Greg Papa, alongside the host of pre and post, John Lund.
Love that.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
There's a sack by Nick Bosa. Many of you fell down, but Nick Bosa did not. Right in the middle to pick up the sack. And that'll give him 8 on the year. He came in tied with Micah Parsons and the Cowboys for the league lead. And Nick Bosa goes right through the middle of their front there to get Stafford.
Yeah, he lines up out at right in that wide 9 technique, and he comes flying.
What's happening? Thanks for joining us. We're live at Levi Stadium. You can check it out. We are live on YouTube and Twitch as well. You can see Papa. Papa's hiding the hair today. I wonder if you were intimidated.
I got a hat
you knew
head
Tim
today.
was coming in.
No, you
knew
kidding
he
me?
was coming in.
We had the poll last year. Who won the hair off?
It was your jaded, slanted poll. It was your fan.
Do you want to fire one up now? No. I got hat head.
Yeah, you
today.
got hat head. You wear the hat. You didn't even want to compete today.
Yeah.
Tim Wright is in studio. We do this every single year. If you're new, Thursdays, we come down to Levi Stadium. We talk to Tim, and of course, he's been on the field all through training camp. And these are the guys to talk to, Papa and Tim Ryan. Of course, we saw him on TV. They're going to return to the radio for Week 1 in Pittsburgh. So we're going to get into everything, and obviously everything you need to know about Nick Bosa. And obviously Tim Ryan was a defensive lineman, so he'll tell you exactly what it's going to be for Nick. Are you all settled? I just want to make sure you're settled before we...
Settled and ready to go.
Good to see you, man.
Johnny, yeah, good to see you.
Well,
Everything
man.
good?
Yeah, everything's great.
Good.
I'm excited.
How can you not be? I think I'm more excited for this season than I've ever been excited in previous seasons. Just with this roster, with this team, with this coaching staff. And thank God Nick got here fully stocked, fully loaded, ready to absolutely rip. And he is, as we all know, just a huge difference maker on this defense. And I wonder what some of those Steeler O tackles were thinking. Danny Moore and Okorafor. Yeah, we're thinking when, and I know Mike Tomlin, and I've known him for a long time, and I know he prepared that Bosa is going to be there. And you know the T.J. Watt story when he came back and I think signed on a Saturday, had 2 sacks and 5 pressures on a Sunday. We'll see what it is, but I know one thing. The Steelers are going to want to run the football and say what you want about their offense and you know not being able to score. Kenny Pickett was fantastic in the preseason and throwing deep balls and reminds me a little bit of Brock in terms of a young guy that understands how to read coverage and steer defenders, knowing where he's going to go with the football. And you know, with Najee, and then Jalen Warren is no joke either now. That second year pro, that bowling ball, he's
fast.
He is a big-time player, and their offensive line is pretty good. They got a real good signing, and Seumalo from Philadelphia, who they brought over to play guard. The other guys are incumbents that have played there, and they've spent a lot of money on that offensive line. And at the end of the day, and particularly if it's going to rain, and I know the forecast is saying now, and I was just checking with some of the guys. They said last year, on Thursday, the Chicago forecast looked exactly the same as this one, and we all know how that ended up being. So let's hope it's not that. But the Steelers are going to want to run the football. They're going to want to pound it and get their play action going. I think one thing that helps the 49ers is a lot of these runs, and it'll help their defense too, but 49ers have been staring at it for so long. A lot of these runs are similar concepts in the way Canada likes to run the football.
Yeah.
You know, trying to get the edge and then running it on the inside. So at the end of the day, whichever offensive line plays better may end up winning this game because the offensive line for the 49ers, and I think Colton McKivitz is going to be fine. He's going to have a huge test now with T.J. Watt and Alex Highsmith, both of those guys. And everyone knows T.J. Watt and what he has meant to that defense. You know, you look at them from, I think, 18 to 22. They led the NFL in sacks over those years. Last year there was a drop-off. Obviously, you're not scoring a lot of points. You're not rushing the passer as much, and there was no T.J. Watt out there for half the season. But he brings it, and the Steelers have always had those outside linebackers, and we can go back and name them all. From Greg Lloyd to Kevin Green to, the list goes on of guys that had been rushing on the outside in that 3-4 defense, and that's what they love to do. But I think Colton will be fine. At the end of the day, it's, to me, a huge test, especially if it's wet and there's going to be an emphasis on running the football with Aaron Banks and Spencer Burford on the inside, because I'm telling you, Ogunjobi's a good player. He's very explosive. He can spike and crease those gaps and penetrate. Cam Hayward has not slowed down at all, and he is a full-grown man, and he'll be head up in a lot of the game on Aaron Banks. So that is going to be a great matchup, at least for me, watching from the inside out to take a peek at.
All right, so certainly signing Nick yesterday, and it happened, minutes before Kyle met the media at 12:40, and he comes in skipping. He's all giddy.
There was a little skip in the step yesterday at practice, wasn't there?
In the open locker room it was, but that's the point I want to ask you about practice. Because I remember our first year together in 19, and Bosa's first practice. Remember, he had the ankle injury in camp, and then that Wednesday practice, you see Nick and D. Ford and the Oregon Tall Furs in the middle, well, that was their championship team.
The Twin Furs in the middle.
Armstead and Buckner,
right,
and I'm like,
right.
Whoa.
Right.
Here is the pass rush. Now, Nick didn't practice yesterday, but for the first 4 plays, even now that we're in the regular season installation mode, it's still ones versus ones. And you just see Charvarius Ward get out there and pick up Brandon Ayuk and across the board. And then the way they practice. Now, they're fresh, and they're getting healthy at the right time. But they are flying. And after they
Yesterday's practice was as sharp as a practice we've had all at training camp.
That's the feeling I had.
And you were on it.
Spiritually, mentally, physically, getting Bosa here, knowing he's coming tonight. He'll be on the field today. But just watching them and the weapons, we could go back in the history of the 49er franchise, John, even going back to John Taylor and Jerry Rice and, Roger Craig and Tom Rathman, whoever you want to put a tight end. It's John Frank or Russ Francis or, later with Steve Young and Ricky Waters and, William Floyd. They've had the 5 eligibles is my point. The way Ayuk is whipping off routes, the way Debo is in shape, you got Kittle healthy and flying. Just the vibe that I got, and a lot of people are picking the Steelers and off their preseason, and Kenny Pickett's perfect 5 for 5. But I don't think the world quite knows just how good this team is right here and now.
Well, you referenced those weapons, and I would just compound that and say at least back then you knew where those guys were going to line up. Now you don't know where guys are going to line up. There's so many wrinkles and formation versatility, and not just formation, position versatility. McCaffrey can play anywhere. He can play wide out. He can play slot. He is a fantastic route runner, as we all know. He obviously can tote the rock and do the things he does out of the backfield. Debo, the same thing. You can line him up anywhere. You line him up at Z, line him up at X, get him on the line of scrimmage, get him off the line of scrimmage, put him in the slot, motion him to running back. The pressure that puts on defenses, and especially now, you look at Pittsburgh on that back end, and Terrell Austin does a really good job coaching that defense, and they are a very, very good defense. But they've got 3 new inside linebackers. Quan Alexander's going to be out there covering people. I think he's going to be their passing game linebacker when they get into the 3 wide receiver stuff, the 49ers. They got a new safety in Keanu Neal. They got a new corner in Patrick Peterson. They got a lot of new parts on that back end.
How do you think they line up?
Well, I think it depends on the personnel grouping. I think you're going to see Keanu Neal in there on the base at safety, and then I think you'll see DeMonte KZ in there on the nickel.
Right. How about corners?
As a replacement. It's going to be Levi Wallace on one side and Pat Peterson on the other, and then Shandon Sullivan is going to be in the slot covering the nickel, and then Minkah Fitzpatrick is as good as it gets as a free safety and a robber. And that's what you got to worry about with this defense. They'll show you one thing, and then here comes Fitzpatrick, who's a great risk taker. He knows when to take a risk, and he knows when to get in there and try to steal one of those in-cutting routes that the 49ers like to run. But maybe an opportunity, and so much of it's up to Brock, but the way that he can, read the defense and deliver the mail on time. There might be a chance to up-tempo these guys, get them in a personnel grouping you like, and then go off. You remember how Belichick used to do back in the day. He'd catch you in base defense with his 12 personnel, and he just wouldn't even substitute. which gives you no time to substitute, and he knows he's got a matchup advantage. Just getting these guys trying to figure out what the 49ers are doing. And again, back to where I started, the versatility of where guys line up is a challenge for defenses. I mean, you think about, remember when Miami came here, I don't know, it was 3 years. It was the 21 season maybe, when we had the corner out there. The
20 season.
The pandemic season.
Bad.
And, I mean, just trying to ID those guys and what their numbers were and why is he in the box? Why I thought he was a safety. You know, he's a linebacker. It's hard because a lot of players they correlate numbers with positions, and now all of a sudden number whatever is in here where what's this? And it just creates just a second of uncertainty. And against this offense with a 2-second fast pass game, forget it. And we all know about the Yak Bros and what these guys like to do when they get the rock in their hands.
Let me go back to the defense for a second, because everybody's talking about how much better Kenny Pickett is and how much Nick's going to play. But you pointed this out right when you walked in here. So Pittsburgh throws the ball last year only 54.9% of the time. They're 20th in throwing the ball. They're just like the 49ers. They run it 29.4 attempts. The 49ers are 29.7, so top 10 in attempts. So the big thing here is, well, you want to slow this down, and they have good receivers. They have a couple of really nice tight ends. This could come down to, as you point out, the offensive and defensive lines, and people forget because Nick is so good at rushing the passer that he's even as good against the run, setting the edge, and doing all the things that he does. This, to me, is going to come down to how well can you stop the run, especially if you're going to get moisture in the air. And then what kind of a position is Kenny Pickett in? Because, look, he may be better, but Mike Tomlin's Mike Tomlin. He's like Kyle Shanahan. They want to run the ball first.
Absolutely. And they want to protect their quarterback. They want to run the ball and then get you into, play action, take some deep shots, and get the ball out quick for Pickett when he's got to throw. They don't want to be in 3rd and 7+. They want to live in 3rd and 3 to 6 if they can. When you say it like that, and here's the way I see it, is it's, to me, the run game. And Najee Harris I think they got to stop him early. I think you got to slow him down early. I think you can get his confidence down a little bit as a third-year pro. He wasn't, I don't think, totally healthy last year, and I think that showed. I don't even think he was at 4 yards a carry, 3.8 or something for the season. But he's definitely capable. 2 yards, 2 years, over 2,000 yards, 20 touchdowns. And there will be a commitment to the run game. We all know the challenges and this was a great run defense last year. Philly showed they could run in the NFC Championship game, and it's about getting the defensive tackles moved and getting them pushed back with double teams into the linebackers. I promise you there's going to be that crunch play where they double both guys inside, try to push them back into the linebackers. Linebackers are trying to stack. And then they get lost in the wash, and it's 4, 5, 6, 7 yards if the guy breaks the tackle. So to me, when you talk about stopping the run, I think it's right up the gut of the defense. And they're going to try to get to the edge, and they'll, again, say a lot of the same concepts the 49ers have. But at the end of the day, it's going to be about the Hargrave Digger, and it's going to be about Armstead inside, and then Kevin Givens and Javon Kinlaw. And then the linebackers, when they diagnose those runs, and Dr. Greenlaw back in the mix is a huge help. With, he'll be doing chest examinations all day long in the kill zone.
Dr. Dre?
Yeah, Dr. Dre in the kill zone. And it's about those guys when they sense those double teams, and it's hard because there might be a play action coming off of, but they got to have a quick trigger. They got to get downhill, get into that gap so that they're going to force that double team player to have to come off and try to block them. Then that's going to free up the defensive tackle where he's not 4 or 5 yards off the rock. So they're going to see a lot of runs. I think Pittsburgh's goal will be to run it 40 times in this freaking game. I'm not kidding. Especially if it's bad weather conditions. And a big part of it is going to be that gut being on point and not getting pushed back.
Tim Ryan is joining us. We'll do this every single Thursday. That's always what we do. We come down here and hang out with Tim Ryan. We're going to get into a lot more. We've got more on Nick Bosa. We'll discuss that. Plus, second year for Brock Purdy, the offense, what kind of things Christian McCaffrey just mentioned briefly. Second year of the offense. He's got this thing under control, so we'll get into all those things coming up next. Show today brought to us by our good friends Pacific Coast Termite, the trusted company that is rated A+ by the Better Business Bureau. Call Pacific Coast Termite, 1-800-PACIFIC. That's 1-800-PACIFIC. The football hour continues. Tim Ryan, Greg Papa, John Lund, live from Levi Stadium, only here on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Did you hear? Nick Bosa is back. In fact, caught him at the airport. He said, hey, sorry for the scare. Let's go win some games. That story and more trending right now on the all-new KNBR app. Hey, John Lund here. Did you know that many of the attorney ads that you've seen or heard, they're not even based here in the Bay Area, and some, get this, they're not even based in California. Now, Chris Dolan and the Dolan Law Firm, totally different. They're based here, right here in the Bay Area for more than 25 years. They're award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys fighting for you where you live. Now, if you've been discriminated against at work, wrongfully terminated, sexually harassed, your rights matter. Go to DolanLawFirm.com and learn more about your rights. And unfortunately, over the last year, Chris and his team, they saw a sharp increase in no-fault injury accidents. And remember, motorcyclists, pedestrians, cyclists, children playing, they're all around us. So please be careful. Let's work together to make sure the Bay Area is a safer place. And also feel confident that you're in good hands with the award-winning California Lawyer of the Year. The Dolan Law Firm has secured, get this, more than $1 billion. I said $1 billion in settlements and verdicts on behalf of their clients. $1 billion. You pay nothing up front. That's the best part. No hourly rates, no upfront fees. They don't get paid until you get paid. Look, they live here. They work here. More importantly, they win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
Back to Papa and Lund and Tim Ryan's Bull Rush.
Oh, my goodness. You talk about a tidal wave rush?
This is KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
I see someone pretty comfortable where he's at. he jumped in there and plugged himself in pretty quickly, and that's when you know you're in the right spot as a quarterback. He got in the groove pretty quick, and he has a pretty good team around him. So, and I think he understands how to use the weapons, and he makes great decisions. We all make some bad ones here and there, but for the most part, he's been pretty good. And look forward to seeing him again this season for a full year. And they've got a Super Bowl caliber team there, so it'll be fun to see. They had to get that lineman signed and get those back in the house, but that it also helps offensively when you got a good defense like they do.
All right, there we go. And that is Joe Montana, of course. And since
Joe knows
Joe did the
for Gold Bar Whiskey,
that's right, he was doing Gold Bar Whiskey. And since then, they have gotten the lineman signed, Joe. So they are set. But he was talking about Brock Purdy going into his second year.
And obviously, we were all somewhat amazed at the miraculous year that he put together last year and what he was able to do. I don't know. I think he led every category down the stretch in the games that he played. Joe's all over it. And this offense, I've said it before, it's about having a quarterback that can read it and deliver it accurately and read it quick. And Brock has got an innate ability to do that. I mean, the way that he can process the information and understand where he's going with the football, and then the stuff on top that now he knows he's going to come back to the backside in cut so he can look the safety and hold him, knowing, and he's not even seeing it with his eyes. His mind's eye sees the grid. So he can see that picture of where that guy is on the in cut on the backside and hold the safety on the front side and doesn't have to look, and then all of a sudden, whip, there it is. That is a big challenge for defenses, and I think when you watched him at Iowa State, he had that talent and that technique, and you go all the way back to his high school, and I know a lot of guys have said glowing things about him and how he could process. But I think what really helped him was going against the 49er defense last year as a rookie when he was playing scout team. Because that defense knows every play the offense is running in training camp and in the season. They know the plays. I mean, Fred Warner's been staring at that scheme. You're not going to trick him very often. And I think Brock at that point was like, if I'm going to make this thing work, I got to get better in understanding how to move those guys and steer those guys. And that's not easy to do versus the 49er defense at the second level, off the ball coverage guys in Fred and Dre. And I think him working on that technique and that talent and then honing in on it, I think he immediately gained the respect of the defense. And then obviously the coaches can see it. And then for, all the circumstances that happened, he ended up getting the opportunity and he went and did it. And then on top of all that, where everybody underestimates his game is his short area quickness and his ability to extend plays and feel it. Know when there's backside pressure coming, when it's like he's got eyes in the back of his head and he knows he's got to, get out of it and cut this way and cut that way. And he's got enough mobility and escapability that he can get you. If you run off in man coverage, he can get down the field and pick up a first down with his legs. But I always love guys that extend plays to make throws. And then it becomes playground football. And then now it's one-on-one on the back end. DBs are looking to hunt somebody up and go find somebody, and the receivers are flowing the right way. Short, go deep, deep, come shallow. And Purdy has got that ability, which is really icing on the cake for everything to keep those bad plays alive when they're off schedule.
4.8440, but we talked about the short area quickness and the 10-yard split being elite for quarterbacks. Now, everything you said about him, and I got to say, John, this guy, first day I pull in for the first practice of training camp, he's, and Trey was doing his thing, and we had Nate Sunfeld.
This
and
is last year, yeah.
Last year, Jimmy's out throwing on a side field, and whole thing's weird. And he's going, this guy, Purdy, wait till you see Mr. Irrelevant. I'm like, what? Because everything he said, he's a quarterback. He is decisive where he's going to go with the ball. He sees it, he rips it, and he's precise with the ball. Now, there's areas to improve. Now, the one thing we did talk about, I want to get into his arm strength this year versus last year. Because yesterday we were talking about how fast the eligibles are. His arm is just on point. When he plays this game Sunday, it'll be exactly 6 months to the day. March
we can
10th.
Rebuild him.
Right.
We have
September
the technology.
With the internal brace. And thank God to the guy who
He's not the $6 million man, but he almost, it won't be long.
Yeah, so I was talking to John Lynch. I said, is he throwing the ball with more velo? He said about the same. But to me, I see it just more on point. The leadership, he's named a captain now. he was a quiet leader last year. He was a quiet rookie, but when he got in the huddle, he commanded. Now I see just a certain quiet presence about him. So the arm strength, on top of everything you're saying, is it as good, better, the same as last year? And then just the overall leadership quality now that he knows this is my football team.
Yeah, I think the arm strength there's been zero drop off, and that's from the first play in training camp, the very first day that he took the field. His first throw, and I was standing over with some of the performance staff, and I said, "Oh, nothing wrong with that synthetic slingshot. He's got that internal brace that's made of a piece of synthetic fiber, right, holding everything together." And no surprise to them because he was fully cleared, and they went through the whole thing with him, and all of his rehab he did away from the facility and then here at the facility. So I would say there's been no drop-off. He's got plenty of juice on the arm. I think what's improved is his anticipation. And so it appeared, his timing routes, and when he again, it's about understanding where you're going with the football so you can be on time with the release and with the throw. So his anticipation, I think, is exponentially better than it was last year just because he has a better understanding of the offense. So I call it the synthetic slingshot, man, and he can rip it, and he can get it out there, and it's a very catchable ball. It's not a diver. It's not a wobble. It's on time. And, boy, anticipating a lot of good things out of him this year. And how about him voted captain? How about Deebo Samuel voted captain?
Yeah, first time in his career.
You got to love that. And I love it for Deebo for a couple reasons. Number one, I know his number 19, he's always had 19 problems for the opponent. Well, now it's 20 because he is fit as can be. And the way he worked in training camp, a lot of times guys that, hamstring gets tight, glute gets tight, adductor gets tight, something like that, nothing. And he worked his tail off to get ready for this season, and there was no let up all through training camp. There may have been one day where he may have got at the end that he got a little bit of a rest for being a veteran. Other than that guy was out there every single play, every single day. And I'm so happy for him, and I think he's going to have a huge year. I think he's back to Deebo, 2021 and what he can do with the ball in his hands.
Get us into the mind of a player, because they say that between the first and the second year is when you make your most improvements. So Brock was great last year, but I think I'm with everybody, right? I think he's going to be better this year. So as a guy who played, what happens between your first and your second year that makes you better?
Confidence, I think, now, especially when you play as much as he played as a rookie. So even I'm sure he had a lot of confidence in himself when he took the field last year against Miami. Miami zero blitzed him like 13 times or something during that game, and he busted almost every single one of them and live and die by the blitz, and Miami died by it that day.
3rd and 10 over the middle to Kittle.
Oh, man. And so I think with every game his confidence built, and then you start really, man, I can play this game. I'm out. I'm one of these guys. There's always doubt, I think, with at least, and I was a pretty high pick. I was certainly higher than, I was picked 61. I knew I could play. No matter what you did in college, the pro game is a different game. We've seen a lot of guys that had great college careers, and me being one of them, that came in and had a pedestrian NFL career. It is a totally different game because of the speed of the game and the process of the game. In the pro game, I've always said, is 80% from the neck up. Everybody's got physicality. You wouldn't have gotten this far. You wouldn't have got drafted. You wouldn't be in training camp if you didn't have the physical tools to be out there. Then it's about what you are from the neck up. And that's where I think what made Joe Montana from the neck up. I mean, and again, he had a lot of, he could read it, he could see it, he had enough mobility, and I think he was a 3rd round pick, but from the neck up, he was different. And I think that's with every player. And once you realize you can do it and you belong, and then you start excelling, I think you just fuel the fire. And I think, again, from a cerebral standpoint, that's where Brock has got an advantage on most young quarterbacks in this league.
So this matchup on Sunday is a battle of the second-year quarterbacks.
Right.
And Kenny Pickett, and Kenny was the first quarterback to go, number 20 overall in the first round. Of course, Brock went last of the entire draft. A lot of commonalities between the two, playing later in the year. I mean, Brock played well right away. Kenny Pickett struggled, but then, he had a couple of concussions he had to get through. He played well. He had 4 game-winning drives late in the year. Brock's Brock, but the Kenny Pickett seems, everything we're talking about, where Brock had success, Kenny had to kind of get there. They were a near playoff team.
He looks like he is really ascending. His preseason was on point.
I think he had a perfect passer rating, and it wasn't just throwing underneath checkdowns. I mean, he was taking deep shots. Their offense, I charted every play they had in the preseason in the 3 games that they played. 27 plays for their starters, 5 touchdowns in 27 plays, 3 passing, 2 rushing, and he handled the offense perfectly. Now, there was the Bucs, Buffalo. There, I don't know how many starters they had out there on the field as Atlanta, how they were running their preseason, but he looked fantastic, and obviously he's taller than Brock at 6'3". He's got mobility. I promise you, we'll see a couple zone reads out of this team on Sunday. He's got that skill set. He can run it. He can.
49ers had a hard time with that in the preseason.
Well, there was zero preparation for it. Right. But by the 5th time, the LA Chargers ran it, I might think about running the old Titan call. Like, let's get ready for the zone read. So I'm sure that'll be up in the defense's preparation. But again, he's a cerebral quarter. His arm talent isn't elite, and that's why he wasn't a top 5 pick. But I think the intangibles that you look for and the things we were talking about with Brock, I think are there with Kenny Pickett and just understanding what he's trying to do. And he's got a hell of a group of weapons to throw to. The tight end, he's got tremendous trust in. I watched the Jets game over the last couple days because there's a lot of similarities, obviously, and that was week 4 last year, and that's when Pickett got in the game at the end. They pulled Trubisky and put Pickett in, and he led him down the field and got him into a lead, and then ended up throwing a panic pick late and allowed Zach Wilson to march the field on him in 3 minutes, and they ended up losing the game. And then Pickett started from there on out, and then you mentioned the concussions, but he really trusts the tight end, and the tight end reminds me a little bit of Dalton. Is it the Dallas now in LA with the Chargers? The
Dalton Schultz.
Dalton Schultz. He just knows how to play. He knows how to work the angles. He knows how to set guys up. He knows how to read the coverage. Freiermuth has got all that. And then you look at I'm telling you, you will see at least 3 go balls to Pickens out on the edge in one-on-one coverage. And he doesn't even have to be open. I think Pickett, they trust him as a 50-50 go get it. It's a jump ball, and he wins most of those when you watch him. The second-year player out of Georgia, first-round pick, he's got a great talent to do that. So you're going to see some of those when the 49ers, anytime they're going to try to roll that safety up in the box, whether it's Huff, Talanoa Funga, or Tayshaun Gibson, there's going to be opportunities for isolation routes outside the numbers. One-on-one, it's cover 3 or cover 1. It's one or the other. It's middle closed. So you know where the throw is going to be, and that's going to be a challenge. And then I think I've said this, and this to me is a great defense, obviously, and Bosa makes him being here elite. But they got to get better in coverage, and I think that's what Steve Wilks getting this job. They're going to miss D'Amico, miss Robert Saleh, obviously. D'Amico came in, there was no drop-off, and even gotten better in some areas. I give Coach Wilks a lot of credit. He came in and really learned the terminology of this defense. He didn't come in with his own stuff. So there's going to, this Fred Warner is the captain of this defense, and these guys take full ownership of what they do. And I give Wilks a lot of credit for just, all right, I'll translate all the terminology. I'll figure it out. But there's going to be some wrinkles on the back end. And I think if you go back and look at this defense over the last few years, great at run D, great at getting the ball away, great at getting pressure on the quarterback, coverage in some areas. Remember a couple of years, some of the coverage busts, and it was at points last year.
First Chicago game.
Right.
Yeah.
Those things, right. Those things I think will get cleaned up, and Steve Wilks has got a PhD in secondary play. So I'm excited for that phase. We'll see how much they're going to have to cover this week, based on the weather conditions in Pittsburgh. But I think I still got to see the answer for no Jimmy Ward out there. That's the one that really I fret a little bit about that one. This team has been spoiled with a very good nickel player, and nobody understands how important that player is. Not just as covering the slot receiver. There's so much more to it than that. All the run fits that you got to understand, and the play action fits, and pressures and stuff like that. So that to me is the wrinkle. I still got to see that thing ironed out to where this is going to be a great, great, great defense where they're going to be back to holding people to 17 points or less. And, Pittsburgh went out and signed traded for Allen Robinson. He'll spend a lot of time in the slot, probably most of the time in the slot.
He's big.
And he is big, and he can run, and he understands the game. Deontay Johnson is another guy. He is a multi-aligned player. To me, he's their best receiver, watching him. I mean, the way that guy creates separation it's elite. It really is. So Pickett's got a lot of weapons to throw to and deliver the mail, and if they can run the ball on the early downs and stay in those third and very manageables, that ball's out in a second and a half. That's how you neutralize a great pass rush. Stay in short down and distance, get the ball out, and you think about defensive linemen, and you rush the passer. Now you got to turn and run and tackle the underneath fast pass game. That heart rate goes up quick. And then if then all of a sudden maybe the ninth play into the drive, it's 3rd and 7, and how much gas is really left in the tank after you've been playing the run and covering and running to the fast pass, swarming to the fast pass. So
especially on opening day.
Absolutely. So I think that's going to be the plan of the Pittsburgh Steelers in this game. We'll see what the field conditions are like. That's going to be interesting with all the play they're going to be getting on that field before the 49ers take the field on Sunday.
Tim Ryan Football Hour. We'll do it every Thursday as we're live at Levi's Stadium. Again, text line is wide open. Questions, comments for Tim and Pop. And also you can check us out on YouTube and Twitch as well. The hair is glorious. Pop has decided to go with the hat today. Very interesting on week number.
I'm wearing my Shanahan hat.
Yeah, no, I like it.
Shanahan. I got this one.
We got more of the Steelers, more on Bosa and how this offense will attack the Steelers defense. We'll do it all coming up next, only here on the Sports Center.
faithful. This hour, we go from snap to whistle.
It's the mindset of full speed, nonstop, snap to whistle.
This is Tim Ryan's Bull Rush with Papa and Lund on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Garoppolo rolls right, throws for Breida, who juggles the ball, and it's intercepted by T.J. Watt. He takes it back inside the 49er 35-yard line. Matt Breida juggled the screen pass up into the air, and T.J. Watt, the younger brother of J.J., the three-time NFL Defensive Player of the Year, just plucked it out of the air.
That was from 2019. The Niners beat the Steelers 24-20. But like you said, T.J. Watt with the interception. Some guy named Javon Hargrave had 6 tackles. A couple of quarterback hits against the 49ers.
He was a monster in there.
The Hargrave Digger. Sunday. Here he comes.
I can't wait. Yeah, you got some new I guess we'll have to wait till Sunday. I can't really wait, but I know you got some new verbiage, right?
That just comes out, John. I don't know. There's nothing planned. I will not use the Sunday
yes,
Hargrave Digger.
Hargrave Digger.
Hargrave Digger.
Oh, yeah. I can't.
Shirley Cha-Cha Moldownie. Big Daddy Dan Garlitz.
Wow, that is awesome. You've got to use that. Sunday. Oh,
no, he's the real deal. He obviously understands what he's doing, and not just as a very good pass rusher and all of his moves and his swipes and getting the creases, but when it comes to running the games, and I think we'll see there's going to be opportunities to run, the twist games and the stunts inside. He is so good at all that. He just understands. He's not playing in a phone booth. He understands what 10 other guys around him are doing and where he should fit. So that was a great signing. Cannot wait to see him out there going against his old team and against Seumalo, who he knows as well as anybody, being in Philadelphia together over the last couple of seasons. So that's going to be exciting. T.J. Watt is, again, he just is an all-day goer. He just doesn't stop, and he's got great ability to get off and run the edge. He can also drop into coverage and do other things. I think where you got to attack these Steelers – again, and we'll see what the weather conditions are like. You got to, if you're going to run, I think, and there's opportunities to run inside. There's no question, and you got to attack those inside linebackers. But I think at some point you got to get the perimeter on these guys. And if you look at T.J. Watt, great pass rusher, good run defender. You'd say the same thing about Alex Highsmith on the other side, but they're both under 250 pounds. They both play from a stand-up position. And that's a challenge, trying to handle some of the running stuff that's going out on the edge. At least for me, I always preferred to be down. When I was playing end, I always preferred to be down in a 3-point in attack, because you got a lower pad level right from the get-go, obviously. So there's opportunities to be able to kick those guys out and open the edge that way, or it's typically going to be hard to get them with hook blocks and get them reached and clear the perimeter out on that. But when you talk about all the pin blocks from split out tight ends or wide receivers just getting in their way. Or what the 49ers like to do is they get that stretch going on those toss plays, and if you don't get the edge, well, then it becomes into a kick. Where instead of hooking you, we're just going to kick you out, and we're going to open the edge that way and spill you right over the rim. So I think there's going to be opportunities to do that, and I think that's what you got to do against a great pass-rushing football team, which I expect these Steelers to be, because I'm going to tell you it's going to be an all-day deal trying to block those big boys inside.
The Blitzburg Steelers, and then they got behind Watt and Highsmith, who just got paid. Marcus Golden.
Yeah, and Herbig is no joke either.
Herbig, the rookie, looks good. But you mentioned the inside linebackers. And Cole Holcomb is there, number 55. Landon Roberts, number 50. Quan Alexander has now made
legendary. Legendary. Here we go.
So
Love Quan.
Is there areas to attack, right in the middle? Because they completely gutted their stacked linebackers. Omar Khan, their new GM.
And Bush.
Brought everybody in. Yeah, got rid of Bush, got Miles Jack, cut him. But it looks like they're good players, but a little bit like the Rams were a couple of years ago, where they're vulnerable right in the middle of the field.
Yeah, I think the guys in front really cover up a lot for them, because you just watch Cam Hayward, and even with double teams, and Trent Williams is going to be fun watching Ian Banks get him moved in the double teams. But I'm telling you, he's a handful, just in his power and his anchor, and he doesn't give up a lot of ground. So when you work those inside runs, I think one thing about Landon Roberts and watching him is he is a downhill thumper. And that's so key, as I talked about earlier with 49er defense, is that quick trigger, getting into that gap at the line of scrimmage, not getting stuck behind some of those double team blocks. So he can really do that. Cole Holcomb is a very, very good athlete. He was out, I think, most of the year last year. I think he had an injury in Washington.
Yeah.
But he can really run. He can understand, he understands concepts and pretty good in coverage. I think where you get these guys is you get them running sideways. You get a Landon Roberts running sideways. Again, some of those perimeter runs. And then if you are running it inside, you just have to get movement on some of those double teams. And then where I love the matchup against those backers is the play action game. And getting those guys, especially Roberts, getting him to suck up in the play action and then throwing it right behind him with tight end. It could be anybody. Could be Ayuk, could be Kittle, could be McCaffrey, could be Debo. I mean, there's just so many options based on how the 49ers utilize all those guys in the variety of ways they get them in every spot on the gridiron. And then when you get it just into true passing downs, if Brock sees the coverage, and I anticipate that he will, especially if you go out there and you get into some of your running sets, the Steelers are going to load the box. They're not going to give you a man advantage in terms of the numbers game inside. If you got 7 blockers and a runner, they're going to have 8 in the box. They're just going to match your numbers. And I think there's opportunities to get your one-on-one matchups like that. Because, again, when they do that, it's typically going to be cover 3 or cover 1. It's going to be 3 deep, middle of the field, deep middle safety. And now you've got safeties and Keanu Neal if it's base, or a linebacker, Quan Alexander in the passing down stuff. Or it could be Roberts in the base. You've got opportunities to get your running backs matched up one-on-one. Those guys got to get out and buzz the flat, hook to flat, and they got to get out there. And then you run choice routes on them. Is the inside leverage run out, whatever. And, that's the thing about where Christian McCaffrey really took this offense to the next level, was that he unlocked the passing game. Yes, he's a very good runner. Yes, he understands the details, and he runs hard, and he gets after it, and he's an outstanding running back. But as a route runner, I think he's unmatched right now in pro football. And the versatility they have with those guys, they can exchange guys with motions and shifts pre-snap to get the matchup they want. And I don't care who you are, good luck covering number 23 when he's running a choice route. It's instant separation. And when Brock knows he's got that matchup and can anticipate it and throw it on time and accurately, you break one tackle, it's usually going to be 5 to 8 yards. He breaks the tackle. Now who knows how big of a play it's going to be.
Logically, as great as they were offensively last year, Brock can be better going into his second year. You just mentioned McCaffrey. This is his first full year in the offense. Brandon Ayuk looked amazing in training camp.
We haven't even talked about that dude yet.
Right.
He is ready to explode.
Debo's in maybe the best shape of his career. I mean, from a standpoint, it looks like Kittle's going to play. From a standpoint of health, and hopefully the offensive line can do it, McKivitz can do it, but I mean, from a pure talent standpoint, they should actually be better offensively than they were a year ago.
I fully agree with that, and I'm, you guys know I'm good friends with Mike McGlinchey, and Mike is a great guy, and I'm happy for him and the contract he got in Denver, and I hope he has finishes his career there and has a great career. There will be no drop-off in pass protection. Colton McKivitz can protect. Is he going to get beat sometimes? Yes. Most of them do. But I don't think there's any drop-off. Where they'll miss Mike is as a real Mike will road grade you in the run game sometimes. I mean, he's just going to swallow linebackers and get out in space and do things. And Colton's got that ability, but Mike was just such a big man that could move well in space as a run blocker. In terms of the pass pro, though, I expect maybe even an upgrade with Colton McKivitz out there. We'll have to wait and see. He's only started 5 games. We'll have to wait and see when it's real, and this is going to be a great test for him. But I just heard all offseason long, the Miami Dolphin rave of Tua in year number 2, and man, he's really picking up this system, and it's year number 2, and now you can get into all the details of the system and understand, well, the same goes for Brock. This is year 2 in the system. The same goes for Christian McCaffrey. This is year 2 in the system. In this system, and the way that these coaches coach it, and I think coaching has always been important in this league. And, I mean, we all will tell you it's never about the plays. It's always about the players, and I fully agree with that. But when you got both, and you got a play caller and you got a scheme that is going to take advantage of a defense's discipline, you predict where they're going to be and then attack it. And Kyle knows how to call it. And then the versatility. I mean, Kyle it's magic the way that he does it and does it on the fly from the sidelines and the way that he can adjust. And that goes not just in the passing game, from the run game. And you would be shocked if, I mean, there's plays where it seems like, the offense has their window dressing. They're going to shift. They're going to motion. They're going to try to get their indicators of how the defense adjusts. And that's hard on defenses. Well, as soon as the defensive alignments adjust on the back end and maybe they'll slide the front and guys will move, things change for, it seems like, all 11 guys. Now what was one play is still the same play if they don't can it or audible, but the aiming points just changed. The blocking assignments at times change, and that's why this offensive line is so much about processing and shift motion. They adjust now. Everything else has got to adjust up front. All those guys, a band of brothers, they got to be on point together, and then the running backs got to be on point with them because maybe the hole changed. And when you start adding all those complexities, and then you can excel at those complexities. That's why this team's been in 3 NFC championships in the last 4 games. Defense has been great, no question about it. But the acumen of this offense and their understanding and then how to go deliver and make it all work with 11 guys on the field together, and the synchronicity it's amazing.
All right, final points that we haven't hit. We got to get a little bit more Nick Bosa. We'll get into that from a guy who played the position. Everyone wants to talk about how many snaps Nick can play. We'll ask Tim about that. And final thoughts as we get ready for the Steelers and the 49ers, the Tim Ryan Football Hour, live from Levi's Stadium. Pop and Lund, only here on the Sports Leader.
Every Sunday, they're in the booth bringing you 49ers football. But that one day just isn't enough. Tim Ryan's Bull Rush continues with Papa and Lund.
Bosa he's unstoppable.
He's the best player on the field.
Unstoppable.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Dante Pettis singled up left on third down. Fields back. Bosa will get him. Bosa will pick up his first full sack of the year. May have gotten one earlier, Tim, going right around the left tackle, Braxton Jones, to get in there and make the sack.
Well, he really went right through him.
Can't agree more.
There's a sack by Nick Bosa. Many who fell down, but Nick Bosa did not, right in the middle to pick up the sack. And that'll give him 8 on the year. He came in tied with Micah Parsons of the Cowboys for the league lead. And Nick Bosa goes right through the middle of their front there to get Stafford.
Just want to sack the quarterback, dude.
Second down 9. Blaubeck looks right, and he pumps to throw, and now he goes down. Who got him there? Bosa! 18.5 for Nick.
That's a sackaroonie, baby.
You've gone to John or Brog or anybody to just kind of get an idea where things are with Bosa?
No, definitely not.
Stressful at all for you?
No, not at all. I don't know if Bosa's ever done a training camp, and he's done pretty good.
The San Francisco 49ers and Nick Bosa reached agreement on a 5-year, $170 million deal that includes $122.5 million guaranteed. It makes Bosa the highest paid defensive player in NFL history.
Sorry for the scare. Let's go win some games.
A realistic amount of snaps for Sunday.
How many snaps are in the game? I'm just joking. We got to see when he gets here. I know Nick will come in shape. I know he'll be good.
There you go. Nick Bosa is back. It's the Tim Ryan Football Hour. We are wrapping it up, and then we're going to talk to John Bosa, by the way, at 12:10. Proud Papa. He knows how to get his son paid. His sons.
Yeah.
Yes,
Big Bear and Smaller Bear.
Man.
Both
Not bad.
loaded.
Loaded.
Yeah, it's God, it was great news to hear that yesterday. And there was definitely it was tumultuous. Alaska just thinking, man, I mean, because every game is so important. I mean, one is just as important as every other one. And to have him here, and as Kyle said, Nick is going to be fantastically fit and in great condition. Football is a little different, though. I'm sure and no matter what you do, he can't go out there and train and bodying up on 300-pounders and all the different vulnerable positions you're going to be in as a defensive lineman in a game. I wouldn't expect, is there going to be a pitch count? Let's say there's 65 plays in the game, and they're going to rotate anyway. You know how Coach Kasarik likes to do it. I mean, he's going to rotate the defensive line. Other guys are going to play. I would say over and under, I would say over 4. I'd say 40 plays for Bosa. You're going to have a problem, I think, getting him off the field. But it'll be different. Football is different than just training. It's hard to replicate what happens out there in the tempo of the offense, and depending on how they're running their game, what you've got to do and how you've got to strain. So I would say 40 plays for Nick, I think would be good, and I think that'll be enough for him to make enough plays.
Happy 97 Day, John, on 9/7,
So perfect
September
timing.
7. And tomorrow on 9/8, we fly to Pittsburgh to begin the year 97.
So we were all fired up for a Taco Tuesday with Taco Charlton. Now it's 97 Day. Now the big boy's back.
You know what I'm really fired up for? Tomorrow in a 9/8 day, when we sing you.
Oh, yeah, that's
Happy
right.
Happy birthday to Tim Ryan.
No.
What's
He's
better
not a
than-
big birthday guy.
I know,
You
but
know
what's
that.
better than flying? When we flew to Chicago, I think last year on your birthday, and you wanted to downplay it. But it's your birthday tomorrow. But really, it's like Christmas for us to begin the new year.
Get on that flight.
Yeah,
Eat
and
the
just
Chick-fil-A.
going to Pittsburgh. He eats the Chick-fil-A, and we study the Steelers. But we've said this just about every year. The roster's loaded.
The team's hungry. The
Yeah,
team
hungry.
there's a lot of dogs that bite on this defense. I can't wait to see it. Pittsburgh is a very, very good football team based on their personnel, and I think how they're coached. Tomlin is outstanding. I mean, they're perennial playoff team up until last year with their challenges. I think they were 0 against the AFC East, which ended up pushing them out of the playoffs. But what I love about this team is the leadership, the quality of people on this team, from Jed all the way down, and how they really get it. There's not a bad guy on this team. They will circle the wagons for each other. They understand what's at stake. They've had a taste of it. So many guys were here on the 19 season where they came up short in the Super Bowl. 2 NFC championships in 21 and 22, and we all know what happened last year. The Rams one just kills you. I mean, that one, the Jaworski tart drop.
You haven't cut your hair since.
And I haven't cut my hair since, and maybe it's going to happen this year, but I just love the quality of human beings on this team, not to mention their skill sets and how they perform as football players. And the thing I like most of all is, and I thought it was great that John Lynch had Kareem Abdul-Jabbar come out during training camp and talk to these guys, and I was there and talk to them about being a favorite. And, I mean, you know the Lakers were always the favorite, right, back in the day in the Western Conference, and how you've got to prepare day in and day out because you're going to get everybody's best game. You're going to get – you are the target when you're the favorite. And what I love about this team is, again, the quality and the character, and character counts in this game. From top to bottom. This is one of 21, hopefully. And it's going to be an arduous, long, nasty journey. There will be a lot of highs. There will be some lows. And these guys, a lot of them have been through the fire, and that's what I love about them. They will take this game for what it is and how important it is, and I expect them to go out and do what they need to do.
Looking forward to it, man. Looking forward to another season. Looking forward to
a great year, Johnny Lund.
Man. We're appreciating
I thought you guys. Thank you. I thought you guys were radio. This is TV now too.
It's live streaming.
Hair looks good, man.
Are you double dipping?
Yeah.
You mean the radio and TV simultaneously?
I mean, come on.
Yeah, I'm barely single dipping.
Yeah.
I'll tell you, man.
You might have to pull a Chris Jones and ask for a little more cash. Just looking for a raise, dog. I'll be there tomorrow if you want me to.
Absolutely.
It's going to be a great year, man. Excited.
It's going to be fun.
And excited to work with this big dog again.
We're going to have fun.
You guys have a great time on Sunday.
Thanks, Johnny. Man. Happy birthday.
All right, bro. Thank you.
All right, that's the great Tim Ryan. We're going to do this every Thursday. And, of course, they will have the call on Sunday, and it starts for real in Pittsburgh on Sunday. It's Pop and Lund on KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. And in about 10 minutes, we'll talk to Proud Papa, who, by the way, from the signing bonus standpoint, Nick got $50 million reportedly, which, by the way, only 3 other players, and they're all quarterbacks, have gotten. Russ Wilson got $50 million when he signed his deal in Denver. Joey, unfortunately, only got 35, and
that's all.
Got 35.6. But between the two Bosas, $85 million in signing bonuses alone.
How much did John make his entire career?
Not that. And he was 17th
He was the number
overall.
1 pick.
Yeah, he was a first round pick. Yeah, he does all right. He looks good too, by the way. Saw some pictures of him when they signed. He's like, yeah, not bad.
He's happy.
Pops. So anyway, Tim Ryan, as always, with some great insight. Thanks, brother. Good to see you, man. Some good insight on everything. And again, just to reset the big story of the day, Nick Bosa's signing. We'll find out more. Have we heard anything on a press conference today?
They're in meetings all day long, and they got to get on the field. So I've been checking with PR. I haven't heard back yet, but it may be tomorrow, a little bit lighter day on Friday. I'll be here with you till 10 to 1, and then we got to get on the buses at about 1:15.
Sure.
So they may do something later. Could be after practice today. Kyle's not talking today. Steve Wilkes is. So I think the first thing is to get him in the building and get him on the practice field, obviously, and get him up and running. So I think there's going to be a press conference at some point, whether it's today, later today, or tomorrow, because the schedule, as far as what they're doing today, John, they're pretty well loaded with everything. They're already going to activation and walkthroughs, and practice starts at 1 o'clock. So I would doubt just having him catch up. There is a media window at 3:45 today, so maybe they do that during Tolbert and Copes at 3:45.
Yeah,
but
possibly.
Not sure. I have not heard it definitively if it's today or tomorrow.
All right, now that he's signed, the big story becomes how many snaps does he play? Tim said about 40. Again, on average, and he said if there were 65 plays. On average last year, there were 63 defensive plays for the 49ers, and Nick, of those 63, played in 47. So Nick plays about 75% of the snaps. So that's probably the high point would be 47 if there were 63. That was the average last year for Nick. And again, they rotate their guys. So Fred Warner stays in the game. Both safeties stay in the game. Dre Greenlaw generally stays in the game. I mean, those are the 4 guys that don't leave the field. The defensive
corners
line,
aren't coming off the field.
And the corners don't come off.
Charvarius Ward's not. Dean Moldenor is going to be an outside corner. And then in the nickel, he will go inside, and then Ambry Thomas will go outside.
So those are the guys that stay. But the defensive line continually rotates. And again, for your starters, they play about 75% of the snaps. So can Nick do that? I don't know. Probably, maybe. I don't know.
I think you'd also have to look at the season opener.
Yeah.
And not just I mean, there were some games where he played 80, 85%, and then they thought, we're just overplaying this guy. He has to come off the field to be effective in the snaps and later in the game. I think the thing you look at is what package do you put him in? So is he, and talking to Tim, he thinks he's going to be in 1st and 10. So when they go to the base defense and the Steelers come out 1st and 10, no matter what personnel group they have on the field, they could have, 3 wide receivers on the field. They don't really have a fullback, but they have this guy, Connor Hayward, who's a tight end / fullback. They go double tights. The second tight end they have to Fryer. Darnell Washington is huge.
He's 6'7",
He's like an extra tackle. I think he'll line up over on Bosa's side a lot. And Nick will, flip sides, whether he's over Okorafor, the right tackle, or Moore, the left tackle. You could just see that guy, flipping to wherever Nick is to give him a longer corner. But the bottom line is, and Tim thinks he's going to be on the field 1st and 10. If he's on the field 1st and 10, that means he's in your base. And then when they go, turbo, he's definitely going to be in the turbo. So then would you sub him? And I know normally the way Kasarik does it is it's 2 for the D-line. It's 2 series for the alphas, which is your starters. Mm-hmm. So let's say that's, Nick Bosa at one end, Cleveland Ferrell at the other, Javon Hargrave and Eric Armstead inside. So they get 2. Then on the third one, they come off the field, and you bring in, Kerry Hyder Jr., Drake Jackson, Javon Kinlaw, Kevin Givens. He calls those the Bravos, the guys that come in behind. Normally, in a regular season game, it's 2 alphas, 1 Bravo, and then they rotate. Maybe this game, maybe it's 1-1. Maybe it's 1 for Hargrave, Armstead, and Ferrell, and Nick comes out on the second series. So it's just going to be, how's he playing? How does he feel? How's his cardio? We're going to talk to John Bosa, his dad, in a few minutes at 12:10. John will give us, he probably knows, what Nick was doing. None of us know what he's been doing in Fort Lauderdale. He and Joey have that gym there. What was the workout plan? What kind of shape is he in? With Nick, you worry about him working out too much, not too little. So he checked in this morning after he landed last night. He was here at 6 a.m. So, he's probably already in the cold tub and working out and getting a lift in. That's just Nick Bosa. It doesn't stop. So I think that's the bottom line is when they open the game right away, and let's say Pittsburgh has the first play, the first time they're on offense is Nick on the field. And I think we anticipate that he will be in the base, and then he will be in the Bravo. And then it's just, how much can his lungs handle to be effective? And the way he plays, the way he gets down on that track stance, he's coming off the ball with everything he's got. So he's got to be able to get through it all. Maybe he needs to rest earlier than if the game is tight, you want him to have more snaps in the fourth quarter. Maybe he comes out early in the first quarter. So I think I don't know if they're going to have a hard and fast rule. I think it's just, if he's in the base and he's in your turbo, which is your run, package, and your go get the quarterback, then it's just a question of when you can build in some respites for him.
And then you look at what Pittsburgh does. And again, game conditions dictate everything, whether it's going to be raining, whether they're behind, whether they're ahead. But again, just if you look at what Pittsburgh does, they want to run the football. Last year, they were 9th in rushing attempts at 29.4. They throw the ball 54.9% of the time, which is 20th. So, this is a team that wants to play ball control a lot like the 49ers. The 49ers have similar numbers in terms of whether they ran, whether they threw, whatever the case may be. But so Pittsburgh is going to want to run the football a lot. Hell, if I'm Pittsburgh, I know this normally wouldn't be the game plan, but I'm probably going to run at Nick Bosa and just see where he's at early in the game to see if, is he Nick Bosa, kind of determine what exactly and where exactly he is too. So anyway, that is the big question. We'll see in 2019 whether this is a comparison point or not. He missed the last month of training camp and played in 35 of 69 snaps, but still had 3 tackles for loss and a sack. I know that Matt Mayoko had a great reference point on TJ Watt, but he missed about a month of training camp in 19 and still came in and played really, really well in some limited snaps. So that's the latest on Nick Bosa. We're going to talk to his dad, John, coming up next. What is it like to have both of his sons now signed long-term? What was the process like for Dad? We'll ask him next, only here on the Sports Leader.
What's trending now?
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Nick Bosa is back in the fold, and as we were just talking about, how many snaps can he play? What kind of shape is he in? That story and more, the brand new KNBR app. It's always great to talk to our good friend Steve Moskowitz, Moskowitz LLP, and he can help with all your tax issues. And today, Steve, we're talking about ERC. Tell us about that.
I'm still thinking about your listener that I talked to a couple days ago, whose CPA told them, you qualify for ERC, you're going to get a lot of money, but only for one of 4 possible periods. And he used just one method, the drop in gross revenue, the math method. But even that method, there's a wrinkle, there's an exception. And your listener heard us. He called me and he came in under an exception. So he qualified under the math method, no analysis, under the math method for a second period. And then on the other method, the facts and circumstances method, for the other 2 periods. And what it meant to him was that had he not done this, he was leaving almost $750,000 on the table. That's the importance. And his CPA said he was doing him a favor. He wasn't that real familiar with it. And that can really hurt you. You wouldn't go to a doctor that wasn't that familiar with your medical problem. Don't do it with ERC. Even if you've received money, talk to us and see if you're entitled to more.
Call Steve Moskowitz right now. It can mean a ton of money for you. 888-TAX-DEAL. That's 1-888-TAX-DEAL. Or simply go online to MoskowitzLLP.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Faithful, filter out the noise, and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything 49ers. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
Chargers up 10-3. Go to a 2-by-2 formation. Eckler, the touchdown scorer, runs an angle right. Herbert going to get chased by Bosa and gets sacked from behind. Tried to leak out left, got pressure from the backside, and he does what his brother does, the Joey Bosa. That's what I do.
It wasn't me. No, yes, it was.
And that's
Nick
now
Bosa.
100 sacks for the Bosa family, 100.5 career for all the Bosas.
That was a while ago, isn't it? 110.5 now?
It is, John.
110.5.
60.5 for Joey, 43 for Nick, and for the patriarch, John Bosa, 7 sackaroonies.
It all matters, man. It all adds up. It is great to finally be joined by John Bosa. We wanted to all let this play out, but he's got to feel good about this. Proud Papa's got both his boys taken care of for life, and it's got to be a great feeling. We always love catching up with him. John Bosa joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. Congratulations. How are you?
I'm fantastic, and I am thrilled to be on a show with you guys.
Yeah, we've been asking
John,
you.
I'm happy. I'm happy to be speaking to you.
Yeah, we've been asking you for the last 44 days, but you said when the time is right. So, obviously we knew it would get done, but it was just in a nick of time. We are saying here.
Good job.
That he got it done yesterday. Just for the last 44 days when he was holding out, because I know how much he loves to play football, John. What was it like for you and your son?
Well, obviously there's a business side of this great game of football, and when his trainer left with Joey, when Joey went to camp, then I kind of took over as best I could. The early morning, 7 a.m. on the beautiful grass, and then a couple hours in the gym, and did my best to help him out in that. And Nick never wavered, stayed, his training is unbelievable. His discipline is incredible. And it got hard, obviously it gets very taxing. And as a dad, I knew we needed to do what we had to do, but for a 25-year-old who loves his team, loves his teammates, it's a very difficult process.
John Bosa is joining us. What a great story. What is that like? Because we all have sons here, and you want to give him the best advice as you can. And like you said, he's a young guy. He wants to play. He loves playing football. What kind of a role did you play in just saying, hey, settle down, this is going to happen?
Well, he knows. He's seen it. He's seen it firsthand, obviously. The thing I'm most proud of, and I have, I'm proud of a lot of things, but surrounding my sons with the best. And they have the best trainer, they have the best financial people, and they have the best agent. And so I knew that was really my role. Other than being dad, I wasn't going to, I'm really not active in any part of that. Coaching from a young age, I got them in great systems and great programs. And then I surrounded them with a great team. And Nick knew, this side, and he knew what was right and what needed to happen. So he was, very firm and understood it, but there's still a part of him, that's a young guy that just wants to be back with his team. So it's tough for him, but he never wavered. And it was, I gotta say, the workouts for the last week were very quiet, and that's Nick's personality. Is when he has
some stress or is nervous, he gets very quiet. And there wasn't much banter for about a week on the field and in the gym. It was quiet and business, and I knew he was feeling it, and I felt for him. But I knew we were heading in the right direction, and I knew what we had to get done.
So as you say, his trainer went. So how did that work? His trainer had to go somewhere and go to work with a team, I guess, and then you actually got on the field with Nick and
no,
worked
his trainer is full time with both of them, but he stays with Joe year round.
Oh, so when the Chargers went to camp, got it. Yeah,
correct.
Right.
Correct. So he stays with Joe.
So what were you doing, John, with Nick specifically on the field? I mean, did he put football gear on at all, just to harden his body a little bit? So what were you guys actually doing?
Yeah, no, his training really doesn't change, and there really is no way to replicate football as far as the impact and the stress. So his training stays exactly the same in the gym and on the field. It's really all about speed and explosion, and there were some certain on-air work that was being done as far as his pass rush moves and things like that. But there's nothing that replicates the actual physical pounding of a football game, and that really won't affect him on Sunday. What it will do will affect his soreness after the first game, because that kind of soreness is what you kind of work through in the first week of camp. You get the pads on, you go through that initial impact and contact, and that's where you work through that soreness. So it really won't affect him game time, but next week he'll probably be a little bit more sore than he normally would after a game, and that just goes to his. He's amazing at taking care of his body after cold tub and saunas and massages. So he'll work through that, but that's really where he'll feel it will be post game.
John Bosa joining us, give us great insight. Of course, the father of Nick and Joey Bosa, and Nick is back in town. The Steelers on Sunday. As you look at this thing, like you said, you played the game. What is realistic for a game number one in terms of how much you would play?
Well, for him, it's I know what he'll want to do, and I trust that Kasarik and the defensive staff will kind of make a plan for him. But physically, he's the best version of Nick that I've ever seen, and that's frightening from last year. And obviously, there's a level of freshness that he has. So he's capable of really pretty much anything they ask of him on Sunday. I'm not sure what the plan will be, and I haven't spoken to them. And that's again the great thing about where he's at, and where he's been throughout his college career, his high school career, and now with a great staff that will make the proper plan for him. But I know he's ready to go.
Yeah, I can't wait to see him on the field next to 98, Javon Hargrave. I mean, for years he had, whether it was DeForest Buckner, his early part of his career, John, and then later Eric Armstead. But you played the position, and Nick is so good, at coming as a rapper with the ET, twist game coming underneath. Just talk about, and we'll see you the other end, whether it's Cleveland Ferrell or Drake Jackson, but your son next to Javon Hargrave, the grave digger, and then Eric Armstead there as well. I mean, what are we looking at with these three guys?
Well, that's an amazing three guys right there. And the thing is, those two interior guys the great thing about them, and I've watched Javon quite a bit more since he moved over. He is a very skilled one-on-one pass rusher from the interior. So, the offensive line is really going to have to pick their poison. And obviously, if you're sliding protection, it's a numbers game, and someone's going to have one-on-one and someone's going to have to win. And they have the capability now. I mean, Eric's always been fantastic. I think the only thing that held him back a little bit was some injuries last year, but he's fully healthy. Javon is an absolute beast, both on the run, but really what I think he stands out is his pass rush ability, just quick and with great moves from the interior. So, hopefully that means either Nick has a few more one-on-ones or if they choose to double Nick, those interior guys can really get it done.
John Bosa joining us. Nick Bosa signs the new deal, and he's in town and going to be ready to play the Steelers on Sunday. As you mentioned, he's in shape, maybe the best shape, as you said, of his entire career. He's 25, coming into the prime of his career, and he's coming off a Defensive Player of the Year award. But can he be better?
Oh, absolutely. And I think he'd be the first one to tell you that, as far as his age and maturity, sometimes I do forget that he's 25. But physically, I think, and when it equates to the games, he critiques himself pretty hard, and I think the great ones do that. And I think he felt there were some times last year where he missed some opportunities, and he could have done better. So that, I think, is really the sign of someone who is going to be great, who is great, and who just strives to be better. And I think all those guys, Fred Warner says the same thing. Those guys, they're never happy, and they don't get complacent, and they want to improve on every little aspect of their game. So physically, that's one part of it. And then obviously the preparation and the scheme that works great for those guys, that they fit in perfect. And then it's just about execution. And I think Nick physically is the best version of himself, and then he'll clean up any little things that he thought he missed last year, and absolutely can be better.
So it's been about 24 hours. So it was yesterday at 12:40 our time on the West Coast, John, 3:40 back on the East Coast, where we got the, Twitter was blowing up, and Kyle Shanahan came into a meeting with the media, and the Bosa deal is done. So were you with Nick when that came down and you got the word from Brian Ayrault? How did that all go down 24 hours ago when the 44-day holdout was over and Nick's coming back to Santa Clara?
Well, it's a couple hours before the word actually got out, and I was not with Nick. I was waiting for a phone call from him, and it's obviously one of the most exciting and nerve-wracking calls, and I got that same call from Joey a few years ago, and I looked at my phone. It was Nick, and that call was going to go one or two ways, and it went great. And in typical John Bosa fashion, I kind of broke down and cried, and very emotional. Still is a little bit, but very emotional call, and just so happy and proud of that kid and what he's accomplished. And he's gone through a lot for a young guy. He's gone through a lot of some dark days, going through some of the stuff he's went through, but it was very emotional. And then about a half hour after that, I was picking him up and driving to Palm Beach to drop him off at the terminal. So it was an awesome call, one I'll never forget, and a great drive up there. Just seeing him so happy to get back with his guys, and so happy and so proud of what he's accomplished through it all. So it was pretty cool.
What a great response. I mean, to be there in that moment for your son. And again, we're all dads here, and I can feel you, man. That's got to be such a great feeling to have that done, to have both of your sons be taken care of this way. And really, I mean, this is the culmination of a heck of a lot of hard work, like you said.
Yeah. I mean, it's been, we've all sacrificed. Their mom and I have sacrificed, but the ultimate moments of pride is watching them do what they love and put in the work in the off season, and put in the work and just be so focused on being the best that they can be at something that they love, and for it to pay off. It's a fantastic feeling. And I'm just so proud of both of those guys. But Nick has worked through a lot, and has and really his dedication and discipline from everywhere, from his nutrition to obviously his training and taking care of his body. It's impressive, and it all paid off, and it's a very proud moment. I'm thrilled for him. So happy to see him happy.
I'm thinking about it. Archie had two great quarterbacks that went to the Hall of Fame, but I don't know if they ever got contracts like both of your sons have gotten. I mean, Joey and
Nick, and I mean, just the what your family has gone through and the size of the contracts, Dad. I can see why you're getting emotional. I mean, we all dream the best for our children, and they would have a life better than we've had. But I don't think anybody dreams that my son's going to get a check that's going to pay him $50 million on the spot. Who put that in the bank, by the way? Did you rush it right to the bank immediately?
Well, contracts and records are two things that are made to be broken, right? So,
right.
So Joey's deal was the record at the time and got broken pretty quick, and God bless the next guys that come after them. But for my sons, this is what they work for, and this is also what they love and they're passionate about. So to be able to do something, to be at the top of your profession, and also to be happy and to love your profession is a pretty amazing combination, because a lot of people are very successful but may not be as happy, doing what they're doing. And I think that's a blessing and really a very cool combination.
That's a great point. Tell us more about that drive. How long's that drive? And it just had to be so cool, like you said, because this is it's the other side of sports. He wants to play, but I mean, to have you two have that moment to drive him up there as he's jumping on the plane to get back here, that had to be incredible.
Well, it was cool. I go drive over to his condo and pick him up, and of course I'm like the dad. Hey, you got everything you need. You got everything. You make sure you got your charger. You got your ID. You got everything. And but the thing that really struck me is he had been, and Nick is a very happy person, and for the last I would say 10 days he was not happy. He was grinding. His training was definitely not. Was definitely straight up, and he didn't miss a beat on the training end of it, and doing everything that he does after the workouts and the cold tubs and all of that. But he wasn't happy. He was very quiet, and I could tell it was tough. And as a dad, I really didn't have much to say to him, because he knows what's going on. We have trust in Brian. We're talking to Brian every day, so we know what's going on. But there wasn't much for me to say to him. I'm not going to be a cheerleader. I'm not going to candy coat anything. It is what it is. It's business. He knows what has to get done. And there wasn't much for me to say to him. So it was quiet, and it was hard. And I knew it was hard on me to be in with him in the gym for 2 hours and not a word is spoken, because I know where he's going next. I know what plates are coming off the bar and going on the bar. I know the stretches I'm doing with him, and it was silent, and it was hard. And then to get in that truck, and we drove away, and he had the biggest smile. It's really funny. It's about a 45-minute drive, and about 25 minutes into it, we're talking about everything, what's going on, and everything is great. And then there was kind of a moment of silence, and we're driving along on the highway, and we just looked at each other, and we both had just giant smiles on our face, and we just started laughing as we were driving, just laughing, and it was just pure happy. Wow, it's done and over, and he can move on. And it was just the funniest thing, because we're just driving down the road laughing and just happy, and to see him smiling, it was awesome. It was a great drive.
And he's here now. He got in the building early. He checked in this morning at 6 a.m. So, I mean, last year, John, we had the Kelsey Bowl. Well, the only way this is better is if this ends in a Bosa Bowl. They were here a couple of weeks ago for a preseason game, and Joey didn't make the trip, and Nick's not there, and it was just, I mean, can you imagine 49ers Chargers Super Bowl, February the 11th, Allegiant Stadium in Las Vegas, and we have a Bosa Bowl?
That would be pretty wild. I mean, I'm glad they're both on defense, so then I can just root for each defense and let the chips fall where they may.
Going to overtime, right?
Right. But that would be obviously slightly difficult, but obviously a thrill,
Absolutely.
So, yeah.
Well, look, thank you so much. It's so great having you on, and your storytelling is elite. And thank you so much, and congratulations. Just a lot of fun catching up with you, and we're glad that we finally could, because we knew that at that point Nick would be signed. So congratulations to you, your entire family, and thank you so much.
Thank you so much for having me, and I'm so happy that I was talking to you guys.
When are we going to see you? When are you coming to watch the Niners in person?
Oh, I'll be there first home game. I'm headed to Pittsburgh this weekend,
so
nice. I'll be in Pittsburgh.
Great, we'll see you there.
Absolutely.
All right,
Thanks for having me, fellas.
Thank you, John.
Congratulations.
Appreciate you. That is John Bosa. Boy, that's some good stuff, man. That is some cool
First
stuff.
time I've ever seen you well up a little bit, John.
Well, but
when he was
we all
breaking
got
down
sons,
crying,
man.
I know you were.
And it's like I can see the moment. Like you can, if you have kids or anything, you can see the moment in which you're so happy. And I know that it's a different level of the millions, and he's already set for life. But that's not the point. The point is you're trying to get your kid from A to B, and I'm sure the stress and the type of things he's talking about. So to have that moment with your son and the amount of work that he's put into this whole thing. You can relate to that part of it, And
yeah, that's something that's beyond your wildest imagination. You ever think your son's going to sign a contract where they give him he signs his name on a piece of paper and he gets $50 million immediately?
That's crazy.
Where's that check, by the way? I think he had to sign it here. Does he need me to take it to the bank? I'll take it right.
I want one. And if I get one of those, I want a Happy Gilmore. I want one of those giant ones, And I would put that one on the wall, and not the real check. Make sure you cash that one. But anyway, it was cool. He's great. He is
John,
the way that he phrased all those things.
And
how
everything
cool
he
is
was
that?
saying is it. I knew this wasn't a happy time for Nick Bosa. Just he doesn't want to go to training camp. Come on. He's not going to play in preseason games, but that guy works harder the 45 minutes before practice than guys do in games. That guy loves to play. Every waking moment is geared to playing. So for him to not go to a training camp, and he was healthy and have to deal with this, but I give him a lot of credit that he let Brian Aralt, his agent, do it. And by the way, Brian Aralt represents Joey and Nick. He's also got Joe Burrow.
He's going to be all right, that guy.
How much is he going to make this week?
He's doing pretty good.
Wow.
That was great stuff from John Bosa. If you missed any of it, we'll put it on the site at KNBR.com. It is well worth the listen if you missed any of it. Just a proud papa, man. That's what it comes down to. Very cool stuff from John Bosa. All right, we will go from defensive lineman to defensive lineman. Our good friend Dennis Brown, Super Bowl champion, is going to join us coming up next. What can we expect from Nick in week one? Dennis will tell us next on the Sports Leader.
want to learn how to win championships.
That trophy went around and everybody got to kiss that trophy. It was unbelievable.
Ask a Champion. Time to gain wisdom from 49ers Super Bowl champion Dennis Brown with Papa and Lund on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Yippee! And just your initial thoughts on Nick getting the contract.
Just really happy. Ecstatic, actually. You should have seen me screaming earlier. Yeah.
Yeah, we heard you were the screamer.
Yeah, you can say that. Yeah.
How'd you find out?
I was getting my lunch, and Coach Wilkes walking down the hall, he grabs me, he's like, Bosa's here. And I was like, wow. I couldn't believe it, but hey, he's here.
That's Fred Warner. He's ecstatic, makes his job easier, the whole defense, the whole damn team.
He's the screamer on the team?
Yeah, he's a screamer.
Okay.
Is Dennis Brown. He joins us, the Super Bowl champion, and I'm very excited, and so is he, for 7 a.m. on Sunday. I and Adam Copeland, 7 a.m. on Sunday. Make sure you're there. I will not bring donuts because that broke the streak last year. I bought them in preseason. Dennis got mad at me then, so no more donuts. Dennis joins us courtesy
I
of
like
guest
that.
line. Yeah, no more donuts, man.
No more donuts. Can we stick to your tradition? We're trying to win a Super Bowl here.
Yep, I got you.
And folks like you who are messing up the routine is making it tough. Making it tough.
No, he's not kidding. So last year for the NFC Championship game, it was early. I bring in donuts. He was mad at me. Then in the preseason, I thought, well, it's different. It's just preseason. I'm 7 a.m. start. I bring donuts, and he's like, no. And he's serious. He's not like kidding around. He's serious. Like, no donuts, never again. I'm like, okay, no more.
Yeah.
So not this week, not any week. Nothing.
Good. I like that.
Yeah.
I like that.
That's what he likes.
So Nick Bosa gets signed.
Mhm.
I hear he got a couple dollars in his contract. And now, I'm sure he showed up in excellent shape. Now I think the big thing is going to be how does he look? No preseason, no training camp. I don't know if he was in OTAs or not, but
one day on June the 6th, the mini camp. Yeah.
So now you get yourself ready for a, I don't know how many, we talk about him being out there, kind of ramping him up a little bit, but he's a guy that has to be on the field, certainly for third downs. You earn the right to do that by stopping the run, and he needs to be in there to stop the run. So it's going to be interesting to see just how they use him, or how they have him ramp up. I'm sure he's in shape. This is kind of what he does. He's an expert at it. He focuses on it. He trains about it. So I think it'll be all right. I just think about, Pittsburgh was kind of in the same situation with T.J. Watt last season, and he came in that first game. I think he had like 2 sacks and 5 tackle for losses. So, these edge rushers are different players now, and they work on their craft a lot. So it's going to be interesting to see, though. But it's going to be good to see him out there. And like you said, John, he makes the entire defense so much better. Takes the pressure off the secondary. He makes the guys next to him play so much better. So I'm excited.
So they're on the field right now in the noon hour. They had a walkthrough and an activation and all that, and they're going through it right now. Offensive and defensive walkthrough actually started 8 minutes ago. So he's out on the field with Kasarik, and then 1 o'clock they start to practice. And so we were just talking to John Bosa, Nick's dad, who played in the league as a first-round draft pick with Miami in the 80s, and he was saying he thinks he's going to be fine. And he's been working with him since the Bosa brothers trainer works with Joey when Joey went to training camp with the Chargers in Costa Mesa. John was working out with Nick, and he was just giving us the daily grind. He thinks he's going to be fine, Dennis. It's just going to be the soreness. He hasn't had, football shoulder pads on or pants or, cleats. And so the cardio, knowing Nick, is going to be okay. We'll see. But just that's the first thing I was looking at. Is he going to be just in the sub package in third and second down? But I'm hearing he's going to play on first down as well. And then you may have to rotate him a little bit. So, and then that first game of the year, these guys get tired because they don't play much in the preseason like you guys did. So just what do you anticipate what his body can withstand in this first game after, showing up last night and coming to the building today at 6 a.m. and getting out on the practice field right now?
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure he's in good shape. Like I said, he's been working out with his brother, his trainer, his father. But football shape's a lot different. And building up that callus during training camp, getting your body used to getting banged on a lot. So, it may take him a while. He's going to have to ramp up. But he's going to be in the football game. And again, I don't know how you use him. I don't know if you say, listen, if we can get someone out there that can get us a third down and get Nick Bosa out there to rush third down, that would be idea. But he's so good against the run. And you need him against the run to kind of set that edge so teams don't start kind of attacking your perimeter. But it's gonna take him a bit. I mean, defensive line, it's tough. It's a lot of banging on your body. And it's going to take you a while to kind of build up that callus. And that's what training camp's for. That's what these joint practices are for. And that's what preseason is for, to get your body ready, because your body's just not built to take the banging, especially as a defensive lineman. So it's going to take him a little bit, but he is a professional. I think he'll make the adjustment fine. I mean, wearing shoulder pads and cleats and pads, he's been doing this forever, so he knows what that feels like. But again, he's got to get himself mentally and physically ready for the banging. Defensive linemen, especially these rush ends, they're a lot different than when I played. We didn't line up in that wide 9 and have to run around these big tackles and chase after quarterbacks and still contain rush, play inside and outside, kind of a 2 technique or a 2-gap technique. So, I mean, when I think about, him getting in that 4-point stance and shooting off and trying to run that hump around that offensive tackle, I mean, that's going to take, your body's not – you don't do that naturally. And even if you're working out, it's not the same thing as game speed. So it's going to take him a while to kind of ramp up. But, again, we're talking about Nick Bosa. And, I'm sure he didn't show up with a beer belly and smoking cigarettes. I'm sure he was – he's been going. He's been going tough. So I think it's going to work out fine. And it's just good to have him back into the building. I mean, he is going to become one of the leaders now. I mean, this is now you've got the big money NFL Defensive Player of the Year. Now he's got to kind of take on that leadership role. So it's going to be interesting to see how that works out.
The great Dennis Brown, Jonah, the Super Bowl champion, and of course we'll be on Sunday morning early along with Adam Copeland as we get you ready for the 49ers and Steelers on Sunday, week number 1. We're actually here to the NFL football season. Lions and Chiefs kick everything off tonight. You could see how giddy everybody was, all the video of Fred Warner and the DBs and I mean the whole team, but specifically, what is a guy, and I guess I would say like what your version of Charles Haley was, what does a guy like this do for the rest of the defense?
Well, first of all, you're giddy because you're happy for your guy, right? I mean, you're a little bit jealous because he's making all that dough, but right. You're happy for him because this is one of your boys. You practice with, you've seen him come in. Some of these guys saw him come in as a first-round draft pick, and you see him develop, and you see him do well. And now this is literally the payoff for all the hard work. So you're happy about that as far as on a personal level, like a buddy level. And then you happen to have him in the building because he is the NFL Defensive Player of the Year, and you know what he brings to the table. You know that every snap you're going to give 100%. And you know that end, whatever end he's going to be on, that's going to be secure, and you don't have to worry about that. So, it's about accountability. The guy next to you is going to play at 100% the entire football game. So it makes you feel good. Like, I got my boy, I got my superstar sitting next to me, and you have that confidence. And everyone, I'm talking about the defensive line. Everybody else just knows that the game becomes a lot easier to play. DBs understand that they won't be stressed, that 3 seconds is going to be some pressure. Now you got to have that sticky coverage. You got to make sure because the ball's going to be trying to coming out fast. So you change your game plan. Linebackers know that this is a guy that's going to be able to be good in the run fits. He's going to be good run support. He's the guy that you can use some stunts on because he's going to play again at 100%. He's going to make you better. So when you talk about players that make players better, Nick Bosa is one of those guys. And like you said, I played with Charles Haley. I played with a Michael Carter, Kevin Fakenholt. All these people, Pierce Holt, all these people made you a better football player because you knew that their game was at 100% all the time.
And you played with two of the best inside, the great Hall of Famer B.Y., Brian Young, and then, Dana Stubblefield. Nick's on a short list. There are 10 guys in the history of the NFL to win Defensive Rookie of the Year and Defensive Player of the Year, and Stubby is one of them. Yeah. The other side of it is putting Nick next to Javon Hargrave. And then you got Eric Armstead as well, but specifically Hargrave. And the way he's able to rush the quarterback, he's great in the run game, the way he's built, but he had 11 sacks last year and collapsed the pocket. Maybe we don't see a lot of the stunt game, the ET and TE stunts right away until Nick can time it up. But just as we progress here, and it goes back to, Alden and Justin Smith, the Cowboy, the way they were able to work together. Just what do we have here now? How are people going to block 97 and 98, let alone 91? I mean, who do you double between Bosa and Hargrave?
Well, here's the deal. I mean, we've talked about the whole offseason. Who's going to line up on the other side? That could be the superstar or the breakout guy on the other side. If it's Drake Jackson, whoever it is on that other side, Farrell. I mean, now you have an opportunity because teams are going to have to make a decision. I mean, how are you going to block that right side of the defensive line? And you're right. Once they get their timing together, Hargrave and Bosa, they're going to be deadly on those TN tackle around or in around. Those stunts on that edge, they're going to be dangerous, and you won't be able to stop them. So tight end, chip blocking, everything is to be focused on that side. Now, Eric Armstead, I mean, he could have another huge football season because, again, he's going to be – the line's going to be sliding. So he has an opportunity to get some one-on-ones, and whoever's going to line up on that other end is going to have an opportunity for some one-on-one. So teams are going to have to game plan it. And I'm sure they're going to start game planning going to that other side. So those other two guys are super important. And I love that you brought up Dana Stubblefield. BY is a Hall of Famer. I think Dana Stubblefield could have been a Hall of Famer too. He was NFC Defensive Player of the Year. And working with those two guys in the middle, and when they pushed me out to end, it was incredible. It was hard to block. And Ricky Jackson on the other side. Defense line is hard to block when you have those level of guys on your defensive line. So teams are going to game plan it, but I'm looking at Eric Armstead and whoever lines up on that other defensive end. I think those are going to be the guys who will be big or key in this defense this season.
Dude, we're looking forward to it, man. Sunday, early. It's going to be great.
No donuts.
No donuts.
No donuts.
Hey, John, what time are we in? Did you say 8?
7. The 7?
7.
On the air at 7.
Like
Yeah.
a.m.? Like
Yeah.
7 a.m.?
Yeah.
I'd come 7 p.m. just to make sure you're here.
7 a.m.
The night
You're
before.
messing around. You're going early right out of the gate.
Jeez, you might have to get a room, downtown.
God, no. That is going to be early.
Especially after a Saturday night with John.
God, no.
Hey, but the good thing is there's no traffic coming.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, it's cruise right in. Nobody's up that early. Only the people going home from the night before. Ridiculous. All right,
You've
man.
never done that, right?
You're the
All
best.
right,
We'll see you Sunday.
Looking forward to it, bro.
See you, man.
Take care, Dennis
Brown, Super Bowl champion, giving us some really good insight. Man, great guest list today. We'll recap that coming up next. Got a foreplay coming up for you. Sweet, clean, family-friendly caboose pistol. And if you haven't heard Pop's thoughts on Nick Bosa signing and how that impacts the 49ers on Sunday, we'll tell you that next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Bosa is back. Nick Bosa signs with the 49ers, the highest paid defensive player in NFL history. That story and more turning right now on the all-new KNBR app.
Yeah, do you remember the 21st night of September? And I'm going to be able to show off my new eyeballs that I got from the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley for a night game here at Levi's, as well as the season opener in Pittsburgh. Yeah, the folks at the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley are the leaders in modern vision correction, including LASIK, Smile, Evo, ICL, and the procedure that I had and John Lunn had, something called CLR, the custom lens replacement. So the eye exam that we had was to see if we are even candidates for the best eye exam I ever had. And it was amazing. They call it the Advanced Vision Analysis, and It gives their doctors over 1 million data points to see if one of their 5 modern vision correction procedures is right for you. You can say, John and I had the CLR, the custom lens replacement. They, of course, perform LASIK. They perform all 3 types and are specialists in the EVO, the ICL insertable contact lens, they call that. One of these other types of surgeries could be more appropriate for you. And so check them out and see what's best for you. Dr. Bindi, Dr. Craig Bindi, and Dr. Joseph Lind, who actually is the surgeon, and their entire team down there, they're just quality people. And they take a conservative approach and conservative advice on proven procedures. They figure out what works for you. They don't want to make a mistake, obviously. So if you want to go in and have the best eye exam of your life and find out which one of these procedures is best for you, just check them out today. They are the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix studio. Casino Matrix progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
I took a sixer at Old Milwaukee or Lone Star, nothing snooty.
Why is this so important to you all of a sudden?
Because it's Thursday and it's past noon. Thursday is one of my days off. On my off days, I start drinking at noon. You don't get to interrupt that.
Thanks for joining us, Bob and Lund. Jeez, this week's going fast.
And today's Football Thursday, John. Football's back tonight. From now on, we have a game every Thursday until when? The regular season ends, right?
Yes.
Except on, Thanksgiving we have 3. Then we got a Black Friday game.
I was just reminding my wife of that thought. We were out because we got off early yesterday. It was nice.
No more date nights on Thursdays?
Yeah. So we went out to lunch because we had a short show yesterday because of baseball that we shall not mention. And so I explained to her again that as she was saying, okay, as the football season starts, and I went, yeah, Thanksgiving I'm out. Christmas I'm out. New Year's I'm out.
New Year's Eve.
Yeah. Although New Year's Day game, Eve Day is 10 a.m., so you can still do damage that night. Night game on a Thanksgiving's a night game. Christmas
in
is
Seattle.
Yeah, so
at least you'll be home.
Yeah.
I'm going to be gone for all these holidays. Thanksgiving, well, Christmas is a night game.
Christmas is here.
But then we got
the
Warriors
Ravens.
earlier in the day.
Right. That's
going to
be
wall
a day.
to wall.
That's going to be a day.
Yeah.
So anyway, that's the way it goes. I'm excited.
But football's back tonight.
Yeah.
So who do we root for? The Lions, who everybody thinks are the darlings of the NFC, or Kansas City,
Never
who we
gonna
may
root
have to
for
see him
Kansas
in the
City.
Super Bowl.
I can't root for Kansas City. I don't think Detroit's as real as everybody thinks because I live there and I for 0-16 and I just don't believe in the Lions at all.
Their roster has changed since
They
then.
have. Defensively, I'll believe it when I see it. By the way, this is not in the foreplay, but did you see Peter Schrager? He's done it 4 years in a row. He's predicted the correct Super Bowl champion 4 years in a row. He does have the 49ers in the Super Bowl. It's just he has
losing
the
to
Chiefs
Kansas City.
beating.
And do you see how it happens?
Yeah.
A pick six by Trent McBride,
Yeah.
the cornerback for the
Oh,
Chiefs.
McDuffie, the kid out of
Oh,
Washington.
pardon me, McDuffie. Yeah. Trent McDuffie to did he say it was in overtime?
I don't
So
remember.
he has
but
Brock
did say
Purdy
pick six.
throwing a pick six,
That's
or
what
is
he
it
said.
Sam? Or I don't think he was specific on that. So would that be the ultimate disgrace to the Raider franchise if it's the
To the
49ers and the Chiefs
Oh, for
at
sure.
Allegiant Stadium in Vegas?
Yes.
Would that be their worst possible nightmare? The two, who do they hate more? I think the Chiefs, but the 49ers would be right there.
Yeah.
And what's going on with Chandler Jones? What is he having an issue? Is he melting down? Does he not want to play anymore?
Well, you brought up an interesting point. I mean, he got traded out of New England because of synthetic weed. I don't know if he found some synthetic weed in Vegas too.
He
but
walked
man.
into a police precinct completely naked on the stuff. There must have been more than that. The heck?
Stay away
What's
from the
going on
brown
with him
acid.
now?
So I
Oh,
don't know.
wow.
But anyway,
Wow.
I did just for the heck of it check in. Not that he's nearly as effective, but he's got a $16 million cap number. So unless the Raiders just outright released him and then he made it through waivers and they paid all the
And
money,
you want to pick him up here?
I mean, if he's super cheap, but he's not going to be.
Well, what's wrong with him? So you got
That's
to
a
get
great
a
question.
mental health issue?
Yeah, sounds like
Let's
it.
take care of him first.
So anyway, we'll give you more on Nick Bosa. That's what we've got in the foreplay today. We will, we'll fit in some Giants in 115. We haven't talked about them. That game was pathetic, and they're 70-70, and it sounds like they're going to extend Farhan and Gabe. I don't get it, but we can talk about that, and we can talk about the Giants, but certainly frustrating. But let's get to the foreplay for some better news.
Time for some foreplay with Papa and Lund.
I'm Dirk Diggler.
4 chunks of audio that really get you going.
I have a gift, and I am trying to not be selfish about it, but to use it.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
All right, all Nick all the time as he signs. Yesterday, he's in town. He's working out. I know you're going to hop out onto the field right after the show, and you'll give us a full report tomorrow on the Friday edition of the show. But Javon Hargrave, they talked to a lot of guys, Trent Williams and Fred Warner, all these guys. But here is Javon Hargrave on the reaction in the locker room to Nick Bosa finally signing.
What was the reaction when you all found out about that?
Well, I just heard screaming. I didn't know what they were screaming about running down the hall. But it's definitely a great feeling. I think everybody's excited to have him back.
Who did you see running down the hall?
Fred. I assumed that's what he was yelling about, but he be yelling about being happy for practice too. So I didn't know. But everybody seemed very excited.
He's going to be very excited too because he's never played with him. I know inside, outside, you can still double guys up, but he's, now the eye is towards him, so that made his job just a little bit easier.
I don't know how you block him. Honestly, Javon Hargrave last year in Philadelphia, and they had, they have Brandon Graham and Fletcher Cox and Hassan Reddick and Sweat. I mean, they had players around him, but he got doubled almost every play. And the 49ers in the NFC Championship game, they had Brendel on him. They brought a guard over, usually Aaron Banks or over to Burford's side, but they doubled him almost. How do you, if Nick and Hargrave line up together, and they will some, and there'll be some where you want them on opposite ends and put Armstead in the middle of them or somebody else. I mean, can you put 4 over 2? You double both guys?
Can't.
The edge?
Not
I
with
mean,
Nick now.
I mean, Nick gets doubled more than anybody in football. Chris Jones gets doubled a lot, and he's not playing tonight. We'll see if Kelsey goes. But anyway, the combination, and DeForest Buckner was a good player, but nobody collapsed the pocket. When's the last time the 49ers had an interior lineman who could collapse the pocket like Javon Hargrave?
Force a guy outside.
Justin
now.
Smith was a good player inside. He had Alden, they played a lot of games.
He crushed it.
Well, I mean, this guy's different, though. This guy he's so good against the run, but as far as collapsing the pocket, he is elite. And then you got Nick Bosa. So good
That's
luck.
what's going to be great.
Good luck to the Pittsburgh Steelers trying to block those two together.
With Nick Bosa coming back, Steve Young, and he's on every week, every Wednesday with Tolbert and Copes. Here's Steve Young, Super Bowl or bust.
It's Super Bowl or bust. And that's, you can say, and it's kind of cheesy sometimes, but for this team, it's take care of business, win the division, get in the playoffs, get through it, and then get to that big game. There's 2 big games, championship game, the Super Bowl. That's where it's going to happen for the 49ers. It's going to happen for the Eagles. There might be an upstart that you don't get there. I get that. Bill Walsh used to say we set up base camp at Everest, and we as the playoffs, and then we ascend. We try to ascend to the top every year. And so in that way, 49ers got to do that. But anything less than a Super Bowl this year, like last year and the year before, will be a disappointment.
Fair?
It's a hard world. Yeah. You kidding me? Can't you feel it? It's hard. I'm glad to be out of August because you can't win a Super Bowl in August. You can lose one. You get a terrible injury in the month of August, and it derails everything. But, the Trey Lance drama, moving on from that, the Nick Bosa drama, moving on from that. We'll see how the kicker does at Acrisure Stadium, and maybe the rain, and the third game in 3 days with a high school game, a college game, and the preceding the 49ers and Steelers. But that's a hard world to live in, but it is the reality you're in. But you're not alone. I think Philadelphia feels that way. I think in the AFC, Buffalo feels that way. Cincinnati feels that way.
Teams
Cowboys feel that way. We looking at with Steve's era, it was always 49ers, Cowboys. Whoever won the NFC Championship game was going to go to the Super Bowl and win the Super Bowl, and that's the way it is. Is it down to those 2 teams? Who else in the NFC could rally? And then Philadelphia's got to open in Foxborough on Sunday when they salute Tom Brady. What's the emotion going to be like? And I know the Belichick's team's not as talented. They've added some guys, though, certainly. But give him a whole year to get ready for that Philadelphia attack with Jalen Hurts. I mean, 49ers got a tough opener. You see Philadelphia going into Foxborough and losing on Sunday?
No. I think Philly's good.
We'll see.
They got some young players. They got to step up, though. There's no question about it. I think Philly, the Niners, Seattle, I think is in there, too. I think the AFC is loaded. The AFC is going to be tough. I think there's 5 or 6 teams in the AFC that could win it. Really good.
Who's going to win the AFC East? Who's going to win the AFC North? You could pick all 4.
Yeah, no doubt. That's going to be tough. All right, here is Kyle Shanahan, his reaction. Mike Silver, who we're going to have on every week and was on with us this morning at 10:30. Of course, longtime NFL everything. And then, of course, now with the Chronicle, he asked the question that was on everybody's mind once Nick signed.
A realistic amount of snaps for Sunday.
How many snaps are in the game? I'm just joking. We got to see when he gets here. I know Nick will come in shape. I know he'll be good. It'd be great if he could get in something today. I don't know when he's going to get here or where he's flying from, but I mean, we'll be smart with it, and that'll be based over these next 2.5 practices.
That's the big story now. How much does he play?
2.5. So he's counting the walkthrough Saturday as a practice. So today, and they're practicing right now. So he's out there, getting after it with Kasarik and get the F off, and a full practice today. Tomorrow's a little bit shorter, but still a good. Friday used to be just like a glorified walkthrough in the old days, and a lot of red zone stuff. They still work on that, but that'll be a longer practice. Then they fly to Pittsburgh tomorrow afternoon and then have a walkthrough. So maybe they'll push them a little more, but it is a day game. It's a 1:00 game in Pittsburgh. So I think that's what they're figuring out right now. We're talking to John Bose, his dad, who actually worked him out, the last month or so, and in particular the last week where he was starting to really hit it hard.
he thinks he's in great shape, and it's just a question of the soreness that he's going to have to feel coming out of the game. So I think he's going to play. Not 100% of the snaps, but I think you may see he's not going to play 97% of the snaps, number 97. But I don't know. It'll be field condition, game condition, and then the rain. How much does it rain? Pass rush gets slowed down in the rain. The one thing about Nick, though, even last year in Chicago, John, he's just built differently. A lot of these edge rushers are, running the hoop and coming around the edge and dropping the shoulder. Nick's, he's so rugged and so on the ground, even though he's in the track stance and he comes out, he can play in the rain. So, what are we going to have Chicago rain opening day in Pittsburgh? Eesh. Last year was nothing but rain games. Chicago, the Seattle home opener when Trey got hurt, it rained that morning. We had nothing but rain last year.
The one late in the year where I remember I was one of the first at the stadium and I couldn't believe the conditions. I was late. I can't remember what game that was. Man, yeah, there were some rain games last year that were crazy.
The Miami game that it rained, or Tampa when Tom Brady came back? It was Tampa. Yeah,
that was the one.
It rained all year.
Brutal. Yeah. Finally, one more. Here is Kyle Shanahan, the unthinkable. He was thinking about how they would not have Nick Bosa. Here's what he said.
You try not to think about it much because it's not really in my control, and you just got to let the process play itself out. Once it kind of went through the weekend, I just kind of got in my mind that we weren't playing with them. Because if I would have gone back and forth, that would have been miserable. So I just decided we weren't. I think our team was ready to not, and that was our mindset this way. And it was a hell of a bonus to just get told that coming in here. So we're obviously real excited about it.
Our friend Nick Wagner reporting that was in the weight room at the start of Thursday's practice, and he'll probably work on the side today. That's what Nick Wagner is reporting. So that's what they're saying.
Okay.
We'll see.
Till they blow the horn and Nick and the media leave, and
Get
then
out of here.
97 jump in.
Exactly. So there you go. That is the latest on Nick Bosa. All right, we must address the 70-70 Giants. First time since June 10th that they're at 500, and not in a good way. We'll explain next. Here on the Sports Leader.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Seam hits, filter out the noise, and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything Giants. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
Another slider and another swing and a miss, and the game is over. One hit, one left in the ninth for the Giants, and the Cubs sweep the series, and they are now 1.5 back in the National League Central Division behind the Milwaukee Brewers, who lost their game today. Final score, Cubs 8, Giants 2.
Oh, well, we heard
They're
that
going
3 times.
They're going.
Now officially right at 500. They're 70-70.
Giants
are the Giants.
Cubs are playing the Diamondbacks starting tomorrow, John. Go Cubs, go. Beat the Diamondbacks.
Now you're into that. Yeah, for sure. The Marlins are starting to play some good baseball. We know that the Cubs and the Phillies are playing some good baseball. So down to that final wild card spot. And it's just been a bad fall. I mean, the offense has struggled when they've gotten offense like they did the other night in the 11-8 loss. The defense betrays them. The pitching betrays them. Yesterday, it was just a non-competitive game. Alex Wood wasn't very good. Doesn't like his role. He's not very happy with it. And the bats went silent against Justin Steele.
Montos swung the bat better. He had a couple of hits since he was recalled. Joey Bart, my prediction for a home run fell short. He had a sacrifice fly, though, but really not competitive. Seiya Suzuki, and you wanted him a couple of years ago. Giants were in the running for him. He just wore him out. Every big hit seemed to be him in the bomb or putting the ball in the gap to make it 3-0. He was 8 for 13 in the series. And, yeah, go Cubs, go. I mean, right now, it's really unlikely you're going to catch either Philadelphia or Chicago. They've just created great distance. So Philadelphia is going to probably be the number 1 wild card team, and Chicago would be 2. I mean, both these teams have a history of collapsing late in years, so there's still a ways to go. But for the Giants, this is a collapse right now. Just look at them, John. Go back to August the 3rd. They had just beaten Arizona in a day game. They actually won the game by a score of 1-0. They were 61-49. They were 12 over. Not the highest they've been. After they won the first 2 in Cincinnati coming out of the All-Star break, after the sweep in Pittsburgh, they were 13 over. But August the 3rd, they just beat Arizona. Thursday, they had a very rare Friday off completely because they played the 2-game series in Oakland. And that's where the whole thing has spiraled downward. Lost both in Oakland, 2 out of 3 in Anaheim, 2 out of 3 to Bochy in Texas at home, 2 out of 3 to Tampa Bay. Atlanta, and it started that terrible road trip. And it's continued. So, hold on, I got to sneeze when I go through this. Gesundheit. They're 9-21 over their last 30 games to fall to 70-70 and fall behind everybody. You're 6th in the loss column behind the Cubs. You lost the season series to them. The Phillies you actually won the season series with them, but you're 8 back, so you got to get them. And then Miami, who we thought were dead. Arizona, we thought you were dead. Cincinnati, they've all passed you. So Miami's got 67 losses. They have the last wild card spot. Arizona's got 68. They're going to Wrigley. So go Cubs, go. The Reds got 69, and the Giants have 70. So you're behind everybody. So this is amazing. Last year, They got off to the good start. They were 13-7 in April. And then they, May, June, July, August, they were terrible. Then they had the good September. And for the first time in the history of the Giants franchise, even going back to the 1883 New York Gothams when they were born, the Giants, John, never had a year where they went 500. Last year, they were 81-81. This year, they're 70-70. So since the 107-win season, they are 151-151. But not only that, apparently, and I just saw this today, the Giants have scored in going 151 to the 151 in the last 1 year and 5 months, 1,310 runs, and they have allowed 1,310 runs. Can you even believe that?
It's incredible. And like you said, I mean, in 19, when they had Bochy, they were 77-85. But then, like you said, 29-31, they had the 21 season where they won the 107, but then 81-81, 70-70, which is the clear mark of mediocrity. And you and I love 420 normally. On the road, they're 4-20 in their last 24. 4-20 in their last 24. They can't win on the road. They don't hit on the road. I mean, their numbers are absolutely mind-numbing in terms of the offense. And then the one thing used to be that opener thing. Well, again, Ryan Walker won his first 7. He lost his last 5. And at one point, they were 15-4. That thing now through the 31 starts, they're 2-10 since that mark. 2-10 in the opener. Alex Wood isn't doing anything. They're not getting anything from the opener. They can't win when Logan Webb pitches. I mean, it's just across the board. The only way they could get in. Now, what they need to do as a team is forget all that stuff because, like you said, they're coming home. You got the Rockies who stink. You got the Guardians aren't very good, but because they're in a bad division, can hang around. But, I mean, you got to start dominating teams. You got to win all those games at home, and then you got to figure something out on the road because as crazy as it is and as bad as the numbers are, they're actually in this thing. But the way that they're playing right now, I just don't see a way in because, like you said, the Marlins are starting to play well. The Cubs and the Phillies are ahead of you. You're not catching them. But, the Marlins are sitting there. The Arizona's sitting there. I mean, they're flawed teams too, so you could still get in. But the way they're playing right now, I mean, across the board, their starters have a 5.26 ERA August and September. Their bullpen is completely taxed. And I know what these guys said about the bullpen. Oh, it won't get tired. It won't get tired. It looks tired to me. I mean, they're struggling across the board.
So, I mean, the way they got to 500, and it's amazing they were 81-81 last year and 70-70 this year, but the way they've gotten there is up and down. It's like the stock market. I mean, they go on a roll of 5 or 6 games in a row. So right now they've lost 6 in a row. They haven't won in September, but they've had at least 3 streaks of 5 consecutive losses. They've also had this year, winning streaks where they won 10 in a row. This is the streakiest team I can remember. It's just the whole year has been good week, bad week, good week, bad. Now this stretch is bad month. You're 9-21. Outside of taking 2 out of 3 from Cincinnati on the most recent homestand when, Harrison pitched well and then, Cobb flirted with a no-no, you've lost every series since the Oakland series and going 9-21. But all that being said, day game yesterday in Chicago, they got back last night, completely day off today. Just spend time with the family, play around the golf, whatever, recharge and come back with Kyle Harrison on the mound tomorrow night. So get the De La kids over. Where's De La football on a Friday night? Hopefully they're playing on Saturday. They're off to an 0-2 start, by the way. They got rolled by Sarah. They got shut out. They lost to a team down in Southern California, and then they lost to Sarah. John, right now, is it enough to win 2 out of 3? I mean, let's not get desperate, but they got to start winning series. They've got to win at least 2 out of 3 from the Rockies, at least 2 out of 3 from Cleveland, and sprinkle in an occasional sweep. I know they can't win on the road, but they can win at 20th and Blake in Lodo. They can go to Denver and win there. So, take 3 out of 4 there. You got to get on a heater now. And then it comes down to the games in Arizona on September the 19th and September the 20th. In Arizona, I thought they were done. They looked young, and they didn't add a lot of pitching. They didn't do a lot to improve their team. They got Tommy Pham at the deadline. What else they do to improve their pitching?
They got that closer from Seattle.
Right.
That was it.
Yeah, but he's not been great either. But overall, I'm not going to say it's either the Giants or the Diamondbacks, but right now the Diamondbacks are not even in. Right now, it's Miami's in. The 3 wild card are Philadelphia, Chicago, and Miami. So you're not playing those teams anymore. The only team you're playing head-to-head is Arizona. And then you're going back down to Dodger Stadium. Remember when the Giants went to Dodger Stadium in June and swept a 3-game series? And on the night of June 17th, they beat them 15 to nothing.
That was crazy.
Remember that?
Yeah.
Where's that team gone? So it's still in them.
He scored 15 runs in a month.
Well, during this losing streak, what have they scored? 14 runs? And they got 8 in one game. Take that away, they can't score. So right now they're doing nothing, Rel. I mean, is Ramos going to come back? They brought Matos back. The other concern is
straws constantly.
You're going to have to, if we're talking about, winning this homestand, either 2 out of 3 against Colorado and Cleveland or sweeping, you're not going to have Patrick Bailey catching.
That's a killer.
When can he come back? He's on the 7-day IL. Could he even come back off of that in time for the final game of the homestand on Wednesday, or is he shut down? And then what's the symptoms going to be? Can they win without Patrick Bailey?
They didn't think so. I mean, Gabe even said he's got to play a lot down the stretch. I mean, look, just to kind of illustrate what you just said, in May and June, they went a combined 35-20. In May, they went 17-12. In June, they went 18-8. Other than those 2 months, they're 35-50. I mean, they were terrible in April, 11-15. They were 12-13 in July. They were 12-15 in August, and they're 0-6 in September. So May and June, they were great. The rest of the months have been terrible. And just to point out what you're saying offensively, first half, second half inning, Bailey was 293 in the first half, 206 in the second. Lamont Wade Jr., 275 in the first half, 193 in the second. Crawford, 215 to 148. J.D. Davis, 277 to 185. Yaz, 252 to 155. Schmidt, 228 to 154. Slater hit 341 in the first half. He's hitting 171 in the second half. I mean, they can't hit. I mean, rookie, veteran, whatever. We've been talking a lot about rookies hitting walls. It's everybody. I mean, I've never seen an offense go as ice cold from one half to the next as much as what this offense has done. They scored 8 the other night. Other than that, that's it. They can't hit.
All right, they're 70-70. Miami right now is the last playoff spot at 72-67. So you're 2.5 back, 3 in the loss column. You got 22 games to go. How many wins will it take to get that last wild card spot?
A couple of weeks ago, I did the math on 85, but they could be
Miami's now 5 over.
What's their winning percentage?
So Miami 518.
So let me do. That's barely over 500.
Well, so if they're 5 over, so that's 87, 88 wins. Right? Somewhere in there, 86.
What'd you say, 518?
518 times 162. So, but how many of the remaining 22?
So that gets you to 84 wins.
All right, so they've got to go 14-8 over the last 22 to get to 84 wins.
It's possible.
And where are the 14? 2 against Colorado, 2 against Cleveland's 4. Can you win 3 in Colorado, 7? Can you get a split in Arizona, 8? 4-game series Dodgers, can you get a split there? 10. 3 against San Diego, take 2 out of the 3, 12. 2 out of 3 against the Dodgers, and there's your 14. So you got to win every single series.
Don't lose any games to the Rockies.
I'm factoring in. I'm not saying they sweep any of these.
Saying they
got to win 2 out of 3 or 3 out of 4. The Dodgers, I actually had them splitting the 4. They can win 14, but I don't know if that's good enough. 84 and to win 84.
84 and 78.
Well, because Miami's 72-67, they're 5 over. Do they have the tiebreaker with Miami?
I have to look back.
I think they do.
Remember.
I think they do.
They lost. Miami lost their best pitcher too, so that could help a little bit. But they've been playing good baseball, and I thought Miami would fade. I thought it would come down to
for a while there they couldn't win, and Arizona couldn't win.
Well, that's kind of why they're in it, right? The Giants are up and down, Miami's up and down, Arizona's up and down.
So Giants went to Miami in April and lost 2 out of 3. When did Miami come here?
Da-na-na. I don't know.
This is great radio, Jim.
Sorry. I didn't look
Normally I would have all this. I think they actually have the tiebreaker with Miami. Did they beat them 2 out of 3 when they came here?
I often do not remember the Miami games. I don't know.
Sandy Alcantara, Costa County.
Yeah, he's out. I don't remember the injury, but he's out. All right, we'll get you that information. We have a ton on the caboose today because we had 2 days worth of caboose because we had the short show. So we have a ton of caboose stuff. Don't know that I want to go down the aisle of that diarrhea cleanup, but it did take a long time.
Oh, we're going there again?
No, I don't think so. This is what you don't do as a drug
Giants
dealer.
won on 2 out of 3 in late May at home. So 3-3 in the season series, and I think they have the tiebreaker with them.
Okay. All right. Flying cars. You like using the term tripod. This is a little bit different. The fake nudist sign. Man, there's a lot of good stuff today. Oh, what these Greek bars are doing. This is unforgivable. All right, we got a ton of
Greek bars?
Yeah, you can't believe what they're doing. It's
giving away baklava?
No, they're not doing that. It's not good, and I would not be happy if this happened to me.
Feta cheese?
We'll give you the caboose next. We still got some remnants before we get out of here. If we get any more news on Nick Bosa, apparently he's working off to the side. Our friend Nick Wagner says so. Don't know if there's going to be a press conference or anything like that, but we'll keep you up to date. It's Pop and Lund only here on the Sports Leader.
It was a 5-shot revolver. It was loaded, wedged in the crack of her buttocks.
Papa and Lund presents the Caboose Pistol.
The old caboose pistol, everybody has one.
A few stories that slip through the cracks.
Did you say caboose? I know some women who could hide a machine gun in there. Yeah. I'm sorry, we're getting off track.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Yeah, because I just did a new spot for Princess Cruise Lines. I just sang it, and that's it right there. And then at the end of the spot, because I've got to go from singing, I think it was Jack Jones who did that back in the day.
He also did What a Beautiful New Yorker.
And then I have to go right into the spot, and I didn't screw it up. I recorded it during a break. I said, nailed it. And they're making fun of me. But, yeah, love, exciting, and new. My voice is good for the new football season.
I think it is.
I feel good.
It is.
Yeah, I feel good
All
today.
that Gold Bar whiskey you're drinking, Janice. Bringing it out in you.
Yeah, tomorrow might be a little slow. I got invited to an opening night, Thursday night party tonight. So, might be a little slow tomorrow. My advanced age. Who knows? We'll see. We'll see what happens. But, yeah, should be a good time had by
Who's going to win tonight? Is Kelsey going to play? Chris Jones is not playing. He's not pulling a Bosa. He ain't showing up for this one.
They have, just in case, the Chiefs have activated Matt Bushman from their practice squad. So just in case. Sure, he's not going to be Travis Kelsey, but there you go. All right, part of the caboose, couple of things today. Get this. I have never heard this before, ever. Several bars in a popular Greek party town were shut down for collecting unfinished drinks and selling them back to other tourists, according to local reports.
What? Is this in Greece?
Yeah, this is in
Athens?
Corfu, Greece. C-O-F-U, Greece. Recently raided
F-U.
Yeah, by Independent Public Revenue Authority, whose agents suspected the establishments of tax evasion and selling alcohol that had been smuggled or tampered with. So in other words, they're pouring drinks. Remember that, what was it, Caddyshack? Spalding. Remember when Spalding went through and were just drinking the drinks? And then
I think he was an alcoholic, John.
Well, he got a cigarette in one, and then he went out and he puked in somebody's Porsche or something like that, like Spalding. And so he was drinking the drink. So they were collecting back the drinks and then reselling them. How nasty is that?
That is terrible.
It is terrible. I mean, that's unforgivable.
Corfu? I've never been there. They're not doing that in Santorini, I'll tell you that.
High-end places.
Wow.
Anyway, they call it a Greek party town near Kavos, K-A-V-O-S. That's what it's near, I guess. But anyway.
They're not doing that in Mykonos.
That's not cool.
That's gross.
Yeah, that's not cool. A drug dealer was arrested and charged after he called police to report his drugs had been stolen during a break-in and even gave them a list of the narcotics. Oops.
How do you handle that?
That's unbelievable.
What did he have taken from him?
Officers arrived at his home. He provided them with a list of drugs that had been stolen, including cocaine and 87 grams of crystal meth. What do you think the cops were going to do? I'll get right on that.
They're going to go get it, and they're not going to give it back to you. Wow.
I mean, seriously. Yeah, I lost some coke and some meth. Can you go back and get it for me? Sure.
He's not your typical drug dealer.
Not
He'd go get it back himself.
Jeez.
Where's this, Florida?
This looks like it's in England.
Oh.
Oxford
Really?
Crown Court.
Smart
Jeez, that is not good. Oh, and some LSD, too. Oh, and some weed. Look at that. I mean, what did you think they were gonna do?
Weed's illegal, we found out in the UK.
Yeah, we were talking about it last week, and it was like, oh, geez, I didn't know that. This is good news, George Jetson. It says the future is now. A Bay Area company is taking its flying car to the upcoming Detroit Auto Show, which I've been to. That's the big one. San Mateo company Alef, A-L-E-F.
It's in San Mateo?
Aeronautics showed off its Model A on Tuesday. Says part of the reason they're taking the car to Detroit is so people can see it in person, maybe even touch it. Would you like to touch it? Anyway.
The car?
The car. So it doesn't sound like it's very close, but at least they have a concept of it.
We talked about that. Well, Elon Musk wanted to do that as well, have flying cars. Didn't that come up the other where you talked about?
There it is. There's what it looks like.
That looks cool.
It does look cool. I wouldn't trust people, though. I mean, it's like at least you can paint lines on the road.
You would not do that, but you're going to get in a
sky?
cruise and have a driverless vehicle take you around town?
Man, that would be cool, though.
What?
But then it's just going to be the same traffic. It's just going to be in the air with no lines on
With a leaf, you go above it where the leaves are.
Right.
Or go underneath.
I don't know if I trust that.
Build it underground.
All right, you'll like this just because you've used this term before on the show. This is in Lake Mary, Florida. A three-legged bear, known locally as Tripod, was caught on camera breaking into a home in Lake Mary, Florida over the weekend and helping himself to some snacks and adult beverages. Let's see.
He's well hung is what you're saying?
Apparently so. His name's Tripod. I did see a picture of this bear. I think, let's see here. By the way, it took food and White Claws. It doesn't have good taste in alcohol. Not a White Claw person. Unless they're an advertiser, then I love it.
They're not going to serve that at your party tonight, right?
No White Claw. Let's see. Yeah, Tripod. Three-legged bear breaks into home, drinks White Claws. And its name is Tripod.
Is he actually three-legged or is he just well endowed?
No, it's a three-legged bear.
He's Antonio Daniels?
That's what it says. Man, I was young in my career when I saw that. I was like, what in the what?
He was a human tripod.
Oh, my gosh.
Now I know why he kept turning the ball over. He was slapping at the ball.
He's the only one on the court who wasn't wearing shorts. It's like, no, he has to keep his sweats on. Anyway. I don't know where that finally, this wasn't the naked truth. A prankster posted a fake sign on a popular Chicago beach over the holiday weekend warning that it was suddenly converted into a nudist park. The counterfeit Parks District sign read "Nude Beach." Past this sign was seen wedged in the sand of the Loyola Beach, which is less than a mile from the Catholic University. So somebody actually put a big sign out in a regular beach that said "Nudist Beach." That's actually
so. Did people just start dropping it?
It doesn't say. Let's see. It says, we've been notified someone that has installed this cheeky sign. Please note, this is not an official Chicago Park sign.
That's funny.
Cheeky.
That's funny.
That's an English term.
It is.
But they used it in Chicago, apparently.
That's funny.
But actually, it's pretty good. I mean, look, it's got the metal post. It looks real.
It looks legit.
Nude beach past this sign.
So did he steal it from a nude beach and bring it there, or did he make his own sign?
That looks legit. It's a metal sign with like the metal pole and everything. I mean, it looks really like... Luckily, it doesn't appear anyone fell for the naked ruse.
Do we have nude beaches in the Bay Area?
I think people just do whatever they want, whether it's nude or not.
I know.
Man.
All right. Lions and Chiefs. They have their best player, but they don't have their next two best players, Travis Kelce and Chris Jones, Jan. What are you thinking?
Apparently, they said...
What do we want to win?
Oh, man.
Do we want the Lions from the NFC to take a loss, or do we want the Chiefs, a team that is... the defending Super Bowl champions, it could be a Super Bowl combatant to take a loss. What do we want?
Never the Chiefs. I'll never get over that day when UI and Tim were up there going
2-3 chip, wasp.
After Kyle Juszczyk scored, I think this is going to happen. And then
so the Chiefs have lost. They have to have lost a little bit on the being favored, but not having Jones and Kelce, right?
Let's get into it. The guy with the answers is Kevin Dodd. He turns outcomes into incomes. That's right. He's new this year. We're excited to have him. Let's win you some money. It is time.
The following interview is being paid for by TBS Advertising, and the views, opinions, and picks expressed do not reflect those of the station or its ownership.
It is time. Kevin Todd, as I said, turns outcomes into incomes. This is going to be fun, too, because Kevin, jump in here. We're going to do some things. We're going to have some bets, and you're new to the show, so welcome. We're excited to have you.
Thank you, John. Since I'm new to the show, I'd like to do something that's different than everybody else that's actually been on your radio station. Why don't you and I have like a contest, pros versus the Joes? You give out one pick in college, one pick in pro. I'll give out one pick in college, one pick in pro. At the end of the season, if you beat me, I will donate $500 to the charity of your choice.
That sounds amazing.
What do you
think? Very good. Yeah, it sounds amazing.
Instead of people coming on your show in the past like a used car salesman, I don't want to do that. I want to make it interesting for the listeners and also, earn their business by giving them tonight's game for free.
I'm excited about doing it. It's Kevin Todd. Welcome to the show. We're each going to have a couple of bets every single week on Thursday. He's the president and CEO of sportsbrokers.com. You're going to get a lot of information all season long. So do you want to start in college or do you want to start with the pros?
I'll start with my pick, and I'll go into college. My first pick in college is pretty much going against the public because what the odds makers do, John, they set these lines on the public perception. Now, you got to believe me when I tell you, these lines are set because the public bets on how teams performed the previous week. If they see a team do well, they're going to bet on it. The odds makers know that. If they see a team do not so well and lose, they're going to bet against them. But this week, something smells fishy. I look at this Nebraska and Colorado game, and every Joe public is going to be on Colorado minus the 3. But let me tell you, not so fast, my friend. I like Nebraska in this matchup plus the 3. Let me tell you why. If you watched them play last week in Minnesota, they dominated that game. A fumble, losing it, going to overtime and losing. Yes, Colorado, they beat TCU, but I don't think that TCU was actually ready for Colorado because of how bad they were last year. Nebraska's going to be ready. And let me tell you something. I got some crazy numbers here. Any team that is a 20-point or more favorite and wins outright, the following week when they come home, they're 0-6 straight up, and they're 1-4 against the spread. Not only that, we all know Nebraska has a new coach, and they were dismal last year. But Coach Rule, he's 29-12 against the spread in his college career as a dog, and not only that, he's 9-3 against the spread as a single-digit dog. Nebraska plus the 3 not only covers, but they win outright. John, I'm calling it now.
This is the perfect game because this is completely pros, which you are, and Joe's, which I am.
How about this?
Because I got
not
suckered.
Only this, this is the biggest bet game.
Yeah.
In Vegas all weekend right now.
It's got to be because, like you said, Deion Sanders, I watched it. His son's the quarterback. I watched Matt Rule against, like you said, the former NFL coach of the Panthers take on Minnesota. They lost. There was a great catch in the end zone by the Minnesota receiver, and then they ended up losing that game. So I had no confidence in Nebraska. And what you said is 100% correct. They base it on the last week, and so nobody's as hot as what Colorado is right now, and maybe nobody's as cold as Nebraska. So I put on my sheet the 3, and I was taking Colorado, and I felt pretty good about it until I talked to you.
But, I mean, listen, why is this line so low? They beat the 17th ranked team in the country on the road. Everybody watch Nebraska. I'm telling you, win or lose, they're trapping the public here to bet Colorado, and you'll see at the end of the weekend there's going to be a new hotel built because everyone had the Colorado Buffaloes.
All right, that is the college side of things. What are we looking at here as the NFL season kicks off on a Thursday night? What are you looking at from an NFL standpoint?
Well, this Thursday night, this game, Detroit, we all know about the injuries. But listen, what I want to do here, John, is I want to gain the business of your listeners. I want to earn their trust. I want to teach them how to treat sports wagering like a business. So tonight's game, what I'm going to do for all your listeners, I'm going to give them the information for free. It's simple. They pick up the phone, they dial 888-320-7517. That's 888-320-7517. Or go to my website, thesportsbrokers.com. Tonight's game is on me, folks. I want to earn your business. I want to show you how to treat this like a business. You give me a call, I'm giving you tonight's winner for free.
That is awesome. Tonight's winner for free because everybody's excited. Everybody's been talking about the Lions all season. Obviously, the Kansas City Chiefs as the defending Super Bowl champions. Make sure that you hit up Kevin again. The number 888-320-7517 or thesportsbrokers.com. One game that I was looking at, I want to get your thoughts here because I was thinking I was going to be fancy and do this Colorado double. I liked Colorado until I talked to you. And the Broncos. I trust Sean Payton. That game I saw it at 3.5. I trust Sean Payton against the Raiders. What do you think of the Broncos and the Raiders?
So let me ask you trust Sean Payton. Let me ask you a question. Does Sean Payton play on the field?
No, he does not.
Okay, then why you trust him? He's not playing on the field.
You're a pro.
Listen, after watching Russell Wilson, I'm sorry, the quarterback from last year for Denver.
Russell Wilson, the former Seahawks.
Russell Wilson, I'm sorry. Excuse me. He was awful. I don't care what anyone says. He was awful. Now, if you've been reading in the media, he's going around like he's running for president, kissing all the children and babies. Listen, I don't care. He does not look like he's the same quarterback. I like Denver. I like Vegas here. Actually, they're plus the points, correct?
Yes. Yeah, 3.5.
I like Vegas here, plus the 3.5. I know Denver has a good defense, but they can't score. Remember, I think they average 17 or 18 points a game. Plus the fact the Raiders, they're 8-2 straight up, and they're 9-1 against the spread the last 10 meetings against Denver. I think this game is going to be close to the number. If Denver wins, 1 or 2 point game, but I'm going to take the points here with Vegas. I just don't trust the quarterback. He was horrible last year, and just because he has a new coach the coach doesn't play in the game. I'm sorry.
Kevin Todd is joining us. Tell him again, you're going to give him the free one tonight. You and I are going to go against each other every single Thursday. We're going to add everything up. We're going to have a lot of fun with this whole thing. How do people get a hold of you?
All they have to do is pick up the phone and dial 888-320-7517. That's 888-320-7517. Or go to my website, thesportsbrokers.com. So next week, you and I are going to start the contest.
Sounds good. Kevin, great to have you. Welcome to the show. We can't wait to do this every Thursday. Thanks as always.
Thanks, guys. I'll speak to you next week.
That is Kevin Todd. Again, 888-320-7517, or jump on right now at thesportsbrokers.com.
The preceding interview has been paid for by TBS Advertising, and the views, opinions, and picks expressed do not reflect those of the station or its ownership.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Nick Bosa is back in the fold, and as we were just talking about, how many snaps can he play? What kind of shape is he in? That story and more. The brand new KNBR app.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Nobody deserves it more. He's getting quarterback money. Well, old quarterback money, but quarterback money. I mean, he's one of the best players in the National Football League. I would guess he'd be top 3 right now, period, regardless of position. And he's earned the money. And I'm sure everybody in San Francisco, in the building, outside the building, on the street corner, is excited that he's going to be playing this Sunday. You know who's not excited? The Pittsburgh Steelers offensive line. They said they were preparing for him. Mike Tomlin said all the right things, but I guarantee you they would have preferred Nicholas John Bosa not be present for this game, even if he's spot duty, because he's definitely going to be on a pitch count. But either way, I'm sure they're ecstatic to have him in the building.
That is Richard Sherman's opinion on Nick Bosa being back in the building. He was working on a side field and in the weight room today, so wasn't a full member of practice, at least when the media could watch. Great stuff today. Mike Silver joined us at 10:30. He's going to join us every single week. Tim Ryan's Bull Rush Hour, the football hour, from 11 to noon today. Any of these you can get at KNBR.com. Great conversation with Nick's dad, John Bosa, who was a first-round pick of the Miami Dolphins himself. Dennis Brown joined us at 12:30, talked about the type of action we could see from Nick on Sunday. So great stuff today. Get any of those at KNBR.com. Tolbert and Copes, great guest list today. Giants with Susan Slusser at 2:30, Jeremy Affeldt at 2:50, then Kyle Shanahan. You're going to want to hear him at 3:30. Don't miss Kyle at 3:30. And with Murph and Mac tomorrow, you're going to get John Lynch at 8. So make appointments for that to get the full news on Nick Bosa and the 49ers as they get ready for the Steelers on Sunday. That will do it for us, for Papa and Lund. Great stuff today. Again, any of those guests at KNBR.com. Tolbert and Copes right now on KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
The Hargrave Digger. Sunday. Here he comes.
I can't wait. Yeah, that'll
Shirley
be good.
Cha-Cha Moldownie.
that's
Big
truck show.
Daddy Dan Garlic.
The NBA brought him to the Bay.
Oh, what a move by Tolbert. Tolbert is really feeling it.
While his co-host was born and raised here.
Adam, that is great co-host work right there. That is amazing. You're lucky to have Adam, Tommy.
Oh, absolutely.
It's time for Tolbert and Copes. Let's get it on! Tom Tolbert.
Yeah, thank you. Now if I could ever get some beer.
And Adam Copeland.
We're going to get after it today, man. Gotta come with swagger.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
What is shaking? Adam Copeland, Tom Tolbert with you. Today, we're going to be joined by Susan Slusser, 2:30, Jeremy Affeldt, 2:50, Kyle Shanahan, around 3:30-ish, and then Larry Bear at 4:50. And we'll replay Shanahan for you in the 5 o'clock hour, I guess 5:30. And we'll get into some football stuff. I'm going to be gone. Taking in some football myself.
Hell yeah.
Next week. Get into like some, I don't know, predictions or
season-long stuff,
just
players
kinda
we're hyped for.
Things we're intrigued by, storylines we're looking forward to see playing out, those sort of things. So we do know one thing. It's the NFL, so there'll be teams that you don't expect to be in the playoffs that will be in the playoffs this year because it happens every year. There's like on average, I think 4 new teams every single year.
Who made it last year that didn't? Lions? Seahawks?
Lions didn't make it.
Excuse me, Lions just missed out. They went over. They went 9-8.
Yeah.
Because they needed help that final game.
Did the Giants make it 2 years in a row?
I don't think so.
Okay.
No, the Giants, because last year was Dable's first year, right?
Okay, yeah. So the Giants were in it last year.
Did Miami make the playoffs last year? Miami did make the playoffs. They didn't make it the year before, right? Because that was McDaniel's first year.
Okay.
You had, I'm blanking on somebody. I was just remember Seahawks made it last year.
Seahawks made it last year. You're correct. Yeah, nice.
So there's a handful. I mean, the Jacksonville Jaguars were not in.
Jaguars, correct. That's 4.
And I'm sure there's a couple other teams because now there's more teams that go. Chargers. That's right. The Chargers didn't get in a couple of years ago. Remember that tie that was in play between was it them, the Raiders, and the Steelers? Is that what was going on in that final week in 2021? And Brandon Staley managed them out of the game.
Yeah, I forget what happened. Wasn't there? Yeah, the Raiders.
2 years ago.
The Raiders were fine with the tie.
Raiders could have tied and they kicked the field goal. And had they tied,
that's right.
Chargers would what was it? Chargers and Steelers would have gone or something. Chargers and Raiders both would have gone.
You're asking me to go back a long way.
Derek had it. Yeah. So I just knew there were 3 teams involved, and then 2 of them, if there were a tie, they both would have gone. The Raiders were like, nah. Was that Bisaccia?
Screw you guys.
No, that was still Gruden. It was Bisaccia. That was after Gruden got axed. That was Rich Bisaccia. That's right. He was the interim.
That was for Al.
Came over.
Screw the Chargers.
Screw the Chargers.
Screw the Chargers. They ain't going.
I hated Lamar Hunt even more.
They're not going. So we'll get into that. I'm looking forward to it. I would say, off the top of my head, I should have my phone on me because maybe we'll go over a couple college games, just games that I'm intrigued by this weekend. The Niners and Steelers would be one, even if because it's almost like I don't need to say the Niners every week because we're going to watch the Niners every single week.
It's the given.
To say, I'm intrigued, I'm going to watch that game. You know you're going to watch that game, but I'll say if I didn't have to watch the Niners, I still would watch that game. That game to me is intriguing. The Jets-Bills is another game to me that is intriguing. Browns-Bengals. I think it's kind of intriguing to see what Burrow looks like, Deshaun Watson.
You're a little biased in the first 2 you mentioned. You are going to be at both of those games.
Well, I am going to be at both the.
He's like, these are intriguing games, I think.
Well, I think I get 2 of the better games of the whole weekend.
You better hope so, right?
Dolphins-Chargers.
That's a good one.
I think it's a pretty damn good game, too.
There's a good slate. For week 1, we do have a couple of good and some competition, I think, for teams where there's question marks, where I don't know that this game will answer them. I mean, nothing's going to get answered after week 1, but, a game like New Orleans against Tennessee. New Orleans is a team people are kind of high on.
Yep.
It's a real test for Pittsburgh. I don't know if that game will tell us anything, but it might give us an idea of sending us one direction, and that's why the NFL is so incredible.
Yeah.
A week of storylines after each game.
No, there's no doubt
it's
about it.
It's like pro wrestling. It's like what happens off the field is almost it's like you just settle the storylines in the ring, but really you're watching pro wrestling because of everything else that happens.
I mean, you kind of have a good idea what's going to happen, but there's so much intrigue, let's say spots. Not even, I was going to say 1, 2, 3, but look, if they're healthy, Buffalo, Cincy, Kansas City, Philly, and the Niners are going to be in the playoffs. They just are, in my estimation. I mean, it is the NFL, so possibly not. It's not as much a lock as the NBA, where the NBA usually you can name the top 4 seeds. Although last year was wacky. Last year was one of the goofiest NBA seasons I've seen in a long time, where you had upsets in the first round, higher seeds beating lower seeds, teams making the playoffs that you didn't expect to make the playoffs, teams not in the playoffs that you thought for sure would be in the playoffs. I don't think anybody thought Dallas would be out of the playoffs, and Dallas out of the playoffs. It was a weird year. But
for Kyrie.
NBA is usually, top 8, 4 in each conference. You're like, I can name those right now. Boom, easy.
And for the last 20 years, you've basically been able to do that.
Basically.
Pretty much. And for the most part, you could probably pick correctly at the beginning of each year, save for when the Warriors jumped up and made their run. There's a couple of times. You might be able to pick which of 2 teams in each conference is going to the finals.
Yeah.
On day 1.
Yeah. I don't think for the Niners or the Steelers, this is a big game. I don't think anybody has a big game in week 1, but I think it can tell us a little bit about how good the Steelers might be this year and what Pickett may end up being this year. It could tell us how they're going to use their running backs, Warren and Najee. It could tell us, is Pickens going to be a guy this year to go along with Johnson? Freiermuth, we know, is going to be good. I suspect they're going to pass a little bit more this year. Pickett's going to be a little more comfortable. Their defense, I think, is a little overshadowed. I think people forgot last year when Watt was healthy. I believe they were 8-2 when Watt was healthy. I think they finished the season 6-2. They grinded to get over 500. They were not a great team, and I think Tomlin has been over 500 his entire career.
Never had a season
500
under
or above, yes. So last year they had to grind to get there, and they went 6-2 down the stretch. So they were pretty good down the stretch. So when they have Watt, they're a different team. I mean, Watt and Highsmith and Haywood up front, that's a really, really good front. Fitzpatrick in the back. he's as good as you get safety. So it's going to be a tough game.
Yeah.
I mean, it's going to be a tough one.
What's funny about that is I sort of think of like the Lions are the other team coming into this year that finished really hot and strong.
Yes.
Weren't they like 1-8 or something? Or
I
something
believe
like that?
you're
They were
right.
terrible.
I believe you're right. 1-8, 1-7, something like that. They were terrible.
1-7 finished 9-8. I think was what it was, and just missed out. They needed help to get into the playoffs, and they played really tough down the stretch and had a questionable draft. But I think they're a team that's sort of intriguing. What's funny is in football, I never feel like it's the case in basketball or in baseball. But the end of last season for a team that didn't go to the playoffs, if they were good, it sort of carries, like you feel like it carries over. The Niners in 18 with Jimmy going 5-0. Excuse me, that was 17. Going into 18, we thought higher of the 49ers because of what we saw at the end. Then he gets hurt. It's a little different, but I sort of feel the same way about the Steelers as I do about the Lions. Steelers more so, but it's weird that sort of stretch carries over. Like it's a hit streak almost.
Yeah,
like you buy into the core.
No, absolutely. I'm real intrigued by the Lions. I mean, hell, the Lions are favored to win the North.
1-6 to 9-8.
Is that what it was? 1-6.
So they had the similar stretch that Pittsburgh did.
They were awful early and then caught fire. I mean, they got a really good receiving core. Goff's really good if you can keep him upright. If you can keep him in the pocket. I mean, he's not mobile. He can't do much out of the pocket.
A huge arm or anything, no.
I'm also intrigued to see how they use Jahmyr Gibbs. Jahmyr Gibbs coming out of Alabama. He can catch the ball out of the backfield. He can line him up as a receiver. He can run the ball. So that's going to be something to keep an eye on. Yeah, I think they're going to be a really fun team to watch. The Packers, I mean, this is the first time in, 20 years we've seen them, 25 years without a Hall of Fame quarterback? I mean, they went right from Favre to Rodgers. Yeah. So when did Favre take over? Was it like early 90s?
Favre took over like 94 or 5, right? Somewhere in there. 92. 92, that's right.
So 30 years. Is that 30 years they've had Favre and Rodgers?
Yes. Yes. Because I was born 89 and 34. Yeah, so 32.
That's crazy.
That's wild.
That's crazy.
Except for the starts for Matt Flynn and Scott Tolzien.
Exactly.
But you're right, as the entrenched quarterback, that's a wild jump. I mean, think about, remember we thought that with Indy too. I remember thinking this has got to be terrible for the NFL to go the two best talented quarterbacks of a generation potentially, or back-to-back generations are going to go Peyton and then Andrew Luck to Indianapolis. I'm like, that is not a crown jewel city, I don't think, of the NFL, but obviously Luck no longer there. But now that the quarterback play across the league it doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
It's like it doesn't matter what city.
Well, I would say that's the great thing about the NFL. Like, it's not the NBA where you'd like to have your stars and your teams in New York, in Chicago, in LA. And it doesn't matter in the NFL. The NFL is so big that people follow it. They watch all the games. Like Indy, they drew huge ratings back when Peyton and Reggie Wayne was there and Harrison was there.
Edge James.
Edger and James.
Bob Sanders.
I love Bob
So
Sanders.
that guy could lay some wood, man.
Dude, that's why he played 5 years.
That guy was he was a missile. I
like
just
all the
love
guys that
guy.
do that, they can't stay healthy, man.
Dude, I know,
like,
it's crazy.
You love, like Marion Barber was like
dude,
that too.
way, yeah.
Like watching him run is like, oh, this dude's only going to last 4 years, but I'm going to enjoy it while
he was fun too.
He's still around.
Barber, yeah.
But yeah, it's so I don't even know that it matters with the NFL, but it's just there's so many. I've mentioned Baltimore. I'm really intrigued by Baltimore and the whole Monken system and the receivers they have and Lamar Jackson and what he's going to look like. Can he be the quarterback that Steve Young's always wanted him to be? Like always.
Dude, Steve Young told us yesterday like
guy.
5 times Lamar can be an all-time great. He will be an all-time great, but he's got to have somebody who's going to push him into being really what they used to say about Vic, to being a quarterback, to using your skill set not just as a runner. It's kind of what's going to happen to Fields, too. I don't think he's as good of a quarterback anyway, but if they just focus on making him run so that they're sort of streamlining his success, then you're not building him into the quarterback you need.
Does Jacksonville take another step?
I think they do. And that, to your point about that, like you'd never hear how Jacksonville's not in the market for a Shohei Ohtani. You know what I mean? Like everybody's in the market for you're a team in the NFL. Doesn't matter where you play.
Yep. I mean, they got Ridley's coming back this year.
People are high on Ridley this year, I think, too.
Absolutely. And Etienne's going to be the full-time guy this year. He took over last year, so can Tua stay healthy? I mean, it's just endless. It goes on and on. I mean, it's always fun watching the rookie quarterbacks and see how the rookie quarterbacks perform, and I think they're all going to get a chance to play right away.
Some rookie receivers that are big this year.
So that's the NFL. That's why, I mean, we love the NFL, just to watch all these things happen, and there's an unpredictability to it that's fun. It's fun watching these teams kind of jockey for position week in and week out, and I think it's the greatest league probably in the world when it comes to sports.
I always say North America because I don't want to take EP. I don't want to like.
Well, the
I feel
EPL to me isn't
disrespectful.
great because it's so top heavy. Like it would be like if the 5 teams I just mentioned, the 3 in the AFC and the 2 in the
Are the only ones for like 30 years. Right.
If they were every year, like every single year, those were the only teams. That's the thing about the NFL. You get new teams jumping up and competing, and that doesn't happen in the EPL.
Schedule, right.
Like the EPL is awesome when like those top 5-6 teams play each other. It's incredible, but it happens twice a year unless you want to watch one of the cups, and then all the guys don't play.
Which one? FA, curling,
pick a cup.
European
pick a
Super.
Cup,
what do you
cup.
need?
I got cups. What cup do you want? I got cups for you.
You're right. It's definitely North America, but it may be in terms of like global. Or excuse me, like the country being involved or invested in it.
Yep.
It doesn't matter team-wise because you're right. Like Leicester City, fans from Leicester love Leicester. Are they going fantasy? I mean, I'm sure they are over there. I know they do fantasy. They do fantasy EPL and stuff, but it's just different here. Just a different beast here.
Yeah, how do you even do fan? Like,
I've done it once.
I got
and I was
a cross.
Like,
I got a point. Nice cross.
What? Yeah.
That was nice.
I won my fantasy soccer match this week, 3-1.
Yellow card taken away. Got a point taken away.
What do you get points for? I mean, if you play all 90 minutes, you
go
get
mount. You're killing me.
All right, come on, free kick. I missed it. I get a half point. All right, we got Susan Slusser coming up at 2:30. Jeremy Affeld at 2:50. Head coach of the 49ers, Kyle Shanahan, going to join us at 3:30. Larry Bear at 4:50, and we will replay Kyle for you if you miss it in the 5 o'clock hour. Happy New Year to everybody. It's opening night in the NFL. We got the Chiefs. Don't do that, no? Don't do that. I did that. I figured you wouldn't be a fan of that.
Happy Selection Sunday,
Happy,
everybody.
dude.
Happy this, happy that. Happy mother.
Happy mother, Blanker. All right, we come on back. We'll get more into what Kyle Shanahan actually had to say and what some other players had to say about Nick Bosa's return to the 49ers. You see him last night, by the way? He landed like off the private jet.
Yeah.
He was like worked up a lather getting off the plane. He looked like he was like kind of swollen already. I was like, this guy was doing like push-ups on the plane. We'll hear what some of the other 49ers had to say about the return of Nick Bosa, and then Kyle Shanahan joins us at 3:30 today, only here on the Sports Leader.
Richmond, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Richmond's sports leader.
Greg Cosell joined Murph and Mac this morning to preview the 49ers and Steelers matchup week 1 this weekend, now with Nick Bosa slated to play. Check out that podcast trending on the all-new KNBR app. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for Underdog Fantasy. Good time to be talking to you about it because the season starts tonight. We got games, we got action, we got ways for you to get involved outside of your fantasy team. Underdog Fantasy is the place to do that. They've got the season-long pick'em game. They've also got ways for you to make money on tonight's game, on this weekend's games. You pick between 2 to 5 players, select whether they'll have a higher or lower stat total for the game. And if you go 5 for 5, you can make up to 20 times your money in a single game. It's easy. All you have to do is head on over to the Underdog Fantasy app or go to underdogfantasy.com. Sign up with promo code KNBR, and they're going to double your first deposit up to $100. But you got to use that promo code KNBR at sign up. So if your fantasy team is already in a disastrous place, if you're stressing about Travis Kelce tonight, don't worry about it. Underdog Fantasy has you covered. Promo code KNBR. You must be 18 or older and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Concern with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Enjoy KNBR in FM at 104.5 FM. Now back to Tolbert and Copes. Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland on the Sports Leader.
We got him signed. He'll be back in the locker room. The team can't wait to welcome him with open arms. Arms might have to be a little wider because he got bigger pockets now. But, we definitely going to welcome him back with open arms.
Yippee! And just your initial thoughts on Nick getting the contract.
Just really happy. Ecstatic, actually. You should have seen me screaming earlier. Yeah.
Yeah, we heard you were the screamer.
Yeah. Yeah, you can say that. Yeah.
How'd you find out?
I was getting my lunch, and Coach Wilkes walking down the hall. He grabs me. He's like, "Boss is here." And I was like, wow. I couldn't believe it, but hey, he's here.
That's 49er linebacker Fred Warner. That was the second voice you heard. First one was Trent Williams. They're talking about the return of Nick Bosa. I don't think Trent Williams has to widen his arms to hug anybody. By the way, I don't think Trent Williams has
not
to
at
do
all
anything different.
Yeah.
Nick Bosa arrived with the team yesterday, and we saw him getting off the plane. We actually have we have audio of that of him getting off the plane in Santa Clara yesterday, or in San Jose, wherever he flew in, getting off a private jet. I was like, this guy's insane, man. Here's Nick Bosa arriving to the 49ers.
Sorry for the scare. Go win some games. Can't agree more.
That was it. That's all I needed,
baby.
That's all I needed.
I thought, I never know when we're playing until you were setting up clips. I never know if you're going to play a real clip.
That's good. I'm glad that you don't know. That's good.
Bill Murray getting off a plane. What? A party for me? I'll kill you. Everybody's coming over to my house.
That's hysterical. I didn't even think that we might be doing a bit there. But that's
Sorry
good.
for the scare.
Sorry for the scare.
Sorry for the scare.
Doesn't matter, dude. He's on or off. He has one speed, this guy.
Let's go win some games.
Let's go do it.
Let's get some sackaroonies, baby.
He's not quite
Pittsburgh.
Not quite Ray Lewis before a game in a huddle, right? Like firing everybody up. He's a different dude. The speed at which he goes. This is big for them, obviously, in terms of Sunday.
What are those sandwiches they serve in Pittsburgh that are like the famous sandwiches?
Giordano Bros was the restaurant here that was like the Pittsburgh style. What do they call those? Because it's like the bread, you get the meat, the French fries on it a lot of the times.
Is that what it is?
Sometimes you do the egg.
Good Lord.
Primanti Brothers.
Primanti Brothers. That's what I gotta get. I gotta get one of those. I guess
that sounds.
Let's get some Primanti Brothers.
Couldn't agree more,
brother. Sounds good.
For
some French fries.
I think that's an element, by the way, of Nick Bosa coming back that I hadn't registered because we were thinking about the football element of it. And by the way, I'm just now kind of getting into the football mode of it because this storyline has taken us right up to the brink, so we can start talking the X's and O's of the games itself. But the Nick Bosa sound bites. I mean, that was one of the great revelations of it. Like we see Brandon Belt come out of his show, we saw Tom Brady, totally different Bosa. It's just his content is hysterical because he's matter of fact about it. He's so matter of fact.
It's such a violent sport.
Yeah.
That's why the contrast really stands out.
That big.
Because usually when you hear guys talking on the sidelines, NFL, woo, yeah, mother, man, woo, let's get them, let's kill it. It's just fire. It's football. Coaches are on fire.
You put yourself in that place.
And they live, woo. Let's go get them, brother.
For him, it's like instinct. I win games.
It doesn't.
Sorry for the scare.
It doesn't mesh with the sport itself, which is just hilarious.
Like the fact that how about this? His celebration is
Exactly.
Palms up. I sacked you.
Yeah.
He does the, sorry, well.
What did you think was going to happen?
What did you think?
Can't agree more.
First time we saw was the Baker. Remember the flag planting? He did the flag. And then they asked him after, what'd you say to Baker when he's on the ground? I said, Baker, you good? It's like that. It's that simple. Now that Bosa's arrived, defense is obviously better with him. Are they better than they were a year ago, the defense?
I think that's always going to be a work in progress. Like, you can't say that until you start getting through the season.
We didn't think that early last year that defense was better.
They have the capabilities. There's no doubt about it. I mean, you look who's back. I mean, the main players are all back, but every year it takes on a life of its own. People have to realize that this isn't Week 18. This is a whole new season. It starts over. So if you think teams are going to pick up where they left off last year, whether they were good, whether they were bad, whether they were in the middle, things change. It's not the same at all. Again, this is not the NBA. The Celtics will more than likely pick up where they left off last year. So will the Kings. So will the Nuggets. So will the Heat will probably be good again. The Bucks will. I mean, but it's totally different. I mean, the NFL is just a different animal year to year. But yeah, those are the expectations. I'm sure those are their expectations. Those are my expectations. I don't see why they wouldn't be as good, maybe better. But, top 5 defense in the league again this year. They have all the qualities you'd want in a really good defense. I mean, you got a pass rush. You got a guy in the middle of the field, Warner, who is the best of what he does. You had a rookie last year, Hufanga, who was a lot better than people thought he was going to be.
He's a second year last year, right?
Was that his second year?
I think it was second year last year.
I kept thinking he was a rookie last year.
2020 throws us off. The year when that year ended and how it's because Ayuk was the rookie was his first year was in 2020.
Yeah,
and then 21 they go NFC Championship. 22 last year.
Yep.
Oh wait, no, maybe. See, now I'm off again. I think it was his second last year.
I thought. Well, now you're
because he wouldn't have been a rookie All Pro. He would have been a second year.
Yeah.
Yeah. Confirmed by Derek.
Yeah,
we're good.
Yeah,
they were the best defense.
I think last year I called him rookie all year because they didn't play hard. I don't remember him playing
not as much because look at all the guys they've lost back there since last year. I mean, Samson Ebukam's gone, but you lose Jimmy Ward, Emmanuel Mosley, and Azeez Al-Shire. So even at the linebacker spot, it used to be like, well, if Warner were out or if Greenlaw were banged up, you've got somebody else there. I mean, Greenlaw had the big interception against Russ at Levi a few years ago when they in 2019 actually, but the depth, obviously, you said that's going to be the work in progress.
Yeah.
That we just won't know about. I don't know, like, if everybody's healthy, and they never are, but if they are, I think they're a top 3 defense again. They were the best defense in football last year in terms of yards allowed per game at 300.6. 77 rush yards a game allowed. I don't know if they're going to stop the run that well again. The depth is what's going to...
Well, they didn't during the preseason, but the preseason doesn't matter to me. So maybe not, but I fully expect him to be able to stop the run better than most. They may not be. They were dominant last year. Like, you just couldn't run on them last year. Maybe that's the case. I mean, you got Armstead and Hargrave in the middle there, so it's definitely not going to be easy to run on them. I think the one thing where you have to be encouraged is, even though they lost Mosley, Lenore picked it up at the end of last year.
Yeah.
Like, he just got better and better and better and was playing really good toward the end of last year. So if he can build off that and be that guy, then I think they're going to be in good shape. Then I think they'll be in really good shape. I guess the nickel is a concern. You don't know who's going to be the nickel for him, because a lot of times, we talk about the 3 linebackers, and I think you were right to point out that really it was about depth, because they played mostly with 2 linebackers and another DB. They
had 3 of the top 15 in the league in one room.
Yeah. Well, I looked at one rating and take it for what it's worth. They had, I think, Greenlaw 6.
Yeah, I remember
they have two of the top 6 linebackers back there doing business. So, yeah, I mean, I expect they're going to be, and really, if they were top 10, I think they would be a really good team. Because, again, this offense, when Purdy took over, was averaging 30 points a game, right around 30 points a game. So we'll see if that can continue from last year. That'll be the one to keep an eye on. They got weapons galore. if Purdy does what he did last year, or maybe even he takes another step, then this offense just could be flat out dynamic.
Pittsburgh ranked 13th in total defense last year, but again got better as the season went on. They were even pretty darn good against the run, 108 yards a game allowed against the run. That was top 10 as well. So that's going to be a tough matchup on Sunday. We'll talk more about it a little bit later. And I think Charlie Batch is going to join us tomorrow, actually. You'll be gone. But I said to Derek, I said, Charlie Batch doing work in Pittsburgh with the Steelers? And he said, yeah, he is. I said, what's he doing? Third string QB? Like, the guy's been there forever, it seems like. Backing up Tommy Maddox and Cordell Stewart or whoever the hell else he needed to fill in for. Okay, when we come on back, we'll catch up with Susan Slusser. Giants off today, and then open up against is it the Rockies come to town tomorrow?
Believe so, yes.
Rockies come to town.
It better.
Hey, boy. They might not. Who knows? Maybe they're like, you know what, forget
better
it.
come to town.
They're like, we're out of this, man. Who cares?
The Giants. Can you believe?
We're back to that.
The Giants actually, lost a series to the Angels.
You watched that game last night.
The
Angels
Angel
and the
game?
O's? Yeah.
Oh, come on. I gave up.
Yeah. I did after I hit my O's over.
I gave up.
I got to 6. I was like, I'm
they
good.
make me sick.
That's bad.
I'll check in occasionally, watch Sean Welbat. He's been pretty good for him. He played 22 games in the minors, and he's up.
He's up in the bigs.
He's batting like 290.
He got drafted last year.
Yeah.
This year. He got drafted like 2 months ago.
This year.
2 months ago.
He
Bring
played
his ass
22 games. Like, you ready? Let's do it.
Wake her ass up. We got a game tomorrow.
Let's roll. We need
go.
somebody to fill in for Ohtani on the pictures. Get your ass up here.
You fit the mold. Tolbert and Cobes is sponsored by Pacific Coast Termite, the trusted company that's rated A+ by the Better Business Bureau. Call Pacific Coast Termite at 1-800-PACIFIC. That's 1-800-PACIFIC. Susan Slusser next on the Sports Leader.
Be caller number 10 to 415-896-KNBR for a chance to win a pair of tickets to see your San Francisco Giants take on the San Diego Padres on Monday, September 25th. First pitch, 6:45. Presented by Toyota, the MVP of MPG. With class-leading MPG and more hybrids than any other brand, Toyota, let's go places.
Hey, Giants fans, can you feel the beat? Time for Tolbert and Copes to talk ball with the Chronicles Giants beat writer Susan Slusser on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM. The sports leader.
We do it every week throughout the baseball season. Catch up with Susan Slusser, who covers the Giants for the San Francisco Chronicle. Off day today, coming on home to take on the Colorado Rockies. Might be nice to see a team like that, like not wearing red that's in front of you in the standings. What's up, Susan? How are you?
I'm great. That's the problem with that, Copes, is that the Giants have not played all that well against teams that are further down in the standings this year. Lately, they're not playing well against anybody. Obviously. But, before that little kind of nice run they had, the one thing they really struggled with was beating the teams they should beat. So, I don't know. Is this a good thing? Who knows?
What are you seeing from this team? I mean, not much, obviously, but they everything. They can't score. And then when they do score, they can't score enough. It's almost like Murphy's Law. Like everything that could go wrong does go wrong. I mean, they're in the game in Chicago, and then all of a sudden, I think it was in Chicago, all these games start to bleed together. Jock Peterson lets the ball go over his head where he's chasing it down the line, and then Schmidt, that was Chicago. Schmidt spikes one into the ground at home. You're watching it, and you're like, what the hell happened? Like all the wheels are coming off at once.
They're a mess. I mean, they look tired. They look out of sorts. I don't know. Is it pressure? Is it fatigue? Could be a little bit of that. I mean, the rookies I'm going to give a pass to. Some of them are definitely a little bit tired. They probably haven't played this many games in their lives, and certainly not at this level, and that's both physically and mentally taxing, and the travel, all of it, that's new to them. And they're trying to figure out how to make their adjustments and stuff like that. The older players, no. But I don't fault Jock Peterson for being in the outfield. He shouldn't be in the outfield in the first place, which I thought we had established early in the season. And then out of a need, he was in the outfield briefly and actually looked as good there as he's looked in a long time. And I think they felt like, okay, well, we can do that. We're back to Jock Peterson probably should not be in the outfield very much. They have better options out there. He can hit, but he looks out of sorts at the plate too. They all just look, there are reasons why they say hitting is contagious and why the opposite is true. When nobody's getting on base, you're also not going to get anything to hit. There's no pressure being put on the pitchers. They're not, throwing as many pitches. Like it kind of is this almost spiral kind of thing, and it's spiraling almost every game in the wrong way for them, offensively, defensively, and now pitching too.
Yeah, that was Jock Peterson Gold Glover in Toronto, where Jock Peterson was.
Seems so long ago.
It seems millenniums ago. Is it a fair question to ask if the pitching staff is just like taxed because of? Look, it worked early. The opener and all that, it sure as hell hasn't worked. But then again, not much has worked lately, but it hasn't worked for quite some time. And it seems to put a lot of pressure on Cobb and Webb because they're like the two guys that got to carry a lot of the load because they're the ones that are saying, hey, we kind of need you. We don't have anybody else really that can go deep into games. We need you to go deep into the games. I just wonder how fried they are mentally and how physically taxed they might be.
Yeah, it's interesting. I would say it feels like we're second guessing, but we're not. Going back to the beginning when they started using the opener to the extent that they were and had as many as at times 5 traditional starters in the bullpen. We went okay, it's working now, but how long is it going to work? These guys are not pitching in rules they're used to. Their usage varies from week to week. They don't know what to expect most weeks. And the main thing for me is guys that are traditional starters, it's not just that they're used to having that very strict, the time off and the routine, and starting pitchers are creatures of habit. They have a reputation for being sort of divas for a reason. They are handled very carefully, and this is really out of the norm for them. But also, they use those bullpen sessions in between starts to work on things. When something's off, that's where they get the work in. You can't do that when you're coming out of the bullpen and look how they've used Tristan Beck's usage has been all over the place. Alex, he's basically mopped up. He's opened. He's traditionally started. He's been all over the place. There was that one day he really felt like he needed to work on some things, had a bullpen session, and then wound up throwing like 4 innings the next day. It's just, of course, I think it caught up with them. I mean, I understood why they did it. I thought it was interesting. It really did work for a while, but I do think these guys are tired and a little bit of a mess right now.
So it's not 150 years of like openers, but anybody who's watched baseball for a long time, that's kind of what we all had said. I feel like a couple of months ago going, it's working now, and I get why it's working now, but I just can't see this holding up. It's sort of like when I was a kid, I feel like every time a team would say, well, we're just going to go closer by committee. I'm like, so you guys are screwed. You guys don't have anybody then. Because it's like it never seemed to work. And I get why now with baseball's philosophy, it can work for a while, but we saw this with the Dodgers in 2021. They had 3 guys all year and then flamed out because they had to use everything, it felt like, to get past the Giants. So I wonder if this team sort of finishes the year the way they've been going, whether it's 500 or right about there, getting the playoffs or don't. I don't think that you can look at this team and say it was a really, really well-constructed team based on the success that they've had or lack thereof. Do you think they have to change philosophy in the offseason? Is it about philosophy? Is it about just talent? What happens, you think?
You know, I don't know if they need to change philosophy. Certainly the roster construction all year was a little weird. Some of that was injuries. Some of that was, the guys that they really wanted, starting with Judge, wasn't available. The thing with Correa went sideways. They, to my mind, they got the best of the next group down. But 2 of them were in the position they were because of injury histories or coming off a history with, obviously, Haniger and Conforto. And neither has really been right for various reasons, either injuries or, that hadn't played for a long time in Conforto's case and now hurt. Those are the gambles you take with guys with that kind of history. Stripling and Manaea, I'm almost going to give them an incomplete because the usage has been a little weird and some other things. Manaea sometimes has been great. I think Stripling, there's a lot more in there. His track record's good. But the roster, sometimes with a platoon-heavy team, and they've said we want more everyday players, which is why they got Haniger and Conforto. But sometimes with a platoon-heavy team, you're taking the risk that sort of half the platoon is like not super sharp. We've seen that a lot at times this year because they've had to use the platoon thing a lot. And then there's so many kids. And that can screw stuff up. So it's not, they're making the most, I think, with what they have. It's just not, at some point, this roster became kind of unwieldy and maybe not ideal in terms of its construction. And yes, they do have to address that. In terms of, I think with the whole starter opener strategy, Farhan Zaidi was signaling, like, at the break, right before the break, we want to get back to having more traditional starters.
He said it to us.
Yeah, I think they saw this coming, too. They just didn't really, they wanted to bring up Harrison right away. He got hurt, and nobody else kind of jumped out. So they were a little bit stuck there. I wish they had put Beck straight into the rotation or something, or, that they had some options. If you want to do it, go ahead and do it. But, it's been odd. This is a team that has had a playoff spot in their grasp for a long time, and they just seem to be backpedaling from it. And the fact that they're now back at 500 is such a disappointment for that team. They are better than a 500 team. They certainly should be.
No doubt. Hey, just jumping ahead, Conforto, what do you think the odds are he exercises his option?
Why would he? I mean, that's a lot of money, and I'm not sure he's going to get better offers. He hasn't done enough. And I think the world of Michael Conforto. I think he's a really special player. Obviously had not played for a while, was rusty to begin with. Now he's hurt. I do think I think he'll probably bounce back with a big year next year. But I can't see him getting more. And, he's bet on himself twice now, and I love that instinct, and it works for some guys through really no fault of his own. It's backfired on him twice. He turned down a big extension with the Mets, and then he turned down the qualifying offer with the Mets, and both of those turned out to be things he should have done. So I think he probably doesn't exercise it. Now, it's Scott Boras we're talking about, and Scott likes to gamble on stuff like that. So I can't say with certainty. If I'm Michael Conforto, this is a good situation, and I stay in it.
If you're the Giants, is that a good situation?
I do think he's going to have a big bounce back year. I think he's a really good player. He's not their problem. He's had a disappointing season, sure. But I think we've all seen what's there. He is a good player. He's not probably going to be they need a star. We've talked about this so much. They need someone with excitement, and I think they might have that among some of their younger players. But I think they also need an established big name. He is not that guy, but he is a very good piece.
Talking to Susan Slusser on the UMA guest line, just something about the not specifically to anybody, but the tone of the clubhouse, I guess, or the tone of the team, because Yaz had the great comments the other day after the loss, and he tried to fire guys up, and they needed to have, sort of light a fire, and there's the old saying of flipping the spread and stuff like that. I'm not saying you need that, but there's the Leo DeRocher quote about forget the nice guys, give me some a-holes that can play. I think there is something to having, not a jerk or a bad guy, but there is something to having those characters or those personalities, I think, around a clubhouse. Not 72 3-4 A's where they're like fist fighting before games, but I'm talking like just somebody who can.
I would love that.
Who can be sort of
would.
But it's good to be. Sometimes it's good to be uncomfortable, to have somebody who can play a different role in that clubhouse. And we've heard a lot about how great this team is in terms of a good group of guys. I just wonder about do you buy into that in all the years you've covered baseball?
Yeah, I think it's always nice to have somebody with some fire. It's tough. It's a tough line to walk, and we saw why, right? Yaz speaks up, and Wilmer Flores, who's a guy who doesn't say a lot, pretty quiet, very well respected. So it means a lot coming from him. But they both say some things to the team, and then they go out and lose the next game. And that's the thing. Like, it's hard to time those things right. Tyro Estrada, at the end of that bad road trip, had some words with the team. They went out and won, and you go like, wow, that's great. It's got them going. And then they kind of fall back into not being very good again. So you never know. Sometimes you go like, this is why the team is like taken off down the stretch. Jock Peterson got credit for that in Atlanta when he came over, for kind of getting them going. Is it a correlation versus causation kind of thing? I don't know. Sometimes it can get you going, but really what you just need is better play.
Yeah.
And I don't know if a fired up teammate is really going to do that. Sometimes it can be probably almost more annoying. It feels like, screw you, take care of your own business.
And that's not really the culture there, is it? With Gabe, they're very analytical. They're very even keeled. They don't. And I like to see emotion. I don't want too much emotion, but I'm with Copes. I do like it occasionally, and I don't mind somebody getting in your face occasionally. But that's not that's not really sports anymore. It's not baseball anymore, and it's certainly not this team anymore. Because I don't. Maybe Gabe's different behind closed doors, but he just seems like a guy that's just very, very even keel. Not too many highs, not too many lows. Just going to tell you what you need to do, try to help you, like a coach, a teacher, but that's just not really what they're cultivating over there.
No, and that does tend over the course of time to kind of be the best approach.
Probably, yes.
So many games. There's so many, 162 games. You can't just, fire up the troops 162 times. You just, it starts to just become noise. But I do think even if it's just performative, just to kind of show sometimes maybe even the fans or the execs or whoever, like someone cares. I think the fans right now are kind of feeling like nobody really cares. So I think the fact that some people are showing some fire, even if it doesn't necessarily do anything for the actual players, it does demonstrate that there is a little bit of life to the team, So from that standpoint, even if it has no real impact, I think that's a good thing. Plus, it's it's fun. Like we're the same every day, day in, day out. That gets a little boring, right?
Yeah, but Susan,
getting thrown out. Tapper getting thrown out of the game. That was one of the most exciting.
That was.
We saw all year.
I love that. Yeah. Nobody likes calm, cool, collected when you're losing.
No,
because they're mad. No. The fans get mad. The fans are upset, and they're like, "Why am I more upset than the team? Why am I more upset than the manager?" Well, that's probably your problem, but anyway, that's what they're not thinking. They're not thinking rationally, but that's what they're thinking. They're like, "Why am I upset? Why is anybody else upset with me?"
You know just as well as any pro athletes have a lot of pride.
Oh,
very
absolutely.
People say like, "Oh, they don't care." They care. They really care. People go like, "Oh, I hate it when people go like they've quit." They have not quit. These are guys who have immense pride and are hugely. You do not get to top level of any sport without being immensely competitive and very proud of your accomplishments and really, and generally speaking, really a good teammate. And that's what we see in that clubhouse. There's no lack of effort. There's no lack of heart. There's no lack of competitiveness. They're just not playing very well. And that happens despite all of those things. And if you don't see it, it's because there is in baseball kind of now this, we don't get too high, we don't get too low kind of thing. But they care. They absolutely care. I mean, it just drives me nuts when people say they quit. I mean, come on, man.
Well, they don't call them fanatics for nothing.
There is a winner and a loser in every game. Are you telling me every time a team loses, they quit? No. Of course not.
No.
You listen here, little punk. No. You try following Walden and Lambeer up and down the court for 48 minutes a night. I mean, that's the Kareem line, and they're playing basically.
Look, I can tell. I mean, I tell people this all the time. There's no fan out there that cares more than any one player on any team in any major sport. I go, these guys care deeply. They just,
and the coaches and the staff.
Everybody.
They all do. They're in this because they're competitive people. So, yeah, that drives me nuts. Sometimes it's just stuff out of people's control, and sometimes the other teams are just better.
Nobody wants to hear that, Susan. Nobody buys that.
That's not easy to digest. No, come on. We're better than them. We just don't want it as much.
They lost 2 games to the A's, and the A's are not better. So those instances, that was not. That's kind of the start of the downfall. I'm telling you, that was not a good look, especially coming off a good trip. And you're like, wait, what just happened? And it's been downhill ever since.
I don't know.
At least we can pinpoint it.
A's are pretty good. They swept my Angels.
Last year was Zawinski in the Grand Slam, and this year.
The Angels are the mark of excellence.
Yes, they are, Susan. Yes, they are.
Susan, have a
they
great.
care deeply.
Have a great time this weekend at the ballpark. I'll see you tomorrow, and hopefully things are better next week.
Sounds like a plan.
All right.
Thanks, Susan.
Catch you later, Susan. By the way, we still are going to catch up with head coach of the 49ers, Kyle Shanahan. He joins us at 3:30. We're going to catch up with Kyle. Also, some breaking news, and I'm happy to tell you this. Thrilled. If you have Travis Kelce on your fantasy team tonight, you don't have him on your fantasy team tonight. Travis Kelce has been ruled out for tonight's game, which, by the way, we're going to join the game in progress after the show tonight. We'll have week 1 opening night right here on KNBR, but no Travis Kelce. We will have Jeremy Affeldt joining us next, then Kyle Shanahan. I got to find a tight end right here on the Sports Leader. Nick Bosa signed his extension with the 49ers yesterday, and then Brent Jones, Dante Whitner, and Steve Young joined Tom and myself to react to the big $170 million contract. Check out every podcast trending on the all-new KNBR app.
All right, it's time for Jeremy Affelt. As soon as Jeremy Affelt shows up, of course. When Jeremy Affelt shows up, then we'll have Jeremy Affelt on.
Is he in a cold tub? We need him in a cold tub.
Maybe Jeremy Affelt said, I'm not going to talk about this crap. You kidding me? I'm going to just drink.
It's fine by me if we can do it too.
I don't think they've won since the last time he was on.
What is that, seven in a row?
He was on Friday.
Yeah, and they'd lost 6 in a row going in. Yeah, so is it 7 now? I guess, yeah. 7 comes after 6. I think it's...
No, I think it's 6.
Nobody's helping.
No, it's 3. I think it was... What?
Tim's eating like a dum-dum lollipop, and I saw him like licking it, poking around back there, and then he played that.
No, it's 6. 3 San Diego, 3 Chicago.
That's right. San Diego's ugly.
So they lost, They lost Friday, because we had him on Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and then 3 in Chicago. Yeah, they haven't won since he's been on last.
And they're 2.5 out.
2.5 out.
Which, by the way...
I mean, it's hard to tell yourself, like, look, they're still there. But they are. Mathematically, they are. But when you're watching this team play right now, you're like, in what?
It seems intellectually dishonest.
Yeah, like,
to say
what are
they're
you talking about, in what?
Yeah.
Like, they're 500 right now. 500. 70 and 70.
And you fell to it. You didn't it's like saying last year they were a 500 team. Again, like that month of September there are guys on the team we don't even know if they're in baseball still.
Yeah.
Like it was a weird. Thomas is a pucky. Yeah, I mean he was closing games at the end of last year. So it's a mess. They're 2.5 out. Is the gap right now 2.5 behind the third wild card spot? Are all 2.5 game leads created equal? I guess is my question because you pointed out at the All-Star break they were 2.5 behind the Dodgers. We're like they could catch the Dodgers for the division.
What were we thinking?
Oh, we're so stupid.
What were we thinking at that point?
We made the connection with Jeremy Affelt.
So dumb.
Yeah. Jeremy's on the Yuma guest line. What's up, Jeremy?
What's up? Sorry, my phone is dead, and I'm hanging out with my buddy at a ranch, and so he gave me his phone. So just let you know.
I guess his name's Brian because he called in and the name says Brian here. So what's up, Brian? How you doing, Brian?
Yeah, Brian's great. He's down there trying to. We're at a ranch right now hanging with some guys, and he's trying to figure out where the cooler's at and get a beer. But I said I'm drinking water only at this time.
Yeah, well, that's finding the cooler is of the utmost importance. I would imagine it's fairly warm down there.
Yeah, it is. We found it. Yeah, we found it. It's just the ice is melted, so it's kind of bad, but it's fine. It's fine. We'll be all right.
Warm beer?
Yeah. No, what? Dude,
not that melted.
We're not that desperate.
His buddy in the background hears me.
Shut up, dude.
Shut up. It ain't that melted.
Come on, man. I'm drinking warm beer. You kidding me? What's this idiot talking about here? He's like, it's my phone. I'm getting off some takes on beer.
Oh, great.
It's a good deal, dude. Talking to Jeremy Affelt, the Yuma guest line, man. Down at a dude ranch hanging out. I like this, man. So, have you been catching ball? I mean, it's tough to get through these games, man. It's been brutal getting through some of these Giants' offensive late inning performances.
No. Hey, this is the struggle right here. This is where they're exposed, man, because they remember when I was like, what did we do at the deadline to help with the offense? And you can't say, well, we're good enough. You're not, though, because when September hits, everybody else who boosted and bolstered and padded their lineups and their pitching are going to expose that. And you can't do that. You have to, if you're in a wild card race, if that's what you've got, like Dodgers have ran with it, okay, great. If you're in a wild card, you're still part of it. And if 2010, 2014 should teach you, like, you got to have offense, like, go get something to give people a spark plug. And I kind of knew this was going to happen because they felt like, no, we're content with where we're at, but you can't be content. You needed to do something. And you can say, well, they wanted too many things, or they didn't have this or that. Man, you can make that excuse all you want, but you never know when you're going to have a chance to win or get to the playoffs. And at some point in time, you have to decide, do I want to be a playoff team, or are we still building and rebuilding? And a fan base can only take the rebuilding, like, cliche answer for so long. And you gotta find something. And what you're seeing now is an exposing of a lineup that didn't get bolstered. Now they're frustrated. Now they're angry. Pitchers are probably tightening up a little bit, trying to do too much. And this is what you're seeing. And it might change, but I don't know if they have a lot of time left.
How, if we got them away from a mic and they could just be honest, how do you think Wood, Stripling, Minaya, Junis. I mean, I guess maybe not Junis, but guys who have been starters. How do you think they're enjoying or not enjoying the role of the piggyback guy? You pitch some. It's so odd that these starters are being used this way, and it worked for a while. It hasn't worked for a little bit now. I'm just wondering mentally, do you think they're like, hey, this is how they want to use me? They're paying me, I'm cool, or this isn't really what I signed up for?
Man, as a competitor, I wouldn't be okay with it regardless. It doesn't matter if it's like, hey, work for a while, or, I'm getting paid, so this is how they want to use me, fine. If you're a start, you gotta be, and for me, but I don't understand the era of baseball now, but those guys came up in the era of baseball where it wasn't like this. So they know what it was like. And for me, you have to get to a point now where you're, hey, man, if you're paying me to be a starter, then trust me as a starter. Because what happens is if you mentally go into a game knowing you're getting piggybacked, or mentally going into a game knowing that you don't have to cover 7, 8 innings or 6 innings, and your quality start is now 4 innings and like 2 runs rather than 6, 7 innings, 3 runs or less, then you will start to think that way. It doesn't matter. You actually start to train your mind and your mental approach to think that way, but it doesn't succeed. Baseball is not succeeding off of this situation. I might be wrong, but and I might not be seeing it all right now from this answer, but I don't see winning teams doing that.
Yeah.
I just don't. I don't see winning teams running in there with piggyback starters and running this deal like this. You have guys that go out there and it's like, no, you give us your best bolt for 6. Your job is to get us to the 6th or 7th and compete. And if you don't have guys that you can trust to do that, then you got to go find some guys. But if you sign these guys to be starters, then let them be a starter. But if they assume they're coming out in the 4th or 5th, they're mentally gonna shut down, and maybe instead of like their mental toughness going through 5 innings and I got to get through the 6th and 7th, now their mental toughness starts at the 3rd inning and hopefully get through the 4th or 5th. That's not a formula for success. So I hope they're not okay with that off camera or on camera, to be honest with you.
Talking to Jeremy Affelt on the UMA guest line. When teams are going as bad sort of all around as they are right now, but you're still in the mix, like, again, they're 2.5 out, but there are 3 teams ahead of them. Miami's in the 3rd spot. Arizona's a half game back of them, then Cincinnati. And I think a couple of those teams play. I think Arizona plays the Cubs or something this weekend. I think that's what's going on starting today. Anyway, when you're in the thick of it still, you got a handful of games left here. You can definitely still get in. Do you even look at the scoreboard at this point, or is it all focused within? Because if you're, in a battle with teams, you're watching what's going on, but you're kind of just battling yourself right now.
Yeah, you'll scoreboard watch a little bit, but honestly, that should be the last thing you should be looking at. In this situation, if you're playing good baseball and you're winning games, sometimes you want to look at the scoreboard to be like, dang, man, like, we're not going to gain ground. They keep winning when we're winning, but you're winning, and so you're okay with it. You're like, all right, well, we can only control the fact that we're winning games. But if you shouldn't, when you're not scoring runs or anything like right now, you shouldn't be scoreboard watching at all, because your number one focus should be winning the game. You can't gain a half game. You can't gain a full game if you don't win. And so for me, it gets back to all perspective. And I know they're frustrated. I've been on teams like that. I'm not discrediting that. I know it's probably not that they're not trying. They're probably super frustrated. And so what happens is when you're super frustrated is you've got to get back to the controllable. And they're probably focusing on too much of the uncontrollable, and they're trying to do too much when they don't have to. And sometimes it's taking a deep breath and slowing the game down and allowing the game to come to you rather than you going to the game. And if you can just let the pitches come to you, react appropriately, take one pitch at a time. I know that seems cliche, but that sometimes is what it takes to get guys back out of this, snap them out of it is, hey, man, it's one pitch at a time. Like, I'm going to take whatever fastball, slider, curveball, split they throw at me, and I'm going to either swing or not swing. I'm going to try to do something with it, but I'm not going to try to do too much here. It's not working. And when the panic button gets pushed, I don't know any team in baseball or any successful business sports team, anybody that says, you know what worked is hitting the panic button. That totally gave us success, is when we all panicked. Like, it doesn't.
How'd you get to that point, Coach? Yeah, we hit the panic button like the 7th inning, and then it all turned around for us.
Yeah, exactly. You can't do that. You can't be like, hey, man, I hit 911, and so we won because of it. Like, no one does that,
Oh, man. Let us know what's going on the podcast, Built for the Storm. I know you told me you have one that's dropping. It may have already dropped. I'm not sure. I can't wait to listen to it. Tell us what's going on with that.
Dude, 9/11 is going to be awesome. 9/11 is going to be like I got to interview a woman named Denise, and she's great. She's a friend of my wife's, but her husband was across the street. Their fire hall was right across the street from the Twin Towers, and I mean it's a great story. Her husband was called into work that day, wasn't supposed to work, went in, plane hit, ran up the staircase. He never came back, and just getting to process how she viewed 9/11, how she viewed trauma and grief, and how she handled just her husband going to a normal day at work, downtown Manhattan. And she said there's not a lot of big-time fires that happen down there. Huge fire hits, but no idea what was about to take place, and how she got through the last 20-some years raising her kids. It was absolutely incredible, and it was super refreshing for me. But man, it's my longest podcast that I've done yet, but it's definitely my favorite one because it was just so much and so good, some raw stuff. But talk about Built for the Storm, man, that was incredible. So I'm super excited for that to drop, and it drops on Monday.
Okay, we'll definitely check that out. We'll let you go. We know you got your buddy, you got your ranch. I don't want the beers to get warm.
Thanks, Brian.
I don't want you to tell Brian thank you very much.
Yeah, they're starting to spoil, actually.
Okay, now I'm going to keep you on longer. Have a good weekend, man. Enjoy the ranch.
All right, man. Thank you.
All right, take it easy.
Good stuff there from Jeremy Ath on our weekly conversation with Jeremy. And he's been on some bad teams, on some championship teams, but he played a lot of bad baseball in Kansas City and Colorado before he got to go to a World Series with the Rockies in 2007. All right, we'll jump back into some football, pretty much football from here on out. It is week 1 in the NFL. We got opening night tonight. We've got the Chiefs and the Lions. We'll actually throw you to that game when we're done at 6 o'clock. 5:20, is that when they kick off? 5:20 is kickoff there. No Travis Kelce, no Chris Jones.
Did you find a tight end?
Dude, no. First of all, there's like 4 tight ends in the NFL. You can go down to 12, 13, 15, but they're all the same. I'm throwing a dart. We actually
I got an extra one if you want to give me somebody.
Well, let's talk about it in our fantasy segment coming up in just a little bit. Kyle Shanahan is going to join us at 3:30. Talk about this game against the Steelers and how they put Nick Bosa in there. How much should we expect to see Nick Bosa on Sunday? We'll talk about some of the expectations for Sunday and for the season before Kyle next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Bay Point, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Bay Point Sports Leader.
Bro, Tim Ryan joined Pop on Lund today for an hour-long bull rush every week throughout the football season here on KNBR. Check out today's episode, and that podcast is trending on the all-new KNBR app.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
It's Super Bowl or bust. And that's, you can say it, it's kind of cheesy sometimes, but for this team, it's take care of business, win the division, get in the playoffs, get through it, and then get to that big game. You know, there's two big games, championship game and the Super Bowl. That's where it's going to happen for the 49ers. It's going to happen for the Eagles. There might be an upstart that you don't get there. I get that. Anything less than a Super Bowl this year, like last year and the year before, will be a disappointment.
Oh, Steve Young, the Hall of Famer, on with us yesterday. If you have not heard the hit, go back, check it out. KNBR.com, the all-new KNBR app. Really funny. He was coaching his daughter's flag football team.
Is it still all new, by the way? Like, when does it stop being all new?
When Derek stops writing all new on the paper that I have to read off of.
I mean, like, is there a time frame where it's just the...
It's like a grand opening. You know
KNBR app?
The grand opening of stuff, and it lasts like 6 years. You ever see those? Like those retail places, and they'll have the big sign out front. Grand opening.
Yeah, but I never go to those.
Grand reopening. Like reopening. It just reads on the paper.
Really, you made me put in my earbuds to hear that crap.
Yeah,
Are you kidding me?
Derek says you read enough trends last week. You don't have to do it anymore. Is what they said.
Did I passed?
No, stop it. What's trending now is
I'm just wondering when something stops being all new. That's all I'm wondering.
I'm gonna stop saying
it's very simple.
On the
I'm not saying you have to stop saying. I'm just wondering when it happens. We're gonna bring back the classic app, like classic Coke. Nice, very nice.
Coca-Cola Classic.
Like if we're saying this a year from now, then I am going to raise out a little bit of hell.
What if we do like a Coke 2? Didn't they do that? Coke 2? Do you remember that when they came out with the new flavor? New Coke.
New Coke, I do remember.
New KNBR.
I do remember New Coke.
The new KNBR app. Silver Coke, right, yeah.
How many Cokes have they had?
A lot. New Coke they released as they re-released it as like a specialty thing. I'm like, if it was so damn good, it wouldn't have gone away.
Exactly.
You wouldn't have had to get rid of it.
It's like getting the Criterion Collection. Get the director's uncut.
Why would I want it?
Cuts that didn't make the movie. Why do I want the cuts that didn't make the movie?
That's why DVDs want the deleted scenes at the end of a DVD. You check them out. You're like, those kind of sucked. Yeah, they were deleted.
Yeah. Why do I want to see those?
I'll take an alternate ending.
Give me bloopers.
Bloopers
I'll take.
I need bloopers in the credits again, like we used to get.
Yes, give me the bloopers in all Will Ferrell movies.
I need no bloopers in. I need no bloopers in the 49ers start to the season.
Yeah, I missed. I would have loved to have seen the bloopers in Schindler's List.
Oh, dude,
that would have been incredible.
Can you imagine?
That would have been incredible.
Yeah, dude. So he was looking for it. He's trying to tee one up too.
You knew it was coming. You
can't laugh on set in those movies.
You can't. No.
I'm just kidding. You know what I mean? You can't make those jokes, dude. Life is beautiful. Hilarious bloopers. Hysterical, guys. The Niners open on Sunday, 10 a.m. kickoff, pregame 7 a.m. right here on KNBR 104.5 and 680. We are going to catch up with Kyle Shanahan in about 10 minutes when he gets off the practice field. I just saw a video of Nick Bosa out there, just like running around by himself. I'm like, this guy. He looks like he's in the exact same shape. He looks as good as he did when he left. It's not like we expect him to show up looking any different, which is a positive. He seemed like himself when he got off the plane. Sorry for the scare. Sorry. Win some games. He's a guy who he's got the unfinished business tag for sure. Right? It was about contract, and then it's about getting that Super Bowl. And this guy may be a Niner for life now, and certainly for the bulk of what started as a Hall of Fame career is going to be.
Well, I don't think there's maybe a little competition who can get a Super Bowl first, him or Joey.
Are you kidding? His dad never got one, right? John never did. He wasn't around for that long.
I don't know. That I don't know that.
Eric Kumaro, his uncle, I don't know if he ever got one. By the way, text line says 541. When are they going to stop saying X, formerly known as Twitter? They put that in every article. They say it's on X, formerly known as Twitter. I'm like, I just call it Twitter. It's what it is.
So do I.
Before we get to Kyle, when Kyle Shanahan joins us, we'll talk about the game this weekend. But with the statement we heard from Steve Young coming in there, when him saying anything less than a Super Bowl is a disappointment, I think we all agreed that. We talked about that throughout the offseason. Do you think, and talent-wise, maybe this is the case, but the depth is something that's going to come into play. I don't know what you put more weight into. Do you think it's the best team the Niners have had under Kyle on paper going into a season?
Man,
because last year you were just about the same. You didn't have McCaffrey, but you were deeper. So I don't know, because I would almost rather have the depth. Your quarterback was definitely a deeper position last year, I thought, with Jimmy being here, and then we didn't even know about Brock. But
I'd have to go back and really kind of look at that Super Bowl team and see who was on that team. I don't know. I don't know if it's the best team that he's had. I know it's good enough. It's more than good enough to win a Super Bowl. That I'm sure of.
Yeah.
But yeah, depth again it could be an issue when you pay the guys what you're paying them. We get that, but like they're just certain guys that I would say this, that out of all the teams I mentioned, the 5 teams that I mentioned that I think are going to be legit Super Bowl contenders. Now, others will enter the fray. There's
those
no
teams
doubt
are Buffalo,
about it.
Cincinnati, Kansas City, Philly, and Niners.
Yes. The Niners could withstand losing their first-string quarterback more so than all those teams, and it's not even close.
They're the one team that's of those that is not reliant on their quarterback. Sure.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's a good point.
And they have a good backup quarterback. And like you lose Hurts, you lose a lot. And I mean, I could go through all of them. They're all MVP candidates.
Buffalo, Cincinnati, Kansas City. No, you're done.
All 5 of those guys are MVP candidates. So yeah, you lose those teams lose their quarterback. It's over for those teams. The Niners lose their quarterback. Yeah, it would be a shot, but it's not over for them. And you probably can't say that about a lot of teams who you think could be competing for a Super Bowl. I don't think Jacksonville is ready to compete for a Super Bowl, but you lose Lawrence, toast. You lose Jackson in Baltimore, toast. You lose Herbert in San Diego, toast. I mean, it's all these teams. All these teams are just toast because the quarterback is so important to what they do. And most of them are getting paid, pretty good money. Like Lawrence isn't and Burrow isn't yet. But if they lose their quarterbacks, it's over for them. The Niners, not so much. But other positions, I'm wondering what the depth is going to be behind them because we know it's football. Guys are going to get hurt.
By the way, we do already have an injury, it seems like, for the 49ers. Did not practice today was Talanoa Hufanga. That was a knee and not injury-related. They're saying personal matter. So he seems like he's all right. Charvarius Ward, due to a heel, did not practice today. We don't know to what extent that is. We can talk to Kyle Shanahan about this. He's going to join us in just a couple of minutes here as they get off the practice field. So let's take a quick break. We'll come back and we'll talk to Kyle and we'll get ready for Sunday. Niners and the Steelers. This should be, to your point, an exciting open to the season. Yeah. Niners don't have a tough schedule here as they open. Pittsburgh, they get the Rams, they get the Giants, they get Arizona before they even get the Cowboys. I'm thinking 3-1 is probably worst case scenario where you need to be, where you'd like to be is probably a better way to say that. Entering that game against the Cowboys. Kyle Shanahan joins us next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Faithful to him, it's not just a team, it's family.
We got a chance to do something this year, man. We know what's ahead of us. You guys feel me? All right, guys.
Here we go. 9-0-3. 1, 2, 3. Here's the head coach of your 49ers, Kyle Shanahan.
Wanted to watch you guys, man. You guys got after it in every aspect. I appreciate everyone in here. Love you guys.
Yes, sir! With Tolbert and Copes on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
All right, time for our weekly conversation with the head coach of the San Francisco 49ers, Kyle Shanahan. Coach, what's going on?
Not much, guys. How you guys doing?
Doing good, doing good. I'm guessing you had a smile on your face yesterday.
I did. It was awesome. It was very good news. I tried to move on just so I didn't get obsessed with it, and once I did, and I got a very good surprise, and it lasted for a while, so it was nice.
Very, very nice. What does he mean to the defense in terms of not only what he does, but what he allows other guys on that defense to do?
I mean, he was the best player in the league last year on defense. So whatever team you add him to, he's going to do a ton for him. But we also got a lot of good players around him also, and that's what we had to be prepared to play without him. And we were trying to do that, and we feel confident to do that. But when you add the best player in the league on the defense to our team, it kind of just unlocks everybody. It allows everybody to be in some better situations. I mean, if you ever don't worry about Nick and don't help him on the edge, he's gonna. Everyone knows what he's gonna do. And if they do worry about Nick, Nick still has a chance to overcome some tough obstacles when they're chipping him and doing all that stuff. But regardless of that, it's the looks everyone else gets. I kind of talk about it when you add a good offensive player. I mean, we knew going into every game in Atlanta that the safety was going to cheat to Julio, and all that did was make the quarterback's job easier and every other eligible is easier because they got better looks, and it kind of defined what the defense was doing. And when you have a player like that out there on the defensive field, it does the same for our guys. Those guys get better looks. I think the coordinator knows how to anticipate things, and it's just a different deal.
What do you know about Hargrave that maybe you didn't know about him before you had a chance to coach him every day?
Physically, I wouldn't say that much because he had me really freaked out studying him on tape all last year going into that championship game. And then when the season was over and we're looking into free agency and you get a just isolate on him, I realized why I was freaked out on him because he is a stout dude who's got the power and with his size that being a shorter guy compared to most D linemen, he's just got a natural ability to get under guys. And when you have that strength, you can really lift him and push him back. But the thing that makes him different are his feet. He's one of the quicker D linemen you'll see in this league. He can really get his feet outside of his frame and cut on both of them with a very balanced body and kind of torque his upper body to create angles. And when you have that with his power, he's a tough deal for guards to block one-on-one.
Talking to Kyle Shanahan on the UMA guest line, I think for any layperson watching football, when an offense is clicking, you can see like timing is great. Guys are getting to their spaces. You sort of understand guys are doing their job and things are falling into place like a puzzle the way they should. On defense, when Bosa shows up like that and he's playing alongside a guy like Hargrave, I feel like their ability is so high that any chemistry that's lost there could be picked up for with the skill set. But is there a chemistry that can be built between two guys like that? And I wonder the addition of Steve Wilkes now, Nick is getting to know him. What does that growth look like, you think, beyond just week one?
Well, yeah, the more you get the more continuity, everyone gets better. It's, Steve, not just with Bosa, but just for our whole defense. He hasn't called a game with our defense yet. He's gone out there in the preseason and stuff, but that's not totally our defense. And you got to learn that as it goes. You start to have an idea of what you think it's going to be like, but you got to feel it on the field. And you got to feel the D-line. You got to feel the pass rush. And you got to feel the coverages, how the linebackers play. And you kind of develop that a little bit in practice, but it's the game time that kind of really sticks in your brain to where you get a feel as the quarters go and what you can do. You get a feel as each week goes, and lots of that goes up and down with injuries and stuff like that. But having Nick here going into this first game, I'm just glad that that Steve can get all our guys out there, and we'll see how this game goes. But I know when it's over, he'll have a much better idea of how he feels as a group.
Were you spending your time just walking by the front offices, like pointing at your watch, going click, click, click?
No, I wasn't. That's I did it a little bit this weekend. This weekend was kind of once it didn't happen by Sunday night, I knew I was coming in Monday morning. Just in my mind, that I just decided it wasn't going to work out this week, and I wasn't going to sit here and do that, because if I didn't decide that, I would have been exactly how you just said.
Yeah, exactly.
That wouldn't have helped anybody. So I kind of got my mind right before, and I'm glad it worked out.
Let's talk about their stud on the edge that you do have to worry about, and T.J. Watt. He's one of the most dynamic pass rushers in the game. What makes him special?
His get off is very impressive. He's got a great feel for the cadence, the way he can turn the corner. He's got a very good knack for just, when I say someone's a good football player, it's just how they play the game. Their Madden awareness, or whatever you want to call it. He knows when he's getting doubled. He knows how to recognize sets. He can tell run or pass very well. His effort, I mean, he barely comes out in the game. He goes 100 miles per hour every single play. He's got as good of a knack for tipping balls and getting his hands on balls. And, I think between him and Highsmith, I think they've caused the most fumbles and turnovers in the league this last couple of years. So he's a huge deal for the defense.
How do you prepare for a guy like Minkah Fitzpatrick?
You gotta make the quarterback aware of a bunch of stuff, and you got to be aware of it from a scheme standpoint. I mean, Minka's too good just to think that you're going to go out there and just completely beat him. You got to put him in some situations. You got to make him play honest and things like that, and you got to be on. If you're a little bit late, if you're trying to get a little bit greedy, if you're not taking what they give you, if you're a little hesitant also, he's going to make you pay. And he's as consistent of any player I've seen in the league for a long time doing that. Talking about how good of a football player TJ Watt is, Minka's on that same level. That's why they're such a good defense. I mean, from Watt, you go to Hayward, and then you got Minkah in the back. And those three, along with a lot of other talented guys, but those three in particular, you can put them up with anyone in this league.
What'd you make of Coach Tomlin does a little bit different than most teams. They were actually hitting and taking guys down during preseason. I think he said you can't fight if you don't want to spar, and I thought that was an interesting way to put it. I don't know if it gives them an edge at all coming into the first week of the season, but it's an interesting philosophy. It's almost like going back in time a little bit, isn't it?
It is, but it's, I think he's 100% right. I don't get how you can get better at football without playing football.
Yeah.
And football is all of that. We have physical camps too. I've never, we don't tackle. We don't take guys to the ground, so that would be the difference. You always worry taking to the ground that there could be an up in injuries.
Yeah.
But I've also found out when you don't practice that way either, lots of injuries happen too. So you got to prepare your team to play. You also got to be smart about it, and there's a bunch of different ways to doing that. But the main thing is how that tape looks once that season starts. And Mike knows how to get his guys ready.
Yep.
They play very hard, and they're also extremely healthy too.
Talking to Kyle Shanahan on the UMA guest line. Just circling back to Bosa, just because I didn't ask you straight up. Have you guys discussed what usage could look like for him? Is he now that you've seen him and he showed up at practice? I know he was limited today, but have you talked about or thought about or put into plan yet? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I've thought about it a lot, and today, was our first time seeing him out there on the field, and I can't wait to go discuss it with people, but I'm forced to do a TV show and a radio show as soon as practice ends. So as soon as these are over, I'm gonna go in and watch it with the guys, and we'll start discussing this right away.
Just blow off Greg, dude. That's no big deal.
It's funny because they all sit in there and wait on me, and they're all annoyed with me. But hey, it's obligations.
Oh, it's gonna be the third quarter. Kyle's gonna be. You're still in there? Wow, man, you look great out there. So what's the biggest key against this defense as a whole?
I think the same is pretty generic because I'll probably say this every week, but it starts with turnovers. But they're very good at getting them. Yeah. And when they win the turnover battle, I think I think they were 6-1 last year when they did it. I forget the numbers, but with their secondary doing it, I talked about their D-line and how many tips they get and stuff. And when they get the turnovers, they're extremely hard to beat, especially when they're at home. And if you look at all their games at home last year, every single one of them came down to the last possession. So to go to the road, play in this atmosphere, to play against a physical team and a team that can really that really likes to get their hands on the ball, you got to make sure you don't give them freebies. You got to make sure they work for everything. We got a real good team and we're tough to stop too. But when you start giving them some easy ones, some easy turnovers, some easy points, this team, how disciplined they are and the environment we're going into, that makes it a real uphill battle.
Do you have to teach running backs different than you taught them in the past, being that, guys are coming from behind. They're actually closing their fist and punching balls from behind. They're punching down, they're punching up. Like, if you don't keep that ball tight against the body, you don't know where somebody's coming from. And a lot of times, they'd rather go for the punch than a tackle. Sometimes it doesn't work out for them, but sometimes it does. Do you have to teach these guys ball security a little bit differently in that you just never know where it's coming from?
Yeah, you got to emphasize it so much differently because, taking care of the balls, to get all the pressure points, to keep it tight in your body, there's that never changes on how to protect it, but how important it is now because of exactly what you're saying. I'd say it started about 8 years ago, but the emphasis in the league that you can see down even to college now for people punching the ball, starts with the peanut punch when Tillman was always doing it. That's when it started to get big, but every team has taken that on throughout the league and they've been preaching it for 10 years here now. And I think our guys do it as good as anyone. All our linebackers, all they do is punch throughout practice, and you should look at our linebackers' knuckles and the callus that they have on all of them. There's no way I could be a running back in practice even when they're not hitting, because I feel like they're breaking people. They would break my ribs and forearms just by anytime they miss the ball. So the way they train at it, it's unbelievable. And if you don't hold on to it in our practice the way you have to in games, you'll be fumbling all the time. So the guys who train us the most is our own defense.
Got it.
I know you got to run. Just an injury update on Charvarius Ward missed practice today with a heel, and then wondering about Jake Moody.
Jake, we haven't made him for sure yet, which I think I'll do tomorrow, but I feel like he's going to be real good. And Mooney, which is really close with Moody and Mooney.
Sorry.
That's all right. He had a little thing that came up yesterday, but we're feeling pretty confident he's going to be all right.
Good deal. Looking forward to it, man.
Safe travels, Coach, and good luck this weekend.
All right, guys. Appreciate it. Talk to you next week.
Yep, take it easy.
Good stuff there from Kyle Shanahan. A couple of updates there. Mooney Ward missed practice today, but they're feeling, confident that he's going to go. And they got a good receiving core, man. I think that's we've been talking about them. We'll talk about the comps of second-year quarterbacks. Purdy going up against Pickett. Those are two second-year guys. The only first round.
They both start with P.
They both start with P. They're both right-handed.
Yeah, they are. Both white.
A lot of stuff. A lot of tough comparisons there between Pickett and Purdy. So we'll talk more about what Kyle had to say regarding Nick Bosa. It sounds to me like they're pretty confident. He sounded like that was a go when he came on. That's why I said we should probably just confirm for sure. Because he said yesterday I'd have to see him. But, they're going to get together and figure out how much he's going to play. This is going to be probably the toughest matchup the Niners have until they see Dallas in Week 5. Mike Tomlin said he's preparing for Bosa. You have to prepare for T.J. Watt on the other side. We'll talk about that next on The Sports Leader. Nick Bosa's father, John Bosa, joined Papa and Lund today to discuss Nick's record-breaking contract. That podcast is trending on the all-new KNBR app. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here. My good friend Steve Moskowitz hanging out on the line. How are you today, Steve? Football getting underway, but I know before we get to that, people have questions about the ERC.
I'm doing great things, and I'm happy because I'm saving your listeners so much money and making them money. And again, Adam, this is something we talked about the other day, but it's just so striking. Your listener that already applied for ERC, and he got a check, but his CPA said of the 4 possible periods, you only qualify for 1. And that wasn't the case. He said he just kept hearing me talk on your air about maybe you're entitled to more. He called me, and here's what happened. The CPA, and I was a CPA before I was a tax attorney, so I certainly don't have anything against CPAs, said that you only qualify under the math test and you get 1 period. But the CPA didn't realize there's a wrinkle and exception to the math test. Under the math test, this listener qualified for a 2nd period. Under the math test, no analysis, nothing to think about, math, 1 + 1 is 2. He then qualified under the facts and circumstances for the other 2 periods. And the bottom line is, because he listened to you and he called me, he's going to get almost $750,000 if he would have ignored his back on. And for most people, that's life-changing.
Steve, simple math. Steve Moskowitz will take care of it for you. Give him a call, 1-888-TAX-DEALER. Find him at MoskowitzLLP.com.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Yes, we are preparing for Bosa. It's prudent for us to assume that he is going to be there and prepare in that vein as opposed to be surprised. We were in a similar circumstance with a dynamic rusher a couple of years ago in TJ. We got a deal done at the 11th hour. He showed up in the stadium, and he was T.J. Watt that day. And so that's what those guys do. They show up, and they are who they are. And so we expect him to be there. It's the prudent approach to take, and if he's going to be there, we know the type of player that he intends on being, and so that's something to be dealt with.
That's Mike Tomlin, one of the great coaches in the NFL. A guy who, it's so funny. How many coaches Pittsburgh had in the last 50 years? Three. Noel.
Yep.
Cowher, and then Tomlin.
Yep.
Wild. And they've all got bulls.
Yep. Tomlin's pretty no nonsense. Did you see that video of him last year? Where somebody was he was walking out, I think it was at halftime.
Yeah.
And I'm going to paraphrase here on both parties. I think the player said that somebody said something as innocuous.
This is a player on the team?
No.
A fan?
Not a player. It was a fan.
Gotcha.
It's like, go get him, coach. Have a great second half. Whatever. Go get him. And I think Tom looked at him and goes, don't bleep and talk to me. I'm working. I was like, damn. This guy's intense. He's focused and locked in. I was like, oh my God.
Yeah.
You see it?
Daily Mail's from last year. It says internet split on Tomlin. He just shoots it, brutally shutting down a fan at halftime of Falcons win. Was the coach in the wrong? He says, man, I'm effing working.
Yeah. Man, I'm effing working.
He said, Coach Tomlin, let's go for the win, man. That was the quote. Tomlin turned around and said, man, I'm effing working. Somebody tweeted, isn't halftime the break from work? And she took a little breather there. So
that's some serious intensity.
But that's the intensity you talked about that we say it's so funny that makes Nick Bosa stand out differently, is that Tomlin is, even as a coach, and again, I think you have to be that way. I think to be an NFL coach or even a college coach, you got a Buddy Berge, you got to be a maniacal guy about football.
I don't know if you have to be that.
Maybe not. NFL, I think
that's
you do.
Interesting to
not to a fan, but
the fan just said, "Let's go get the win." You can just walk by him.
Yeah.
You don't have to say anything to him, but to go, "I'm effing working." Now you actually use some of your breath to go, "I'm effing working." I was cracking up when I saw that. That's why I was like, "Oh, that guy's different." You could tell on the sidelines just looking at him. He's an intense dude.
He's got those shades, dude.
He's an intense
those aviators.
Dude. But when I saw that, I was like, oh, intensity confirmed.
Hasn't aged a day, by the way, either. Hasn't aged a day, Mike Tomlin. He may be there for 25, 30 more years. He may be there. That guy.
Yep.
So the Steelers coming in after a strong finish to the year last season. Kenny Pickett, a second-year quarterback. They've got playoff aspirations in a division that's going to be fairly tough, right? You've got Cleveland, who's
really
supposed to be really tough. They were a tough defense last year. So they got Myles Garrett there.
Yep.
Deshaun Watson, for all his off-field troubles, is going to be under center this year, and I think people are anticipating decent things from him. Elijah Moore was a good pickup for them as a number 2 receiver from the Jets opposite Amari Cooper. So then you've got Cincinnati, who's the cream of the crop in that division, and then you got Baltimore, who everybody's intrigued by. Somebody's got to finish last.
Yep.
That's an underrated, pretty tough division.
I think it's a really tough division. Not quite off topic, but I'll digress. How many people in here, because all 4 of us are in a fantasy league, and there's a lot of people that are listening, they're in fantasy leagues. This isn't so much about fantasy, but how many people, I will include myself, raise my hand and include myself in this group, how many people refuse to draft Deshaun Watson on principle? Would you have taken him if he fell to the 15th round and go, that's a good pick there?
I tell you what, I'm in 4 leagues. I did in 1.
Did you?
In one of them, he's my starting quarterback. And it's funny is all my buddies crush me because you know me. I said on these airwaves, I hope he gets hurt. We'll have a celebration when he gets hurt. I hope I don't lose, but I hope the week he gets hurt, I don't know, Travis Kelce catches 8 touchdowns for me. Because my thing was, it's funny too, because I went the route of the Browns with the Haslams where someone went, wow, you took Watson. He was the last reasonable starter to take at that point. There were guys below him and some other dudes you could take Richardson a flyer on or something. And I said, wait, man, somebody's going to get the points for it, right? I figured it's joking in fantasy football. It's quite literally the logic that the Browns ownership used. He's going to throw touchdowns for somebody. May as well
Derek,
be for us. Derek says he has no morals in fantasy.
He has no morals in fantasy.
So do you own Deshaun Watson in a league, Derek?
I'd be curious on the text line how many people.
He doesn't.
Because I wasn't going to. I did want his leg broken.
I did say I want his leg broken.
Well, just one leg. Yeah. Just one leg.
Have to be both, not at the same time.
I'm not mean.
Just one or the other.
Just one.
Well, then when that one heals up, let's get the other
both. Does Tim have any morals when it comes to fantasy? Would you have taken Deshaun Watson?
Tim said, "Who's Deshaun Watson?"
As long as he's not a Dodger, I don't care. He can molest as many women as he wants,
Oh,
but
Tim.
just as long as he's not a Dodger.
Tim, you support
that's
Deshaun Watson? Is that what
basically
you're
what
saying,
you said. That's just what you said to me, and not so many words.
Where were you, by the way,
And not
before you
so
came
many
back into the
words.
room to answer that question? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm the only one in here that wasn't going to take him. I just wouldn't. I said no. I'm not taking him. I won't do it. No. Yeah, Ray Rice was my keeper.
Ray Rice was your
Thank
Get out of
you.
here. Stop it. Knock it off.
But I am holding on to Urias just in case.
Okay, come on. No, come on. Jesus. All right.
What, see, let's move on.
Let's move on.
I knew.
Tom?
I know.
Can we get
Look,
back to the blooper jokes about Schindler's List? That was more.
I do deserve that. I deserve that.
By the way, just real quick, after
That
you made
was
the joke,
uncalled for.
you made the joke about Schindler's List earlier. Not the joke about it. You said we were talking bloopers. Need to come back to
Yes.
movies. You said, "Oh, the bloopers for that." That was a funny one.
Yeah.
Somebody checked in on the text line. I got to get it up for you here. They said the bloopers for MASHED and Head Nurse were probably the absolute best.
No, the movie is the bloopers. You kidding me? You don't need bloopers.
I think the bloopers how the movie ends. I think that's what
It's
they
like
call
a
it.
90-minute blooper is what it is.
That's what that is.
Oh, my
well,
God.
if you're lucky, it's 90.
MASHED.
Yeah. If you're lucky, it's 90.
The titles are so good.
So the Niners and the Steelers open on Sunday. Mike Tomlin, we heard the sound coming back. I'll bring us back. I got you back in.
Yeah,
here, Tom.
thank you.
Don't worry, I'll bring us
Thank
back.
you.
in.
Reel us back in. I blame Tim. I blame Tim.
The Steelers, though, I could see this being a team that does what they did last year record-wise, but quality of team is better because the division's so tough. It's kind of like we talked about. I think it was last season going into the year, maybe even this year. We think about it too with the AFC West. You go when we thought Russ was going to have a better time.
Yeah.
When we thought, oh boy, that's a gauntlet of a quarterback division now. When Russ obviously had a down year and Denver was awful, they'll probably still be not all that good. But I did wonder, at some point, somebody's going to lose games that Phillip Rivers had it happen to him for like a decade, where his team would go 9-7 or 10-6, and 4 of the losses could have been wins because he had the ball at the end and was trying to drive to kick a field goal. Somebody's going to just lose some tough luck games. I wonder, everybody's hyped on the Ravens and Monken and coming in and doing something with this offense. If it's not,
I've never said Monken so much in my life. By the way.
I couldn't believe
it. And the last time I said Monken was monk fruit. When we had Steve on.
Monk fish.
We were Luma soda.
I can't
monk
believe
fruit. It wasn't Monken fruit. It was monk fruit. But yeah, that didn't.
There's a lot of hype around that.
Monk fruit.
Yeah. Well, and Monken.
Well, there was. Yeah, Monken. Not as much monk fruit anymore.
No.
There was. It was on Shark Tank. Didn't do well. Luma.
You keep bringing back to the Monken. I'm trying to get into Monken. You keep bringing up monk fruit, dude.
I texted Steve. I go, your boy's on Shark Tank. Anyway, Monken, yes.
Monken. So, first of all, where'd he come from? What's the hype? What's the hype around his offense? Because again,
I think it was at Georgia for a few years. Wasn't he at Tampa before that? I don't know his whole resume, but I know him mostly from Georgia over the last few years.
Right.
But yeah, I think everybody's excited because they want to see an offense. It's like 2023 offense, not a 1985 offense where you're just going to run the ball into the ground. It was almost like they didn't trust that Lamar Jackson could be a pocket passer early in his career.
Right.
And then once they started going down that road and had success, well, they kept going down that road. Instead of trying to expand the offense, they're like, well, hey, this is what's working. Run the ball, use his legs, use the tight end, and we'll try to win with defense and win with him. Just let him be him. And it only got him so far. So now it's like, okay, let's let him be him, but we're going to add the element of an up-to-date passing game instead of like old school passing game. So no, that is one of the more intriguing storylines, I think, of the season, because they do have Odell Beckham Jr. this year. They still have Bateman, not Jason. Andrews.
Zay Flowers.
Yeah, Zay Flowers, the rookie from BC. So this is as many weapons as he's had there. So we will see how that works itself out. But no,
don't turn it over. Be explosive. Score touchdowns in the red zone. Be good on third down.
Super Dave.
Have lost plays and athletic quarterbacks that make off-schedule plays. The rest of it just falls into that. That's
what rest of it?
The rest of it.
That was all of it.
And then comes the wins.
What are you talking about?
The victories are after that.
That was like all of it. Super Dave Osborne over there. Do a stump for us, Super Dave.
The funniest thing is we played that sound and mocked it and like joked about it, and now it's like the hyped offense coming into the season.
The rest of it just falls into that. That's the analytical part.
That's the analytical part.
That's the analytical
So bring it back to the Steelers, though, in their offense. Like,
yes.
Were you impressed with Kenny Pickett at the end of last year?
I was.
You were. Because there was, I feel like people were kind of torn on him.
Because I didn't love, I've had kind of it's been kind of funny. A weird relationship with Kenny Pickett over the years because strangely enough, I bet Pitt games. I don't know why. And Kenny Pickett was supposed to be good, and everybody kept telling me he was good, and occasionally he was good, and he wasn't very good. He was like totally up and down. And then his last year at Pitt, he was really good.
Yeah.
Like they were good. They were good that year, and he was good that year. I was like, oh, okay, I guess this was.
We did hear his name a lot for a few years.
Yeah, I was like, is this what who he was supposed to be like 3 years ago? And he's finally being this guy? So I didn't know about him coming into the NFL. I was like, okay, we'll see how it works out. But yeah, I thought as the year went on, he definitely got better. And I'll be curious to see if he continues on with that. The weapons are pretty good. I just remembered, is he a two-glove guy? Is he like a right-handed glove guy?
I don't like that look.
It's a weird look. The weirdest look is when you wear like a glove on your throwing hand and not the one on your. It's like you wear two.
I almost understand that. I mean, because I get the gripping of it, and I get that you want to have the feel. Big Ben did it sometimes.
Yes, he did.
Big Ben did it when it's cold. So I guess maybe it's a Pittsburgh
look.
thing. I don't know.
He's like a weird look. Yeah,
it's a texture thing. I get it.
It's a weird thing.
You got to feel your fingers. Here's a. By the way, Kenny Pickett last year as a starter, 7-5.
Okay.
2,400 yards passing, 7 touchdowns, 9 picks.
Okay.
Did finish 6th in Rookie of the Year voting. 63% completion percentage. Not
Pretty
bad.
good.
So
Yeah.
he had a decent year, and he did improve. Like as the season went on, he appeared to get better. Just a note here out of Pittsburgh. I love this too because as you get closer and closer to get, I always forget about elements of the football season. How about guys just talking trash about what they're going to do this weekend to your team?
Okay.
Ready for this? Guys just throw stuff out there because everybody's got a podcast now, right? So how about this? Patrick Peterson. He thinks he's identified. This happened last year. Remember, Trent Williams is telling, he's got tells, or he's got, he's basically tipping his hand on whether it's a pass or a run. And Trent was like, but you don't know where we're running. You don't know which guy's running it. You don't know which direction we're running. You don't know whether or not it's a play action run. You don't know whether it's which guy's the first, second. So he's like, even if you might know that, and I don't think you do, he said, even if you do, it's not the tell you think it is. It's not, same with, you always ask, would you rather know pitch or location?
Yeah.
I'd rather know location, I think.
Yes, I think I would. I don't know. That's a good question. I've thought about that. Like
for football, I don't know what you'd rather know. Yeah.
Well, yeah. I mean, would I rather know if I'm a defensive end whether would I like to know run or pass?
Yeah,
of course I would. Yeah, exactly. I could just
the second you guess wrong, then you're in your head. That's the problem.
Yes.
You better know that. That's the thing that Franny talks about too when you talk about tipping pitches or guys with tells is you don't want to come out and go, oh, I found one. Because then some guy goes up there, bases are loaded, and you need a hit. And he's like, dude, he threw me 3 of those. What? He wasn't doing what you said he was doing.
Or even worse yet, you think he's throwing a curveball on the outside part of the plate, and he throws a fastball up and in. And you're
ducking
on
into
your
it.
ass, or you're wearing a baseball on your helmet. So, you better be right. If you're not right, baseball is the one where you can get destroyed. Like, you can really get hurt if you guess wrong in baseball. Other sports, maybe not as much, but all it takes is once. All it takes is once for the guy to think, I know what's coming, and you don't know what's coming.
And you're wrong, and
then it's like, okay, screw it. I don't want to know anything. It's time to go back to the drawing board.
And if I did think I knew something, I definitely wouldn't go on a podcast and say it beforehand.
No.
I would say afterwards, dude, I looked in the film study. We saw that they X, Y, and Z. You could say it after. Who cares? You're not going to see him again.
Who's the guy trying to be? Mike McDermott?
Exactly. Dude, exactly. Mike, did you
Not hungry?
Not hungry? Come on, just rip him? As Creighton, is that where we're going? Steelers cornerback Patrick Peterson believes his film study has shown, he says he believes in the film study, he's saying this on the All Things Covered podcast, that Kyle Shanahan runs a good offensive system and Brock Purdy won't make mental mistakes, but he believes he's identified tendencies in the Niners offense that he can exploit. Quote, there's some tell signs out there that tell us what plays they're going to get for those guys in certain situations. He wouldn't elaborate.
Okay.
But he said, when I get my pick on Sunday, we'll talk about it.
And who is that again?
Patrick Peterson. He's a good player.
He was a good player. I think he's okay now. Yeah, he's getting a little long on the tooth, but all right, we'll see. So if he doesn't get a pick, that means it didn't work, or Or if they give up 28, didn't work.
God, dude, it'd be so good if they just get blown out by like 50, like 25 points, but he gets the pick.
Yeah, I told you.
Told you guys. I exploited it. So you lose a base.
Everybody else sucked, but I got mine.
Exactly. Purdy threw 4 picks in the regular season last year, none in the playoffs. There weren't many tells last year. I mean, that was what was so funny is when that comment last year came out about Trent Williams tipping. It was like this is in the heart of when the Niners were really, really revving up with Brock Purdy. Like things were going pretty well for them. So that doesn't concern me as much because football, like every sport, it's about adjustments. And I'm always going to put a guy whose mind is like Kyle's ahead of the defender, right? I mean, that's what he's out there to do. When you can have an extension of yourself in that position as a D coordinator or as a quarterback for an O coordinator, I think that's where you feel like you're on the field, right? You feel like you have complete control of what's happening. I don't know going up against Kyle how you could ever feel that confident. Or McVay or McDaniel. You know what I mean? They're just so creative that
I don't know if these guys believe it or tell themselves they found something to make themselves feel like, I have a good idea what's coming. I don't know. Because if he can find it, well, he's the only one that can. You would think everyone could find it, and then you could shut the offense down. And so, and it's still about, again, they always say, it's not about the X's and O's, it's about the Jimmies and the Joes. If you have a better player, you might know what's coming. You can't stop it. Hey, congrats, you know what's coming. You're still getting beat. So we'll see how it works out. But, again, I think this is a really, really even game, which is why the line's 2.5. I mean, it should be right around there. And it's a marquee game. You got two of the storied franchises, the most storied franchises in the NFL, and both are looking to have big years. I'm pumped. I'm pumped to be there.
You'll be there Sunday. Yeah. Tom's going out to Pittsburgh. He'll be off tomorrow. Marcus Thompson in with me tomorrow, and we'll get you ready for the game on Sunday, and we'll have a game to talk about. We're just over an hour away from kickoff for the 2023 season. No Travis Kelce, no Chris Jones for the Chiefs tonight either. How do you fare Detroit's chances tonight?
I like their chances.
I actually like Detroit.
I mean, I wouldn't bet on them. I know a lot of people have, and it opened at 7. It sat at 6.5 forever this summer, and then it went to 6. And then when the Kelce news came out, then it went down to 5, and now it's down to 4.5. I know they're losing probably their second and third best player on the team. And that's hard to overcome. There's no doubt about it. And I think the Lions are going to be able to move the ball because the Lions' offense is really good. And I think their offensive coordinator, Ben Coleman, he does a really, really – some of the plays they run are pretty cool. So I think they're going to be able to score, but Yeah, I know you can bet against Mahomes. I know you can bet against the Chiefs and win money, but I ain't betting a short line. I'm just not, because again, this is a guy who threw to somebody I did not know last year in the playoffs.
Dude, we were like, who is that guy?
And they won that game. I was like, who is that? I go, I've never had that happen before where I'm watching an NFL playoff game, like the championship round, and I didn't know the dude. Like, what the hell?
Do you remember his name?
I don't.
Marcus Kemp.
Kemp, that's what it was.
I didn't realize Derek just said it in my ear. I was like, didn't he play for the Dodgers? Kemp. I was like, Matt Kemp. So, by the way, currently not a Chief.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to be on that end of it. I just don't. And it's no fun unless I'm getting like 8 over a touchdown. Then you kind of feel like, okay, I can backdoor the Chiefs.
It's not fun betting against them, dude, because even if you win,
you feel like they're going to score every time they have the ball. Every time they have the ball. It was like betting against that Vikings team when they had Culpepper and Moss and Carter and
Denny Green's team,
Jones. Yeah. I'm like, why would you? It's like it's a miserable experience. Like I don't even want to watch those games because you're watching it every time they get the ball. You're like, oh, they're going to score. Rams, Kurt Warner quarterback. We're greatest show on turf. Yeah, bet against that team. What score? 14-0 Rams. Oh, fantastic!
How far in?
This is
we haven't even kicked off yet.
Yeah, like 3 minutes.
We haven't even started yet.
So yeah, I don't want to be, and I don't want to take the Chiefs either. So maybe an over, because I think the Chiefs will still move the ball and score. You give Andy Reid all offseason to game plan against somebody's defense, their defense isn't that great anyway. I could see them putting up points because they're the Chiefs, and then with no Jones, and I could see them putting up points too. against the Chiefs. So maybe that way, but as far as a side, I had no interest in that one whatsoever.
Yeah, I just think that Detroit's got a good chance to compete in this game.
I absolutely do, too.
I'm not going to take any action. By the way, just note, because Mahomes isn't saying at the start of the year, in division, we saw this note earlier, in division, Mahomes 27-3 in his career in the AFC West. The breakdown, he's 9-1 against the Raiders. He's 7-2 against the Chargers. He's 11-0 against the Broncos. He's never lost to the Broncos, and he's got a crazy September note too. I'll get that to you.
Don't they have a stat like they haven't lost in December in 5 years?
Maybe
something
that's
like that?
it.
It's one of those. Maybe it's both.
I thought it was September. Maybe
it
it's
could
December.
be. Maybe it's both of them. Both months, because they are the Chiefs.
It's wild. They lost September last year. I'm not saying that maybe it's not undefeated. I just think it's a wild. Maybe it's December. We'll figure out what the month is.
I know December they're a joke. It's like ridiculous. I want to say at one point I thought I read were like 23-0 or 20-0, and I didn't even believe it when I read it. I go, that can't be right.
Chiefs are 13-3 with Mahomes in September. That's the note.
13-3. Good again.
That's pretty damn good.
I bet you they're pretty good in October with Mahomes.
Yeah.
And probably pretty good in November with Mahomes.
Derek said they lost in December last year. Yeah, but the record's like 70-1 probably or something.
What is it in December, like the last 5 years, 6 years?
It's just Mahomes. We'll get that to you. While they're looking that up, though, because I did want to hit on some college before you get out of here. You said you had some games this weekend. Because Saturday, what's your plan? Because
Saturday,
we'll
probably,
go over the trip later, but
Saturday is going to PNC for a tour.
How about that?
And then we'll just like kind of cruise around town and probably hit up a sports bar, watch some games, and then go back to the place where we're staying and watch the games there. So that's the plan. Then the game Sunday, Jets, Bills Monday, Tuesday Gettysburg. We're going to drive over to Gettysburg and check that out. And then Phillies, Braves, Wednesday, and Vikings, Eagles Thursday.
Ooh, that's a game Thursday. Vikings,
Saturday, I wouldn't have said this probably 2 weeks ago, Nebraska, Colorado, right? And the cool thing about it is it's at noon.
Yeah.
Oh, we're going to have time to do the tour and go get breakfast.
Big noon Saturday.
Yeah, I mean, I could be drunk by the first game comes out. Like, boom. Noon? You kidding me? On vacation? We're good to go. I'm not going to get drunk at Gettysburg.
Tom's going to the Gettysburg tour.
Tuesday. I'm going to show up at Gettysburg. Hey!
You going to run there like Remember the Titans? Get up in the morning and run? Look at this field. Their hot blood boiling. Not much older than you. They can fight a war, then maybe we can win football games together, boys.
Heard some people died here. Is that true? Gettysburg? I don't know.
What's the address here? I heard there's an address. What's the address?
Can I get some beer here? You guys got like a stand or something? I can get a cold beverage.
Can I get a Gettysburger?
So yeah, I definitely want to watch that one, and I think it's going to be interesting because I thought Nebraska outplayed Minnesota. I thought they were better than Minnesota. I thought their defense looked good. Quarterback kid came from Georgia Tech, played okay, but I mean, Colorado is just fun to watch right now, and I want to watch Colorado because, well, Deion's fun to watch, and his kid's fun to watch, and Hunter's fun to watch. A&M Florida, Miami is another one I want to watch, and that's at 3:30 back there. So I definitely want to get into that one, and then it gets a little light until the evening. We got Texas Bama, which I think is a game most people are going to want to watch that game
for the first half at least.
Yeah,
you think Texas is in it?
Spread's only 7. It's tight. I think Texas is pretty good. I think it's going to be. It depends on how Bama's quarterback does. He's more of a runner than a passer. I wish I could remember his name right now. He's a lefty.
I haven't seen them play yet.
Yeah, he played a little bit last year, like a game or two.
Is it Milroe?
Milroe.
Jalen Milroe?
Yes, Jalen Milroe. Yeah, he's more of a runner than a passer, so I don't know. But I do want to watch that. Oregon.
He committed to Texas, by the way.
Did he really?
Yeah, originally committed and then went to Bama.
Oh, wow. Oregon Tech is one. And then the kind of funky, a game that would have been good 10 years ago, Stanford USC.
Yeah, 10 years ago.
That is not going to be good anymore. Maybe 5 years ago that would have been okay. But the funky game of the night that I'm really intrigued to see, I want to watch Auburn Cal. Auburn's playing at Cal. Auburn, an SEC team is coming to Berkeley. An SEC team is leaving their own state to come to California and play Cal. What? If I was here, I might even go over there to check that one out. But I do want to see that because, yeah, Cal dropped 58. It was North Texas, but still, they had almost 700 yards in that game. So that one to me, so it's like 4 or 5 games that I want to check out. So yeah, we'll probably just cruise around, grab some beers, watch some sports, and watch some more sports and drink some more beers. I'm not sure.
You get some Yinglings.
My buddy's like, I'm gonna bring my fire stick so we go watch an Angels game. I'm like, no, you're not.
What?
No.
You mean thunder sticks? Those things? What
No,
are you
it's
doing?
little-
Your Amazon
little
Fire
fire-
Stick.
yes.
Sorry, did you say angels? You say sticks? I start getting.
No.
Pegs,
That
you know?
hurts.
I was like, whoa.
It's not 2000.
You mean just so you could watch the?
I'm like,
the
you
game.
serious?
You want to watch Halos while you're out in
I
Pittsburgh?
don't.
No,
He does.
dude. We got college football. We're going to
Like
Pittsburgh.
I said, he's a bigger Angel fan than I am.
Ridiculous.
I'm like, bro, you got to give it up.
Give it up, bro.
You got to give
It's
it up.
over. Less.
You got to give it
When we
up.
come on back,
Miles.
Let's get into some of the fantasy here. We're about an hour away from kickoff.
All right.
I lost Travis Kelce already. Good on me. Got to feel good about that. Yay, fantasy's back. Who you got going this week? Who's stressing you out? We'll get into some of these rookies, some of the guys that we're looking forward to.
I got a D- in my draft. Let's go, baby.
I always wonder. When do you start to see the fall off from guys who have been longtime studs and who's going to rise to the top? We'll talk a little bit about some fantasy values coming into this weekend. Then we got Kyle Shanahan. We'll replay that for you in the 5 o'clock hour. Kickoff just over an hour away on the Sports Leader.
Hercules. Shout out to you for supporting KNBR. Hercules' Sports Leader.
Great Cosell joined Murph and Mac this morning to preview the 49ers and Steelers matchup week 1 this weekend, now with Nick Bosa slated to play. Check out that podcast, trending on the all-new KNBR app.
Follow KNBR on Facebook. Now back to Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland. Tolbert and Copes on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The Sports Leader. Sports Leader.
All right, everybody's got a fantasy football team, and nobody cares about anybody else's fantasy football team, right? So this isn't going to be about like me and Tom running down our frustrations with our team. We just figure it's a good way to talk players from around the league, get into some national perspective on stuff by way of fantasy. It's the easiest way to do that. And we can talk about some of the rookies, some of the stud guys, some the common issues that everybody has with fantasy, the fun stuff you get into. And that's why we are doing a new segment throughout the football season called Who You Got Going? There we go, dude. So we've Tom and I and Derek are all in a league together, and then Derek, Tim, and I are all in a league together. But everybody's got like issues. That's so funny, dude. The ESPN, is that the ESPN or the Yahoo Draft Center, whatever it is? You make your selection. People have done their drafts. We're getting ready to get going. So I'm sure people are dealing with frustrations, and they're common ones. Like the Travis Kelce one for me. Yep. Tight end is such a headache. Even if you have George Kittle, tight end is a headache. Yep. I had Kittle like 3 different times, and I've never enjoyed it. Yep. Because I get to week 6, and I'm like, dude, this guy's like he's either hurt.
I did enjoy Kelce last year, though.
If Kelsey's the one, like if he had a wide receiver next to his name, there's a case for him going number 1 every year. Yep. I took him number 3 in a draft in my big league with my buddies.
Did you?
Kind of got scoffed at, and then afterwards people were like, not a bad. It's 6 or 7 years he's been the number 1 receiving tight end. And the one he wasn't was the George Kittle year, right, where he broke Kelsey's record. So you had to have, and he had an insane year that year too, over 1,000. Tight end is always you're just kind of throwing darts at some point in the season if you didn't get a big one. The bigger issue for me is I feel like the value of running back in fantasy football has kind of gone the way of the NFL by the way they get used. There are very few every down backs. Mm-hmm. Used to be like if you had Sean Alexander, he was playing every down. Yes. Right? He was going to go. I don't even know who the backup was on those teams. Like there were some teams that had dual backfields, but you had Edge James, he was going. That was your guy.
He was going.
Hell, if you had
Marshall Faulk going.
Yeah, dude, who was that guy on the? I drafted this guy so many times when I was in high school on the Texans.
Foster?
Dominic Davis. Dominic
Davis?
You remember that guy? Domanick?
I mean, I remember the name. I don't remember by face.
Yeah, you wouldn't remember much.
Yeah.
I remember him not putting up points for me after a first-round selection one year.
They had Foster, right? Adrian Foster?
Arian Foster. That was after. That was much later. Yeah,
he was a monster.
Or Cadillac Williams. Remember he was a guy?
Cadillac Williams at Auburn.
What a good name. Cadillac, dude. So running backs, though, it's funny. You do like your mock drafts and stuff. I was in a league and like guys who I thought were going to go way later just because I remember last year I think in your league at one point, Tom, I didn't even have a second running back. I'm like J.D. McKissick, I guess, because you have to have them, and you have to get like the handcuffs now early. People are smarter about it, and guys are going to get banged up. Who's the guy on your team that you're most like? You took him with intent to start him, but you're like, I'm not confident in this.
Oh man,
his depth at running back is a problem. At one point, I just said, screw it, I'll just get extra receivers. I was like the Giants. I was like, I could get pitching or nothing.
Yeah,
I get Pollock.
Look, I love my running back so much I can't even remember him. I have no idea. I know I have Kenneth Walker.
That's a good. I like Walker. I think he's going to. Charbonnet this year with him.
Oh, this is fantastic.
Just laughed. Tom opened his phone and laughed.
DeAndre Swift. That's my guy.
I don't like that.
That's my guy. Those are my 2 running backs.
In Philly.
So, yeah,
that's what I mean. Is how many
backup? Alvin Kamara.
That's not bad though. Like you're banking on him doing something.
Yeah.
So
I don't mind if he punches people, but just not women, Tim. Like you guys don't care. I care. I have standards. And if you're going to punch people in Vegas, look, what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. So I'm not even sure he should be suspended, to be perfectly honest with you. I think you should get 2 free punches every time you enter the city limits, and then you go back to
Vegas.
Yeah,
I think you should get them when you leave.
Yeah,
I think on the way out.
Either or.
We're not dealing with it here, but you can do them on the way out.
You're good
if you still want. Like how many running backs?
You liking this segment so far, Tim? No.
Tim's 11. We can talk more about your boy.
Swift.
Your boy Deshaun. We could do that.
Yeah, Swift is my pick not to click.
Now the issue is that he's not necessarily the best. I mean, like it's being a running back in Baltimore, right? Lamar's the number 1 running back.
Correct.
Yeah. So Jalen
Dobbins is pretty good when he's healthy.
Yeah, and they had Ingram for a while. He was okay. Dobbins is still going to be the number 1 guy.
Yes.
There.
Correct.
But I think the same can be said not as heavily, but Jalen Hurts is a runner.
Mm-hmm.
Not a run-first guy necessarily, but that's what he was before he got there. So that's a skill set that they used, and that's, I think, made him even more valuable. Once he got his completion percentage up and really started getting the ball downfield and getting the ball to good receivers, too. A.J. Brown was awesome for him. Devontae last year was fantastic.
Goddard's really good.
Goddard's good. So they have weapons on offense. The running game is the one thing in Philly that I'm like, I don't know about that.
Well, when you have the quarterback that can be I don't even know if he's a release valve, a pressure valve, pressure release. Put those words together and you figure out how to put them together. It makes sense. I'm going to go with the pressure release or release valve or valve pressure.
You did them all again.
Thank you. I think that, you have to factor that in because now every time he has the ball, you're worried about him running because he can take it to the house as well as the running backs can. And they're doing what a lot of teams are doing now. Give me 3-4 guys, and we'll just rotate these guys in. They're all going to have their separate roles, but it'll be interesting over the next few years now how they're going to be able to. I don't know if Goddard got his second contract. I want to say he didn't, but he might have. Smith most certainly did not. But now that Jalen has got the
fifth-year option, first year.
Exactly.
Is that where you're going?
How are you going to sign all these guys?
That's why they had to let Hargrave walk.
Yeah.
They were running into that same problem. They had 4 guys last year with 10 or more sacks, 75 sacks or 74 sacks going into the playoffs.
And they might have to do it again.
As a team, they may have to.
Yep.
That's...
Well, I think they lost both their safeties.
Yes.
Both their safeties were gone. Their defense is a little bit depleted. So, those are the choices you have to make. And I keep going back to Mahomes, but that's why he's so special. They had to make the choices. They made the choices, and they still won. They got rid of Tyreek Hill. Tyreek Hill. Who wants to get rid of Tyreek Hill? Nobody wants to get rid of Tyreek Hill. I said I couldn't name the receiver that caught the ball in the AFC Championship game. Oh, a casual fan could have named half the receivers last year anyway.
Jerick McKinnon caught 10 touchdowns for them.
It was incredible.
10.
That's who he is. That's why you can get away with that. Can you get away with that? I've mentioned it before. What's going to happen when Burrow and Chase are up? They're going to be coming up pretty soon. How's that going to work out for Cincinnati? You can't have the depth. And if I can go all the way back, that is exactly why the Niners did what they did. Did they make a mistake? Yes, they did. When we talked to Kyle about it, he said, because I said, was it a mistake not to have a particular quarterback in mind? And he said, well, we had one or two. Maybe it would have been better if you'd have just had one, but that wasn't even the point. The point was, look at our roster. Look at how we're stacked. We can't have a quarterback making as much money as Garoppolo is going to make next time he signs the contract he could sign, because then we're just not going to be able to afford all these players. We're not going to be able to figure out. So we want to get a young quarterback who's on a rookie deal. That didn't work out, but now they have one on a rookie deal that did work out. So therefore, you're able to sign McCaffrey, trade for McCaffrey, trade for Williams, re-sign Bosa to that massive deal, re-sign Warner, re-sign Debo. You're going to have Ayuk coming up pretty soon. But being that the quarterback is the one you have to pay the most to, if you can have a guy on a rookie deal, it allows you to fill out your roster easier than it does if you don't have that. So that's you see what they're going with.
Nobody had won a bowl since the Niners in '95 with a quarterback making as much as 13.5% of the salary cap. Until Mahomes did it at 17% last year. And the only reason that Steve Young was making that high is the first year.
Yep.
It's 94.
Yep. So I never blame them for what they're doing. I mean, it was a mistake. We all know it was a mistake now. That's fine. But you move on. But that's why. I mean, that Cincinnati's trying to maximize their chances right now with Burrow. They're like, hey, we got a guy on a rookie deal who's a great quarterback. Let's go ahead and give him everything he needs and see if we can win this thing. Because once you don't, what the hell do you think Burrow's going to make when he signs?
He's getting 50. That's what everybody else has.
At least 50, because it usually starts going up. And, it'll be interesting if Mahomes at some point wants to renegotiate his deal, because does he want to be the highest paid quarterback? Because theoretically, he should be the highest paid quarterback every single year that he's playing, at least for the next 10 years or so.
I don't think he cares.
But is he Brady, where he says, you know what? I'll take a little less. I want to be able to keep as much of this team together. I think Kelsey has taken a little less.
Peyton Manning did that. Manning did it as well.
He should be the highest paid tight end. But Kittle makes more than him. Hawkinson now makes more than him. Like, he should be the high, but he's not. But some guys are like, it's fine. I don't need to be the highest paid. I need to be one of the highest paid.
I want to. If you want to win, yeah, I think he does. I think Mahomes wants to be Brady. I think he wants to surpass Brady, and I think because he got that taste so early on of getting to a Super Bowl and winning one, some guys I think you rest on that laurel. Mm-hmm. Some guys are Buster Posey and are Mahomes and are Brady and get that taste, and they're like, I don't know why I shouldn't be doing this every year. What does it take to get there? And so I think Mahomes is probably trending in that direction, where you can put other pieces around me. I don't have to make up 17% every year, but also when you lock into like a 15-year deal like that, you're giving yourself the outs to sort of maneuver where you need to. And when who knows what happens when Reed's gone too, right? I mean, when Andy Reid ain't living out the rest of that deal, I don't think. It's a 15-year contract. It's a long one. So we'll see. Real quick before we get out, because I want to get into some stuff we're looking forward to for the NFL season, some of the rookies, the situations, maybe the big crash and burn teams this year could be a lot of fun. Give me the rookie in fantasy this year who you think has a chance to be the Jamar Chase or and maybe not the Chase, because we knew how big he was coming out. Like Addison would be a big name. If Jordan Addison, that's a good one in Minnesota. What's the guy's name? I'm blanking now because we made fun of it so much in Atlanta.
Bijan Robinson. That's the guy.
That's the
Bijan
guy.
Robinson.
So I sort of feel like that's the low-hanging fruit one. Behind Bijan, who's the guy you're most excited about as a rookie this year for fantasy purposes?
Oh, man. Boy, now I got to try to think of him.
We just had a conversation about your guy in the break in Indy.
Yeah, I don't think that's him, though. I don't think Anthony Richardson's that breakout guy. I just...
So it's a questionable draft choice by you?
Yeah. Well, I mean, it was like 11th round. I took him in the 11th round. It wasn't
Watson
like I took
was
him
right
in
there.
Like the 8th or 9th. I told you I wasn't taking Watson. I don't care if Watson was my doorstep. I wasn't taking Watson. No, I took Richardson because it was the 11th round. I needed a quarterback. Now I screwed up because I didn't get another quarterback. I really should have got Goff later on. But
yeah, that would have been bad. Yeah.
Whoa. You know what? I'll go with the other running back, Gibbs, who's going to be playing tonight.
I like that too.
Because he's a guy that can catch the ball. And if you're a running back that can catch the ball out of the backfield, well, where else would you catch it from? Well, he can line up as a receiver.
A slot, yeah.
But if you can catch the ball, in fantasy, you're golden. That's why Eckler's golden. Eckler catches the ball, and he gets carries out at the goal line. Like, he gets it all. But you have to be able to catch the ball if you're going to be a fantasy back that's like kind of a main guy, unless you're Derrick Henry, who's just, I mean, he's a different breed. There's not a lot of those guys. In fact, there might be one of those guys around. So I think Gibbs is a guy that, a lot of people took very high in the draft, and I think rightfully so. I think he's going to have because that offense is, Bijan Robinson's going to get a lot of carries. He's going to catch a few balls, but he'll get a lot of carries because they ran the ball more than any team in the league last year, the Falcons did, and I don't see why they would stop doing that once they get Bijan Robinson. So, but Gibbs, I think that offense is going to be high octane. They're going to throw the ball around. I think he's going to get some catches, get some touches. He'll have to share the backfield with Montgomery, but I think that's one to look at, too. I think he could have a big year.
The one I'm looking at is we'll go back to the Monken fruit in Todd Monken in Baltimore. Zay Flowers, who's over 1,000 yards receiving last year at Boston College. He was would they go like 5 straight receivers in the first round this year?
The rest of it just falls into that. That's the analytical part.
He was
Thank you, Todd Monken fruit.
Number 2 or 3. He's tiny. He's like 5'9", but he's lightning quick. He had over 3,000 yards receiving at Boston College. What was a pretty bad offense, and put up some big numbers. He was like a star of the combine. So probably not big early on. But if you got him on your bench in fantasy, I think that's a guy to stash and hang on to.
What'd you think of Odell Beckham?
I was just about to say, I'm not.
Were you thinking much of him?
Like, I did not even not once.
Yeah, I didn't consider him either.
I'm not convinced people are like, I don't know if he'll be healthy all year. I'm like, I don't know if he wants to play football all year.
Yeah.
I'm like, the guys like that, I'm just not convinced. We haven't seen it in a few years.
When guys go away for 2 years, people think, they're going to be the same guy.
No.
It's been 2 years. It hasn't been 2 days. It's been 2 years. And he sat out last year because, he wanted to.
Yeah.
So I agree with you. I never even considered him. I just go, that's just not. I'm not gonna do that.
I got Zay Flowers in a league and stashed him, thinking this might be a weapon later in the year for a flex or a wide receiver too. So could be fun. We'll see what happens. I want to get into more of the stuff we're looking forward to or not looking forward to for the NFL season. Rodgers in New York, Lamar in Baltimore's new offense, rookie quarterbacks Young, Stroud, Richardson, Sean Payton in Denver. We'll get into all that next. It's Tolbert and Copes only here on the Sports Leader.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for Underdog Fantasy. Good time to be talking to you about it because the season starts tonight. We got games, we got action, we got ways for you to get involved outside of your fantasy team. Underdog Fantasy is the place to do that. They've got the season-long pick'em game. They've also got ways for you to make money on tonight's game, on this weekend's games. You pick between 2 to 5 players, select whether they'll have a higher or lower stat total for the game. And if you go 5 for 5, you can make up to 20 times your money in a single game. It's easy. All you have to do is head on over to the Underdog Fantasy app or go to UnderdogFantasy.com. Sign up with promo code KNBR, and they're going to double your first deposit up to $100. But you got to use that promo code KNBR at sign up. So if your fantasy team is already in a disastrous place, if you're stressing about Travis Kelce tonight, don't worry about it. Underdog Fantasy has you covered. Promo code KNBR. You must be 18 or older and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, we got the Chiefs and the Lions kicking off in about half hour or so, a little over a half an hour. And we will actually throw to it live when we get out of here at 6. We'll go to the Thursday night game already in progress. That's how that'll go. The spread now down to 4 points, by the way. Chiefs are favored by 4 after Travis Kelce ruled out tonight. Could be a fun one. I mean, it's so funny, too, because offense is always so sloppy, it seems like, first few weeks, except for the Chiefs. And the Bills last year. Was it Bills-Chiefs opening night last year? Is that who that was? It was Rams. Bills-Rams, that's right. And Diggs had a huge night on opening night.
Yeah.
They just torched the Rams. We didn't know what was in store for the Rams. So things we're looking forward to for this season. Among the NFL storylines, what's the biggest one entering this year? I mean, it depends probably on what part of the country you're in, but in terms of what you care about, because here in the Bay Area until yesterday, the biggest story would have been Nick Bosa.
Yeah.
Is he coming? When's he coming? Could have been Trey Lance stuff a week before that, right? It's like just depends on where you are. For me, I'll start then. For me, I think it's probably Rodgers.
Okay.
Only because of what it could mean to two different franchises. You just mentioned it's been 30 years since the Packers have not had a Hall of Fame quarterback under center, or a player that became a Hall of Fame quarterback under center. We don't know about Love. It's been years. Who knows what Jordan Love can be? We've seen him in in spurts, but I don't think much of the Packers for this year. What it could mean for the Jets, root for Robert Saleh. I like him even more after seeing him in Hard Knocks and getting more of his personality, but I'm intrigued by that team. It's a lot of young talent, and then when Rodgers hangs it up, I mean, they're kind of back to either square one with Zach Wilson, or it doesn't work here, and they've got to go a different direction. They say,
don't forget.
I did. I
Don't
totally
forget.
forgot Zach's out there banging moms, dude. Yeah. Or mom's friends. Sticking it to him. He's got more time for that now, dude.
Yes, he does.
At least the back shot of Alex Moran.
He's on the prowl.
Blue Mountain State. Number 2 quarterback's the best job to have.
Look out.
All the glory and none of the blame for the number 2 guy. So I like that story because of the AFC East is a lot of fun.
Yep.
That defense there, it's not like you just throw a good quarterback. Like the Russell Wilson thing. It's like, yeah, quarterback there, but what else is there? You have maybe the best D-line in football in New York. So I like that story. I think that's going to be an intriguing one. Plus, if it goes bad, Rodgers in New York media is a blast.
No, there's no doubt about it.
That's going to be a blast.
It'll be hysterical. Hysterical. I want to see if what Seattle was building last year is for real. Is Geno Smith going to be, again, because we don't know. Geno Smith was not thought of as even an average quarterback or a guy you want starting your team going into Seattle last year, and he completely changed the narrative. He got a big deal. He's leading that team now. He is the quarterback of that team, and this was after, 9 years in the league, somewhere around there. I mean, he was a longtime vet and changed it around. You don't see that happen very often. Their defense is supposed to be better. I know Pete Carroll's raved about the competition in practices, that it reminds him of the Legion of Boom years. We'll see. But that's why I'm intrigued to see what happens. Kenneth Walker had a really, really nice year for them last year. Got banged up a little at the end, but Zach Charbonnet comes in from UCLA. He's a really good running back.
That's going to be a nice duo back there.
Now, if they can get the ball to the receivers, you got Lockett, you got Metcalf, and you got Njigba Smith, the wide receiver, the rookie wide receiver out of Ohio State. That's a hell of a wide receiver trio. So I'm curious, is it the Niners? Like the Niners' time to dominate this division? Or it's never going to be Carroll Harbaugh again. I'm sorry, that was awesome. It was intense. It was physical, and the two coaches were just so different.
What's your deal, man?
I loved it.
What's your
deal?
It
was great. It won't be that, but are we going to get back to that again, where we're looking at Seattle and going, you know what? They're legitimate. Like, this is a big-time game, Seattle and the 49ers. So, yeah, I'm curious to see what they look like this year. If last year was like a blip, or Geno's going to continue doing what he's doing. They've added weapons. They're going to get better, and they're coming.
I was intrigued by them last year, man. He completed 69.8% of his passes to Geno Smith.
What was it?
69.
Yeah.
69.8. There we go. I laid out for it. 4,200 yards passing, 30 touchdowns to 11 picks. He had a hell of a year.
He really did.
9-8. They make the playoffs. They lose to the 49ers. He wins again. I'm still against and opposed to the comeback player of the year. He didn't go anywhere.
Yeah, he didn't go anywhere.
He just wasn't good for a handful of years. But he went from being a starter in 2014, 15 Jets, 16 Jets, 17 Giants, 18 Chargers, nowhere in 19. He's not even listed on a team in 19. Is he injured or on a practice squad somewhere?
Don't know.
2021 with Seattle, and then becomes a starter last year, and $399 for $572. So do you think that and I always fear when a guy like this is a vet, when a guy like Brock Purdy, we're saying, hey, we want to see it again, right? We're going, we don't know for sure yet who he is. I know we said that about Brady, and that was a big deal because they move on from Drew Bledsoe. They just signed him to a 10-year. It wasn't a huge, not 10 years. It was a huge contract.
Yeah, it was a big one. It was a big one
from the Pats, and they traded him that offseason then to the Bills, and they give it to Brady. And I remember even thinking, boy, that better work. You better have been right on that because Bledsoe's one of the best in the league still. So with Geno, and it's a vet, a guy who's already sort of taken his lumps for years, has been a backup, has been in different systems. I've got more confidence in him doing the same thing this year than I would a second-year quarterback. But I'm wondering if their draft was good. Any chance they're good enough to overtake the Niners? Of course, there's a chance, but where do you peg that?
A lot of it, I'd have to look at the schedule, see what the schedule looks like, because a lot of it has to do with the schedule. They're younger. I think they're younger, and injuries, and I don't know what their depth is. And younger guys usually don't get hurt as much for as long. So, yeah, there's a chance. I mean, the Niners are clearly favored, and they should be in this division, but when you look at it, there's only two teams. It's a two-team race.
Yeah.
The other two teams are not going to be competitive, I don't think, in this division. I always have to say I don't think because it is the NFL.
It's the football. That's why I said.
I've been surprised.
Is there a chance they overtake them?
Oh, that team stinks. What? 5-1? How'd that happen?
The Giants last year.
It's the NFL. Yeah, the Giants. Like, what?
There's no reason for any of that.
Where'd that come from? So, yeah, I am that's one. We've talked about a lot of these, but Detroit is one, and we're going to get to watch them tonight. That's just a fun story because Detroit's been so bad for so long. They might actually give us a fun team to watch on Thanksgiving because usually that morning game you're like, oh, it's the Lions every year. This game sucks. I got to wake up to this.
It's all metallic looking on TV.
Yeah, it's like brutal. But that's a team now that has a bunch of weapons. And Goff's playing well. They got Amon-Ra St. Brown, who was one of the best receivers in the game. This kid Laporta, who maybe not many people know about. Yeah, I think he was Iowa. Iowa's like a tight end factory somehow. I'm not sure where, but the Hawkinson, Fant.
DBU.
It's like tight end. Kittle, of course. They got all kinds of tight ends running around from Iowa. I have no idea why. But it should be a fun team to watch. And again, that division, there's a lot of can Jordan Love play? Can Fields take a step? Can Minnesota finally do something other than win games in the regular season? Division's just gone kind of cuckoo this year because it was Green Bay for years and years and years and years. Green Bay, and then who's going to come in second? We don't know, but it's not going to be anybody but Green Bay winning the division this year. I maybe you'd be shocked if Chicago won. Probably be shocked if surprised if Green Bay won.
I would be shocked if Chicago won.
I mean, probably for the most part, it'll come down to Minnesota, Detroit. I would think. But I think Detroit's a fun story, and I think they'll be fun to watch because if their defense isn't any good, kind of like last year, it's going to be like the old Air Coryell. 40-38, 45-41, 38-35.
Don Nelson games, yeah.
And those games are fun to watch.
They're a blast. In football, it's a blast.
Yes.
Not for the defenders. They're just gassed.
No, not for them.
Like, what a great, it's just so funny when a game ends 10-7, nobody's like, what a great game that was, man.
Oh, so physical.
Like, never used
so tactical. What a fun game that was. Yeah, exactly.
Always. In terms of the rookie quarterbacks, we mentioned Richardson a little bit. Richardson, Young, and C.J. Stroud. Bryce Young, the number one guy down in Carolina. That's a team there. It's like, I'm intrigued. I'm always intrigued, but I was thinking about these guys yesterday because of what we read Caleb Williams' dad's comments to GQ magazine about how the system is terrible for young players coming into a bad organization. I go, well, okay, whatever.
That's the way it works.
It's the way the system works. It's just there's no other way to do it. So if you want to play here, that's how it goes. But I also wonder, and I have for years, what would happen to some of these guys who don't end up? Would Geno have been a better quarterback earlier on if he had landed somewhere else?
Possible.
You know, who knows?
Possible.
If Brock Purdy's in Arizona, is he any good right now? Like, there's all that stuff comes into play, right? Yep. Coaching, situation, whatever. So I'm wondering.
Well, what did Joe Montana say when he was on with Murph and Mack not that long ago? Dan Marino's the best quarterback in the league of all time. He thought Dan Marino was the best quarterback.
It's like Peyton Manning of that era to me. That's what I think.
He didn't have a defense.
The skill set.
Didn't have a running game. He had the Marx brothers who were fantastic, and he was incredible. I totally believe that depending on where you go, who your coaches are, who your teammates are, that can, I don't want to say make or break you, because Joe Montana very well could have been a Hall of Famer anyway, just like Dan Marino was a Hall of Famer. But you don't win as much. You don't get the same respect that everybody wants to give you when you win. And a lot of times when you're winning, you have nothing to do with what's going on out there. It could be because your defense is great, or you have a great complementary running game to go with it. I mean, Marino did a lot of that stuff on his own back then. But, boy, you want to talk about just a beautiful thrower of the football? He was fun to watch.
Yeah, I mean, that was the comp I always heard with Peyton, was before he ever got before he got the one, and people were going, that's like Marino. Marino was the great of all time, but they don't consider him the GOAT because he didn't get this, even though it's like, he's not out there for half the game. You know what I mean? He's not catching the balls too. So it's tough. And even John Elway lost a few before he gets to it. Terrell Davis is going for insane numbers out of the backfield. So there you go. And that was one of the years that a running back won an MVP, right? Was that when we were going through
Davis,
our MVP running back?
98, 97, 98, right around there.
There you go. By the way, just the one team I think would be the most hilarious to bottom out would be Denver again. Just after the offseason Sean Payton's had. It'd be fun to watch Russ fail again, and it would just be hilarious to watch Sean Payton have to come back and deal with this. Right after, by the way, they're like, Denver's giving up picks to get him and stuff. They have to trade with the Saints to acquire him.
Brutal.
It would just be hysterical if this thing bottoms out. We met with Kyle Shanahan came on with us earlier in the show, gave us an update about what's going on with the health of the 49ers. Charvarius Ward missed practice, but he said no real concerns. Didn't have any update yet on Jake Moody, said they'd probably figure that out tomorrow. Said they were implementing after he talked to us what the game plan was going to be for Bosa and his usage. Also, we've got an update on George Kittle's health. George Kittle is feeling, quote, wonderful. He's excited to play football on Sunday. That's a quote. I'm feeling wonderful. I'm excited to play football on Sunday. Well, there you go. Pretty succinct from George Kittle. Larry Bear is going to join us next. Then we've got a sound soiree. We'll replay Kyle Shanahan for you, and we'll get into week 1 of the NFL. Tolbert and Copes on the Sports Leader. Nick Bosa signed